lot of Muslims that are in her district don't even vote for her. I can show you many clips of them, and they don't vote for her. You know who votes for her? A lot of the white progressives or socialism, whatever it is that her and Zoran and them push. These are not Islamists, and for you to think that they are, it's literally insane. Like, she would never be allowed to be in government.
Yeah, but Sabina, it's all about perspectives. To an American, they think they are Islamists. To an Islamist, they're not Islamist enough, but they're still Islamists.
Yeah, no, but John, A is from India, so he should know better. Half of his population is Indian or Muslim.
Know better? And why do you say he's doing this again? He's giving you his opinion, which to him is the correct opinion.
I can accept his opinion. However, he's not from America, right? And I know that the country he's from, he would have more knowledge on this app. A lot of
as if you should know better, and maybe you're pushing your propaganda.
Okay, if she's an Islamist, then I might as well be too. We all might as well be. Okay, fine. Let anyone just be.
I'll answer that. See, there is a concept. That's why I said there's a different concept called Muruna. Muruna means temporary suspension of. 1 second, I'm coming. Temporary suspension of what you call Sharia law to fool the infidels. I'll tell you an example. The ISIS gave a dictate. They issued an order. Those in the West can mingle with the infidels. They can drink alcohol. They can have more, and then to fool the infidels. And when time comes, they can actually attack. This is called the lone wolf attack. That is to fool. There was an incident in Europe wherein a person converted to Christianity. He actually took baptism. He took baptism, and he was a regular active. He went on a stabbing spree. So when authorities investigated, he was found that he was a regular active. It was just to fool the infidels that he would pretend that he converted to Christianity. So what do you think about that?
So similar to this is love jihad, which Muslim men in India specifically engage in the behavior pretending to love a Hindu woman, and they marry them, and then things will change. They would force them to convert. If not, the consequences are really bad. So that's just another example of this ideology.
Okay, Adrian. Yeah, I have a question to ask you.
Sure.
Where's the evidence or proof that you say that it's allowed for Muslims in a normal situation to, like, under the claim of kitman or whatever? Because you actually lied about what the definition of kitman is. That's also under something that is life or death.
This guy.
You can say something by omission, right? That's something that's completely allowed, but not in a normal situation.
Do you realize how amazing what you just said is? So here's a person who wants the entire world to pay him a tax because he's a Muslim and they aren't. And this is a man who practices 5 different kinds of lying and deception, and how he's accusing somebody else of not telling the truth. This is exquisite. This is exquisite. This is like, this is the peak of irony. Manto, you've achieved.
It is.
You have achieved a new peak of irony. It's amazing.
No.
What kind of deception are you practicing?
It actually isn't. See,
No.
the funny thing. No. The funny thing.
This is
Thing is that you couldn't even address my point without muting me.
Oh no, we did address your point. You just never shut up.
You didn't. Because when I was in the middle of it, you decided to mute. Going on to
changing the subject. How many
I was going on to ask AJ what his evidence is in regards to
Mandalorian
making istihlal on things like pork or alcohol.
irrelevant.
He will have no evidence for it.
relevant.
because it doesn't
Well,
exist.
I have a different question, man.
Also,
Why don't you
also the
explain-
other point that Heidi made earlier about
Mando, explain about the different kinds of deception, if you know.
in regards to so you have taqiyya, which is in regards to a situation of life or death. Kitman also is also under that context. And in the situation of tawriyya, it's not in the same context as taqiyya. And for one, and it's not classified as lying. Oh, if you like, I literally brought citations. No, normal. If you go to the chat, I brought citations for
deception. You mentioned.
I brought citations for every point that I mentioned.
Hang on, calmly. What is the difference?
No, normal. Here's the thing.
What is
I'm not just because you're
What is the difference in
Man,
lying
and you're trying to constantly mute me. I'm not gonna be normal.
avoid the question. I don't
No,
that's fine. Nobody
question. I'm not avoiding the
So you
question.
said it's deception, but it's not lying. Is that what you just said?
No, it isn't.
Okay, Tawhid
That's not even what I said.
Yeah, it is.
I said that Kitman falls under the same
The last one you
type
said
of
is
ruling
not lying.
as taqiyya.
Not lying.
The Sunni definition of taqiyya is different than what Ali is used to, for example. Because Ali comes from a Shi'i background.
Nobody
And the
asked you
Shi'i
about
understanding of taqiyya is different.
He's just gonna talk and talk and talk. Nobody asked you.
If you hide your faith behind enemy in a life or death situation, it's allowed.
The last thing. What's that ethnic group that you mentioned you're a part of? Because I want to learn more about that.
Bottom, that's the plural term. Singular term
How
is
do you spell it?
Hadhrami.
That's your tribe?
That's not a tribe, no, it's a ethnic group, subgroup.
Say it again. HAB.
HAD, D is in David. HADHRAMI.
HADHRAMI. Hadrami. Okay.
Which country is this? If you don't mind my
They're found in eastern Yemen and parts of Oman.
So you guys are not Zaidis, right?
Is it Arman? I've never heard of the
No, we're not
country
Zaidis, no.
Arman.
So
Did you mean
they're found
Oman?
in parts of Kenya and originally from like southern Yemen, but they're found in Kenya, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many Gulf states.
Are you claiming these to be from Oman? Because previously you were.
I said eastern Yemen and parts of Oman.
Are you claiming? Is it yes or a no? Are you
I
claiming?
just said, I told you where they're, I literally told you where
Are
they're from.
you
Because
claiming these days to be from?
no, what you're trying to do is you're trying to literally, my goodness, even the Saudis in
Yes
the
or
comments
no?
are laughing at you,
Yes
Normal.
or
This
no?
is ridiculous.
It's before you were Armenian.
Are you claiming to be from Oman? Yes or no?
I said Oman and not Armenian. Sabine, I never mentioned Armenian.
Used to be Armenian.
I've never said that.
It's different.
I've
Yeah, you're-
never said
I know
have
your
never
I know your name before,
I've
and
never,
you've
no,
seen
what
voice.
was my name before?
So it's claiming to be
Ludwig.
from Oman. So
Okay, Sabina, what was my
no,
name?
hang on a second, Mando. Are you
He used to
claiming
claim.
Oman these days, Mando?
I said, do I need to keep explaining it to you?
No, are you from Oman? Yes or no?
Yeah, in terms of where my family clan is, yes.
Your family is
So they stretch from. Wait, hold on. They
So
stretch
hard
from
to get
eastern Yemen into
So
Oman.
are you from Oman
So-
or not? You're not from Oman.
Yeah, I'd be a little.
Can you answer the question, Elton?
Yes, I did. Yes, the
No, you didn't say where you're from.
isn't okay.
He's being very deceptive. We're learning a lot about.
No more. Are you listening? I said Lufab.
We're learning a lot.
He's doing
about-
tequila. He's doing tequila.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sabina, I'm not doing tequila.
This is Takia in action. Takia.
Just said, do you not know where? Look up. Okay.
What did you just
El
say?
Normal.
What did
I'll
you
let
just say?
people do the talking
What
for
did
me.
you just
Look
say,
up
Mando?
the
What did
region.
you
Okay, look at where that is.
Okay. So you want me to guess where you're from?
No, it's not guessing. Anybody
You can't say.
look up.
Okay.
Look up.
Thank you for
Use
participating.
Google.
That was really good.
Look up
We're gonna go. You're a man of mystery. You're too mysterious. curious to tell us where you're from. I get it. Okay.
Said where? Okay.
Well,
Those
don't
are
be
the
sad.
regions are regions. Western Oman.
Thank you.
You should ask him a question on
No, let him answer.
He's gone, Anon.
No, I just sent him that. It's tedious after a while. And this is also, I think, a conflict between civilizations and cultures. There's literally no way to get a straight answer. Sorry.
He's trying to get back up.
I can't help somebody else because he's like, it's just deadening to hear such brain dead avoidance of a simple conversation.
You know, even if he was telling the truth questions, because this ideology of deception exists, actually in several kind of ways in Islam, and so there we go. That's his problem, and nobody will believe you if you are in the audience just because of these deception concepts in Islam.
I mean, I can't think of any other world religions that have embedded multi-layered deception practices. I can't think of any other world religion that has that in their system of belief.
What will it take to get
the Quran itself? Are they the Quran itself?
What will it take to get Islam to undergo a reform, a reformation, so that violence and
Assumed kind of leniency towards women. The two things that I can remember in last decade, two things. One, women allowed to drive, whoopie-doo. And the next one is women are allowed to leave their homes without being chaperoned by a young male of the family members. If you call this progress, be my guest. These are the crimes that some Islamic countries, including Saudi Arabia, pretend that they're progressing. Is nonsense. It's what we've seen so far in Islam, actually, in the countries like in Turkey, in Indonesia, and other places, is progressing in the opposite direction, regressing, is becoming more radical, and in a horribly bad way. So, I appreciate your ambition or your desire for this religion to modernize itself, but modernization and moderation and Islamic ideologies are contradictory. It will not.
I don't see somebody spiritual here. Hate to dump all this garbage on you guys out right now, but like I said, she's a great person, but it wouldn't be respectful to her, to women as such, when a guy goes with a woman that he doesn't respect. Just can't be that way.
No, I totally get it, and don't apologize. I asked. I actually have to head off, but Shabbat Shalom to everybody, and I will catch up with you later.
Yeah, thank you for your Yeah, I'm sick and ready to make the job. Skoki's a place. I don't know. Skoki's still mostly Jewish, or at least considerably Jewish. They still have my delis that I like over there. Well, August 30th.
But I feel like the younger generation of Muslim women, they want to work, they want to have more freedom, they want to be able to have love relationships and not have arranged marriages and so forth. And it seems to me that this is, at least from a Western,
and inequality and apartheid systems. When you examine Islam, for me it's really like a constant revolution towards the past, because there's this deep belief that is mainstream to Muslims, that the prophecy is that the Ummah, meaning the community of Muslims, is in charge to implement the Golden Age. and they're trapped because the Quran, being the direct speech of God, they cannot distance themselves from scripture. And Muhammad being the best example, and he had like very questionable attitude. They are just trapped into always worshiping this man that made such horrible things, including child marriage, genocide, being a warmonger and a misogynist man. So they're trapped, and they just believe that the more they're close to his society of the 7th century, the more God, they're in charge of God's plan. And this is placing Islam closer to ideologies like communism. When people are so delusional, they really think that they can erase inequalities or evil from the world and achieve this perfect world under Sharia or under communism. And so you have to consider that aspect of Islam that isn't present so much in Judaism and Christianity, except for very, very, very small or old sects. And so this delusional dream is what makes people insane. And this why does Islam really work in synergy with the leftist mindset? That's because there is a revolutionary will. And why does it also blend in when the right is leading? That's because they have a very conservative approach. So this is the mix, a constant revolution towards the past. That's the problem.
I have a question for the room. Can I ask?
One second. El, can you pin the link that I have sent you? This is a clear case of Moruna facing the disbelievers that he has converted to Christianity and then bombing, Liverpool bombing.
So you sent it to the back channel?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look for it. The gentleman who wanted to ask the question, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable. This is a question for the room. There have been polls done there's a specific poll I'm thinking about.
So that, I don't know what is the exact percentage, but women have been suffering a lot, have been using it to subjugate women since independence, even before independence also. If you go to the courts, you'll find a lot of divorce cases where they are not getting any maintenance, and even property, even the division of property, a part of that would be given to me. So that puts a lot of women at the mercy of relatives of their relatives. So when those women who are aware of this are actually fighting against this. They want the secular law. So one of the advocates, you know what he did? He remarried or getting educated. They want to do away with this Sharia law. Yeah.
So here's a question. Why isn't this the case with UK Muslim countries?
Those countries are not real Muslims, and it's the true Sharia. We believe in the true Sharia where women will be happy no matter what. That's the double speech that we have.
Like the communists. Oh, that's not real.
Exactly.
That's not real socialism.
Exactly. It's failing everywhere, but it's still winning model to follow.
One thing that I've listened to a few people that I don't know have degrees or whatever and stuff, and they can talk about this like at length, and that's why they're becoming more extreme than they are. Where in Saudi Arabia, they're the youth are all like leaving Islam en masse, right? So yeah, I really think that's a huge part of it as well.
Is there a control back?
I would like to ask Sabina a question. Are you from America?
No, I'm from Somalia.
Okay. So, I'll ask a question about Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar once claimed that, Islam prohibits interest on loans, isn't it? So your student loans will carry no interest. Can you explain me how she gaslighted the people? Because I'll explain after that.
Can you explain how she gaslighted them? Sorry.
Yeah.
He's asking that how Ilhan Omar has said that there should be interest on loans, right?
Yeah.
That she's made comments like that.
Yeah, to me that's is he saying that's Takia or is that politicians? Because Biden said he would get rid of all the student loans too. Every politician, I understand that, Anon, but politicians make promises like that. Like Biden said that he would get rid of student loans. That is Takia. One moment, sir. Hold on. She's a politician in America, right? So you're arguing that when she does it, it's Takia. She's not even a devout like.
Oh, he's arguing that it's Sharia, Sabina.
That it's a form of Sharia when she says it?
Yeah, abolishing interest is a Muslim concept. That's what they're saying.
Okay, hold on. This is what I don't understand, right? And why some people need to understand the different geographical locations, right? What's happening in India is not the same. When Ilhan Omar left Somalia...
Sabia, wait, let's stay focused. Do you understand that in Islam they do not like interest? Do you understand that?
Yes, I know that. It's called riba.
Okay. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. So what the other gentleman said was that Ilhan Omar says we should abolish interest, that is a Muslim concept. Do you get that? Abolishing interest. Okay, that's all he's saying.
Right. But I'm arguing that that's not coming from her Islamic perspective. That is actually coming from the, what do you call it? Like the, what's his name? No, Bernie Sanders and the whole socialist group.
Bernie Sanders never said abolish interest, and socialism never said abolish interest. It's a uniquely Muslim concept.
They have said to abolish student loan debt.
Right. So abolishing a student loan is not Sharia. That's not abolishing interest. So if somebody says, for example, I want people to wear a hijab, you can say, well, somebody else wears a hat when it's cold out. Yes, they do. But wearing a hijab is different. So abolishing interest is a specifically Sharia.
Very similar to other Abrahamic religions because it's the same. It's an Abrahamic religion, right? Now I know that.
But wait, Sabina, this is not like Sabina. This is not like an Abrahamic religion. This is specifically Sharia.
And Sharia is part of Islam, correct?
It is Islamic law.
Okay, so and Islam is not an Abrahamic religion?
That's not relevant to what we're saying.
No other religions talk about getting rid of interest.
Ilhan Omar, who is a Muslim woman, suggesting that we abolish interest is a Sharia idea.
Okay, I'm asking you guys, and that's all I'm asking, to acknowledge the fact that yes, she's Muslim, but also acknowledge that she's from Somalia, and Somalia never had Sharia law. She's never lived under.
Not the question, but you do understand.
My answer is that
abolishing interest is a Sharia idea. And
sure.
Nobody else has ever said that, except for her. Not Bernie, not Biden.
Okay, so hold on. The nuns wear head coverings.
They're not even like law by like a specific theocratic state.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that okay, she's not an Islamist. That's all I'm gonna end the conversation with. If you guys and normal, you know exactly what an Islamist is. You know what Hamas is and so on. If you're arguing that she is, then
she's definitely not an Islamist. I mean, I don't know.
AJ said she was. Were you here when he said it?
Well, that's just a stupid comment.
Well, that's exactly.
Leftist, which wants the classics.
That's how I see it. Exactly. I see her as a leftist. Exactly.
She's just a dumb socialist.
She's been saying every single thing that the leftists say. She parrots all of them. They all say the same stuff. What's your call?
She protects trans rights, all that fucking bullshit.
Which would not fly in Muslim countries. That's why I don't get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Directly contradicts Islam.
Okay, thank you.
However, there's a difference with banning interest and the rest of it. Banning interest does not come from any other major political faction in the United States. That's different, fundamentally different. Now, maybe Ilhan doesn't know that. She's not very well read.
Guys, my prediction came true, by the way. Remember, I told you Jews bring Muslims into the West? Well, guess what? A Jew in Canada just got attacked by a Muslim, and it was recorded, and it happened right before I said it would happen. It's on.
That was very
Is that like
insightful.
breaking news or something?
No, I don't know. It's a troll. It's 24-hour. It's 20 hours old. It shows a Jewish man, and I think his daughter's about 5, and this guy is beating the guy up, and his daughter's swearing all over the place, something like that.
Oh yeah, I've seen the video. It's pretty fucked up,
But
actually.
this somehow is trying to blame Jewish people for bringing Muslims in, which is like a kind of like a Aryan nation, like KKK, like the Jews are destroying society by bringing black folks or by bringing Muslim folks. It's a particularly virulent form of delusion that this guy was promoting. It's nonsense. It's stupid.
Okay. The point I was making.
I want to just make sure Sabina understands this. There's a concept of usury in Christianity, but that is for excess interest. It's not for zero interest. The concept of zero interest specifically comes from Sharia law. I don't know any other major thinkers or philosophers who push that. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is something, but I would like to know what that is.
Okay, I'll finish the issue. Okay. Thing is, you will hear only about the ban on riba as a loan, interest rate. But the problem is, how do they get around that? Okay. Now, what they do in a company or in a bank, you're not giving him interest, but you have to pay him a portion of your profit. Promises. When you're trapped, then they'll have your back.
The reason you have that perspective is because your country used to be ruled by Muslims, right? So that's probably why you have that perspective, right? That's why you're like, oh, if they come in, they'll take over and so on, because what happened to you. No, but that is what happened to India. They were ruled by Muslims.
No, but you're saying it's specifically he has that view because that's what happened to him. That's what's happening in all the Western countries. They're being the shithole countries and then trying to establish the same rules of law.
By the way, the people who speak like this on the right, they consider India a shithole country too, and they think they're the biggest immigrants to the country. What's your response? Every country was a shithole country at some point, and then became something, and then went back to being shithole, and then became something, and went back. It just comes and goes, No, it was a shithole too.
When was America a shithole country?
Are you serious? You don't know how bad it is.
I'm serious. When was America relative to the rest of the world a shithole country?
Compared to many places in the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, it was a shithole.
1800s in America was maybe that was like.
You're talking about the proxy war that the Americans and the French had on the land. That period you're talking about.
You made a claim. You said America was a shithole country. When that was.
In the 1780s and 1790s, America was not a rich country.
At the very founding of the country. Okay.
Exactly.
And moving forward, 100
So it was like a shithole country for like a year, and then it became a nation, basically.
A long time.
Going back.
I would actually say that the reason why the U.S. has never been a shithole country because since its inception, it has had the Constitution, which has actually made it so that people can't get away with as much. So I would actually say that it was never a shithole.
Sabina, I was just reading the Constitution yesterday and the day before, and it is actually a rather complicated document in terms of reading it and being able to comprehend it. It's rather complicated because it takes in hundreds of years of English legal history. Also have if there is their set of rules, like is it as complex as the Constitution?
Yeah, I would argue that the Quran is a very difficult book to read. You have to learn Arabic. Yeah, it would be.
Oh, I can't read an English translation. I gotta read it in the Arabic.
You have to learn. No, you can learn Was he asking me or okay? Never mind, John. You could ask Simon.
Once again, one thing is very difficult to understand, and you're saying it is very complicated. You're going against Allah. And Sabina, see, we were ruled by Muslims. We were invaded by Muslims. That would be the right phrase. Okay. And we were ruled by
So
British.
you weren't ruled? You weren't ruled either?
We were ruled. We were invaded and ruled by both the Muslims that
Is it fair to say colonized?
colonized. Exactly.
Right, and so hold on. So if you come from a country where you were colonized and mistreated, wouldn't that make your view of it different than other countries that haven't been exposed to it? Right? That's what I'm saying. I can understand, right?
So
How you have a
he's
negative.
anti-colonial. I thought everybody is anti-colonial.
Yeah, that's why okay. So if I could just land, that's my point. When
I'm
Indians
pro-colonial.
criticize Islam, when Indians criticize Islam, I think it comes from an anti-colonial perspective because they're colonized. So their way of understanding and
Because they
pushing
don't
back
like to be
against
invaded.
is normal.
What about just that?
No one likes to be invaded and closed. Am I allowed to finish talking, Simon? What I'm saying is, okay. You know what? Stop. You know what? Don't ask me questions. I just want to listen from now on. Because if someone asks me a question and then I can't finish talking, so I'll just be quiet.
Say something, please. If somebody asks somebody a question, please let them speak. Go ahead, miss.
Well, let me ask you one more final question, Sabina.
No, don't ask me questions. Ask someone else.
Okay, let me ask some other people in the room. If, the former speaker, Anand said that being a Muslim is like being a playboy. Like, it gives the guys all the great benefits and the women are kind of used as like chattel. So, like, what are the great benefits of joining Islam?
Andrew Tate can tell you.
Is that anti-Semitic, Jew-hating kickboxer who rapes women in Romania?
I know it's not trolling. That's a good answer.
It can easily promote like a toxic masculinity type of model for young boys, and it's attractive because they don't have to do anything. Since young boys don't do shit yet.
That's not true. That's not
Yeah.
true. The men have to. Also, being a martyr and fighting for your land that's not a hard thing to do.
Sorry.
If the Muslim men are supposed to protect their country and die as a martyr, that's an easy thing for a man to do. And that's easy.
That sounds like a cult of death choice. They can do social work instead if they want to.
Okay, perfect. No, okay, you have every right to defend your country, right? But because if they have to fight for their country and if they die as martyrs, that's a hard thing to do. Don't say that it's an easy thing to do.
This cause it will attract evil people, gothic people. No, really, that's not serious. Like between polygamy and the right to beat your wife, your right to possession. As a man, you don't have to fuck much. You just have to
And
be a
pedophilia, don't forget pedophilia.
just have to be a man grants you like so many advantages and privileges. Also, it's just it's inclusive but obvious.
Yeah, I also want to point out Israeli conscription and Islamic sort of martyrdom are deadly nothing alike. I mean, Israel's drafts protected people from actual threats, and they train soldiers to survive and defend the country. Martyrdom, as used by extremists, about seeking death to harm others. One defends life, the other destroys it. So the comparison is absolutely ridiculous.
Right, the suicide bombers, Sabina.
The ones that target civilians, yeah, they're terrorists, but regular soldiers that fight for their country are not terrorists.
Oh, like Hamas.
I never said Hamas.
Actually, Israelis were refugees, They were occupied land, we give them shelter there.
And why do you assume I'm talking about Muslims now? What about all the Muslims that were in combat for thousands of years?
Thousands and thousands of years? Really? I didn't know thousands and thousands of years.
The Jewish people are, the Jewish people are not belongs to the land of Palestine. There is no Israel in anywhere. Asylum here.
You should look in your book, Father. Hang on a second, son. You should look in your book, brother. Brother, Israel's in your book. Pick it up.
Man, Allah is against you are Jesus about Bani Israel and many times in Quran. And I would like to answer Sabina on the Indian issue. See, we have been colonized by both British and the Muslims. So we never came to grudge against British. I was pissed off as a Christian, as an ex-Christian. I was pissed off British more than the Hindus themselves. But they don't remember. They don't keep all this grudge against Christians. And what happened to Muslims? It was not the British who divided the country. It was the Muslims. In 1934, they asked for a separate country because they said that we cannot live with the polytheists. They got two countries, which they said that will make Arab complex, that it will take some time to get our act together. I agree with that. But we do have a space program. And see, the problem is now the Muslim population, there was no total population transfer to Pakistan. Those who voted for Pakistan stayed back in India. We allowed that. Now you know what happened in my country? The Muslims took out a profession, and a 10-year-old kid, I don't know whether the age 10-year-old, less than that probably, he has actually called for genocide of Christians and Hindus in India. He called for genocide of Christians and Hindus in India. This is the condition now. This is what Muslims are doing in my country. And other things that they are doing is they drove out Kashmiri Pandits from Kashmir. 3 lakh people are refugees in my own country. Those are Hindus. And they are not allowed to
say 500,000 non-Muslims were kicked out of Kashmir in a matter of days in 1990. That's really correct.
You know what announcement was made from the mosque speakers? Leave, convert or die. Relieve, Delete, Chile. This was from mosque. This is happening in the free India. Okay, we don't have problem with the other. We have got other minorities like Parsis. We have got Zoroastrians. They are the best minority that we have. They are the pioneers. We have got government in exile from Tibet. They are living peacefully here. But this is the only minority that is creating problem for others. That is why we have to take some steps for our own survival. It is not because that we hate or do something. We allow them everything. Even Sharia law is implemented here. Personal law is implemented. What else do you expect? But you are still not satisfied. I am a minority here. I am living peacefully. In India, you can live a very good life. Nobody is going to snatch your women or nobody is going to snatch your property. Imagine what would have happened if I was on the wrong side of the line. If I would have been in Bangladesh or Pakistan, believe me, my mother, my sister, everybody will be abducted. There will be always a threat of abduction. I cannot have property because anytime a Muslim they will accuse me of blasphemy and kill me. Even in conservative areas in India, I had beef, like in a Hindu majority. I used to have beef. You can have beef, okay, discreetly, but the Muslims want to show their power and we'll cut open your rubber cow and show you I will, promote you. That is when problem happens. By the way, Hindus from my area, they have beef.
Hey, Tobias, you're here. What's up, Tobias? How you doing? That was an epic night last night. Holy shit.
That went on for quite a shit. I left. I don't know how much longer you guys went on for. But when did the room close?
It didn't close until like 4 o'clock today or something.
Absolutely.
Tobias, I have a question. Actually,
Yeah, as long as raising AJ, I've always felt that I know that most Indians are like good, hardworking people, and they're shaped by their sort of culture and faith that actually value respect and tolerance in their community. And Hinduism, which is obviously the majority religion, teaches good principles, very much connected to like non-violence and harmony. The country's challenges are obviously made worse by many decades of aggression and terrorism from Pakistan, but the people continue to live and work and build. So I think earlier the comments about India as being a shithole, I think actually that kind of ignores the reality of who people actually are and what they stand for.
Well, I'm not saying that the people are shithole.
No, I'm not responding to you, Simon. I was responding to.
Because I directly said India was a shithole.
Was that you? All right.
So I mean, like again, but like that doesn't exclude. Like I would say, like Nigeria is also a shithole country, but like Nigerian people are extremely hardworking. So it's not to discount. Like the actual people themselves.
Yeah, it was. Because you weren't the only one that said that. It was also that lady, that Muslim lady earlier, where she said it in a way that was directly not for the reasons that you said it. That's what I was mainly referring to.
I lived in India. I loved India. I don't know. I had a great time when I was there, so I don't think it's a shithole country. But so Tobias, my question for you is, what do you think about all of the protests going on today in like every city in the UK? Do you think it's gonna work? Do you think people are done with it?
What are the protests
going on? They're migrant protests essentially, all over the country. Small towns, big towns, cities. Yeah, I was kind of watching the news earlier, and they were like kind of going to all the different cities, kind of like interviewing people, and it's like so it's in at least 40 towns and cities, but I think there's a lot more going on because I saw them in my town too when I was in town. It was smaller though, but yeah. What are your thoughts on this? Because it's getting pretty crazy here.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy all day. I read a little bit about it. It does seem a bit crazy, man. I need to kind of read up what's going on. I kind of have a gist of what's happening, or can you enlighten me if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah, it's specifically to do with the hotel, the migrant hotels, and they're like protesting at the hotels in all of these different cities. So it's like specifically towards, I don't know if people know what's going on, but in the UK right now, there's something like 250 hotels across the country, all over the place now, where they have been taking these illegal migrants and housing them in there. And the Labour government has been telling everyone that it's mostly women and children, when in fact, like, there's even, they're saying that it's like 75% men. And we've been having a lot of issues with them. There have been like a lot of underage girls that have been raped by these guys. Women are getting sexually assaulted. These guys are not coming from the best places. Maybe what Simon would consider a shit.
Coming, and the government is not unable to stop it, despite the PM saying that we'll be deporting them. And as soon as they land, even those who are playing silently are being arrested by the police. Whereas the Islamists, they are taking out big processions, blocking the road.
Yeah, so AJ, they're putting them in little towns. AJ, they're putting them in little towns that, like, some of them are even outnumbering the actual, like, main population of the town. And there's a bunch of these hotels that are actually, like, right next to schools as well, like, just, like, public children's schools. And the other side of the outrage that's happening is the fact that we are paying something like $50 billion a year to house these people. Very unsafe. So it's like, yeah. So that's sort of the issue at hand right now, and that's why it's kind of boiling over.
Yeah, I'm just reading about it. Because obviously the government has been ignoring immigration concerns for so many years now.
Yes, the Brits themselves individuals are sleeping rough. Pensioners are being evicted also, in some cases. The entire life, paid the taxes, paid their bills, doing everything as required by a good citizen. And they are being thrown out on the road. I don't know what's happening. If you're good, you'll suffer like hell, isn't it? I'm seeing young women on the road, homeless women. Such a sad situation, and they are thrown to this roads. Anything can happen to them.
Yeah, I mean, one other big thing that happened that has is the fact that there was like a government-funded veteran housing estate that they kicked all of the veterans living there out to rehome migrants, like boat people, which is pretty outrageous as well. It's like they care so much about those people that they're willing to like throw their own people under the bus day in and day out, and allow children to get raped, allow women to get raped, allow weird fucking things to happen. Like, I don't know if anybody saw the viral video that happened yesterday in London, where like a guy literally just like clearly like a boat guy just pulled his dick out in the middle of the subway in front of kids, and like I think like 6 guys just joined in and like beat him up and did a citizen's arrest on him. It's like a super viral video that literally just came out.
I mean, you gotta look at it from. Can't you see it from the perspective of the Muslim man who's 28 or 32, living in a hotel in a foreign country that he's never lived in before? He just came out of a war-torn place, and he's angry. He's not feeling that great about his situation in life, so he might take risks and opportunities that violate the law and are antisocial behavior and are destructive. I'm just saying, what is the perspective and the attitude of the migrant living in the hotel in a major Western city?
So I could kind of disprove your point. So actually, the majority are not coming from war-torn countries. They're actually coming from countries where there's no war going on currently, and they're being called for essentially economic migrants. So it's not, they're not coming, they're coming here to get free money, essentially. Because, I'm all for saving refugees, getting people out of war-torn countries. If people are unsafe, I would say that the UK, now that it's the rape capital of Europe, I would start to say that women and children should probably start migrating out of this country. You go to a safe country. But a huge portion of these guys are not coming from war-torn countries. They're coming as economic migrants because the government is giving them money, giving them free housing, giving them a cell phone, they get a weekly allowance, and most of them are ending up with permanent residency in the country.
How many of them are sent back?
Almost none. Almost none.
What's the process? How long do they wait before a decision is made?
Well, there's so many people that have come into the country, the courts are backed up by about 2 to 3 years. So it takes about 2 to 3 years now to find out if they can stay. I think something like 85-90% stay, and they get permanent residency. And at that point, if just say they do something like rape a child, at that point, they can just rip up their other passport and say, well, I don't have that passport anymore, so you can't deport me from this country. And the other thing that's outraging people is the really lenient sentences that are happening to these people for like raping an underage girl, because they have these lawyers, these NGO lawyers, that are saying they didn't know that it was wrong.
And on what basis does the government grant them permission to stay? What do they look at in order to decide whether or not they can stay? Is it their behavior, or what is it?
Well, to be completely honest, based on what's been going on here, I would would say that they don't even look at anything. I mean, there's here that have like rape charges, for example, or murder charges in their previous country, and they're not checking them. So there's all these people hid an entire Afghani refugee program from the public, and without us knowing, he put a complete media block on it. And it's turning out that a lot of these Afghanis just applied for the program that did not work with the UK Army or the US Army, and weren't working as interpreters. And they're actually, now we found out that some of them are also ISIS terrorists. So it's like, it's a complete shit show over here. Like, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen such a massive breakdown in standings.
It's almost like the governments want to demoralize the people and cause chaos. I wonder why they'd want to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you do realize the only way to rule Clown House or, Clown World is to destroy Clown World, or,
Asked whether they can say the Islamic prayer, and when they were in doubt, in order to confirm, they pulled out their pants and checked whether the company women was in a state of distress and said, kill us also. They didn't kill them because they wanted to leave people so they'll be in a state of trauma. And everybody, Hindus and one Christian also was killed. So this is the religious hatred. We don't, there is no other problem other than religious hatred. I would like to inform the room that there is an Islamic prophecy that says that they will conquer India. It's called Ghazwa Hind. You can just type on YouTube Ghazwa Hind, and you'll find hundreds of videos that prophesizes this. They're already ready for this, and there are people asking, when we conquer India, what will happen to all the Hindu women, whether we'll marry or whether we'll keep them as sex slaves? This is the kind of idiotic question that they are asking the clerics. See the kind of indoctrination and the kind of hatred that they have against others. And even the children are so indoctrinated that a video came up, we'll be celebrating our next holidays in New Delhi or in Mumbai or in some other city. You know what that implies? That implies that Pakistan will conquer India and they'll either convert or kill all Indians. And even celebrities, that's another, we love the Pakistani cricketers when cricket happens. So even prominent Pakistani cricketers whom we have helped, many times, they were talking about this. They are saying that rivers of blood will flow, which means only one thing, that again the Hindus will be slaughtered like Pakistanis. They believe in this. So it's not Islamophobia or any bullshit. Islamofascist. And they will do it, whether you like it or not, whether you are friendly or not, whether you do anything for them. They think that is your country is the ruler. They will invade it.
From a Western perspective, importing high testosterone young men that are polygamists and militant in nature because of religious and, theocratic programming, it's not desirable because it causes more conflict and more concern and more work on behalf of the new host country. It's like bringing fleas or parasites, into
Of course, they're very no, but I just think that they were a little bit small, maybe, but it's okay.
And I want you to hit that nail on the head there, John. Not quite there, bro. I can see what you're saying. I just wish you were there.
Well, a lot of people, the way they deal with bed bugs they just throw the whole mattress out, and then they got to do a full sterilization of the room. I mean, you can't leave one little critter left, otherwise they can remultiply. And you got a whole nother infestation, and you got to throw out that mattress again. It's a lot of work dealing with bed bugs.
Are we the bed bugs?
Well, sometimes you don't know if you're the parasite, and sometimes you don't know if you're the host. But, intelligence is being able to determine whether or not you are the parasite or you are the host.
So, what if we are able to realize we might be the parasite? Are we still intelligent?
I don't know, if you describe yourself as a parasite, would you describe yourself as being intelligent?
I'm not saying that. Maybe sometimes we all can be a parasite, right?
I don't think that's the question. I think the question is ethics. It's what is right, what is wrong, and that should be the guidance when you speak. So if we don't have any guidance, we can talk shit about everyone, we can start a genocide or anything. I just think that we should have our manners in place, that's it.
Agreed, but when your government and your local elected official imports thousands of Muslims into your backyard without even telling you, there's grounds to be a little upset with your elected so-called democratic leaders that are destroying your future.
That is accurate. That's accurate. Yeah, sure.
I have sent you a website. It's called thereligionofpeace.com. It's a very informative website. They update the daily attacks or incidents that happen around the world. It also gives the statistics on what is happening around in the world in a month. It has also some interesting things running like Ramadan, Bombadan. During Ramadan, the number of kills that Muslims make is given as statistics.
Hinduism. Now that's religion of peace. There we go. The guy who killed Gandhi was a Hindu. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Often.
I said Hinduism. That's the religion of peace, right? It's the guy who killed Gandhi, he was a Hindu.
You're saying that the guy who killed Gandhi was a Hindu?
Yeah, he was. That's what I've been reading. He was a Hindu.
Yes, of course, he was a Hindu. Gandhi said to these women, learn how to get killed. If the Muslims want to rape you, just let them rape you. He was also responsible for another genocide in 1921, when the Muslims almost wiped out the Hindu population in southern state of Kerala. And all, including Annie Besant, was criticizing him. So he was basically appeasing the Muslims. He allowed them to massacre the Hindus on more than 2 occasions. He considered the creation of Pakistan and Bangladesh. He also sat on a protest to give Pakistan 50 crore rupees. Okay, you know what Pakistan did? They took the money and bought ammunition and raided India.
Can we talk about Israel and the problem Israel has? I mean the problem the Muslims have with Israel instead of other countries, please?
Sure, but it should be
Well, he's saying some interesting things about the Mahatma Ji I've never heard before, and I gotta say it's a little alarming.
Yes, it's alarming because even I was not aware of it. And only when I grew up and people started saying, I opposed them. I said nothing like that happened. But when I read history, and when I had gone through the accounts of those who were privy to it, I have a different view. Maybe, yes.
I was just gonna ask if one of the mods can reset the room and we can start this party.
So it should not just concentrate on Israel because people will think that this is happening only in Israel and you are to be blamed. When you show them that it is happening all around the world, that only then will people realize that this is a global problem and this ideology is a problem. Otherwise, they think this is just a land dispute.
I agree.
So what is it in Islam that gives them this, I guess, feeling of superiority, or I can do whatever the F I want to do?
This is, when they start off in madrasa, that is the Islamic schools, they are totally brainwashed. They have said everything. Like one of my friend, he did not have any much outside contact with other people. So he was told every day that Islam is the most perfect religion. It is perfect according to science, and there are many scientific facts in the Quran. And this has a certain effect on people. Okay. Then there is a Spartan lifestyle. In this madrasas, you are abused. You have to get up in time. If you don't recite the Quran, you get trashed mercilessly. So it is a Spartan lifestyle. And sometimes even the food is very scarce. You get abused sexually in these madrasas. You can get corporal punishments. You can get severely beaten up. So where do they vent the anger? That is when these imams read Hindus. How do they worship? They worship the cows. All kind of these tropes are fed into their psyche. This act, even if they don't mean it, it will be in the back of their mind. Like a guy was describing an incident wherein this guy has never seen a Jew in his life. This guy has never seen a Jew in his life. Okay, so both this Hindu and this Muslim was traveling on a bus. Suddenly, a foreigner alighted the bus. Boarded the bus, and he said that he is from Israel. While conversing, he is from Israel. And the Hindu guy was describing he has never seen a Jew, and this Muslim friend also has never seen a Jew. But immediately the Muslim got angry. And he is usually a cool person. He was like so angry with this guy whom he has never known. And he wanted to thrash him, but he knew the consequences. That's why he was keeping his cool. I would like to narrate another incident, very funny. Okay. Like 2 years back, a cleric was saying that we should not have fruit juice. Why? Because the juice rhyme with the juice. It is the invention of the juice. Imagine the kind of tropes they are making up and distributing. It's very funny. But at the same time, it is also tragic because there are people who believe it, idiots. They've been conditioned that way. And they have this control mechanism. Everything that you do is controlled. If you don't go to mosque, people will notice and they will ask you, did you come to mosque? He cannot lie because there will be others who will corroborate the story. And if you don't come, he'll be like ostracized and people will like physically assault them if they don't come to mosque for a long period of time.
Did Muhammad decide to call Islam I-Slam because they want to slam all religions and slam all other ideologies? Is that the basis for the Muslimic, or the Mohammedans is I-Slam?
No, can I play a video? I got a video I could play. The mods don't mind.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I'll read the context 1 second.
I mind.
You mind?
Yeah.
Who's that? Yeah, you're not a mod. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a mod. so I can play this video?
Mute Scott.
There's a video. Okay, 1 second.
What's the video, baby? What is
I'm playing it. I'm playing it. 1 sec.
But what is it before you play it?
Muslims living with Hindus. Problem. Muslims living with Baha'is. Problem. Muslims living with Shintos. Problem. Muslims living with Buddhists. Problem. Muslims living with Christians. Problem. Muslims living with Muslims. Very big.
I don't think it's helpful, baby. Thank you, though. It's not banging on a religion. It's stating the facts. And then the video wasn't even finished.
Right? I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah.
Okay. If you listen to the full context of the video, they leave their country to go to another country, and then because they didn't like the country they left, and then they turn that country into the country that they left. It's like a woman that getting plastic surgery all the fucking time. You can't keep her happy, even can't even make her happy.
You know, when Pakistan was divided, the man responsible for partition was Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He was a Shia. Okay. Now the Sunnis in Pakistan are calling Shias.
But how did you stand, Norm? You didn't want to slam, but this guy's been slamming Islam for the past 20 minutes that I've been in the room. But you wouldn't let me play the video.
Okay, another sect called Ahmadiyas. They were at the forefront of partition. Now the Sunnis are saying that they are not Muslim. They are being persecuted, while Ahmadis in India are having a peaceful life. You can see during Eid, they are not allowed to sacrifice the animal. Their minarets are broken down. Their places of worship will be bombed. Yeah, Muslims are safer in India than in Pakistan because you don't know who is going to come and place a bomb in Pakistan. Most Shia bombs the Sunnis, Sunnis bomb the Shia, both bombs the Ahmadis. Well, Scotty has put up another room which says the Zionist can't be reasonable or have a debate. And there is no one in the room except Scotty.
Oh, there's another live going on, is there? Mr. AJ? Let me check.
You know, I have one. I started an Islamic, Mohammedan, Muslim nonprofit so I could help spread the joy of Quran to more Muslims and more potential Muslims. I figure get ahead of the curve before they control the marketplace.
Okay, now can I play the video? Tobias? Ruben chick?
He's asking that.
It's BB.
Yeah, you can play. BB, play whatever you want, man.
I'll allow it.
Okay, and then
I'll moderate you too, BB. One sec.
Thanks, and then I'm gonna read the context after because it's pretty interesting. But yeah, 1 second, guys. Thanks. Because I think it's important.
Problem. Muslims living with Hindus. Problem. Muslims living with Baha'is. Problem. Muslims living with Shintos. Problem. Muslims living with Buddhists. Problem. Muslims living with Christians. Problem. Muslims living with Muslims. Very big problem. So this led to they're not happy in Gaza. They're not happy in Egypt. They're not happy in Libya. They're not happy in Iran. They're not happy in Iraq. They're not happy in Yemen. They're not happy in Pakistan. They're not happy in Denmark. They're happy in the USA and Canada. They're happy in Norway and India. They're very happy in England. Loads of welfare benefits. They're happy in almost every country that is not Islamic. And who do they blame? Not Islam. Not their leadership. Not themselves.
So
when you read the it says, for those not following the logic of this video, Muslims flee their own countries to objectively better countries than the only one they fled with, the goal of turning the new country into the one that they no logic, but it's their religion that tells them Islam is to take over the entire world and enter every house. Many other migrants flee countries that are not Muslim, but the difference is that they assimilate into the countries by respecting its laws, but becoming more like the people in it, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, but they do not have an end goal of turning it into the place they came from. That would make zero sense.
Well, you can't put the blame necessarily on the people that want to make their new host country like their former bad host country, because it's really the leaders of the Western countries that are letting them in to begin with. Those are the most guilty, in my opinion, of all, of this whole dynamic. It's the people in the West that are letting these Muslims in.
I agree. And why do you think that is? And you're a very intelligent guy. Do you think they're doing it because of votes?
I think it's clown world. It's a wokeism, and they are trying to malign and destroy their own country in order to essentially maintain power, which you could say is votes.
No, they're doing it not just for votes. They're doing it because these people come and work the jobs that you would not work.
But they're not. But they're not. Like in Canada and the United States, if you see it, they're coming here because they're making more money. Like in Canada, they're making more money than somebody who's worked here for 35 to 40 years, getting a retirement pension and benefits and old age. They're making more. So my mother tomorrow, even though she came as an immigrant, worked her whole life here, worked for 50 years. I think she makes $1,100 a month, retired. If she goes tomorrow, throws away her passport, starts speaking different language, she would quadruple that amount. How the fuck is that right and normal? I want to know the actual stats on how much migrants, like what's the ratio, how much they're taking off of the system as opposed to the people that actually built this country. I would agree with your statement if it was 20 years ago. They come here, they work. No, they come to Western countries and into Europe and take the benefits of it.
Native populations. In the U.S., average American family is like 1.69 kids per woman. It can be anywhere from 3, depending on where you are, 3 to 5. When you're getting all these benefits and you're getting housing allowances and other things, it's easier to have kids.
Okay,
there's a built-in incentive to have children. Like they're taught, more kids equals, a better future and quicker path to taking over.
Absolutely. Big anecdote. I was in a cab in the U.S. and the guy who was driving me was originally Palestinian, right? Who lived in Egypt. He was telling me, I just happened to ask him, like, what do you do? He's like, I have a business, my son's run it, it's a mechanic shop, garage. And he's like, I have a good business. I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, yeah, I have 5 kids in America, 5 sons. All of them are supporting me in the business. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of children. Oh, he's like, that's nothing. He's like, that's nothing. My cousin who lives in the West Bank has 100 and 100.
There's nothing to aspire to. But like, when you're living a somewhat decent life in like a Western country, like you don't want that many kids simply because like your standards of living would be drastically.
Well, why not? If the government's giving you benefits to pay and you're living better than somebody who's worked there their whole life. But the problem I see with it, the problem I see is I don't think it's the problem of having 15 kids. I think the problem is when you're in that country receiving the benefits of the 15 kids and then you burn a flag of the country that's giving you the benefits. I think that's where the big I wake up and I know
the median age for Muslim Americans. The median age for Muslim Americans is 34, compared to, depending on what sector you're looking at, anywhere from 39 to 48. So they are significantly younger. So you say 34. Actually, the best way to compare, best two numbers to compare is 34 to 48 median age.
And did you hear the story from Texas where in Dallas they bought like 400 acres of land, wanting to get
that got shut down.
That got shut down, I know, because it got shut down.
Yeah.
Why? Yes, so they were trying to create a small little Islamic piece of land within Texas where Muslims will mosque and mostly Muslims will get housing in that community. And they were trying to create a small little Sharia law, in Texas.
So the way they got around doing that, and I don't know how, I have to look into it, I don't know how Governor Abbott shut it down because it's a local land use issue, but he claims to have shut it down. But the way they got it, you can't just sell property to Muslim Americans, to Jews or anybody. A, you probably don't want to be surrounded by all of that, and B, you don't want to be supporting that financially. So it's, it's.
I think the problem is, I think 90% or 99% of the room wouldn't care. They don't have a problem with any religion as long as the religion is not impeding on your life. Or I don't see many other religions where they leave the country that they're in, go to another country and try and rule the whole country and make everybody their religion, and don't want to contribute to society and want to make their own society. I think that's where the big problem is. And I think the elephant in the room is who we all see. So that's where the big problem comes in.
Look at Syria and the Islamists in Syria. They're throwing Druze off of cliffs that they just murdered. I mean, it's a murder. You do submit to Sharia.
Yeah, and where's the outcry? Where's the rooms? Where's the Clubhouse rooms? Where's the Twitter Spaces? Where's the Instagram? Where's all these rooms? Where's these protests about what's going on in places like Syria?
Amir's room, and he says, I don't talk bad about Hamas. He says, that's not my job. I don't talk bad about Hamas. So you have, and he will call people kuffars, and listen, if you're an Islamist and a Muslim, you gotta stay.
On the extreme spectrum, there are jihadists like Al Qaeda and stuff. On the other side of the spectrum, there are people like the mayor from London, the house will kill you, some don't. That's it. Education does not matter. Nothing matters.
Do you remember when that Sinbad or Sinbar guy got killed, the leader of Hamas? He got killed. Well, I just sent a picture of that dude to Amir because he didn't believe that it was actually him. So I sent him an actual picture. He blocked me permanently from his room. It's like he's definitely a Hamas sympathizer, just saying to Amir.
Not just a sympathizer, he is a potential terrorist and a terrorist promoter.
I agree. Absolutely a promoter.
Remember when ISIS was doing their thing, also running to join and be married to them and this and that, and it was like, what the fuck? This is more of a passive aggressive way of what they're doing now.
Just as bad as our schools were grooming us for college. I mean, where the fuck are the rumors from? Yes, Adamir, yes.
See, if you're a leader and all you do is stir the pot of hate, you're not a leader. You're actually a leech, a parasite, a turd.
Talk about Islam because we're bashing. No, you're not bashing. If somebody's robbing a bank, no, but listen, that's the problem. People are afraid, right? Doing a bad fucking thing. Somebody needs to talk about you. And there needs to be more and more people talking about it without the fear of being called Islamophobic.
See, Sabina will say there's a difference between Islamophobes and Islamahate. See, Islamophobia suggests that you are fearful of something that you are unaware of, meaning that you haven't really truly learned that Islam is a religion of peace and harmony and balance and stability. So you're accused of being fearful about something you don't know anything about. And when you attack Islam, you're called an Islamic hater. So this is all just political reverse psychology, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And you should be concerned not just about the religious aspects, but you should be more concerned about the political ambitions. It's a political movement primarily and deals very little with spirit. It's a political movement to control you, to usurp your rights, your constitutional God-given liberties, with a new set of rules, which is the in a brilliant new flash of political ideology.
Wow, that was amazing. Garbage philosophy. It's a primitive philosophy. It worships death and it's not compatible with Western values. Fuck it.
Agreed. See, if they were more intelligent, they would actually be reading poetry and doing taqiyya by giving you maybe the fruits of Islamic scholars like Rumi, and because that is a great book. But again, that deals with psychology. That, to me, I've read Rumi many times. It's the only intelligent thing I've ever read that has come out of the Islamic world, and it was Persian. It was not, Arabian.
Can't wait until everybody is starting to all come together to see focus. I just can't wait. Look forward to the protests.
You won't see that because in the left and the West, we are totally woke. Wokeism is the herd psychology still. The mind virus hasn't necessarily been broken, and it will take strong leaders and patriotic leaders like Trump and J.D. Vance and other great Americans.
Well, do you think do you guys think that, like realistically? Because I think you may be onto something, but I don't know. They don't dangle babies out of windows. They throw them out fucking windows and throw people off rooftops and murder and throw people off rooftops and murder.
Well, look, he actually gave up a lot of his own people to appease Muslims and allowed them to get murdered and said, learn to love how to get murdered. Like that. So there's a dark side to history with regards to, this glorious revolution and liberation of neocolonialism or colonialism. So, you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Sleep naked with young teenage girls too, bro.
Well, he was just trying to boost his chakras, All great leaders need to keep their chakras boosted.
Yeah. But how many of us how are people not shaking their fucking head?
Because, from the TikTok, Instagram, YouTube consumers of the West, when they see something happening in a third world, they just go, oh, that's just third world customs, not my problem. But literally down the street and in every major U.S. city, they're building mosques at an unprecedented rate.
That's a culture.
I mean, Jewish restaurants in Chicago get torn down and they build mosques. It's happening all over, and the Saudis fund a lot of this. There's a lot of Islam exists, and meanwhile, we're importing it into our own major cities and even rural towns. It's an invasion, and Trump is just the man to stop it, and he is stopping a lot of this Muslim migration.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the man because he just took a $250 million Qatari plane. You know why he took that plane? And why did Qatar leave it to him? Do you have any idea?
Well, see, he's a smart guy. You don't kick a gift horse in the mouth. If somebody says, hey, here's a $250 million toy, and people criticize. But go ahead, Shiva. Why?
I mean, the biggest sponsor of terrorism in the world is Qatar. Nobody comes close. Iran doesn't come close to Qatar. The Qataris are the only people who sponsor both Shia and Sunni terrorist jihadi groups. Okay? And the Qataris have a huge American base protecting them. The leadership of Qatar is being protected by the American military. Can you imagine what we're doing there? And to take a gift from them for $250 million, that means I'm making peace with you. I'm not going to touch you guys. Keep doing what you're doing, and as long as you do business with me, we'll get along. That's it. So I wouldn't give too much of a
Well, why do you even think that gift was like a sincere gift? Because there's a lot of liabilities with maintaining a plane. It's like here's a toy that we don't even want to take care of anymore because we'd rather upgrade to the new model. It's like it's basically a bullshit gift.
What if it's hacked? That Trump goes on it one day and they fucking control it and fly it into a fucking building.
Well,
I'm sure the Air Force will strip it down and they will do all the checks necessary. But the point is, why are we taking it? They will give it, no problem. They have lots of money. Qatar has a lot of money, right, lying around. They will give it. But why are we taking it?
I think the principle is don't kick a gift horse in the mouth. You know, we'll take anything you want to give us for free. I mean, we're sick of spending money. You know, how about you give us something? You know, the point is, it's a fucking insincere gift. It's a stupid gift. But the fact that the media blows it up and claims that he's violating emoluments and that he's taking a gift, it's his gift, it's going to go to his presidential library. It's like, fuck off. Like, you know, keep your stupid fucking plane. But, you know, the principle is, oh, you want to be nice and give us something? Yeah, sure. I'd love to take your gift. You don't kick a gift horse in the mouth.
You do have a point. I mean, we're tired of paying for everything, dude. Why the fuck not get something like that for free?
So you would take gifts from Al Qaeda?
No, I mean, you make a good point. I mean, I think before they abandoned Afghanistan, they should.
I mean, we did make them an actual legitimate military, you know, but.
Just issued a SPAC, which is basically a blank check IPO, I think for $100 million, so they can make an acquisition. It must be nice to go to the market and be like, hey, we want to start a business. We don't know what business it's going to be yet, but if you could maybe lend $100 million, we would love to take that money and buy up somebody else's business. Or just gamble that money in, you know, cryptocurrency.
So yeah, I voted for Trump, don't get me wrong, but I don't know where this is going.
I know SPACs aren't new. There's nothing new about a SPAC. But yeah, I mean, Islam is not the religion of peace. I have the glorious Quran, and, you know, I've tried to read it a few times, and it's very difficult to read because it's so boring, and it's, you know, you can tell that it's not written by some kind of college academic, you know, scientist or philosopher. It's really definitely written from the desert, you know. But I have heard in some circles that at the time, the Jews were actually happy that Islam emerged out of nowhere because it was a political movement that was used to fight Christians, and many Jews felt that they were persecuted by Christians. So now there was this third party which was waging war against Christians and Christian things, and, you know, Jews were supposedly, you know, happy that there was this new force fighting their own persecutors. So, but now in 2025, I think, you know, that type of opinion, you know, is irrelevant. You know, Islam is so devious because it mixes law, politics, and religion into one with no differentiation. I mean, the beautiful thing about America is we have separation of church and
The title is fucking amazing.
So who is the supposed Jewish ghost that wrote the glorious Quran?
I'm wondering if they did that, if they, like, you know, some Jewish guy's like, I'll do it, and he just cosplayed as a Muslim. And he's like, let me make it boring.
Oh, he's now it's a Jewish psyop.
Yeah, and violent. You know what I mean? People. So do people like violence? Is that what's going on? Is that why it's being flocked towards? Because, like, people need violence, or they call that a little excitement, but then they change it and call it passion.
Well, it's because they justify it. I mean, this is like the problem with the the Muslim world is that, you know, like when they hear like you know, the resistance against the West and blah blah blah, like they actually sanction it. Like and it's like to whatever degree like necessary. Oh, Hamas are killing Jews, or 9/11 goes down, and like these people cheered on.
Yeah, but isn't there some Arab Muslim countries right now that are totally against Hamas, and people are ignoring them and saying that they're not Muslim countries now because they feel that they're traitors?
Who's this?
I don't know. Isn't Saudi, Qatar saying to Hamas, release the fucking hostages already?
Does that mean that they're against Hamas?
Well, you have France, Canada, that are saying to Israel, like, we want to shit on you and we want to recognize Palestine as a state. So you have countries that aren't Muslim countries that aren't talking, saying Hamas, release the hostages, but you have Muslim countries. Okay, that's honest. That's like dumb. So Canada, France, like country.
What ends up happening? Yeah, go ahead. Roger, let's talk about causation as to why this happened. You know, we had a refinance culture and a lending culture that, you know, a certain generation participated in, to taking out millions of dollars out of their equity to send their kids to, you know, study women's studies at, you know, Cal State Berkeley. So I mean, this same generation is a direct cause of the same pattern of frivolous financing that the generation that they're complaining about engaged in.
Yeah, the good old-fashioned HELOC. You don't see those anymore.
Is that like a wrestling move?
No, the HELOC, it's a home equity line of credit where people would take the value of their home and they would borrow against it.
Using your home as an ATM.
Yes, and then essentially never paying your home off. You could. I remember people buying houses in Modesto where they move out of the Bay Area. They'd go to Modesto, they'd buy a very inexpensive home, and then the value of the home would go up moderately. It wouldn't go up like the 12% per year that the Bay Area would, but let's say it goes up like, I don't know, 7-8% per year. And then to Adam's point, let's say they have like an event like, oh, Johnny's got to go to college. And they're like, where do I get college money? And then they look at their home and they say, oh, I can borrow against that. And so then they borrow like, you know, against the value of the home. And all, they're not very good at math. I mean, yes, it's a source of income. And if you wanted to use it, you could. And I think you should be able to. I don't think it should be hard to get a home equity line of credit, and now it is. But it's not a wise move, because the whole point of property ownership versus rental is to be able to have this asset. And now you could use that asset to pay for the education if that's what you wanted to do. It's just a really fucking bad idea, because basically what you're doing is you're helping a kid get a degree that they're probably not going to go into the field of anyways. It's like 80-something% of college graduates don't go into the field that they studied in. So you mortgaged your fucking house for nothing.
Like, not even just that, Mojo, but like the same generation raised a culture to where loans, you know, lent are otherwise forgiven. So a lot of these kids have not produced a positive return on their parents' investments. They're not taking their parents in, okay, when their parents are getting sick. They're not, you know, showing up and mitigating certain costs of their said parents aging in place. They have just taken, and have given nothing back in return. So to your point, when you actually, you know, take out a home equity line of credit, and you're paying interest on that, by the way, and then your snot-nosed kid is only taking and not giving anything back, I mean, that's a really shitty investment. I mean, wouldn't you say, Mojo?
I would say it's a terrible investment. And you also got to link to the title of the room: small government, big government, no government. When you look at the cost of an education, it's directly caused at this point in time because of the involvement of the government backing loans. When the government got into the business of backing loans, the lender said, okay, I don't have to worry about credit worthiness because the taxpayer is going to back it up. So anybody that comes and applies, they can give them the loan that they want.
students are like, hell yeah, they got a bunch of fucking money that they were given from the taxpayers. Tuition is going up, and so if you want to fix the price of an education in the United States, you got to get the federal government out of it. And if you think that's bad, wait until they do the same exact thing with medicine.
Yeah, I remember like when lately with the Trump thing with not just Columbia but other universities, and realizing like not just the endowments. Everyone knows like Harvard has like several $1 billion endowment. Like this is just money sitting in the bank. It's like the amount of staffing they have versus students, and like how much they charge per year, and a huge portion of it, or some portion of it, whatever portion it is. So like what's the incentive for
The poll results, 77% prefer small government, 16% support no government. I call that the spirit of Bima is still with us. And then 8% prefer big government. I'd love to hear from the big government people. Like, what do they mean? Like, why do they prefer a big government? Like, why is that a benefit? Love to hear that.
Well, it doesn't always come down to the belief that this fiat currency bubble supply system is infinite, and therefore we're just mean and nasty people who want to be fiscally prudent, that there's enough to go around, and it's all artificial control.
Well, I think those are the people that have bought into a particular lie, but I also think that there's plenty of people that are just stupid.
I would say the no government are the people that I question and look sideways at, because if you have no government, who's going to protect you? Like, I want you to think of this. I promise you, like, there is no rules, and we just had, like, whatever goes, whatever you can determine, and, we're going to call it the frontier, when the frontier was there. It didn't work out for no government on the frontier. I do recall in history that it never worked out well for them. So, you're going to have someone like me who will have no problem conquering you. I'm not that kind of nice guy. I may have, I'll just take your stuff and leave you for dead. I may decide a whole different type of government. I'll make sure you're in a government. It'll just be one of my choosing. And you'll end up facing the consequences. And so people don't realize, like, government protects you from wildfires. What are you going to do? You set up this settlement, you magically think everything's going to be a utopia. You're not going to have, like, a government entity come in and save you. You're not going to have rescuers come in. How about your heating supply, your electrical supply? Government there, like, you need those things. You need an infrastructure. You need railroads. You need grocery stores. You need all that. The private market may or may not take care of it, but if there's no government, private markets private companies aren't going to build to the extent that they're going to, because there's no protection for them. They also require protection. They need to make sure that they're not going to be robbed. They need to make sure that they can safely set up shop in an area. Then they're not going to have to shell out massive amounts of money just to repair things that are damaged, because there you go. And if they don't have electrical grids already installed, they're not going to set up shop there. They're not going to build. So it's always confusing to me when I hear the no government people, like the Beamas, and they just think that somehow or another everybody is just going to go kumbaya, pick fruits in the orchard, and then they'll just share the peaches they got while sitting there, standing naked in the sun all day, and nothing will happen. About mass protocols for disease elimination, like your mosquitoes that carry a shit ton of diseases, that the U.S. and with a multitude of other state governments try to keep those at bay, because you guys can't figure out how to get standing water out of your backyards. These are things that people don't think of when they think of government. I would love for one day for us to do a room where we just play the debate that I had with Bima about anarchy, and just listen to her explain of them. And her answer to that was the people. The people will have control. And when you ask, well, what people? She just said, well, whoever. And it's the people could just have them. And you ask her, okay, well, don't you think that the people that have
happen currently, like these things. And she said that it would be up to all the individuals to decide how they would want to use them. I mean, like when you start asking the real question and listen to the stream, I'll go find it myself and I'll pin it to the top. It's very interesting when she was asked the tyrannical, where we have $37 trillion in debt. $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and there's another tax on the people. So I think that the biggest challenge is how do you keep a government small? And Bima's answer would be, if government is to expand and to want more power over the people, how do you control that? How do you limit their power? We have documents in this country that if we followed them would do that, but every president that we've had likes to ignore the Constitution, including the one that we have in office today that doesn't have a very good understanding of the Constitution.
I agree with your premise on that, but like it depends on what you mean by small government. Like I'll say I want small power controls in the government. I want Congress to actually not be effective and take back their role and retract some of the powers that have been afforded to the presidents throughout years. I think that's a good start. There are certain areas. But if you're talking to me about like, hey, should the government have a small role? Okay, in the energy sector, taxes could probably be able to do what they want to in terms of that. But some of those government subsidies that we pay tax dollars, they go to make sure that pipelines aren't just controlled by one entity, that they can be universally used and energy gets out there. Niagara Falls, a natural resource, powers the entire northern seaboard, northeast seaboard into Canada. That's a huge energy grid that's shipped in Hoover Dam, another one. These are essential projects that without government support and spending in those areas, you wouldn't have it. And I think when a lot of people say no government or I want to go back to the original, they're not thinking very well of how much like your state of well-being is actually dependent on the government. Many of you, 99% of you, would not survive. And you guys walk over toilet paper in Walmart. You are not built for having to be accountable and buying and do resources on your own. So shit at Walmart across the country. You've got energy grids. You guys seem to run AC and heat. You have pools and all of this shit. I mean, you're not suffering in that front. There's no one that can't have a home across the country if they want one. I mean, you're going to find a place to live in. So you've got shelter, and you don't have to do that. Many of that is due to a lot of government backing. So it just depends, Roger, where we're going with small government. We can pick up certain things, and I agree, the $1 trillion is a bit much to have that much debt up there, but I think it's a lot more nuanced versus big, small, or no government, and then the people cheering no government. We should never listen to them. Never.
Well, I agree that people are going to have different ideas of the reach that government has into our lives. I think that when I look at both sides of the political spectrum, even if you have something as simple as the First Amendment, right? You have people that want the government, they're calling on the government to ban books. It happens on the left and on the right. And I find it weird because when the left was banning certain books, the right was like freedom of speech. Now the right wants to ban certain books, and the left is saying, hey, freedom of speech. What I'm realizing is that we don't have a lot of free speech zealots. We just have people that they have preferred speech, and they want the government to protect that. If they find speech that they deem detestable, they absolutely want the government to ban it. And so I don't know how we solve this problem other than to recognize that like people having the right to freedom of speech, that means that they're going to have the right to say things that we don't like, consume materials that we don't like, and that's what it means to support free speech, is to keep the government out of that, putting their hand on the scale. Lou says the richest 1% owned more wealth than the bottom 99% combined. It points to the Gilded Age with extreme wealth inequality. I don't care about wealth inequality. In fact, I think that when we see wealth inequality and income inequality, it's a sign of a good economy.
where there's not a lot of wealth. And so, I'm pro wealth disparity. And by the way, this idea that the richest 1% own more wealth than the 99 combined, I'd like to see a source on that. I don't buy that. A lot of people will take this information into present day. They'll say, oh, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. It's not really true. The poor have gotten richer, and actually now the poor have a free. I'm definitely in the camp of instead of eat the rich, I want to eat the poor. I don't know why people of all federal income tax. It's time we change that. No free rides. The poor need to pay higher taxes.
Well, the way it's set up, when a low-income taxpayer files, he's actually just getting a refund check or a credit from the government, or basically a wealth redistribution or a borrow and a spend from the government. So you are required to annually file, but a lot of these people also don't even file. I would say 20% of the population doesn't even file a tax return. So it's to your benefit to file if you're super low income, because you're just going to get the annual refund from the government. So the system itself is fucked up.
Correct. This idea that the rich are the problem is, I'll never understand it. I would say that we need to start having more straight talk, that the rich should be held up in a higher regard, and the poor, they're the ones that need to be shamed into paying their fair share. And I think it's high time that the poor dig into their pockets and pay their fair share.
Well, so let me ask you a question. Do you believe that instead of giving people a child tax credit, sorry for the parents in the room, but do you feel that instead of giving a credit, they should be charged more in taxes? Because if you look at the likelihood of that said child coming into this world being a beneficiary of the government, shouldn't those said parents be charged higher in taxes?
I would go the opposite way. They would just give a tax break for single people that have no children.
Okay, so I was controversial, but then Roger stepped on the gas.
So we've incentivized, if you think about it, we've incentivized the idea of like married with kids, these are going to create tax credits. But the truth of the matter is, the people that get fucked are the people without kids. If you don't have kids and your property taxes are going to fund the school, like, how is that equitable? You don't even have little bastards to go feed down at the fucking schoolhouse. And by going to feed, it's because they don't teach them anymore. It's like this whole school lunch program, it's fucking amazing to me that people literally believe that it's the job of the school to feed kids. It's almost as if parents don't have any responsibilities. I don't even recognize the world we live in today. It's weird.
It's crazy to me, Roger. I remember, when I was in middle school, my mom used to send me to school with, a check for the month of, they just added it onto your account, and, you put in your little pin when you went up to the lunch window and you got your food, and, my parents paid for my food. I guess I never questioned, were there people around me that weren't doing the same thing, and, how fair is that to my parents?
You selected big government.
I just wanted to troll.
I would argue that Social Security is big government.
So let me ask you a question, Roger. Do you feel like Social Security at this point plays?
Is it helping them? There's no doubt that if you have someone that's aging in place, if you took that check that they were depending on away, that they would be in a worse state. There's no doubt about that, right? The question is, what would be a better system? And there's far more efficient systems. And maybe if we just got honest about what Social Security is, if we look at the fact that it's dependent on fewer people collecting and more people paying in, right? And then when that breaks, that's when you realize that's when the clarity arises in the fact that people like me that have always said it's a Ponzi scheme. When there was more people paying in, less people taking out, it didn't appear like a Ponzi scheme. But once that triangle is upside down, and all of a sudden you have more people collecting than people putting in, that's when you realize that we're fucked. And so I just wonder why people can be anti-Ponzi scheme in other areas of their life, but when it comes to Social Security, they think that it's perfectly justified.
You know, Mojo, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like there should be an age limit for which somebody should be able to co-sign a student loan?
Honestly, I think co-signers is a dangerous thing too, because if you want to talk about fairness, right? Yes, wealthy people can co-sign for their kids. They have the credit scores. They have the income requirements. This is where I think that we should deem credit worthiness on an individual basis. And I don't think we should give loans to these little snot-nosed bastards that don't have a means to pay it off. Now, if you wanted to have a deferred payment, that would be one thing. I think the way that I would loan money, if I were structuring it, if it was Bank of Mojo and somebody wanted to borrow for a student loan, what I would say is like, oh, how long are you going to be in school? They'd say, oh, 4 years. I would say, okay, no payments for 4 years, no interest for 4 years. But then I would have a payment plan that on the back end of that, as they're starting their career, they would pay it off.
Well, and see, Roger, you know, for me personally,
Yes, they do.
I saw one of my cousins that had.
They don't exclusively have.
She has a fucking master's degree, and she's a yoga instructor. Meanwhile, at the end of my grandmother's life, part of her Social Security was being garnished because she was a co-signer on her student loan. Don't you think that there should be safeguards to, you know, protect people from ending up in those situations?
No. I think people need to plan for themselves, and where my sympathy for people come in would be, this is the question, like for social safety nets in my mind. What do we do with people that can't work? Not that they don't want to work. If you took an able-bodied person of sound mind, I have no desire to construct a wealth transfer to those people. Maybe there could be skill building workshops so they can better participate in society. But the real question comes down: what if somebody's mentally ill, or what if somebody is physically disabled, and the limits of what they can do and their ability to be able to produce for themselves and sustain themselves? What do we in a civilized society do with those people? Now, there are some people who can help themselves because the alternative would be to turn a blind eye on them, and then all of a sudden we're not human beings. We're like a bird that just throws. I think that we should, if we're going to have a construct around social safety nets, we need to figure out who qualifies for them. We need to force. What do we do with those people? That's the only social safety net that I think is worth discussing. Everything else is a money grab and transferable.
I don't know about that. I think the only safety nets that should be for orphan children and disabled people, whether they be elderly children, you know, and veterans. I just don't believe in any other safety net beyond that.
So what do we do?
It doesn't have to be the government, right? There's charities that do this work.
This is correct. But what do we do with the orphans, right? Because I've thought about this, especially when we're talking about abortion. Like, I can't kill the baby, and but then if you have, like, you know, some absentee father and a mother that, you know, that doesn't have job skills, and the kid's fucked, right? Do you rescue these kids and, like, put them in a chocolate factory and call them Oompa Loompas? Like what do we do with the orphan? I just don't know.
Well, wouldn't it then be at that point, there's a lot of couples right now that are unable to have children for medical reasons. They can adopt them out to those families if they meet certain conditions.
Well, we've made it very difficult to adopt in this country. We've made it very expensive to adopt. And then what we've done is we've got this temporary foster system
where the worst of the worst people look at children and bringing children into their home as this money grab. The foster system, if anybody's familiar with it, it's fucking terrible. It's broken. And then the people that legitimately like desire to have kids and can't have them for whatever reason, or have decided, hey, there's a stockpile down at the shelter of dogs. I don't need to breed dogs. I can go get one from the shelter. I think we should think of human beings as the same way. Like, but nobody wants to make that system easy. If I wanted to go adopt a dog, all I have to do is go down there and pay the adoption fee, and I get the dog. That's it. Like they ask a few questions, right? But you answer it. You know, like do you have other dogs? Yes. Are you allowed to have dogs at your house? Yes. And that's you need to be sure that you're not allowing pedophiles and other weirdos to grab these kids, but we have far too many rules on adoption, and if we're gonna make sure that abortion is illegal, I think that we need to figure out what we're gonna do with these kids. What do you think we should do with them, Adam?
I'm sorry, what?
What do we do with kids? What do we do with the orphans?
Well, I think that, to go through. I feel like if anything that should be subsidized by the government, it should be facilitating people successfully getting through that process when they otherwise have demonstrated that they're able to afford, supporting these children. And I feel like the schematic that's kind of used engaging that affordability. Now, again, I think that every person that, adopts a child should go through a DOJ, Interpol, and, an extensive
anti-abortion. What about the foster care problem? What about all the hurdles for adoption and such? And he's probably just away from his phone, but that response, so it just summed it up. Like, huh? What? Like, oh wait, what? Wait, so again, got a critique on Adams, but it's like, huh? What? Oh, right. So
no, honestly, I'm at work right now.
Hang on. I said it's not against you. It's not against you. It's on the right, where it's like, huh? I'm anti-abortion, but huh? Oh, right. Where are these babies all magically going to be taken care of? Where's the accountability for the fucking abuse that goes on in foster care, the horrors that go on there on the regular, the pedophilia, just the regular abuse, starvation? There doesn't, like, where is that concern from the right, where it's like, oh, no, don't kill any babies, but who's going to magically take care of these babies that are unwanted?
Well, I mean, right off the bat, America hates children. We know this. So, these are very easily fixable situations, and for some reason, there's a reluctance, not even an observation of the Constitution or people having, complaints about, a lack of rights. For some reason, the system continues to remain broken. So, I've come to the conclusion that America hates children. Like, it absolutely does. Like, if you look at the policies that America has laid out to the detriment of children, all the way down to abortion, like, I don't know. I just feel like this country hates children for some reason. It's very disgusting.
So, what if you had to get licensed to have a kid?
Well, if you're talking about, adoption, technically and effectively you are. You have to go through a home study. You have to go through
what about having the
kid?
How about having the kid in the first place? I mean, like, we make sure that somebody knows the rules of the road before we allow them to drive. But, like, you can just have two of the biggest idiots on the planet fucking each other and creating kids. I think part of the issue that we have is that the stupid people do more breeding. And then the smart people are like, well, how am I going to pay for these fucking kids? And then they put these limits on. The reason the Western world, birth rates go down is because people are using, they're not just out there saying, let me have 11 kids. No shade thrown on you, Akima, but having 11 kids in 2025 is
license to have kids, but you want small government. That's kind of.
I'm throwing the question out there of like, why is it that the stupid people want to have so many kids?
Are you calling Hakima stupid?
No, this is not for him in particular, but if you look at countries with high birth rates, it's not exactly the fucking world beater.
Hakima
actually had a this is not shade on Hakima. The fact that I used 11 kids might have felt personal, but it's not. I'm okay, 7 kids. So now we're clearly not talking about Hakima. We're talking about only people with 7 kids.
So if you want to look at like a retirement and support strategy, Hakima got it covered. Not only does he have a lot of kids, but his kids actually do exceptionally well. So, I mean, if you look at 11 kids paying $1,000 a month, for their parent to age in place, I mean, I feel like Akima's probably going to die at one of those places where the Kardashians send their grandparents. Like, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective.
Do you guys worry at all that MAGA Republicans are having kids?
Yes, daily.
It disturbs me that Marjorie Taylor Greene has children, but aside from that, I really don't feel like MAGA is, exceptional and just, being of the utmost concern in them reproducing.
Sorry, well, never mind, I'm not MAGA.
Well, and serendipity, with all due respect, you're not going to get pregnant having sex up against the wall. The semen's going to drip.
I don't know. I had 5. I'm pretty fertile.
Yeah, but you weren't doing the up against the wall back then.
Were any of them conceived standing up?
No, but the last one was definitely conceived upside down.
Well, that would be, consistent with science, according to Roger's theory.
For those of you that didn't catch the reference, you have to show up every day to be able to understand these inside jokes that I will not explain to anybody. They do with if an animal has too many offspring, is there like a social safety net in the animal kingdom where they say, hey, we need to take care of the weak animals? What do they do in the animal kingdom?
Well, I mean, inexperienced moms don't always succeed, and they might lose offspring for different reasons once they're born. But elephants, they will also help care for others' offspring. So I think that it just depends.
You saying it's a jungle out there?
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
There's an African proverb that says, every morning in the Serengeti, a gazelle awakes knowing that it has to be faster than the fastest lion. And that same morning, a lion awakes knowing that it has to be faster than the slowest gazelle. And the point of this is that every morning, whether you're a lion or a gazelle, you need to be ready to run. I think that we should think about that.
I'm more interested in the positions that women want to assume to conceive.
Be changing topic, and that's not allowed.
Kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit serendipity. I think that what they're talking about, and they're just throwing darts at it, is the scarcity of resources.
Someone asked me about the grizzly man. I used to serve a grizzly man story and find a parallel. Yeah, well, the grizzly man was a bad example. A friend of mine who worked for Alaska Fish and Game once likened me to this grizzly man who incidentally made a fortune doing what he was doing. But he would take a different woman up to. It wasn't every single year. It was a different woman, but close. And I don't know. That was like. He felt like he was in his domain, and so that he was showing off. So it was kind of a really tragic story.
Grizzly Man documentary. I thought, the main guy just tragically, not only him, but his memory, I think, right? His girlfriend or ex-girlfriend were both mauled to death.
No, it was caught on audio, and I had audio, but I refused to listen to it because I have enough trauma in my life.
Would you say that was narcissistic for him to think he could live amongst
100%. 100%. I know the whole story very well, and I know more than I should, and yes, but he wanted to be an actor, and he found his acclaim doing something different. But then like many people who get involved with these things, he thought he was like God's gift to bears, and instead he put himself and the bears in harm's way. So it was a kind of a tragic story.
He struggled with addiction, right? Wasn't this his? This was like his elixir. This was his own, being in touch with nature and God. This was the only thing that kept him sober. I think was part of his journey.
Well, that may be, but the thing is that he. I don't know that it's any different than some professional athletes who find themselves in a situation where they have these adoring fans, and then their heads get bigger, literally and figuratively, and he could do no wrong. So, I know the person who found his remains. I remember having a conversation with him about, because I used to go in and train wild grizzly bears. Well, bears that were orphaned, right? And, work with them on behavioral enrichment and stuff. And we used to have these conversations. I came from a science-based perspective, and I would never do what he did with those animals. And I've written about, in different forums and on publications about what's safe and what's not, even for photographers, of course. But Timothy Treadwell was an exception in that he gained a huge fan base. And I think the footage that he took away over the years was very useful, but he didn't follow the rules. And you begin to think that, you can get away with this or that. It's a whole psychological journey that people go on, I think, in these, when you're with wild animals, unlike an inanimate object like a race car, right? Like if you're race car driving and you get a thrill out of it, but there's an
So 1 out of 4 people.
How are you?
Edward, you're off mute. Hopefully you'll win your race for Congress, but what do you think of this poll? Are you surprised that only 60% want small government?
So if you really want to know what big government is and what all the borrowing and spending is funding, you should probably know what the top 100 line items are in the annual federal budget of expenditure. And so it doesn't surprise me that a quarter of people are communist, socialist, Marxist, redistributionists, high taxers, because a lot of these big government people want to eat the rich, destroy the rich. And that's really the hand that feeds all of society. But if you have just a moment, I will read to you the top at least 30 line item expenditures.
Can you give us the top 10, start with 10 and work it to number 1?
Yeah, here we go. Just give me 1 minute. I got to find it again.
Capitalism is good, Lou. In fact, I think it's the best idea that human beings have ever come up with.
Real quick, why aren't people watching Howard Stern anymore?
Because he's turned into a faggot. I could use that word. If you look at my PTR, I'm an ally. He's just not funny anymore. He's probably happier in his life because whatever trauma led him to being as funny as he was once upon a time, he's probably worked through all that stuff. But now he's just not funny.
Somebody said that hair is not actually his anymore. Well, he did do the blackface comedy routine with that famous African American comedian actor. So, there was a time where you could be sensational and try to be funny with race play, but those days are over. I mean,
as the only Jew on the stage, I think, I can tell you that we're all traumatized. And if there's a Jew who thinks that they don't have a history of trauma, then I think we need to kick them off Clubhouse because they're lying.
well, there's a lot of Jews. My father's a Jew, my uncles are Jews, my aunts are Jews, my cousins, and they came over in 1900 on a boat and went through Ellis Island, and they all made a big success of it. And I think a lot of immigrants that come to this country are very focused on success and eliminating a lot of the bullshit, of American culture and society. And they maintain their close-knit little group, or they're just hyper focused on success and they don't look back. And success is, what they absolutely value. I mean, it's a little materialistic, bougie, or commercialized in a way, because a lot of these immigrants are such brand whores. But that's the psychology behind their success in a way, that they're not going to accept mediocre jobs. They're going to go for the big positions. They're going to become optometrists, dentists.
What's interesting is that
if America was so centered on success,
we've lost the propaganda war in perhaps the most important fight of our lives, and that to me is kind of insane, right? Like, okay, so we can in terms of commerce, in terms of building economies, we can do all these things, but we've completely lost sight of the need to win a propaganda war against people who have far fewer resources but many more bodies. It's amazing.
John, wouldn't you say intelligent immigrants coming to America look at success differently because they look at America not the same way some citizens look at her?
Yeah, it's like
meaning the process of becoming an American is knowing about America and how it functions and falling in love with the idea that, hey, if I can go here and I can do it, I'm going to do it.
I think it's just in group, out group, where you come from nothing. Like, I've traveled to third world countries, and it's honestly invigorating seeing people live in garbage, because when you come back to America, you literally kiss the ground and you say, I can't believe how other people live in third world countries. Praise God, that America is the way that it is. So when you come from shit and you arrive in a golden palace, that feeling like stays with you. So there's no like degradation of your ambition. It's 100% all the way. I'm gonna go to college, become an accountant, a CPA, an optometrist, a surgeon. Like, you're gonna work your way into the highest paying fields, and that's why when you go to your doctor, you're usually greeted by Mr. Patel or Dr. Patel.
And oftentimes they achieve that. By the third generation, it's gone usually, or everybody's assimilated. But the wealth in America is usually dissipated or gone by the third generation, because you don't have stewards anymore. You don't have people that are hungry. Once you touch the golden cow, as John put, or as long as you live in comfort and you have your iPhones and you live in this utopian mindset that you don't need to scratch out a living, you don't need to fight, you don't need to be forceful, you don't need to even challenge the rules to break the rules, then you're just, succumb to mediocrity. We have a lot of people that are mediocre, and they're fat. I'm sorry, you're just majority of people are fucking obese, mediocre, ponzu.
I don't know if anybody's watching this, but Ron Paul is having his 90th birthday barbecue live on X Spaces.
John, I was invited to that, and I have to tell you, the last time I saw Ron Paul at the Reno Libertarian Convention, he didn't look good. He had to sit in a quiet room until it was time for him to come out and speak, and then he goes out and he speaks, and then as soon as he's done speaking, back to a quiet room. He's not been right since the stroke that he had on air. Did you ever see that where he stroked out while he was like on a live broadcast?
No, I didn't see that.
He's not really been the same. And in fact, the guy that he does a podcast with now is just like a fucking Russian propagandist. I think Ron Paul has fallen from the grace that when he was in office, I thought he was great, but as he ages, he gets crazier.
Yeah, I was happy and proud to meet him, but he did not have that Trump gusto and bravado of saying, well, we're going to lock her up. So, he was not an effective communicator when he ran as president. But these are the top, I asked Grok, what are the top 20 spending categories of the annual $7 trillion budget? This is from the lowest to the highest. It's allowances, commerce at 15 billion, energy at 20 billion, community development 30 billion, science and space 35 billion, agriculture 40 billion, natural resources 50 billion, general government expenditures 60 billion, housing 80 billion, international aid 70 billion, justice 80 billion, transportation 120 billion, education and training 200 billion, veterans get 305 billion, health including Medicaid is at 620 billion, income security, which is 675 billion, defense at 921 billion, net interest 928 billion, Medicare is 1 trillion 11 billion, and Social Security at 1.4 trillion annually. Now, that doesn't seem totally accurate to me, but I think it's like a good index at least. So
that feels like 2023 numbers.
I mean, it's kind of weird because Social Security and income security, it feels like that's the same program. So that would put it at 2 trillion, but they generally only report Social Security at a 1 trillion annual year budget.
I think the income, dig into that, drill into it. I think that's referring to SNAP.
Agricultural programs.
Well, it's got a cash component and it's got a food assistance. So you can actually get cash or food credits.
Why do states individually manage the disbursement of these programs as opposed to the federal government administering the disbursement of these programs?
Well, a better question is why do we collect it, send it to a centralized place, pay huge administrative fees, then disperse it to the state for additional administrative fees, only to trickle out pennies on the dollar for the benefit? We have created the most inefficient system possible. Like, even if you are pro redistribution of wealth, like, at least be good at it. At least distribute it with less administrative costs.
That's a lot, Roger. That's a lot for people who don't know economics.
But it's almost as if it's not important to them to be efficient, and being wasteful it feels like it's a virtue.
It's not their money, that's why. So they don't really care. My wife worked for the city for 31 years. Some of the meetings she had was unbelievable. How they think about revenue and money, the taxpayers in the city of Los Angeles. It's pretty sad. I can't even tell you this. It's unfortunate that we got people running government that have zero clue about
you guys want to learn about personal finance, there's a guy at YouTube, younger guy. I think he's back in LA. He's a young kid that sold real estate. He's just really smart. What he does is he gives really sound personal finance advice about like credit and investing and saving and just how to manage your personal finances. And his name is Graham Stephan. I don't know if you guys know this kid. And what he's figured out is by giving high quality information for free, that the algorithm really favors him, and his YouTube channel kills it. He makes a ton of money giving free advice to people on personal finance, and I would highly recommend it. Also, sharing his videos with people that are that are younger, because he's a younger guy himself, and so when you got old people like me, talking about personal finance, sometimes kids' eyes glaze over, but Graham Stephan's got an energy and a fresh face. People should check it out. Is anybody here familiar with Graham Stephan?
No, I never heard of him. But this is what income security breaks down to. It's a $675 billion 2025 estimate. Covers programs aiding low-income, unemployed, federal retirees. This is the breakdown. Refundable tax credits.
John, your numbers are bogus. It's going to get worse. Okay, like I keep bringing up the big facts. Okay, y'all think that I'm trolling. Okay, that is going to be the bane of our freaking existence. The fatter and the more unhealthier people get. Just in, I believe it was this room yesterday, people were having a conversation about, legalizing drugs. So, I mean, if you're going to fund a healthcare system that's going to have a bunch of fat, lazy drug addicts, okay, don't you think that that's going to start to burden the taxpayer?
$60 billion, and then there's other foster care TANF program, $62 billion. Again, this all comes out of cbo.gov.
So let's revisit those numbers in another 5 to 10 years. If our country hasn't filed for bankruptcy by that time. Not so fat, Roger.
So you have to borrow to spend.
People by living beyond their means, like that's become completely normal.
Yeah. Adams, do you like the new title of the room?
Oh, beautiful title. I mean, it's a fact though, Roger. Like, the bigger the average American has become, the bigger our government has become.
It's a very disingenuous game that the government is playing on its American population by borrowing and spending so much at the tune of $2 trillion a year that they're spending that they're not taking in revenue. Why can't there be some type of constitutional convention or consensus at the leadership level that is inappropriate, that to borrow $2 trillion and spend it year after year after year with no end in sight is absolutely ludicrous? Why can't we have a balanced budget amendment or a law that demands a balanced budget unless in time of extreme need such as war?
Hey, John, you know the answer to that question. That's kind of rhetorical, right?
Well, it's not. It's actually just linguistic logic and common sense that, the communication that demands, that you perk your ears up and say, he's 100% right. Why aren't we all going in the streets and demanding accountability but rational budgets and rational spending? You can't spend now unless you borrow. And so it creates this future event, which we want to avoid, which is essentially bankruptcy, liquidation, or degradation. I mean, the same rules that apply to your checking account should apply to the rules of your government. Otherwise, that mirror system is broken. It's dishonest, disingenuous. It's like looking in a mirror and seeing a fake image of yourself. We want the real image single day in the early 20s. So that's what will happen. But we can prevent that. But that's the worst part, is that shouldn't even happen in a well-functioning economy. Unfortunately, 40% of this economy is completely artificial. It's all borrowed and it's all borrowing. And
as far as whatever the number is basically going to infinity, i.e. the dollar is going to zero, I think this is an inevitable path. I think there's sort of like some optimum that they can, try to ride it out. Like, what is the optimum level of borrowing and interest rate and so forth that they can squeeze as much juice out of the lemon as possible? But it's clear like it's all going to break down in the next 20 years. Max 20 years.
And I don't know about you, but I fully intended those. I'm definitely blaming fat people.
So I just talking to a ChatGPT 5 here, and it may say by 2075, 50 years from now, it says debt held could easily exceed 300% of GDP, which in today's dollars might mean 150 to 200 trillion dollars. And that's not unfunded liabilities. That would be the debt in 50 years. Anybody want to comment on that?
I think that's way further out than I would expect. I think it's much sooner that we'll hit those numbers.
Well, I asked it for what it's going to be in 50 years. Let me ask it shorter clips. Hold on.
Like, we're already at what, 120, 130, maybe more. So like doubling the debt to GDP is it's going to come much faster than that, Roger.
So no, this is referring to the 37 trillion that we have now. They say in 50 years it'll be somewhere between 150 and 150. This is not the unfunded liabilities. If I get you that number, it'll scare you. It'll get to a number that you probably couldn't write on a piece of paper.
So I hear you guys talking about the problem. So what's the solution?
I would offer a solution, but you guys aren't ready for it. Do you want to hear it? We're not ready, Roger. We're not ready.
Roger, I would love to hear you.
Yeah, I think.
Listen, I hear you. At the same time, you and I both know it still comes down to the individual behavior. So, Roger, I love to hear you.
Yeah, this is my prescription for getting the country back on track. I would get rid of Social Security and Medicare and replace it with nothing. I would get rid of the Social Security and Medicare tax because we don't have those programs to fund anymore. I would also get rid of the federal income tax, and I would replace all of three of those taxes with a federal sales tax. And and then so we would eliminate the top two expenditures in the budget, which would allow us to easily balance the budget. We need to increase it. That would be my plan.
What would you do with the poors,
The poors need to be addressed this way. So if there's any poors here, the free ride is over. You no longer get to leech off of this system that has been paid their fair share. We need people with bumper stickers and T-shirts that say "Eat the poor." We need to start telling the poor that they need to pull their fucking weight. We need to stop with this lie that the rich are the problem in this country, and we need to acknowledge the fact that the rich pay the majority of the taxes, and we can no longer allow the poor people to not pay their fair share. And if we institute a federal sales tax, eliminate the income tax, the Social Security tax, and Medicare tax, what we will effectively do is create the conditions in which the poor people can no longer hide. They will have to get jobs because if they want to consume things, they will then pay a federal sales tax on it. That's my solution.
Roger, I like your plan. I think that to take the people off of the tree of dependency is going to be very unique. Even with the things you said, Medicaid and Social Security, and the drug and SNAP, and all these things, they do need to replace it because you cannot run the country based on programs. If you're supposed to be running a program, do not work. It wasn't good. it's all great, these ideas, and everybody can say, oh, we could just worry about the thing, just worry about the thing. That's not what government is. That's what economics is. That's what accounting is. That's what a CPA fucking does. But governing, you have the people effect, and you have to somehow figure out how to implement a drastic economic program that you're asking to take away something. FDR got his program passed through because a lot of bullshit, but he was giving out goods. He was literally giving out fucking money right, left, center. We take advantage of it. You are now asking for the American people who have had, I don't know, 100 years of cookies and saying, hey, I'm going to give you this leaf of lettuce and pat you on the ass and send you out there in the world, and now you're responsible. You got to figure out the human element. You got to figure out the governance. Otherwise, that plan, all that talk is just BS. How do you implement the government policies that would help decrease? You can have Kitover over here screaming about trillions of dollars and manifest economics. It don't mean shit. It'll never, no one's going to live because $1 trillion is not something people can realize in their hands, especially when they're at a grocery store. Hey, Brad, when you tell that kid regular white man, I mean, come on, Brad, you're taking that away from me, man. I got a regular white man.
I got a question. People now write that down. Actually, write down the number 3, followed by the number 7, and then add 12 zeros. I want you to look at that number, and I want you to think about that number. Just meditate, staring at the number that you wrote on the piece of paper. That is 3, 7, plus 12 zeros. Go ahead and...
They got dodged.
Can we please not have a day 3 of Necro dragging? Like, I mean, protect Necro at all costs. Like, what is happening?
No, it's just an idiot kid who, like, believes my dog is going to be the savior of the country. Yeah, that's what I believe. He should be the savior. He's going to do everything for me. Brad, are you saying that this communist is not going to help us? Are you telling me that he's not the savior of New York and America? No, he's going to spend more money than he's going to blow through. If you're worried about the death there, take a look at New York City's money. He went through that in fucking a month. Maybe not.
You know, Roger, I heard that they're trying to change the age of consent in New York to 9 years old by 2027 if that ban wins.
Yeah, that whispered a little bit. He'll be the Democratic nominee. I don't think he'll win because even though all the young people are voting for him right now, I think the city of New York, at least some of the Democrats will wake up. He wants to take up the offer that AOC will be the Democratic nominee. Anybody, anyone?
Democratic nominee for what?
In 2028, without a shadow of doubt.
For what, girl? See,
Running for president.
no, y'all need to first of all, okay, if the Democrat Party needs to say something. Let me just say something. It has nothing. It more to man. But aside from that, listen, y'all keep saying this nonsense about Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom has faced 2 recalls. So if Gavin Newsom is not able to successfully compete in the state of California, what makes you think that he's going to gain electoral votes across the rest of the country?
He's not.
Thank you. So again, so let's just put that to bed. If the Democrats are going to run anybody, I'm telling you at this point, they're not going to come from New York. They're not going to come from Los Angeles. Okay, they're going to come from Middle America because that's truthfully speaking the only bastion of the Democratic Party that still exists that is somewhat still sane.
But Democrats live. So wait a minute. So right now, who has the war test for president or Newsom, Pritzker, AOC has one, Shapiro has one, and Gretchen Whitmer has one. They're all collecting and fundraising for all those presidents, whether it's named Kamala, like, don't forget her memory too. So there's a lot of stuff. It doesn't matter. They're throwing their hats in the ring. It doesn't matter if they think they're going to win or not. They're the ones throwing their hats in the ring. So that's who's on the list.
Kamala did.
Kamala's still got that war to talk about.
It's not going to would have a better shot. It's not going to go anywhere. Hillary Clinton would have a better shot at this point than Gavin Newsom.
Don't be so sure. They're gonna. A, there's a bunch of progressive in the country. B, the same people who endorsed AOC, relatively speaking, the same people that endorsed Trump, which was nobody. He became president twice. Yeah. How many people in here actually know Gavin Newsom? How many of you know him? I met him once. He's a tool and he smells like ass and it's overpowered. Okay. Anyone else in the room know about this particular governor or podcaster in California?
Oh, the fact that he's an elite, a hair gel demon that makes it the majority of his money is sitting on the lap of Getty Oil.
Yeah, but see, this is the part that most people don't know.
They don't live here.
I know, but not only that, most people do not know their own state government. They don't know. Guys, this is the challenge in the United States. It's a very, very big challenge. We have 50 independent states, guys. Okay? We do have people who run at the top of these tickets, like we said, Brad, John, you agree, all these war chests that these people have. At the same time, they have to get the consensus of the other 49 states. It's very hard. And I think that's one of the things that.
Edward, would you consider Indiana middle America?
Today? Yeah, I would say.
Okay. So, shout out to Pete Buttigieg. So, when people say that they don't have anybody in the Democratic Party in middle America, shout out to Pete. So, again, I feel like they would have more success running Pete Buttigieg as opposed to somebody like Gavin Newsom.
I would agree with you only because of the fact that most Americans today are not politically astute. Okay? So if you look at the fact that most people in the last 2024 election voted through middle America into New York and California.
Exactly.
I don't think most people watching the map. You gotta look at the map. And that's why the people from Texas who did not want redistricting to happen don't understand the game now. It's changing rapidly.
But let's not forget that Texas gave us Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, exactly. And she can lose her seat because of it. So I'm going to tell you something else. Newsom's already, he's got, like, if someone like Newsom runs, he's got California. That's going to death. That's going to stay put. Illinois, New York, those are all going to be there. He has to win back the blue wall and has to figure out how to flip Pennsylvania. Shapiro needs a force to be reckoned. And another one. So, people sitting there sleeping saying, oh, Newsom, he's got problems in California. I agree with you. He does a shit job over there. But that's not to the national average. And again, the presidency is about showmanship. It's optics.
Brad, do you understand that Trump lost California in this last race by less than 100,000 votes? Like, you didn't see the auditing that they did on the California election, and they had 3 million. That's right. They're selling MAGA hats on Hollywood Boulevard.
That's great. That's fine and good. They're going. California's gerrymandered. All the electoral votes are going to the Democrats. It doesn't matter. Trump can run. You can throw whoever you want to. You can throw Reagan back out there and see. He's not going to win on this cycle. So what's going to happen is Newsom's going to be a prominent player in a bigger item, and what you got to focus on is Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. He estimated 16 proactive politicians. Newsom's going around the podcast. He's going around from city to city, town to town, talking with people.
Benefits that
It's free to join my community. There's 99% of the country. They're not going to be worried about it.
Brad, why are we the most populous state?
No one gives a fuck about your local politics in California. They don't want to be like California. But you're talking about a rallying point law. I need free healthcare. The Democrats are going to use that. Sure as hell isn't going to be prompted up by the J.D. Vance or whoever's going to throw their hat in the ring right now, which is still unknown. You don't have a Republican that is Newsom, so you don't have anybody else to counter him.
Buttigieg.
He's not even going to get out of the primary.
If he has a better track record with the rest of Middle America than Gavin Newsom.
Oh, he's not even winning. Dark horse, right? Mark Cuban.
He's looking for a job. Is this time?
It's the economy, right? And Brad, I hear everything you're talking about. At the same time, I think the blue wall did not like the fact that the economy under the last Democratic administration was the way it was. And I don't think the people in California, because we flipped 8 of 10 seats, and I think the next round, 2026 and 2028, we're going to flip a whole lot more seats. You can say you don't care about local politics in California, but most of America does. And I would say to you that the blue wall is not going to flip back the same way everybody thinks it is. The Democrats right now are leading hugely. And you think that just because they got a slick hair podcasting guy and a big war chest is going to win back, what is it, 80 to, how many people voted for Kamala?
Ever heard of a creature that smells like popcorn? No, really. This is Interon, and chances are you've never seen one. These mysterious animals live in the lush forests of Southeast Asia and belong to the Vivariidae family, kind of like distant cousins of simids and genets. They might remind you of a raccoon, but here's the twist. Their tail acts like a thin limb. Yup, they can literally head for trees using
I'm just a kid. So I just, I encourage y'all to really take a look at that, because I feel like he's going to be a bigger part of this next election cycle than people are willing to admit.
Well, it's not a money generator. That's where you guys lose.
Neither was Kamala. Neither was Kamala.
Yes, she was. Like, I was fucking impressive for a short time for me. I don't like Kamala. I think she's a cum stain on fucking the United States. However, her political operations,
when Kamala actually raised in 20.
What she raised running post Joe Biden was fucking phenomenal. Like the shit
in search of Brad.
That was the machine. It was not the woman. It's a major difference, man. And listen, seriously, Brad, what we got to do is to make sure that, and I don't disagree. I think Newsom could raise money, and he's doing it. At the same time, I don't think that his message will nationally go by, even among Democrats. I think Democrats have been disillusioned. They've been bamboozled because they've been told so many lies. And I'm just as bad as the Dems right now. They're like the libtards. You guys are really just as bad. You're shitting on things that you don't see or think that, it's fine. He's not a fundraising juggernaut. You heard that under.
Neither was Kamala. That's the point.
Dude, shut the fuck up for a minute. Stop coming off mic every time someone talks. She was top of the fucking ticket. She gets that cause. Again, you guys don't recognize the danger. So all that Republicanism, all that conservatism, all that MAGA bullshit is going to go out the fucking door if you don't fucking actually quickly grasp that there's more to governance than just bitching about the libs. Secondly, to dismiss Newsom, to dismiss Kamala, to dismiss the Democrats before fucking even the campaign's taken off, and you're watching their numbers and their optics and their polling rise significantly, and there is not an heir apparent to replace Trump. And don't give me J.D. Vance, because his numbers and his fundraising war chest ain't doing all that fucking great right now.
Brian is cooking. You're going to agree. I never agree with this long. This reminds me of the COVID days. This is very anti-science.
What I don't understand is, why do people even use this artificial term MAGA, Make America Great Again, to describe these red hat, Trump fanatics? Like, that is basically a meaningless thing. It's a Republican Party, and people who scream, MAGA, I just don't understand what that means, whether it's a liberal screaming MAGA or a Republican screaming MAGA or an independent or whoever. To me, people that use this term MAGA over and over again in their communication is someone who just is trying to create an artificial, adjective describing a meaningless thing. It's American people who want fiscal prudence and they want common sense approaches to what we're doing at a national level. And prior to Trump, everybody knew that Kamala and Waltz, were going to be a cultural disaster. When Kamala is saying that she wants to provide transgender surgery operations to all prisoners throughout the United States, even illegal alien invaders in our prisons, on a podcast, like, that's when Americans started perking up, in my opinion, to, hey, why am I actually going to vote for this biracial woman when she wants to provide all this free transgender surgery? Like, that to me was a big critical point in the failure of her campaign.
She sure did do it in California. She did.
You know, I was just reading this article here, guys, and it shows that recent reports, currently official population projections by state agencies indicate that Texas will become the most populated state by 2050. It's actually looking by 2034. The estimate is 39.5 million people in California and 44.4 million people in Texas. And it also goes on to talk about in the next 10 years that Dallas-Fort Worth is going to surpass Los Angeles. So your fucking state is hemorrhaging atoms. It is a fucking rat hole that everybody fucking hates. And they're all leaving. They're all coming to Texas. So get fucked with your fucking California nation bullshit.
Same with Manhattan. There are $15 million condos, $10 million condos, $8 million condos.
No, Adams is like, I just want California's the most populated state because they love it here. It's so amazing. Even though you go see we're a bunch of little cooks.
No. I agree more properly. And also, Brad, I want you to know, I am a conservative, remain conservative. I don't go with labels. Don't care about America first. I was born an American. I will be American. And I just don't like the way our country's currently ran because we actually big government and I hate bureaucracy.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say about Texas is they have a tendency to get people to align really quick in the state. There's a lot of patriotism here just on the basis of the state.
The next presidential election will depend on how the midterms go. If there is a big shift in the midterms, which there are 21 seats that are up for contestation right now for Congress in the midterms. Like, I'm assuming that everything falls according along party lines right now. There may be some incumbent upsets. There may be some, wacky things that go on midterm night. But I mean, if you're thinking that Republicans can just lay off the gas, it comes down to governance. Trump passed a big, beautiful bill, but nobody is talking and bragging about that on the Republican side. That's not something that's been fucking really great. It's not on the top of the ticket. It's not a signature piece of legislation that has caught the optics of the conservative circles, moderate, independents. They're not necessarily happy with it. They're not dissatisfied, but they're really not happy with it. Trump holds a lot of significant weight. But again, who is the heir apparent? Who are you going to throw in there? You've got Rubio. I mean, he could probably take up the mantle, but that man's flip-flopped a lot. You've got J.D. Vance, who can win. I would, if it's Newsom versus Vance, Newsom wins. You would maybe Ted Cruz throws his hat in the ring again. No, not even him. But I mean, there's no one really on the bench that you go down. And I mean, there's no one that I see that can actually pull off against the DNC machine. And let's not forget, the DNC, various PACs are fucking funneling money all over the place. Now, the only thing that could really help Republicans is if there is an heir apparent that can take and bridge Trump to conservatives, to Republican, to independents, and to more centrist Republicans. If they can bridge that, they can find that guy that can do that and somehow brings everybody in alignment, then the Republican has a shot. Because right now, the Democrats are infighting with their progressive, retarded cousins. And so you have this shit that's going on in there. But if the Democrats unite under one person, like a Newsom, and everybody saying, we're going to send our money that way, Newsom's going to walk away. It's going to be a tough fight. And I don't know. Someone tell me who's the next candidate that you think is going to be able to shellac the DNC machine.
Kid Rock. I'm going to keep saying, Brad, I don't know where I'm missing it. I think that the American people is going to be the next group of people that determines what's happening. And I clearly think that in 2024, it was more about the American people, not about Donald Trump. I think everybody knows that Donald Trump is at the end of his rope. I think the American people got tired of everything being so expensive and all these foolish laws and people talking about maybe getting pregnant and the LGBTQ questions and other stuff going on. I think the American people got just tired of it. And I don't think it's going to change that fast in the next 4 years. That's just what my observation is. People were sick. Governance was horrible. Whether you're on the right or the left, we
We all know that. And at the end of the day, we don't want government that's foolish.
And it's like what you missing is like you might be right that people didn't like the last 4 years. What you missing, and the election, you're wrong. The election was about Trump. It was not about the American people. And what you're missing, people not liking this administration. You act like you said American people. The American people don't like what's going on right now. I don't know why you think that that's going to carry over to some Republican win somehow if things stay as they are. You said like people didn't like half price. They're still here. Like all the things you said that people didn't like still exist right now. I'm kind of confused.
Okay, hold on.
No, you hold on. Like damn.
Kamala did not flip one county in the entire country.
I wasn't done speaking,
Not
but
one.
y'all get it. Like what the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, I appreciate your passion, brother.
I mean, no, appreciate it. Let me finish talking, though. You talking 5 minutes at a time. I speak one time, and you cut me off.
No, I didn't cut you off.
You did cut me off. I was listening.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me just say this. I don't know who it was that cut him off, but this is a habit. When Hakima speaks, people do cut him off. I think that Hakima is the most oppressed person on all of Clubhouse. So I want to give Hakima his ability to get his points off. Hakima, go ahead.
They know what they be doing. They threw me up, right now. I definitely appreciate it, though. I wish people would like let me finish like I let everyone else finish. I've been here for just as long as y'all. And I have spoke for all of 45 seconds. Like, damn, can I speak?
I think they might be threatened by you, Hakima. That's the only thing I can think of.
I'd say he has more of a masochistic voice. That's why
they don't like the truth. Okay, if this time about my voice, that's a you problem.
No, you don't have no masochistic voice, Rich. You're just a fucking racist. Just like how you were calling a black woman a nigger. Just like how you were calling a black woman a nigger in the other room last night, Rich.
Okay, wait. Man, I wasn't even in a room with black ladies last night.
Okay, he's gone.
Roger.
Roger, can I do something here? First of all, Akima, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Okay, will you accept my apologies, sir?
Hold on. Before you guys do the apologies and the kiss and makeup, I just need to be very clear. We need to be very consistent about this, okay? So, rule number 7 of this house, the N-word is forbidden on stage and in chat. I'm going to bring Adams back up, but I wanted to make an example. Adams is one of my favorite people on this app, and I'm going to move him to the audience for saying it, even though he was just quoting somebody else saying it. I just want the point to be clear. The other thing I want to point out too, in terms of the rules, and hopefully you guys can appreciate this one, is that there's another rule violation that happened there, which is number 9. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. So whatever happened in the other room, don't want to police it in this room. So
I was only in here yesterday.
Listen, I don't care. We're not going to talk about that, but I'm going to bring Adams back up. We're not going to talk about that word, and we're not going to talk about drama from other rooms.
I'll say, so going back, Akima, please accept my apology. I was not trying to interrupt you in a way that you thought it was, so please forgive me. Okay?
I don't know the way to interrupt nobody. Like you said, you didn't try to, but clearly I was there talking to say in the way that I took it.
Hakima, tell us what you were going to say, though.
Nobody prompt me to speak, and when I do speak, you cut me out, so you ain't going to tell me what the fuck. Whoever that was didn't cut me out, so I'm not talking.
You know, I live in Illinois where we suffer Fat Pritzker, and he is very slimy and very good at manipulation, media control, buying mass media, and you know, I think he's going to put his fat toe, you know, in the ring.
I couldn't imagine somebody as fat as him doing well.
I mean, he may just stay in Illinois and be a complainer and rule this state, you know, and destroy it into the ground by continually raising taxes and doing all this transgender identity therapy for students now. They're actually building almost hospitals into schools now. It's no longer just your local nurse. Now it's a full-on health clinic. And they're doing mental health assessments to find out if you're trans, if you're gay, or what your feelings are on trans and being gay, and even maybe what your feelings are about Donald Trump. They're doing assessments and diagnostics now where you have to get a sheet to opt out, but they want to know about what you're thinking, what you're feeling, and they want it recorded and put into a database. So they are literally taking steps to prepare the future generations for wokeism, and this type of governance and ideology has to be destroyed.
They're building low-income housing for transgender community. They just announced that the other day. Hold on, I'll put the link in the chat.
I just want to mention, I love Nick. Nick, I don't know who you are, but you're awesome.
Could anyone share with us what Democrat right now run a good governance anywhere in the country? Is there any Democrat governor, mayor, anywhere?
Fetterman post-stroke is turned into the best statesman that this country has.
Yeah, jumping on that, Shapiro for Pennsylvania is a good governor. He's a Democrat.
So you guys gave me two, right? Fetterman.
Well, Fetterman is a senator, but Shapiro, as a governor, is a great governor of Pennsylvania.
I personally would like to see Steve Bannon run for the Republican nominee.
I'd vote for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like the guy, but I just think he would be an amazing guy to see run as the Republican nominee.
Well, John Bolton also said he's going to run as the Republican presidential candidate.
If you thought Trump,
Steve Bannon.
wait till Steve Bannon.
Yeah, Steve Bannon would crush John Bolton.
So that means we still don't have a national Democrat that will be able to govern properly. We don't have I think Federica can do it nationwide.
As Democrat, like if I'm a poly market, I would put my money on Shapiro.
Hold on, I have a question for the people that voted other in the poll above, and if you haven't voted in the poll, please do that. Right now, it's a pretty tight poll, and I'm curious, when you say other, like Nye said other, Howard said other, like who are we thinking?
AOC, I'm telling you.
I don't have anybody in mind yet, just Jen Mojo. I think I stated perhaps in your space yesterday or someone else's space that I am very disillusioned with the Democratic Party. I don't like Newsom. I think he's a freak. I don't like Pritzker. I think he's a freak. Both of them, if they run and elected, it's a wrap for women and children. And I have to believe that Democrats are on a mission to normalize and legalize pedophilia under the MAP umbrella. So no current Democrat politician, whether it's a senator, governor, someone on the grassroots level who's kind of rising star on either in the Democratic Party, will get my vote right now because I don't trust these people. Republicans right now, their leadership seems to be very weak as well. So when I say other, I'm looking for somebody fresh, slightly provocative, a voice that we haven't heard, similar, but doesn't align so much with the fringe on either side. Someone new, inspiring, invigorating, and I'm not sure that we've met that gentleman yet.
Mark Cuban.
Matthew McConaughey.
No, and why? I like your assessment. Do you think anyone on the Republican side is pushing this transgender pedophilia kind of stuff?
If possible, I haven't seen it. So I won't say no because I don't know for certain. But I have not seen it on the level that I've seen coming out of the far left.
So I'll be traveling on Tuesday to the state capitol of California to go against AB 495. It's called the Stranger Bill, where any person can walk into a school, and with this bill comes a sheet. They say you can be the caretaker of any child and take them out of school. They call it the trafficking law of California. Only 2 months ago, they passed another law here in California that you can purchase a young boy between 13 and 17 years old for prostitution. This is pedophilia at the highest level. We have a Democratic majority here in the state of California. This is sad. This is what I'm talking about. The elected officials that we currently have, guys, we got a lot of people in office who are claiming the children. Leave our children alone.
So the pedophilia issue is like the trans issue. It is not something that most people are actually concerned about at the end of the day. And there are pedophiles on both sides of the aisle.
Same corporation, different division.
Listen, I agree, the driver. It's not an issue now. By the time it becomes an issue, it'll be too late for people to act. Because some of these perverted politicians know that your average country's claiming that, babies are born trans and people are born pedophiles. So if you're born this way gay, you're born this way pedo. So everybody deserves special rights and equal treatment and, cupcake prisons if they get charged with doing the kids. So, yeah.
How can you...
They've already convinced y'all to put your kids on a cocktail of drugs because puberty is bad. Like, come on.
How can you say...
The Republican in the state, California, said no and kind of did a whole media blitz with it. But yes, you're correct.
How can you say that, Dr. Jordan, that people, voters, Americans don't care about the trans issue, the puberty blockers, the transgender surgery assignments, let alone pedophilia? It costs $100,000 to convert a man to a woman, to cut off that genitalia and get them on these puberty blockers.
This is just my opinion, but how many, for example, I can't think of a trans person that I know, maybe one that I know through someone else. I don't know anyone who's registered as a sex offender. I don't know any pedophiles.
It's called a mental health crisis. The suicide rate of these young men who decide to become women is prolific. It's like...
Okay, but this is, look, so I think looking at the trajectory of the Epstein news media, I don't want to call it a circus, but the news media cycle. I mean, look at the only reason that that's still in the news is because Trump has been, afraid to expose himself to whatever degree that he's vulnerable, right? So if he hadn't pushed this issue more, we wouldn't be talking about Epstein right now, in my opinion. And so if that tells us anything, someone of notoriety has to give it coverage. I mean, when the guy, who is the New York Democrat, who's the guy who was married to Hillary Clinton's assistant?
Wiener.
Went to jail.
Wiener.
Okay, so Wiener, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I don't think the Wiener story got a whole lot of coverage, looking at it through the lens and with respect to the context that we're looking at it at this issue now. So Trump is keeping the story alive. So to Nye's point, it might make if it bleeds into if it bleeds into 2028 as a what's his name, Epstein story, then maybe it does have some legs, But I just don't think that we're nearly as exposed to pedophiles as we are to people on a spectrum of gender.
The point is that it's clown world issues. I don't want to pay property taxes, and I don't want to pay income taxes, and I don't want to pay 100 other taxes, which ruin my livelihood. The clown world system has to be broken, reformatted, and common sense and fiscal prudence has to be the mantra, in my opinion.
I mean, I agree. We need to restore common sense. Trump keeps saying that. Trump keeps saying that's what he's attempting to do. I mean, look, the past 4 years, they have redefined what it is to be a woman, what it is to be a man. You can be a flurry, a fuzzy, and all this other weird stuff. You can't say breastfeeding, you have to say chest feeding. You can't say menstrual products. It's just weird. And this is all coming out of the upside down, loony policies from the left. And I will vote for the candidate in 2028 who wants to restore common sense. And right now, I don't know who that is.
Well, Mojo, you asked the question, because I put other, and I'm not saying this is kind of a boring answer, because I don't know he's the best candidate, but I do know from some of the research and things that I've done, the post-mortem on the last election, a critical population that certainly tipped the election towards the current president was veterans. And I do think if and I'm an independent, but if the Democrats really want to get serious, I think they got to find someone more center. So in my thinking and why I put other in your poll was, I think it's got to be someone like a Mark Kelly, who's also a veteran. That, to me, would be something that could be at least, he may not win, but at least it could be someone that's a credible candidate. I'll land there.
I think Mark Kelly.
Agree with that.
I think Mark Kelly has VP candidate written all over him. He's the type of guy that I think would run in a primary and lock up a certain voting block. And I appreciate the fact that that you dig into the numbers here. I think Mark Kelly definitely can play a role. I don't think he's top of the ticket material.
So I was going to say real quick was essentially, so the Democrats have tried this playbook, played towards the middle, try to get the independent votes, and and it hasn't worked time and time again. They tried that with Hillary, they tried that with Kamala, which they tried to center to the right. I'm going to get some pushback on it, but like someone who I think might actually win is AOC on the Democratic side, someone to fire up their base, to get people out to vote, and to instill rage in the Republicans in a way that it will make her base even more excited. They need someone like the Republicans are going to the far right. I think Democrats need to cut the shit of trying to, gather the moderates or conservative Republican or moderate Republicans and just go straight for what they want. Either a Bernie Sanders or an AOC, I think should be their next candidate.
Yeah, so when you look at hold on real quick, Brad, real quick. I just want to respond to that, and we'll go right to you. I think that Nicholas makes an interesting point. That's definitely one of their options. I think the better option is to go to the middle. So we disagree. But the one thing that's clear is they can't stay where they're at. Their postmortem, they know if they stay where they're at, they lose. They know that. And so they can either make a move to the middle or they can make a move to the left. Whether or not one of those strategies will be better than the other in terms of attracting voters, we would have to see. But if they stay where they're at, they're absolutely...
She's not the biggest fun hauler. She doesn't bring in the most money. She's kind of the pretty girl that you bring on a date. She's a matter of fact, I don't think she's even going to be able to pull out a race against Schumer. I just don't see it. And when you look to even after all of her, I think what they want is her to be a cheerleader. And remember, her district is redistricted and gerrymandered to the fact that even a glass of water that has a blue label, that's how the political apparatus look at it. I'm going to go to Newsom, who's got a national appeal. Shapiro, maybe, but he's screwing up pretty bad right now with his key left demographic, which was a lot of getting way too involved in the Israeli-Palestine thing, and he's making dumb career choices right now that's really pissing off a lot of people on one particular side of the aisle. He's also just not doing what he should be doing in Pennsylvania to really secure that state, which is why it's going to be a battleground state. So, I mean, again, like, I'm looking at Pritzker Newsom right now. Whitmer is still in the wind. She's a ghost right now. She's staying very quietly, but she's going to fundraising events. She's going to PAC committees. She's like traveling around and she's collecting in money. She's getting money on reserve. So I think she might be a player in this, and she's not having any controversy. She's trying to keep her name out of the news.
and have a go at it. I like politics itself. Like, who's going to be the best governor is irrelevant. It's who can you sell on a national stage, and that's what I'm looking at. Newsom can sell on a national stage. Pritzker is utilizing all the benefit. He's constantly trying to grab headlines. Shapiro is grabbing headlines the worst way. So I mean, I just don't. I don't know. I don't think Shapiro's going to do it. Kelly is definitely not presidential. They can't throw him up in the rafters. So he'll fumble like Wells did.
What's
and
more?
it's up to 2.
How about Wes Moore?
He's going to run his third party, and he's going to, if he even throws it in the ring.
So, I mean, I pretty much disagree with a significant portion of what Brad said. I want to back up real quick to some of the arguments, right? Like, oh, AOC is from a safe Democratic district. So was Bernie Sanders, right? Nobody expected Bernie Sanders to be a problem, right? AOC is someone who can't run on the national stage. The Democrats did not expect Bernie Sanders to almost take it from Hillary. Like, this is so similar to what happened with Bernie's AOC, and so is Bernie Sanders. And so I think AOC is a much bigger threat than the Democrats are realizing it, and I think she should be the one to. I think she might take it. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I think she could take it. She could take it from the.
Okay, so let me ask a question. What's a bigger? One is definitely going to be Pritzker.
But see, he's so fat.
I think
Unless Whitmer marries me and confirms.
if you look at what Trump did in this victory, one of the things that he did really well that was a game changer was his appearances on podcasts. He was meeting like niche audiences, and one of the big challenges that they had with Harris is that Harris was so disingenuous that she couldn't do a podcast without looking like a fool. If you guys have seen the podcast appearances, she just looks terrible. You need to have somebody that's going to be able to present well, that's going to be able to go into an environment where there's going to be tough questions and maybe get heckled a little bit. If you're hanging out with comedians, they're going to try to find the humor in things, and you're going to have somebody that has the emotional intelligence to be able to navigate those conversations. I don't think that Harris had it at all, but I look at the field and I'm trying to figure out like who would be able to do that, and I think Booty Juice might actually be the best for putting on the podcast circuit. But do you guys think of anybody besides Booty Juice?
You know, he is a special appointment. I don't know if you know how he became a captain in the Army. He never went to boot camp. He never did anything. He just got specially appointed by the CIA, to be an officer.
And Mojo, wasn't it that Kamala with Joe Rogan, she wanted him to come to her?
Yeah. He invited her, and she declined. Here's another interesting thing. When libertarians were having their moments in the sun, what's her name? What's her goddamn name? Fucking, it slips me. She's so irrelevant. No, the goddamn fucking libertarian broad that ran. She was. Yeah, she was actually offered an opportunity to go on Rogan, and she declined. And here's the thing that people don't know about that campaign was that when she was running, she was also working full time. She didn't take off time on the West, could work, but she would not make herself available for anything. And so she never wanted to quit her day job. Now, you might say, well, why are you mentioning? Imagine Harris on the Rogan podcast. Just imagine when even the layup questions that she wouldn't be able to get right. If a tough question was fine, she would just be fucking terrible. What the Democrats need is they either need someone super polished that can go out there and really deliver good answers, or somebody that's so fucking ignorant of the fact that they are dumb that they'll just go on there and they'll just say words. Like if you guys were to tap on somebody like Bima, for example, not her specifically, but that idea of, she can be asked a tough question and without any thought will just blurt out a dumb answer. That's better than what Harris would do, where Harris would try to relate to people, and her bag of tricks is to make character
I think that you kind of nailed it, right? Like Democrats have a habit of picking like authors that don't come across as authentic, and that's where Trump actually does pretty well in. And so does AOC. I might add in there is that you think that she's not lying to you. She's not sugarcoating things. As neither is Trump. This is actually what she stands for. She just repeats the same thing over and over again. So you believe it, right? Democrats tend to pick like even Joe Biden at times doesn't come across fully authentic in some of his speeches.
I think that the Democrats only have to show up because look at the narrative that they get to contend with or revisit, right? Like they can say, well, you voted for this Trump policy, you voted for that Trump policy, you didn't want to expose, let's say, the Epstein thing. It's still, still out there lingering. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to defend one's actions just as a congressional Republican. So,
Jordan, here's the thing. I would love to be confronted with the idea of, hey, Republicans didn't release the Epstein files. Well, neither did Biden. The Democrats didn't do it. In fact, if there was something incriminating, the one thing we know is that if the Democrats were willing to try to kick Trump off the ballot, try to throw him in jail, and ultimately try to kill him, if there was something in that file that they thought was going to be damaging to his run and for presidency, they would have released it. They didn't. And so I don't think, do you think that this owns Trump or the Republicans because the files haven't been released? I think he should release them. The reason why he doesn't is because he's got friends that are on the fucking list. The other side didn't release it because they have friends that are on the list. Nobody wants to release it, and they're both guilty of protecting these fucking weirdo pedophiles.
I understand, but I think with Trump, the only reason he was supportive of congressional Republicans when they were running to their detriment that they backed him because he's just there's no reason for him to create legacy, just like Obama unfortunately did not really create legacy for the Democrats. So I think
I agree with your last 10 seconds.
So, I mean, I think it's even simpler than that, Dr. Jordan. I mean, really what they have to do is just use the exact same thing Republicans did to the Democrats. Are you better off, at X state that you were before Republicans did and bash Republicans over the head with it and win? I think it's much simpler than that. You have to go the X state.
Now, Normo's here, the gentleman that I voted for. How you doing, Norm?
Make a prediction he doesn't win next cycle either.
I'm with him. How about I'm with him? Do you think that would work?
If you mean I was stupid, yeah.
I hadn't thought of that. I was stupid. I'm just pointing out that was Hillary's campaign slogan, and it seems to be
and deployed to Afghanistan to beef up its credibility. No ROTC, no years and years of training. Hey, you're an officer, you're going to Afghanistan, and you're a captain, and you work for the CIA.
He's formidable looking, isn't he?
I put it in the chat.
By the way, Norm, I'm with her was not Hillary Clinton's true campaign slogan. It was stronger together.
I don't know, though. I saw all these buttons in New York tonight with her.
Yeah, that wasn't started by her.
Maybe it was both. Well, maybe we can recycle that slogan of booty juice runs. We can then say, I'm with her.
Going on in the world, I don't think the Epstein is going to be over the next candidate's head or the Republican's head, because all they have to do is go out there and say, I'm going to release the tapes once I'm elected, and they may or may not. And everyone is kind of the opinion that if there was really anything really negative about Trump, they would have dropped it already, and that would have been out there. That would have been out there with freaking shit. Biden, Kamala, Hillary, Obama would have released it.
How do you just release it on Trump?
So, I mean, they would have found a way. They would have leaked it to like fucking one, like a New York Times reporter or somebody. They would have found a way to do it. They had no problem leaking other information. I mean, did we forget Russia and all the quote leaked sources to news outlets every day? They can find ways to manipulate that shit, and they did. They've already done it. We've been fully aware of this. So, I think honestly, the Democrats are out of abortion. They're out on LGBT because that's like not even a thing anymore that you can really rally behind, nor that the population doesn't care. So that's a social issue that they really don't have in their fodder. And the only thing that the Democrats are going to be able to run on is either the wars, which it depends on how these two end up resolving. Trump has made some progress in the Russian-Ukraine thing, so maybe he will,
El Normo.
Come to a resolution on that. But the problem is for the Republicans is
Can you
there
hear
needs
me?
to be someone standing next to Trump doing this. And it's not been J.D. Vance. He is not pushed into the limelight. He is not the one that is gathering headlines. He is not being photoed on everything. It is still 100%.
El Normo, can you hear me? Hello, El Normo, can you hear me?
DeSantis, I don't agree with all of his policies, but Florida's a better run state than many of the states that we have in the union, especially ones that are highly populated. How come we don't like DeSantis more? What's the problem with him?
I think he just keep running into Trump. Like, if Trump out the way, he might. I think he have more success.
People like him and appreciate him and respect him. If you live in Florida, you thank God that he's your governor. You live in Illinois, you pray to God that people like Pritzker, have a myocarditis, from. So, I mean, but it is, I think Hakeem is right, it is a lot about running up against Trump in the beginning. I mean, Trump really dished him pretty good in the early term of, while they were running. So they butted heads, but, he seems to me like he's running that state in a way that, is long overdue, or there's many states that should be running their states in the same way that he's running the state. For God's sakes, he's claiming that they're going to get rid of property taxes.
His time was I think he lost against Nikki Haley. Or national.
Brad, you keep going in the matrix.
Brad Pinatari?
What happened to the Terminator?
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. His problem was Nikki Haley and Trump. He couldn't get past Nikki Haley. And if you can't beat Nikki Haley, his time there, you've been heard, he's going to have a harder time on the national front.
So, Mojo, do you think the country wants to see more alligator Alcatrazes? Is that a good look?
I think so. I think.
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, well, you asked if the country wants to see more of it, and I think yes. I think that you can come up with clever names to try to go against, certain immigration policies, but I think that the country right now is more with Trump than against Trump when it comes to this issue. And so, to answer your question, I think yes. I think they want a big moat between the U.S. and Mexico. That's what I think.
But I mean, you're talking about DeSantis not being successful. It's in his state. Is that a coincidence?
Coincidence? No. But let me ask you this: why is it that when Democrats let's talk about like democracy and what the people want. That's the story they use when it's ideas that they like. But then when the will of the people is to do something that they don't like, then all of a sudden they're against the idea of democracy. And like that's the part that I don't get. It's like like many people on the left, they want a pure democracy. They call for it pretty openly. They think that we should get rid of the electoral college, for example. But then when you find policies that are popular, Democrats are like, oh man, that's bad. And I just don't get it. Like they're only for this idea of democracy when they're getting their way. It's very weird.
It kind of reminds me of one of the world's largest global religions known as Islam.
I wouldn't call that a religion, John. I would call that a pedophile death cult.
You had me laughing so hard yesterday when you were saying, why even do abortions? Why don't we just feed the babies to alligators? I could not stop laughing because I could see getting into an argument with an abortionist and, saying that. And it's just, to me, it's just insane, it's because it is so gross and tragic and sad, but it's, I don't know, you had me in stitches yesterday.
So, Congressman Kitover, what do you think of, tell me more about your take on J.B. Pritzker. He's not well liked, but he's well resourced.
Well, his cousin, I think, is trans, and she was running the Pritzker Military Museum on Michigan. They're having to close that up because it's, they can't even get people to go to the museum. First of all, nobody's interested in it, but crime is rampant. So I think they're moving it to Racine or Milwaukee. But, my gaydar goes off when I see him, and he puts out a lot of garden, and this is what they came up with. He's not a leader. He's a panderer. And I think it's possible that, he could to the mansion. People have illicit sexual lives that you don't want to know about, and they have political opinions about cutting off young men's genitalia and pumping them full of puberty blockers. And so Illinois, Abraham Lincoln's great state, is run by Clown World. It is a prime Clown World state in our 50, state republic here. So I say be on the watch out for Pritzker. He did the translation of the Zohar into the Pritzker Zohar edition. I love the Zohar. It's got incredible wisdom, but I do not think that these Clown World leaders read books. I don't think they have any wisdom, pragmatism, or just basic normality or decency in them. They are dedicated to creating gaslight content on the interwebs about all these woke positions, and it's really pathetic. I mean, they pick out the littlest things like J.D. Vance, and increasing the water supply in the river. It's like they pick at the lowest hanging fruit because their jobs are essentially political communication. They don't produce anything. They don't create anything. These people have never run a business. They've never started businesses. Pritzker is just a trust fund baby. And he's a fat, pathetic pig. And, I don't think he has the actual physical strength to run for president.
Because they're identical descriptions.
So what's interesting about Pritzker, and I don't know enough about the family, but
yeah, let's go see Pritzker play 18 holes of golf, okay? Pritzker can't walk 3 holes.
What's weird is Tony, the older brother, the middle brother, the oldest is Penny, who is on the Harvard Board of Overseers. It seems that the least presidential, at least on the surface, would be the youngest brother. He's just not in good. He looked like he's aged more than his older siblings by a ton. He just does not look like the best specimen to come out of that family. I don't know what to say, but that's just superficial,
Illinois is a super corrupt state, and in fact, with the John F. Kennedy election and the mafia, Illinois is like a fixing state. It is a place for corruption to essentially, happen. And the people that run the Illinois GOP, the Chicago GOP, and the Democrats, it's really like a uniparty here. There's really no real fiscal Republican conservatives. I mean, the state has been Democrat for 70 years. I went on eBay and I bought some Illinois Democrat primary ballots. It used to be a classy organization. People wore suits. It was probably basically in the 60s and 70s, it was more like a Republican association versus a Democrat association. But now with all the wokeism stuff and the rainbow flags and the trans flags, here where I live during the No Kings protest, the anti-American messaging that these young children were writing with chalk on all of the sidewalks was so shocking. I really wish I would have filmed it all, because they were literally the extension of their parents' woke liberal ideology, and they were transmitting it through artwork. And the messages that they were saying were so shocking. So,
my family blind during a house fire. We had a house fire. I won't go into it. My family blind during a house fire. We had a house fire. I won't go into it, but just know that's how deep the corruption is. How are you a victim of the fire and the doggone investigators rob your shit, steal your shit out your house? I'm done.
Republicans look more popular. So people will run from the radicals. So people will run from the radicals, and they'll embrace the more moderate side. But at least it pulls away from Democrats. That's how you shift the Overton window, is by having some radicals and then allowing those mainstream people to call you out and say that you guys are the problem and you're extremists and blah blah blah. But you just have to have that representation. If you want to see it working out, go to New Hampshire, where the Libertarian Party and a few radical independents are saying the most crazy things, right? They want to, the things that they're fighting for are just over the top radical. But what that does is it solidifies the more moderate Republican position.
Well, when 300 people get shot every weekend and 75 die from gunfire, you could go to Kabul, Afghanistan, and no one gets shot every single weekend. So we live in an anarchical society, and the police are just looking at their cell phones in their cars. They don't want to be bothered with all this shit. So we have a gang problem. We have an alien invasion problem in this city. They've spent over $1 billion housing 60,000 illegal aliens, and many of them are tied up, in drugs, narcotics, prostitution, robberies, murders. It's like a political elite, and the Chicago Teachers Union, who sucks out 75% of our property taxes. The city, we're in a very dangerous place in the city, because they can't keep kicking the can down the road, because Trump isn't going to give them that bailout money. And those billions they spent on the COVID-19, they already spent that money. So the city is at a breaking point. It has given up all of its value. It's sold its parking rights to the Abu Dhabi Investment Fund. This city is strip mined, and people want to leave, and it's just like New York City. I mean, you can look at the new housing inventory that got listed in the past 30 days. People want to get the fuck away from these socialist, Marxist, Democrat leaders who are very dangerous. I mean, it's all about white supremacy, climate change, gender, etc. They are the biggest frauds and liars, and I just, to the life of me, having gone to a good school and served with good people in the Army and worked with great people, it's how in the world do all of these clown world representatives make it into leadership positions, whether it's Karen Bass, all of them? It's is our population that shitty? There's no good leadership? I don't know. It's terrifying to know that, our own leaders are eating out our substance, lying to us, hypnotizing us, propagandizing us nonstop. This is what politics is. It's hard to believe that they can get away with it, but I think the whole population is in politics, and they're very neutral. They don't express any type of patriotism, any type of political affiliation. And so again, nobody's actually involved in politics. At the GOP events in Chicago, you'll never see a red MAGA hat. So there's really just not a lot of people actively interested in politics, and it's to their detriment. I think they don't want to be associated because everyone is afraid of being maybe labeled a racist, or they are a MAGA So, you're a maggot. You're a maggot. Like, you can listen to these rooms on this app. All they do is donk on Trump and Trump supporters. And I mean, so people want to be disengaged and separated from it. But the problem is you can't be. Like, your whole financial future is tied up in this.
So I think that it's really hard to run a democracy in a social media age, right? Like, everybody has a voice. There was a point when people only had a vote, but now everyone has a voice, right? And people get amplified who have strong convictions and perhaps less knowledge. I think that this is why this autocratic regime, if you will, has had some success, because people want to see some rule and order, and the only way to do that when everyone has a voice that can be easily amplified is to come down hard, and that creates a lot of enemies and a lot of polarization. As much as I don't like Trump, I don't even want to give him credit for the circumstance we find ourselves in. I think there are so many other factors, social and psychological, that have, created this kind of this society in distress.
Who do the clubhouse Democrats, like, if you were to go into Patty, who do they think is going to be the nominee?
Jasmine Crockett. I mean, they literally think.
No, they don't like that. They don't like that.
Oh, really?
No, they're not.
Well, I'm willing to bet I've listened to and recorded more of Politically Correct than you have, Akima.
Probably recorded more, but I probably listened to it. You can record, sure. But from what I heard, I never heard Patty, Lisa, I haven't heard, when Gold was in there, he definitely did support her. And I haven't heard none of them support her.
I did want to say something about Benjamin Netanyahu taking the Gaza Strip and saying that Hamas will be destroyed. There will be no Palestinian Authority. There will be no more Palestinian Muslim Islamic terrorist groups leading the Gaza, and we will secure and install a peaceful government. So, to me, it seems like gaslight, and it's like every day there's always some kind of new gaslight news headline. I just wonder if, Benjamin can actually accomplish what, it's going to take to liberate the Gaza Strip from Hamas and hopefully save the hostages that are still alive.
Wait, I just, I don't mean to deviate from what you just stated, but I just want to go back to something that the Jasmine Crockett point. Jasmine Crockett said in an interview a couple months ago, midway as the 2028 presidential candidate, she said that they are hinting at, quote, one specific candidate.
I mean, that's the thing, is you can make outlandish statements, all or nothing statements, extreme statements. You can lie. I mean, there is no limitation to gaslighting. And you hear it on this app all the time, and politicians are playing that same communication game. But I'm telling you, if we don't have forensic accountants, auditors, and if we can't just keep spending like this, it's just madness. And when you really look at all the breakdowns, I mean, if you were to cut things just 10%, like 10% cuts to a lot of these programs, and there's thousands of programs, I believe that most Democrats and most Republicans will never bring the cost to do business down. They will only increase the costs because they should. So, I guess that's what all these PhDs do at central banks all around the world, is to figure out who's cheating the most so we can figure out if we need to catch up, or, maybe there are some good people that know how to do actual state central planning and know how to start and run a business or dissolve a business. So, do you think Jasmine Crockett or Maxine Waters have ever opened a business, or they know essentially how to create a successful economic environment without rampant inflation and dollar creation? No, they don't. They're incompetent, and they know the game though. I don't. I think, but anyways, that's what I'm thinking.
Do you think when Trump leaves office, the national debt will be lower than when he got into office?
No, it's going to go up 2 trillion every year at a minimum. So that's 8 to 10 trillion in additional debt. And if it's 2 trillion added up to 37, I mean, it's going to be 45 trillion, 48 trillion by the time he leaves.
So how is that an alternative to the big spending that Democrats would give us?
It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I just like the fact that a Republican hand has their finger on the button. And if you look at Doge, I just looked at it today. There is so much international insane woke spending that they are screenshotting out of the SAP system. That is the same government acquisition platform that I used for 5 years at Treasury, and it's a simple. It's who's the billionaire? Anyways, it's not going down. It's only going up. And, God bless Trump, but if he was Thomas Massey system, everybody born is, if you don't have $1 million now, you will never have a solid retirement, basically based on the spending.
Well, you could still build wealth. You need to have some incredible attributes. There's a move that'll be made on the 12th, it's a Tuesday, that I think will create wealth for a lot of people. So you just gotta follow the trends. You can make money in an up economy, a down economy. I think. Well, how would that give her an advantage?
I will vote for her. I just think Pritzker has $4 billion. I wanted the status quo of misery so that I can commiserate with other people. I don't want drastic changes. I don't want to turn
But I talked to my mom. I was like, Mom, we should have a podcast where it's called, Let's Complain About Everything and it's be as cheap as possible. Because that's basically what this and that. I mean, she doesn't flush her toilet unless she has a buildup, that type of frugality.
I mean, look at how overrated success is. You've got some guy like J.B. Pritzker who is struggling to exercise during the day apparently, or eat healthy because he's not looking so good, and he's got all the resources in the world. If that's success, do you really want it? And then you got Josh Shapiro, who's worth $150K, and he seems to be slim and fit, but he's had trouble deciding what side of the aisle he's going to stand on when it comes to dealing with anti-Semitism on college campuses, which is kind of a softball, I think. And I don't get it.
When you voted for Kamala and then Trump won, how did that make you personally? Because, I know when I vote for a winner, I feel like a winner.
Well, I mean, I'm a hypochondriac.
Moon talk about their votes, and then JB also posted his ballot. So I tried to create some fake news that everybody gave a reason, but in retrospect, everything that you now know about her positions, and I mean, and especially Tim Walz. I mean, just how can you still think that you made the right choice?
Well, again, we're underestimating people up for his benefit. When he's done, he doesn't want anyone else to be in the spotlight. He wouldn't even want his kids to be anyone who can tarnish his image. So what comes after him is going to be very interesting because, he may be the first president to attack someone in his party who's
who's running for the election that follows, the 2028 election. So, I mean, I think it's going to be very interesting. We are totally underestimating what can happen when he has to step away from office if he does.
What do you think about his presence? Trump's presence itself, his confidence, his pride.
An overt narcissist, a grandiose narcissist, is likened to a quote-unquote subtype of psychopathy where he believes his confabulations. He really thinks he's smarter than everybody else. He is a manifestation of unbelievable overconfidence. That's different. That's really, a psychopathy, right? More than this insecure narcissism. So as we've come to know it. So I think he's batshit crazy. Because I think most of us would be embarrassed to be president of the United States and not know some of the things he knows. It would be just the incongruity would be so strong. I would be too embarrassed to stand up, and he absolutely doesn't care. He's made a mockery of many things, and he doesn't see it that way.
Well, don't you between the presidents in a way, and they may not get along, but they can still be in communication?
Well, I mean, hasn't he challenged the old guard so much? They don't even want to be in the picture with him. I mean, it's really weird. You would think that if you're president, you in a leadership position similar to me, thought so little of me. I couldn't live with that. It's crazy. It's at his own benefit or detriment because his ego is so confusing to us.
I know, but don't you view him as not being part of the same chain? I mean, they tried to blow his fucking head off. They cheated him with Joe. The second time he wins by a miracle. I mean, but I'm saying, is it all just theater? Is it just theater? Because that's what I really think that it is.
Wow, John, you're not tired from the 2020 election stolen. You're still rocking that. God bless.
Well, I mean, I will say that, based on my own little statistics and my experience voting, I didn't see anybody there in 2020, just a couple little Democrats, but it could have been the polling place I went to. But anyways, I'm just saying that.
To me is if you look at this nepotistic trajectory, if you will, the second Bush, whatever the hell his name is, it was harder for him to step out of the shadow of his father, who was a president for his family, as the Bushes, a democracy that we have seen in recent time, and he doesn't, he won't, it doesn't even give him pause. It's kind of confusing to me. It's a conundrum because I'd like to think that he's a product of good fortune and regarding his family, but he's differentiated himself from just about anything we've ever known, and you got to give him some credit for that. He's an animal. I don't know what I just said, but I know what I meant.
He's not the anti-hero. Still can't. It's hard. It's so easy to forget how happy it makes me that he's the president, because I just don't see his presence in my life here in Chicago. I mean, I would prefer that he actually deploys, the Illinois National Guard and takes over the city. I think there's a lot of balance, because if you're going to lose, the cities in your kingdom.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. I think most people in his position, you would think they'd be looking out for him, pick up a Senate seat. DJT Jr., take the Trump organization to greater heights. I don't think he sees that. Oh, could you imagine? I have resentment toward them, but I also feel terribly sorry for them. What could you do if you can't speak out against that guy if he's your father? You can't, you're in such a cage. The caged offspring of Donald Trump is dividing.
But what if they really love their dad and they say he's just our dad? I love my dad. He's the greatest, because if you love your dad, I mean, there's nothing really bad to say about a guy who has always given you, love, respect, compassion, kindness, gifts, a good parent, for many people,
But I don't think he's given them anything but gifts, right? And I don't think that, I think it's like they know that if they don't join them, they're screwed. And so they're in a really precarious situation. Sorry, I'm speaking too loud.
It's much like, very much like AJ and Meadow, Soprano, going against Tony, their dad, the Patriot.
He was testing, like most kids do, how far he can go with pushing back against his dad. Now he found the limits of that. There's definitely a limit to it. But
he did indeed, yeah.
But he was testing him. And there were episodes where I would watch and be like, man, I wouldn't have done that. But AJ's just being a kid. I thought AJ's, even though as an actor he's terrible, I think the character was very well written for people to just say, if you were the kid of this mobster who, and there's these contradictions where he does love his family, but he's got this business and he's got this oath that he puts above everything. Being that kid would be a tough assignment. And but as any kid, he does rebel, and he rebels in some pretty dramatic ways.
And even further, AJ was a total dipshit. In fact, I think he's one of the few actors on that show that never really went on to continued acting. I guess we're grateful for that. Meadow, on the other hand, it's like, was with Carmelo having an affair with the milkman, because AJ and Meadow couldn't be any different apart. Like, Meadow is driven, he's intelligent, and outspoken. Like, he's trying to be a lawyer, but specifically for like civil rights people or like social work. He's just like,
do you guys watch the podcast with the two of them?
I haven't, no, I haven't. But I was going to say that
you should check it out.
Yeah, but Meadow also pushed the boundaries, especially when Tony interfered when she tried to date a black guy. It's one of the best episodes talking about coming of age. I just rewatched it, so it's a little fresh in mind.
Let me add this. Let me get one.
Let's get a real quick. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. One of the best episodes. They're like big mob, like Googleable. And so I can only imagine when my classmate Sue realized as she was getting older what Daddy really powerful scene where Tony was like, to Meadow, he's like, you got something to say to me? And she just breaks down or whatever. Or the driver, Jay. Sorry.
So I was just going to say, okay, imagine Ivanka Trump is sitting there talking to her therapist, and she says, "God, this is disown me. Now, he may not be able to take my money, but he may ostracize me. He may make Don Jr. the golden child." I envision, or he would, make, put pressure on media sources or something. I think this is what she faces. I almost have empathy for her.
See, people would listen. See, I think you don't understand how people will judge you when they hear you speculating, putting out there into the ether. It's vulgarity.
Wait, what I'm saying? I'm just saying what's a likely scenario. Why is that? It's just possibly. I don't know that he's a pedophile, but let's just say, do you think that that's an unlikely scenario for her to sit in front of her therapist and talk like that?
Yeah, I think so, 100%. See, the thing is, I could easily bounce that back and say you're actually describing the Joe Biden administration and what he did to his daughter in the shower and from the diary. So it's like, but I've also seen the video. The thing is, I don't know, I don't have children, and I'm just saying, to me, this is all vulgarity. I like the gossip show, but I also, don't like this type of lashon hara against the sitting president of the United States of America. To me, it's just like kind of low class.
Do you think too much of your happiness, because you did say earlier that, you're suffering in Illinois with your retarded Democratic governor, but do you think you may be putting too many eggs of happiness in the Trump basket? What are you going to do when he finishes his 5th or 6th term? How are you going to carry on when he, God forbid, and I hope you're sitting down and maybe have a strong drink next to you when I say these really, terrifying words. What will you do when he actually dies?
Moose, it's not just Trump. It's Tom Holman on Fox News saying, being very happy and having a big smile. Seeing the head of, our mass deportation effort happy on Fox News saying, if these Democrats obstruct us, we will arrest them, or we need more action. I'm just saying, in comparison to Kamala and Waltz, I am.
My point is that I think there's a little too much identity worship with MAGAs and Trump versus the Dems and Biden and Clinton.
You gotta understand, it is not identity worship. It is me being a Taoist or believing in the opposite, which was Kamala Harris and Waltz. When I know that Trump and J.D. Vance are the leaders of this country versus what could have been, that's what truly gives me the happiness. It takes Kamala Harris and Tim Waltz to make me happy. I hope you understand that, Moose.
So it's less what Trump's about and more what the alternative.
The information I'm actually looking for.
Can I just point out that we do not have enough votes here for the poll? The poll is asking, do you regret your vote, your 2024 vote? And so for those of you that have not yet voted in the poll is posted above. Please take a look at it. And if you don't have an option, that's fine. That would be a perfectly viable reason to not vote. But because I don't want to skew the results just because you want to peek at the results. But absolutely. Go ahead.
Jarl said, fuck George Washington in the chat. Jarl, one day maybe you'll be able to come to America. I don't know where you live, but you will experience the incredible, glory and beauty of this country. It goes on and on and on. Have you ever driven through Texas? It just goes on and on and on and on.
Do you think Washington never lied?
I haven't read the letters of George Washington. There's a lot of things, we need to do in terms of education. But, of course, I'm sure he maybe told a lie and, asked for forgiveness and made atonement.
But I think the more important piece of this is that we once had this belief that we wanted to prop up our founders, and we wanted to make heroes out of them. And then we put them through a critical lens, and we said, okay, maybe they were, flawed humans like every human. But now we've gotten to a point where we don't want heroes at all. We as soon as somebody does something that you argue is heroic, we can want to search for the things that would make them flawed. And I don't think that that's a good idea moving forward. We should have heroes. We should have people that we could point to say, hey, look, what that guy did in his day was pretty fucking incredible. And then, you can go ahead and say that those times had policies and social norms that you would oppose today. But if you isolate for, in that time, was this person doing something exceptional? I would say anybody that that was willing to throw the tyranny of Britain off of us, I think they deserve our respect.
Tina Turner would disagree.
The Prophet Muhammad? Well, listen, if you can point out the good things that he's done, that's cool. All I can say is that in the Hadith that Aisha wrote, she acknowledged the fact that she married him when she was 6 and they consummated when she was 9. So all I have right now is that he's a pedophile and that the members of this pedophile death cult are very forgiving of that fact. Now, give me the heroic things that he's done, please.
I mean, Akiva, you knew that was coming, right?
I think not. I just wanted to bring this point right back to the clip that said, clearly Muhammad allowed us to go and think clearly.
Name one. Name one. Yeah, listen, Christianity and Islam are both Torah fan fiction. Nothing more, nothing less.
See, there's different types of Torah fan fiction. Not many people have read many Jewish education books, and
That's racist.
so basically, what I'm saying is, if you read Zohar, it's like, or this other book called the Sefer HaAgadah, the Book of Legends. It's more stories about the stories. So it'll take Moses sitting in the mountains talking to his generals, and they'll be talking about war. It's like, that's why I say it's kind of like the Torah comic book club or fan fiction, So I'm just saying there's no limits to creating news stories about the stories. I mean, because people in the future, hopefully they'll pick up that media and, recreate it. And I love reading books onto YouTube because a lot of the stuff from the 60s and 70s, which was very profound, it's not necessarily digitized now. Like, you could go to their foundations and maybe find some of the materials, but there's a lot of mind-blowing, profound books, just like Zohar, that, if you can reproduce it into YouTube and get people to experience this divine, mystic, experience, it's really profound psychology, but it is in a way like fiction hypnosis, but it rings true. So it's just alternative media.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, both of you guys are going to hell. You didn't know that.
Wait, why do you think we're going to hell?
Because of the way that you speak about the Bible.
Oh, really? What did I say about the Bible that would cast me into hell?
You know what you said.
Well, I think
This man said that the Bible was Torah fan fiction, and then you went on with it like it was nothing. You didn't stop his demonic energy, so you're going to hell with him.
Well, is it projection? I'm just asking you. Are you projecting your own hell onto us right now?
Mother, can I offer a challenge here? I will bet that I know scripture in this Torah fan fiction that you call the Holy Bible better than you do.
I spent 10 years going to church every weekend, and I'm going to church right now every weekend, so, I mean, it would be competitive. I don't know how religious you are, but I do go to church twice a week every week.
I'm not religious, but I am a man of letters. So let's.
What does that mean?
Well, I read.
Are you saying the only legit religion is Judaism?
Well, of that school of books, it's kind of like this is how I feel about it, right? The original trilogy in Star Wars, to me, that's the source material, right? And that was the creation of George Lucas. And then in all of those things that you have, like the prequels and the sequels and all the spin-offs, that would be Star Wars fan fiction. The same way of the Holy Bible, and the same way with the Quran.
That was a long-winded yes to my question. Got it. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, back to Mother. Mother, can you give me your interpretation of 2 Kings chapter 2?
I don't have that memorized. I don't know what that is.
This is when the prophet Elisha was being teased by kids and prayed for the Lord's help. And then out of the forest came 2 bears that mauled 47 children. Can you explain to me what that means to you?
So I'm going to finish taking this shit. I'm going to go open the Bible that I have in my living room, and I'm going to read the passage, and then analyze it, and then respond.
Mother, I'm trying, despite the fact that I know you're taking the shit, I'm going to say these words.
Mojo.
I want to meet you leading another child. Would it be more godly if, let's say we're not Dr. Doolittle, we can't summon the bears, should we go and smack the shit out of kids that are bullying other kids? Because it sounds like that's the instruction, but maybe God wants to keep it in his hands and utilize bears to do his bidding.
Well, I mean, I always like to think about the micro and the macro, but that story to me sounds like thoughts, meaning that chaos and, all these children being mauled by a bear. It's kind of like that book, Lord of the Flies. It's like, who is the Lord of the Flies? Is it Beelzebub? Is it God? I mean, how do you respond to flies? A lot of people get freaked out when they see bugs.
To Mother's point, apparently bullshit is the flies God, because clearly flies worship shit.
Well, listen, if this room were Lord of the Flies, I think Hakima is definitely piggy.
Oh man,
Now I gotta go watch it.
it's a wild book actually.
The book is 100 times better.
The Balthazar Getty film was okay, but that was an example of where the book is better than the film. Traditionally, people say that all the time. I'm in the camp that usually the movie is better than the book, and I've got countless examples of that if you'd like to talk about them.
We can rattle off a few of them. One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Jaws.
Actually, it's still good, but Jaws, yeah, you're visually terrified.
Wise Guy versus Goodfellas.
Was Wicked a book? I don't know. That movie was wonderful. I saw it last weekend.
So did anybody see the moon last night?
Sure did. That was something.
So what is the men? I haven't put this through Rocket on a Google search yet, but are women's menstrual cycles actually tied to the moon?
Mother, what say you?
Yes. I mean, men also have a menstrual cycle, right? I mean, it's not profound, but there are times of the month where men have higher levels of testosterone than other parts of the month. That is a thing. Men do have to kind of like lower period.
So I heard this speaker the other day say that women have this Shakti power. It's a two-part system. They are nesters and they are also transcendent. What does anybody agree with that sentiment that women technically have these two different aspects that a man does not have? The man should be out of the nest, gathering, energy, harvesting resources, but the nester, and so men have a different task, women have a different task, or different set of a basic game rule or their position, who they are.
You know what? I've been hanging out over there in Chatter, and I have to tell you a story about that. Jonathan Bing went off on me and lost his shit, and I decided, who are these people, right? Where are the real people? And it's you people. So I'm coming back to the clubhouse.
Can you agree? One second. Can you guys agree that Jonathan Bing is the worst thing that's ever happened to Chatter?
I don't know about that. I do like them. I'm friends with them, but I can play you this clip. I can't even listen to it, but he just...
Please play the clip.
Oh boy. Okay. I can do that.
Spill the tea, Dr. Gather. Spill the tea.
Yeah, I got tea. I got the tea. So this is what happened. He was going off. I don't know how he attempted kind of date, but maybe we don't really know what they're doing. But he's the black guy. She's the blonde, beautiful one, and I think they have a romance. But again, I've never met these people IRL, so I can't say what they have.
They are very flirty together.
They're super flirty. Yeah, and sometimes he talks to her in a way that I think is very controlling. And so I was in the chat, I'm a chat warrior most of the time, and in the chat I was like, Ben is controlling. And he lost it. Okay, Nelson sent it. Here it goes. Let me see if I can turn it on. Sorry guys, my phone on it. Here it goes.
That would be a great chat if you don't mind.
An unsung hero is the person that may not speak a lot, but every day the DTN is open. That's not unsung hero?
Shut your fucking mouth, alright? How much was this for? Alright? You dumb fucking ass, alright? Don't you ever come in here some bullshit and put someone trying to handle a situation diplomatically as possible. I am tired of your fucking entitled ass with your fucking snarky ass fucking entitled fucking remarks. Get your fucking ass out of here, Dr. Captain. I'm fucking easy here if that's how you fucking feel.
Yo, that was so funny. I am sorry I didn't laugh, but I could not hold it back. When you said
was that on the chatter? I've never been on chatter. Was that chatter or Clubhouse?
That was a classy response. I accept your experience. I'm gonna take notes and save that, brother. I'm gonna use it for.
Yeah, Catherine, Dr. Catherine, it sounds like you meditate. You handled that very well.
Well, actually, I got that from raising teenagers and going to family therapy. And the therapist was like, you have to mirror and affirm and validate their experience of harm, even though you don't understand that. I want to validate because I care about the fact they're hurting. And when you try to refute it and tell them they're not experiencing something that they feel is very difficult for them, then they feel gaslit. Okay, so the example would be our kids complaining because they think their life is so hard and we're mean to them. And if we say, well, our parents used to beat us and we had to walk to school, like, don't hurt. And just accept it. Accept it as their experience. Don't try to refute it. It works beautifully.
You would thrive in corporate America, Catherine, because this is the type of like language that I have to use at the office. Like, whenever people feel overly direct, always, tiptoe around what you're actually trying to say. But get your message.
But don't you believe in?
They do get angrier. They get angrier. Yeah, because they want you to bang back. He loved the bang. Like, he wanted to create something out of that and make it go viral and stuff. And I'm not gonna. And when I say you're controlling and that you come off like that, you're basically just making your own case or making my case, right?
Yeah, you kind of.
Catherine, can you please submit a vote in the poll here? Do you regret your 2024 vote?
Oh, that's what we're talking about in the room. Okay, so I voted. Can I say voted already, Mojo, or are we waiting?
We can all say
something first. I want to just say that I'm jealous of Dr. Catherine because she's such a sponge. She takes, if I took thousands of that amount of information away from all the therapy I had, I mean, I feel like I've done nothing with all the therapy I've had. I'm just devastated.
Oh, maybe you did go to too much therapy. There is a sweet spot for therapy, and we'll talk about that in another room. I voted for Bertie, so I don't regret that at all.
I voted for Ron DeSantis in the primary, and then when Trump got the nomination, I voted for Kamala, and I'm very happy with both of those votes. And I would never vote for Donald Trump ever in the history of my life. And my whole reason for not voting for him has been proven to be correct. I don't like his leadership style, and I think his economic policies are not going to move the country farther ahead, which they aren't. And I don't think that he's good for America on an international level. Every reason that I had for voting for Kamala has come to fruition.
So, can you tell me what was Kamala Harris's plan to reduce the borrowing and spending that we have in this country?
Doesn't matter. That's not the reason why I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for Trump because I didn't like the way he ran the country. And I'm 100% correct in my current opinion of he's doing exactly what I would expect: chaos and confusion.
It was a good attempt on Mojo. I got you a moment to corner him. Harris was doomed. 137-year-old Biden never should have ran. I don't think he would have if it wasn't Trump. Chip on the shoulder. You did 50 years of service. Remarkable. Like, have a seat. Like, you were already President War like that. You can't top that resume. So he hands the baton over in the 11th hour to Harris. She didn't have a prayer.
Reluctantly, they actually took the baton and they forced it on her.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. He was stuck in his fucking diaper.
Yeah, if it was up to him, he would have condemned trial, but yet he was our president.
Talk about narcissistic, Dr. Jordan?
Sorry, I missed that. I'm driving. What did you say?
Well, Trump's narcissism. Stevie Wonder can see that, but with Biden,
that's highly productive, and when you're, all presidents are going to have that to some degree. Some are going to be more pathological. But you can't help his survival instinct, right? I mean, what person who's president of the United States is willing to relinquish that position for any reason? I find that hard to believe. So I don't.
But we were just talking about heroes earlier, though, right? Like, we're just talking about heroes. If you ask me, that is what a hero does. You step down, you literally take a knee for the greater good of the country. If he truly took that office to make a difference and be Mr. Jimmy Stewart goes to Washington. I mean, I hear you. Like, I hear the megalomaniac and the attention and power. Your point is absolutely valid. It's not lost to me. But a true hero, I think, didn't have to be coaxed off the election, edge like he was.
Yeah, but remember, Biden and Trump both were, they're all insulated by a circle of people. Sorry, I have some food in my mouth, obviously. They're all listening. Their ears are bent towards certain people. And so we don't know that Biden's family didn't have a huge influence on him.
You have a hot mic, Akiva.
Hey, Moose, do you think that Nixon did the right thing by stepping down?
He wouldn't have had to if he had the Supreme Court that Trump has today. But yes, I do. And I don't think he did it for the good of Watergate, Woodward, Bernstein. Yeah, it was a different time. But I think if the Supreme Court was stacked as it is, and whatever president does in the act of being presidency cannot be prosecuted, would have been different.
I don't know. I still think that Nixon, to your point, I think he did the right thing. You just man up, say, I fucked up, and I'm resigning.
I think the pushback against that is that he inevitably would have been impeached. Like, actually impeached, like actually removed from office, not like Clinton.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, but to your point, times are way different then. I mean, he's still going to go down as one of our top 4 worst presidents, but still.
The war on crime, Tricky Dicky. I am not a criminal. He's a living Saturday Night Live skit. His entire presidency is a Saturday Night Live skit.
Did you ever see the movie about him? It was pretty good.
All the presidents, man?
Yeah, something like that. There was like a couple, but I saw one like...
Very good, yeah. Robert Redford researched that for like several years. He directed a solid movie. Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford, yeah.
I liked the JFK one too by I'm trying to think of his name. The director.
Oliver Stone.
I can't remember. Yes, very good movie. That's subjective.
What about Nixon's support of the?
And then suddenly have people, questioning you, that hate you. Then comes, congressional hearings and potential litigation. I mean, you go on the top of the world and everyone literally kissing your ass, even if they don't like you, to suddenly accepting that you're mediocre or criminal. I mean, I think that's really hard for the human, for a human to contend with. And that goes for Nixon, Trump, Bush, Clinton, all of them.
But wasn't Nixon? Didn't he have like one of the highest IQs for a president? Highly likely. Yeah.
And he got more votes than any president in history.
Really?
Yep.
But
I learned that on MSNBC 2 nights ago.
But, Doctor, wasn't it? Or I'm sorry, the driver. Wasn't it Reagan that won by the largest margin ever?
No.
Well, I understood it was
his re-election. He won 49 out of the 50 states. The only holdout was Minnesota, and that was because that's where Mondale was from.
Oh wow! So it wasn't Mojo. It wasn't the first election. It was the second one when Reagan ran in 84.
Correct.
Pretty incredible he survived that assassination attempt. Surgeon said it was like less than a half inch away from his heart.
That's crazy. It's even more crazy, Moose, that Trump survived that because he got very close.
Do you guys remember the Saturday Night Live skit after Reagan got shot where Eddie Murphy did Buckwheat's Been Shot as a parody?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go YouTube that, Mojo.
ask Dr. Catherine what a near miss that was, because she more than anyone would know with regard to Trump's injury, at least the optics of it.
Of him coming up and with his fist in the air, like he just like Rocky did it in Rocky 2 when he evolved, like that. Those kind of theatrics.
Yeah, that was mad respect. I mean, I've seen quite a few lucky people who just missed a major injury by just a few millimeters like that, and you just think to yourself, wow, God has a plan for you. And part of Trump's manifesto now, but that was wild. That was a real.
Y'all some real political people. I'm not really. Do y'all think that was real for real?
Wait, hold on. So, what if you think that it was?
It's me personally. I think there's no way that could be theater. I think that was a real thing that happened. A lot of people think it's theater, though. I don't think.
I
can understand how somebody would think it's theater. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I actually thought.
That's why I think that's the real conspiracy. That's why I think that's the real conspiracy. Not that it was fake. I mean, like there's so many. It's either very close together, and also one that was right before the RNC convention, basically when they're doing the Republican nominee. Okay. Or it was intentional. It was intentional competence where they allowed these third-party actors to get in so they can actually ruin the election for the Republicans.
That's a good point right there. Intentional incompetence. Okay, I never thought of that angle. That's a good angle. Intentional incompetence.
Because it's hard to explain or comprehend how the Secret Service thought that the local, or at least that's one story I heard, is that the Secret Service thought that the local law enforcement would actually take care of like the rooftop areas, so they're just going to go ahead and leave the only like available.
Why do you load up a whole sniper rifle on the roof? You know how long it takes to assemble that jump? I'm in the military for 16 years. Yeah. I know how long it takes to assemble a sniper rifle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just seems like a major bizarre oversight by Secret Service.
But Moose, like I remember when I'm here in Michigan, I remember like George Bush was coming to like one of the community colleges or something to do a speech. Every road was blocked off. I mean, I've never seen so much security. This is back in like 2004. I've never seen someone. Go ahead.
I think you just had it outright. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, like, I've never seen that much security. But to your point, Moose, it was just very bizarre that. I would think they would have all the rooftops covered, but I don't know. That was some major oversight miss. But didn't that person, like Moose, who was like head of Secret Service, resign like right after that?
I don't think they were given a choice.
Yeah, I think they basically said, you resign, we'll give you 6 months severance, fly off into the wind.
Do you remember the woman that couldn't holster her weapon?
Yes.
DEI.
Yeah, it's a tough job, though, you know? Not too many jobs where you're literally signing up to stand in front of someone else to take a bullet. But
has there ever been an assassination attempt on a Democrat? Well,
yeah,
Kennedy. Attempt and success.
True. And then Bobby Kennedy, too.
Yep, the two big ones.
Yeah, they were cleaning house in the 60s.
Yeah, they were. But that Kennedy family's been so unlucky.
Yeah, I was going to say, bad time to be a Kennedy.
But Moose, there was another one, too. Like, I think one of them else
got like cancer and died at a really young age too. Wasn't it Jackie, his wife? Yeah, the Kennedys are like the Von Erichs of politics.
Statistically, I don't think, maybe Dr. Catherine can back this up, but statistically, I don't think that they actually have had more high profile deaths, quite frankly, than any other family. It's just that it's the media. There's a media bias. Let me look this up to be sure.
You got a new poll up there, Mojo.
We have a new poll?
Oh, wait, sorry. I was looking at the room title. See, at a glance, it is confusing. I'm like, wait, how come the room title doesn't match the poll? But, right, two separate things.
Oh my God. Did I miss a question about narcissistic personality disorder? Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, no, anytime Dr. J is here, we're always, we're in the presence of an expert on narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh, he's the Dr. J. Okay. Sorry.
Yes, the one and only.
No, what I was saying was that the Kennedy family, statistically speaking, there is no difference. There's no significant difference in the number of deaths that the Kennedy family has endured than any other family. They're a big family, and they've just obviously we know more about them through that loss of life through media bias.
I don't know. They've had so you think it's based on if you were to run of any big family that you'd have that many assassinations. The people who have died in planes, especially being killed. Unless you're
a lot of musicians dying in planes, Dr. Catherine, yeah.
But all in one family?
Have you ever read the book Killing Kennedy by Bill O'Reilly? Although I'm not Bill O'Reilly's biggest fan, he did write a damn good book.
You know, it's in my Audible books. I don't remember if I did read it, what impression it had on me.
There was a security guard. He was supposed to be watching over and, watching him, but instead he went across the street to the speakeasy and got drunk and didn't do his duty. But no, everyone overlooked that.
Oh, I heard that.
With the Lincoln assassination, when John Wilkes Booth did it, he jumped down from the wherever he was at that theater, and everyone thought it was part of the play, and they didn't understand the president had just been killed, but they thought it was part of the act. But yeah, it's a good book. Check it out.
So are you guys paying extra for this Chatter app? What do you get for that? What's the update on that?
No, Catherine, there was investor payout day today.
In Chatter? You guys are getting paid for the year rooms?
No, because I guess all the original investors or investors of development, I got some email saying they were paid. Like they were getting some sort of dividend or I don't know if they're getting their money back, but I think it was some sort of dividend.
Oh, I wonder what the return was on their investment, or if that's just like their settlement. Interesting.
Yeah, after the class action lawsuit. I think, honestly, you're better off taking your money and flushing it down the toilet before you are investing in that app.
Oh, on the Chatter app, or this app, or any of the apps?
Chatter app.
Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't have invested in. I think it has potential. There aren't enough intelligent conversations happening, and they're
right. Yeah. John, can you do your Jonathan Bing impression?
Art, appreciation. I think just the trauma, of seeing her husband shot. Like, she had parts of his brain on him. I mean, she's a very strong woman, I think. And, I think a lot more than just style. But she was an editor of House. So she was a great writer herself. And she was meticulous, I think, with her correspondence, her relationships. And she suffered so much trauma. I think just how you look at PTSD, and she probably drank too much, smoked too much. She died of cancer too young. And
did you ever see her Playboy spread?
What? You thinking of Marilyn? Jackie Kennedy? Really? Oh my goodness.
Let me see if I can find a good photo on PTR.
But one of my favorite, I think, historical, triangle love stories is the Jacqueline Kennedy, Maria Callas, and Aristotle Onassis. I think that was a pretty amazing situation there, because Aristotle really loved Maria Callas, but he also loved, women who had so much, who were popular, and he just loved women, and he left Maria to marry Jackie, and man, just really broke her heart, and it really broke his heart too. But Jackie, she got to live on a Greek island and have free security, and her kids were relatively protected, which I think she needed to do that. Okay, so nobody's paying for an upgraded version of Clubhouse. That's what I've heard. Is that right?
There is at least two people on this stage that are paying. You can see by the plus sign next to their name.
Okay, so those of you with the plus sign, what are you getting?
They have an anonymous feature that allows them to enter rooms without being spotted.
And supposedly
you can. So you don't need a burner.
Right, and supposedly you can see who views your profile, but that's not really accurate. Because every time you go into a room, like if they invite you on the stage, it's not really telling you anything.
Yeah, LinkedIn does that too. They're like, see who viewed your profile and upgrade to premium. And I'm always like, what do I need to listen to creepers for? Right? It's like, okay, I'm good. I already got my private list somewhere. Now I got to worry about these other guys. I'm good.
It's weird, right? I'm like, I don't know. It's weird.
So to Breeze, how much money do you think they raised by charging people $5 to have the little plus sign and use the anonymous feature? Think they made a lot of money?
Considering there's 25 people in here and it can count 2 people who with the plus sign, I'm going to go no.
I'm just really terrible at canceling subscriptions, y'all.
Yeah, because my thing is the features aren't worth the subscription price.
Oh, no. Not at all.
Yeah.
The fact that you can see who viewed you as as one of the bells and whistles? Really?
Well, yeah, and like I said, it's not. It's honestly not if somebody reacts to you, they show up in that list. If somebody invites you on stage, they show up in that list. Like, there's so many times that we interact with each other's PTRs, like if somebody's trying to show a picture and they're like, oh, view my PT. Those aren't really people like looking at your profile.
The reason why they don't know how to roll out features that we want, the poll feature was good, but all they did was copy that from Chatter. The reason they don't know like what we want is because they created the app and they no longer come on it. Once upon a time, Paul used to pop into the rooms. In fact, when we were doing healthy debates, I would say Paul would come every day to the room, every day, and he would sit there sometimes for 10 minutes, sometimes for hours. And he would listen, and he would see what people were doing on the app. I think he lost interest in doing that, and he thinks he's got an idea of what people want. But I used to be part of that little beta house. Catherine, you might remember this. They didn't really want real feedback. All they wanted was people to kiss the brass ring. Anytime somebody provided real feedback, you'd have like all of the suck-ups to like jump in and like and vote that down. It was very interesting.
It was insulting. I mean, honestly, you would ask questions in the chat, they'd be ignored, give feedback. In the beginning, I thought Clubhouse was so cool because I thought, wow, the founders are sitting here talking to us and they have good energy. But then, yeah, they just did those leadership rounds, what they call them, town halls, and there were a lot of complaints in there, and they just ignored it. So, like, why even have it? Or just say, like, we get it, we're working on things. We just can't do whatever you're asking for yet.
So the founders were fucking up. But when they decided, like, they wanted a feedback loop, and they created the beta house, the beta tester house, this was like, okay, we're going to get people with real insights. And I got invited in, and then the person that invited me in, that person got skewered. Like, why would you let Roger into this group? This is crazy. And it was a small group of people, and they were all in it for self-serving reasons. They all wanted, like, you had guys like Nozzle. You guys might like Nozzle, might dislike Nozzle. But Nozzle, all he cared about, it was he wanted to get a job at one of these companies, or he wanted to figure out how to matter to him. It's not like, I mean, he could open a room and only 3 people would show up. He would have never been able to monetize anyways. He never had an interesting thought. He never shared any interesting information. And now, interestingly enough, he's now an employee and helping to make decisions over at Chatter, where I think he belongs.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say the monetization feature of Chatter is something I think Clubhouse could have added pretty easily. I think it's a little disruptive the way they do it now on Chatter. They call it like a rocket thing. When somebody likes or wants to give energy to the room, they call it a rocket chat. So it could be $1, $50, whatever. And you can see who's contributing, and the person who's hosting the room apparently gets paid, but the payout is like 40 days later, and you have to do a Stripe account. And apparently Nozzle lives in some country where his Stripe account didn't work, and so they had to do it differently. But I don't know. I didn't tie anything to money or put any rocket chats in because I'm like, I don't really trust the app for.
I would recommend this. When it comes to social audio apps, whether it's Clubhouse, whether it's Fanbase, whether it's Chatter, I've learned the hard way with some of these things. I would never connect a financial app that you have to them. You don't want to reveal any information that you don't have to them, because it's not that you can't trust all of them. I actually think that there's probably some really good people that are involved in this. But there's also an attraction to some of the biggest scam artists on the planet. I mean, if you think about Chatter, if you think about some of the people that are over there now, they're quite literally like con men. Like people like Grant Cardone. He's a con man. He's a fraud. I know that he sued John Legere for saying it, but he's not going to sue me because Mojo doesn't actually exist.
I think that's what many of us like to be on Clubhouse, to hear the cons. And like, I was just starting my private practice. I didn't know anything about business. And I really enjoyed hearing how real estate people talk and people into marketing and selling stuff, especially like kind of the cult type movements and the grifters. You're like, well, it's very fear-based narratives. They're very gifted in how they tell their stories, and they get people to come along and make them feel vulnerable if they're not buying what they're selling. So I thought I learned a lot.
I think what's fascinating,
Grant Cardone lawsuit.
What's fascinating?
Somebody came up and deposed me to be in that lawsuit. Can you believe that?
Jesus Christ. What's fascinating about those real estate rooms is a lot of the people that were involved in that are not selling a lot of real estate. They're trying to do like funds and trying to convince people to invest, and then they do it in a way where they don't even want accredited investors. Like, they're all setting themselves up for major lawsuits. But I think the thing that's sad is that the people that go into those rooms, they have no clue that these people are con men. They actually think that, like, oh, they dropped some wisdom. We're building community. I'm going to make it rich with these people. Look, if they were so goddamn good in the real estate market, they wouldn't be spending their time on Clubhouse telling people to fucking give them their nickels and dimes. They'd be out there selling fucking property.
Agreed. Definitely. And the mortgage syndicate, I was always curious, like, what is the deal? And then I learned, okay, they're basically selling for your company. You know, like if my company were to support your company, how would that be filed? Or if you're a charity, you know, like what's your tax ID number for the charity? So when you know what questions to ask, it breaks down very easily. But we've seen a lot of people get.
I'm so glad you mentioned this. So glad you mentioned this about nonprofits. So I was in this room, Politically Correct, I think it's called. And there was this woman by the name of Sin, I'll call her out by name, and she was talking about all these things that she does in her community, and I could just sniff out the bullshit, and then like, so I went on stage, I said some things, and like, yeah, I don't know, set the room on fire, but she was saying, you don't know me, you don't know what I do, and she was telling me about this nonprofit, and then I go, oh, okay, I go, why don't you put the link in the chat to your nonprofit, and I'll donate $500 right now. Now, as somebody that's raised money for nonprofits and for other causes, if somebody is going to, say that they're going to donate, even if they're not going to donate, you still would put the link out there. She couldn't provide the link because it didn't exist, and then when I called that out, I got removed from the room. So you got to be careful. These people are fucking frauds. If they tell you that they're doing this fucking great project, just ask for more information. If you were to ask, I would imagine if you could just have 3 good questions. Can you show me, and not just like a link to a GoFundMe, and not just here's my Cash App, but look for some sort of documentation, some sort of filing that they've done where they've really put their information out there and they show that they're legitimately doing things in the real world. Even then, I wouldn't give money to people on Clubhouse. As a general rule of thumb, if you guys were to do something and ask for money, I would just be completely out. Just on general principle, I will not give money to people on Clubhouse. That being said, if you're inclined to do that, I would just ask a few fucking simple questions. And what you'll find out is that I would guess 5-9 probability that everybody that's ever asked for money on this app was not doing with the money what they claimed they were going to do with the money.
And John Legere really tried to, I think, protect the people. And that lawsuit. It's a shame because he stopped coming to the rooms, and he, I thought, added a lot. I thought that was what was really fun about Clubhouse a long time ago. You really have a great diversity of rooms and people calling out each other's bullshit. And you see too, if I call out someone for being controlling or something, we get kicked out of rooms. I played that clip, Bing was in it, and you're just like, wow, there it is. If you're not authentic and someone's calling it out, you're going to defend yourself, and that's something to think about. Is if you're authentic, why would you have to defend yourself? You're just honest. And look it up.
Is there a way that I could get a copy of that clip? I would like
Nelson has it.
You know what? I already know, because this room's been streaming. I could just go back to the live stream and I could clip the moment in which it was said. So I got it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Honestly, it's so uncomfortable for me to hear it. If anybody's been, abused verbally or had some trauma, it might be like trigger warning for that. He just really sounded.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other direction with it. What I'm gonna do is take things like that, string them all together, and maybe use that as like bumper music as an intro for these rooms. So like as people are piling in the beginning, just play like maybe a 90-second clip of people crashing out on Clubhouse, and I think that's a perfect example of somebody crashing out on an app.
Bumper music, I like that. Okay, bump along. You call it bumper music because it's like an intro or a closing. It's like the bumpers to the.
That's what they refer to it when it comes to like like AM radio, the talk radio stuff. There's like the intro music, and then there's the music you play to a commercial, and then there's the outro at the end, and it's referred to bumpers because it's bumpered on the sides of the commercials as well as the content.
A collection of crash outs would be actually quite epic.
That should be, John Kitover, if you're listening, that should be the next YouTube channel. It should just be called Clubhouse Crash Outs, and it can be an edited version where we need to find an audio video editor, somebody that's willing to use some AI, go find some great crash outs, curate the content, and put it together on one channel called Clubhouse Crash Outs. I think that could be a very popular thing. And then we could
probably tell Nigel to do it and just send him a cash app for like $50. I bet he'd do it.
Yeah, but on general principle, I don't want to pay that guy anything. We gotta find a good nozzle. Go ahead.
I don't consent to being recorded. Thanks.
I don't know. I don't think that those words mean what you think they mean.
Dripping with sarcasm. We signed off those rights when we checked off the little TNC box to download this app or pretty much any app these days.
And even if you don't check off the box.
Exactly, serendipity, right? They're happy to do that. They're happy to do that for you. They're very thoughtful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just love some of the people that are, bitching and complaining about people like John Kitover, but they didn't give a shit when Snowden released all the information about what the federal government was doing, and they're like, "Oh, that's different. It's the government."
Well, I don't want to get in an argument with you about this, but if Snowden had any integrity, he wouldn't be living in Russia.
Well, I don't know. I think they've made it explicitly clear they're going to lock him away in a box for the rest of his life, and he'll probably end up dead. So, I can't blame him.
Well, no, I could blame him because if what you just live there. I mean, the guy has zero integrity.
What, you think that?
Him living in Russia might be the punishment that he deserves.
Yeah, but
But like I said, which country do you think would not let?
He should face a jury of his peers and he should expose it. And then he should face a jury of his peers and he should expose it. And then if he goes down in an unfair way, then that's called martyrdom. But he should not be calling out tyrannical government and then living in Russia. It's hypocritical, and the people that support to me are a joke.
Yeah, but I mean, you can stand for integrity and people not being spied on, and not also at the same time want to be tortured by the fucking federal government. To have.
Yeah, but let's not forget that
have CIA fucking wet work black ops guys come in and fucking rip your fingernails off all night.
He was working for Booz Allen for a long time. He knew what the government was doing. He was doing the government on tracks. So, and remember, this guy was in Hawaii when he was working for the NSA. If you talk to that vintage of NSA people, which was a lot of military folks that had maybe done 6 to 8 years, not all were doing cyber or security related. Some were combat veterans that joined the NSA, but this guy was like all alone on an island in Hawaii, completely detached from the broader NSA operation in Washington or whatever, Virginia. But the point is that he had already worked for Booz Allen for like, I don't even know, like 10 years or some shit.
Okay,
so
Chris, do you think it's better or worse that we know what we know now?
It's way worse. Once the public understood how mass data collection was being weaponized by governments, what did governments do? They increased their mass data collection capabilities. They came up with more advanced forms of signals intelligence. Like, look at all the innovation in signals intelligence. It's pretty shocking. But just spying on Americans and then telling everyone about it definitely did not make it better. Even the big, beautiful bill has expanded funding for mass surveillance, right? We're using that to target immigrants. But also, again, our government targets everyday American citizens regularly. It used to just be the FBI, but now it's the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and also the NSA. And they continue to gather more and more and more data. And now we're breaching this precedent where not only does the federal boundaries between federal, state, and local. So fuck Edward Snowden, that pussy ass bitch.
Christopher, it's good to see you on here. Quick question for you. Do you feel the same way about Julian Assange?
No.
Good. Because I feel completely different about those two situations.
I do too. And I've also talked to a lot of Assange's family. See, look, Assange intermediated the flow of the information that allowed us to audit our government. Okay? Edward, maximum pressure on this pussy-ass government. I was in Washington, D.C. last week. Fuck this federal government. And fuck these goddamn mass data collection policies and the consolidation from the federal, state, and local, these pussy-ass bitches. And I hope that these motherfuckers start to create a fucking file on me because, to be honest with you, Snowden didn't even give us fucking policy, to be honest with you. Snowden didn't even give us fucking policy proclamation. Fucking Russia, too. So, yeah, fuck Edward Snowden.
Yeah, of course he is. And I'm glad to see you're one of the few people that see it this way. Some people are like, oh, they're both traitors. Other people will say they're both heroes, and I just see them completely different. I think Snowden's a traitor. I think he had an opportunity to be a hero, but we found out that he wasn't as pure in his intentions. His actions tell us everything. But with Assange, the one thing I would have wished that he would have done differently, if there's one thing, and probably if he could him and the people mentioned in it.
Yeah, that's fair. And again, Assange allowed us to audit government behavior, so then we were able to become aware about the war crimes in Afghanistan. he also showed us the fuckerest way that our public officials communicate over email, like almost in, like even extremely unprofessional behavior, acting like they're playing a fucking video game with our goddamn tax dollars. But again, all Snowden had to do, honestly, even if he didn't want to get his nails pulled out by the federal government, which he should have thought about that when he was in Hawaii doing a fucking contract for the NSA. He didn't have to work for the NSA. He didn't have to hack for Booz Allen either. Who knows how many government contracts he worked on by the time that he decided to jump ship. I mean, fuck, like, he probably contracts for weapon systems manufacturers, so I just don't think he's a great person. I think he's an egomaniac. But he could have at least given abilities were in the United States. He maybe just wanted to make, like, his egotistical point, but I know he lives a good life. I know he's making good money and off the American public. So,
would you hire him?
Fuck no, I wouldn't be anywhere near that, man. I would never want to be associated with that pussy ass bitch, because if I'm gonna go to work with my government, I'm sure as fuck not leaving this goddamn country, and I'm definitely not gonna go to Russia. Fuck that.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire the guy to push the fucking mop at the peep show.
Isn't his, status though totally blown out of proportion in terms of being like a hero or a traitor? I mean, doesn't he get way too much credit?
It's definitely not blown out of proportion in that he sold the federal government out with his top secret clearance and all the access that he had to the signals intelligence platform at the NSA.
Yeah, but
it's a huge deal.
What are the three major revelations though that he shared with the world?
Americans didn't understand that signals intelligence had moved from wiretapping, which was actually putting a device on a copper wire. So you had to know which wire was transporting the communication. Then you had to actually physically go to the site, the tap, whatever the box was that had the copper wire, and you had to put a piece of hardware on it. So couldn't do mass surveillance on copper wire because, I mean, it's technically...
Christopher, all this copper wire talk has me a little confused. Can I ask you a question? What is 565 times 1,000?
565,000. But anyways, once we move from the copper wire to digital platforms and digital devices, that's what people didn't understand. So he showed people for the first time that you could do mass data collection, that the government could do mass data collection that went way past what you could do on a wiretap on a copper wire. So that was certainly a revelation back in 2009.
But while John just distracted you with that math question, meth heads just came and stole all your copper wire. Sorry.
Well, nobody's running copper wire anymore. All the telcos retired it anyways, you feel me?
So what's the second revelation of Edward Snowden?
That a lot of people didn't know that the NSA existed. Like, the public didn't really know what the NSA was doing. They didn't know we had a mass data collection focused branch of government, right? Because everybody saw the Patriot Act. Very few Americans know today that Homeland Security was created in 2002. That we didn't have.
The biggest consequence of Christopher, is that everyone just thought of these agencies as relatively benign and that we were somehow excluded from surveillance. And, I don't think the long-term, and I agree with the consensus on Snowden's character, but I don't think the long-term consequences of his betrayal were that great. I still think we're kicking ass in the world ahead of the rest of the world, but I do think you're right on about the fact that it awakened America to the fact that these agencies are not just some acronymal bureaucracy. They're out there aggressively pursuing and monitoring, and surveilling us.
Yeah, and even if they weren't connected, government signals intelligence and domestic repression definitely has improved significantly since Snowden. So you could say maybe wasn't the cause of the scale.
Who want Edward Snowden prosecuted are those a lot of the same people who are putting us into massive amount of debt.
I'm not even talking about prosecuting Edward Snowden. I'm talking about supporting him at home if he would have actually been able to go through the process.
I'm just saying Edward Snowden becomes a Pepe, that he becomes a scapegoat for, you know, what you could call the deep state or the establishment, which has essentially created $37 trillion in debt.
Yeah, so we could change the topic. Like, we know that we have problems at home, but I don't think Edward Snowden has anything to do with debt or printing money.
Oh, really? You think that the domestic surveillance system isn't a multi-$100 billion surveillance system that, you know, he was working on, you know, through Booz Allen Hamilton? I mean, it's giant
I didn't say
debt.
what you just said. I've actually already explained the expansion of the surveillance state all the way to Big Beautiful Bill. I'm not sure why you're changing the topic and putting me in this Snowden.
I'm not putting you in any
Congress.
position. I'm just asking a question. I mean, the Big Beautiful Bill, yes, it keeps funding. I mean, what's the name of the National Surveillance Act? Is that what it is? That they have to reconfirm annually? Is it through the NDAA?
I don't remember the exact legislation, but of course our Congress is an issue and completely separate from Snowden.
Well, anyways, you know, the National Surveillance Act, I believe, is annually reaffirmed. And, you know, why does your Congress just keep, you know, annually recertifying it?
Are you not an American?
No, I'm an American born and bred.
Why is it my Congress and not our Congress?
Well, I'm just making, you know, an editorial, you know, they or we.
Our Congress.
Our Congress people.
It is, though, brother.
But we vote for our Congress people.
I agree with you, brother. But there's like, it's really hard to get will around. Like,
wait, why do you think I'm your brother? I mean, based on your PTR, I am not your brother.
But you don't know anything about my PTR.
I don't like it.
It's the picture in Chicago back on the 4th of July.
Yeah, you look like an anarchist.
That's not me. I'm not the guy in the picture.
Well, you're representative, anarchical, and, you know, looks like an Antifa scumbag.
I'm not judging your PTR for trying to represent multiple national identities. And honestly, I've never been a Democrat, so I don't know why you're.
Did you vote for Trump, brother?
Talking to me.
Did you vote for Trump, brother?
I voted for Trump before.
Did you vote for
Trump before?
You never voted for Trump before, brother?
No, I have.
Oh, so twice. You voted for him twice, brother?
No, I didn't vote twice.
All right, well, then we're not brothers.
I know, you're one of those people that separates yourself from the other parts of society and elevates your own perspective, but you're trying to represent two national.
You might be projecting, brother. You might be projecting there, brother.
How do you split? How do you balance out two national identities? Are you also a dual citizen?
Well, you see, I'm an American, born and bred, but my daddy's side of the family, they Jewish. And so I love Jews and I love
I didn't
Israel.
say shit about religion, bro. I said nation.
Yeah, I know. Israel is the Jewish nation. It's the homeland of the Jews.
So are you American?
I'm American, brother.
Yeah, so we make Americans make room for all these different perspectives. That's one of our values.
We're American.
Exactly. So we got to make room for our brothers that think they need to have multiple national identities as well. I think it's a part of our core values.
I say be who you want to be. If you want to be an Antifa, you know, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Live by the sword, you're gonna die by the sword.
I'm not Antifa, bro.
Then what are you, brother?
I think he's a Proud Boy. I'm not a Proud Boy, but that could have been when I was younger.
Well, what are you now, brother? If you were the king of America and emperor supreme, what would you do for your people, brother?
I've never contemplated an emperor in this goddamn country.
Well, if you were the president...
January 6th? Were you there on January 6th, Christopher?
No, I wasn't there on January 6th.
Well, if you were the president, brother, what would you do for we the people?
All I'm trying to say is I could put a similar picture of Steve Bannon last week, and then people would make that assumption, and then they would say I'm this or that. It doesn't even matter what my picture is if you're not trying to get to know me.
Well, then I'll respectfully, stop asking you any more questions. I did want to ask another question because we do talk about the public debt quite a bit in this room, the unfunded liabilities and the funded liabilities. But what about all that private debt that Americans are contending with?
I don't even say axe. So now you're just being a racist.
No, I'm saying I'm going to ask Grok right now, how much outstanding private debt is there? Meaning credit cards, mortgage obligations, car payments, medical liabilities. What is the total outstanding number of debt in the private marketplace?
What is it, like 5 trillion, 6 trillion?
But a lot of that is mortgages.
Mortgages. Credit is probably about 3 trillion, I bet, consumer credit. But shit, I think my picture's more American than yours is, John. Only representing themselves, not multiple nations.
Well, I got to tell you, I do not like foreign aid, but if there's one country against Islamic, jihadist, Muslim, Mohammedan terrorists.
Yes, and to commit genocide.
No, defend Israel against Mohammedan, Islamic, jihadist terrorists.
That's the idealistic perspective on Israel, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, thanks, brother. Thanks for confirming what I'm saying. I'm glad you agree with me now.
No, I didn't say I agree. I understand that you have foreign interest on your heart and that you advocate for sending money to other countries to carry out genocide.
Well, have you ever owned a house that became infected with bed bugs or ants and you had to buy insecticide to deal with, the invasion?
Yeah, brother, I'm not down for that. Humans are not bugs.
No, I agree with you. But unfortunately, when the Palestinians on a weekly basis shoot rockets over into all your major cities for years and years and years, I mean, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's called October 7th. And unfortunately, it's supernova Gaza.
Yeah, that's one way to think about it. But anyways, I normally don't embrace the dual citizen, dual nationality perspective in domestic politics. It's foreign influence. That's all I'm trying to say.
I agree, but I'm just saying, based on the averages.
We do have foreigners that do respect our political institutions, and they don't try to lobby them for interest abroad.
Oh, like Iran, like Russia. You think these countries don't try to buy political influence in this country all the time, every day?
No, it's a highly competitive
Saudi
We
Arabia,
have tons of foreign influence coming into the country.
Dubai.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be any different than them, so I'm not even sure why you're saying that.
Well, I'm just an American like you, brother.
No, you got 2 flags behind you. I only got 1.
Really, where's your flag? Is it the kafia?
See, who is this guy? He's being a racist, bigot, rude motherfucker. And I've actually never worn a kafia. I'm not Muslim. And you need to watch how you talk around here.
He's a troll, Christopher.
I know, but he's a
Oh, I'm not a troll. I mean, he's slanging some real insults here. I didn't get petty like you and start insulting you the way you're insulting me. You're no gentleman, sir.
Yeah, you just running your mouth.
Well, you, sir, are no gentleman.
And I don't think you have to be Antifa to be on some fuck the police shit. Like, I was never associated with Antifa growing up. I was associated with a bunch of military veterans and former law enforcement and security professionals, and that's where I developed my own viewpoint on fuck the police.
Well, thus, you are associated with some of the lowest IQ people in society today.
Definitely very smart people that defended the country and also went out and put the badge on and did as good as they could for the American public. and only represented one flag, the American flag. That was the only flag that was allowed in my household.
All or nothing, huh?
No, we were just taught that we were Americans and that America was the priority.
Well, I say America first, Israel second.
Yeah, I never grew up like that, but I understand that some people did.
Well, you know, gentlemen, and I really don't like your PTR. I think it's vulgar, immature, unprofessional, and downright disgusting.
That's no problem. I understand that.
I mean, aren't you a
this flag right
contrarian?
here,
You say you come from a family of police officers and military men and women, but yet, you know, you are supporting a PTR which shows a miscreant in the street, a radical anarchist flipping off the police.
I mean, I would flip the police off too if it was necessary. And I'm not a radical anarchist. So.
Well, is that from the summer of love in 2020 when the BLM stormed all the grocery stores and convenience shops and looted the city, causing chaos and murders everywhere?
It was the 4th of July in Chicago in 2025. Now, this flag right here.
When is it necessary to flick off the police, though?
It depends on your politics. This flag right here, this is a picture of a flag that I saw at the Art Museum in Washington, D.C., right down from the Capitol. And obviously all the museums that are institutional and they're free to us because we pay an outrageous amount of money to the federal government. But this flag was in the Art Museum in Washington, D.C. The museum's on Pennsylvania.
So, Christopher, do you think that feeding baby parts to alligators as opposed to just discarding them in the garbage would be a more effective use of abortion?
I don't even understand the structure of that question, but I do get that you're trying to project your worldview by leading the witness.
I'm just saying it's a waste to kill 60,000 children in this country a month and not use the baby parts to feed the alligators.
Yeah, makes sense.
Are there no moderators left in this room? What's going on here? We're letting John run this show?
I'm just asking, what is a patriot?
Hold on. So far, nobody's violating any ring, no threat. I mean, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty moderate.
Fair enough. And this is entertaining. I just didn't know if y'all were... Hey, what's up?
Can I just say to whoever said, why would you ever need to give the fingers or give the cops the finger? As a Canadian, we can't do that here. You could actually, in Quebec anyways, you could be arrested for giving the cops the finger. And as a Canadian, that sounds like the most badass, most American thing you could do is give the cops the finger. And so as a Canadian, I just can't, I wish I could do that, and you shouldn't say that.
Thank you, Jarl. And we don't live in a motherfucking police state. We ain't subservient to these goddamn law enforcement agencies. So anybody that teaches you that we are is a propaganda.
Well, see, my father was a police officer, and I have served myself in the military. So there's just, proper behavior. I mean, if you're going to protest, be smart about it. Get involved in politics. Do some marketing online. But to go in the street and waste your time flicking off some cop on a midnight shift, you're a fucking loser.
The picture wasn't at midnight, and there was a whole line of police. And it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Dearborn Street.
Great. I'm just saying, if you walk around downtown Chicago in masks, flipping off cops and taking photos of yourself so you can come on a social audio chat up and say how badass you are a loser.
I know, but nobody's doing that here. That's not me in the photo.
I'm just saying, be smart about your protest activities if you want change.
I'm not a protester, but okay, bro.
Okay, sorry, brother. I guess I'm just really inferring.
Yeah, fuck the police. Completely agree with that.
All right, well, I'm canceling your boat invite tomorrow at noon, Hekima. You can F the police by yourself.
You never shot the location anyway, so cut it out. I was going to campaign for you in Rockford. You can cut it. I got a lot of...
Okay, you know what? F the police, Hekima. You know what? I'll put that as one of my slogans. My My constituent and campaign volunteer Heckema says, F the police. Do you agree with Heckema?
Just like a politician. Good job. Good job.
It's hard to find support these days. That's right. I'm running for Congress. And, you know, I thought about this.
That's the gag.
I thought about this today. You know, if I was the leader, what would I do for my people? Well, I'll tell you what I'd want to do for them. One is I want to lower their taxes, their property taxes, their income taxes. And you know what? I want to eliminate some public debt. And maybe we can eliminate some private debt. Because if I was really interested in the well-being of my people, I wouldn't want them to have to pay so much to me, their government.
So, Christopher, in the spirit of, you know, John being having ambitions for Congress, he is in the spirit, you know, you got to dress the part first, right? So, in the spirit of wanting to be an elected politician, like a true politician, he continues to change the subject.
Oh, now, John, where are you running for office?
In the great congressional district of 16 in Illinois. That's Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
Okay, brother, I'm here in Chicago, so I'll look out for you.
Great, brother. Keep going to more protests and keep taking more photos of yourself telling the police to F off so I can give it to Heckema, my campaign manager.
I do got a shit ton of family and friends in Rockford, though.
Well, let's check out Rockford. I say vote Kitover before the financial collapse is over.
Thanks for your service, John.
I'm just trying to figure out, however, Mr. John.
Wait, Nye, before you go, when people say, I want to thank you for your service, I like to say, don't thank me. Thank all the people, dead soldiers who have kept your freedom and liberties possible.
Well, the dead soldiers, my friends and family, but certainly not protected.
Let me let Hakima go. Go, no, please.
Nah, we talking at the same time. Now. Don't do that now.
I'm just teasing.
I was agreeing with Christopher, that's all. You got it.
I just want to know, like, who do you call if someone breaks into your house, Christopher?
It was supposed to. Who do I call if somebody breaks into my house? Well, I grew up in Colorado, so we got the make my day law, so we could just pull our gun out and execute that person on our property without going through any legal proceedings.
But don't you live in Chicago?
I live in a high-rise with security.
I'm in Chicago, Cook County. I got a shit ton.
That's their point, man.
No, I mean, I could transfer them. I just choose not to. I choose to pay for security and high-rise, you know, that kind of shit. That's all. But I definitely agree with you, Heckle.
Christopher.
I never said there was a ban on any guns, did I? I didn't hear those words come out of my mouth.
Christopher, you had another profile on this app like a couple of years ago, right? And I think you did like a debate with Peter Schiff.
Yeah, I debated Peter and a whole bunch of others. Who's awesome, by the way. There are so many people.
Did you debate Psalm?
I don't remember that name. There was lots of heads of state.
No, you wouldn't have talked to Psalm. Psalm's like this metrosexual fucking European pop singer guy that it went from books, and he would be in a conservative clubhouse space, and everybody thought that he had all these original ideas when he would just read to people. Psalm is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. Anyways.
Peter's a nice guy, though. I like Peter.
Yeah, Peter Schiff's great.
So how do you view Peter Schiff? Because to me, he kills two birds with one stone by being an asset manager and say, hey, the economy is going to crash. The dollar's going to go to nothing. Your purchasing power is going nowhere. They're inflating the money supply. Invest with me. Invest in my gold asset management platform. You know, like, do you view him as being just Peter, you know, and like that's the game and he's very smart?
No, John, I agree with your critique. I brought it up too. But he's still a nice guy.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, technically all communication is hypnosis. So is the Federal Reserve just a communication organization that can happen to wire transfer hundreds of billions of dollars to BlackRock.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, I don't think that his see, if the status quo is the status quo in the future now, I mean, gold stocks are going to be where they're at right now. Like, there's never going to be some 1000x on, you know, Newmont Mining or Kinross Gold Corp. So I think to like not diversify is, you know, a bad investment approach. But
I agree with you. It's a rhetorical tactic, like you said, to drive people to make allocations with him. But he's good at it.
Yeah, he's.
Hey, Roger, I'm disappointed you didn't put my PTR in the running. Like I said, you might want to take another look at my PTR and put it in. I think that's just as patriotic. But I still think Christopher might win, though.
What's amazing about Euro Pacific Capital and Peter Schiff is he makes claims and says things that no other major bank or investment firm can possibly make.
Example.
Artificial, you know, equity bubble, and go on and on about taxes and inflation and the value of the dollar.
For those of you that don't know his dad, you guys should go read the book, The Federal Mafia. It's one of the best books ever written about why we should push back against taxation.
I'll check it out. Are you in Chicago?
Yeah.
We'll have to link up.
I'm in the south suburbs, but we definitely can link up.
Okay, I was on the southwest side earlier today for action that was in Bridgeview, Illinois.
Why don't you guys all meet up at the campaign headquarters for John Kitover?
I mean, if John invites us.
Yeah, you guys can come out on my sailboat for the slip that I can't afford to pay. And, you know, I'm walking away from my boat in October, so we got a couple more months to enjoy the Lady Hawk rent-free.
I am not getting on no sailboat with John Kitover. That would not happen.
John, what slip are you in? Which
I'm at Montrose Harbor, and they got a great restaurant there called the Dock Restaurant. And, you know, girls are already in the bikinis.
I'm by DuSable Harbor.
Okay, you changed my mind. I'll show it.
And anyway, how could you not trust John? There's always a camera on him at all times. You're safe.
He might be one of them serial killers that record his victims, so that might be it too.
Nah, that's his subscription service. You got to pay extra for that. That's an experience.
If I
gets you drunk, then he gets you comfortable.
Yeah, all the videos is like an insurance policy, because if I ever disappear, you know, at least I'll be on 30 cell phones still.
John, did you get on the ballot yet?
No, just getting on the ballot is the huge challenge. You know, they challenge every single signature, and if you don't actually door knock and have the address list, good luck getting the required number of signatures at grocery stores. It's got to be Republican voters. They've got to be in the database. Their signature has to match perfectly. Their name has to match. It is the biggest fucking scam and the most ridiculous obligations they put on candidates to get onto the ballots or the primary.
I know, I got on the ballot in the last cycle, but I took a different approach.
Hey, John, do you know who Mark Grice is?
Yeah, I know Mark, yeah.
Is he like in the same district as you, or no? I know he's also running for Congress too. So.
Yeah, he's like running in 13, I think. He ran against Raja Krishnamurti in the last cycle, and Raja won. But Raja's running now for senator, and this guy blankets the airwaves. I mean, he's got $30 million, and he just blankets. Everybody sees this Indian guy holding up his fist, saying, "I stand up to Trump. I fight Trump. Resist Trump." I mean, that's the type of messaging he puts out, and he thinks that's what people want to hear to vote for him.
It might be in this state.
Well, what I'm saying is the message doesn't matter. Buying the medium is what matters. You know, owning the signal, but what you put.
That's all you need to do in that state.
Yeah, that's true. At least in the Chicago metro. That wouldn't work in like central or southern Illinois.
See, he's got a lot of Indians. There's a lot of Indians in Chicago, and if you guess what his business was, is he had a travel agency, and he flew over about 100,000 Indians into the Chicagoland area, resettled them. Amazingly, they got citizenship. He started a radio, he started a newspaper, started an Indian grocery store. So people have made a lot of money on what you might call illegal immigration, but everybody's very successful. They got great families. They're not high in the crime rackets. So God bless all the Patels and Krishnamurtis, but there's a lot of them in Chicago.
You don't think the majority of them on H-1Bs?
There's a lot of
H-1Bs. Majority of them on H-1B visas, John?
No, I think back in the 80s, there was this H-1B visa was bullshit. People just came over, and through immigration lawyers or however they did it, they got citizenship. But they're the best, Who do you think is working for the semiconductor manufacturers, the cell phone manufacturers? It's all these electrical engineers, and a lot of their last names are Patel.
Oh, shit, John. You cracked me up.
Has the Indian population been growing, like, exponentially, like, in the last couple years? Or what's the
Not
trend?
exponentially. It's on it's hitting a plateau right now because a lot of domestic U.S. companies have paused hiring for anybody that's not a U.S. citizen. It's even the big Deloittes or Accentures of the world. So it's a plateau, and it was never exponential. It's always been a small minority population in the labor force.
Wait, are you that guy that got let go from Accenture 2 years ago and still doesn't have a job?
No, I've never worked for a Big Four consulting.
You're a software developer, right?
No, I'm not a software engineer.
So what do you do?
I'm in the tech industry. I started a technology company.
What does your company do?
It's like a combination of media and hyper-local political risk.
Oh, got it. You got a spam business.
I mean, I'm taking political structures and transforming them into mathematical models. I've got clients on Wall Street, so.
Well, Mazel Tov. Do you know what the source of income is?
Which source of income?
I'm asking you, what is the source of income?
Source of income?
What is the general source of income?
Alternative data.
So alternative data is the source of income?
For my business, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It's a pretty big market, to be honest with you, and it's global.
Well, how do you increase your income? Does that mean you have to increase your data set?
No, it's more about like extracting the data and supplying it to the consumers in a way that works for their business. Some businesses have less technical competency, so then it's better to supply them with a platform where they can do sort of like drag and drop analytics. And then obviously I'm fine tuning that to whatever use case they have. It's not just financial firms. It could be like lobbying, corporate security, activist, and community organizations.
But if you want to increase your income, what adjustments would you have to make?
Adjustments
to your model. If you want to increase your income, what adjustments are you going to make?
It's a startup, so it's unknown.
Got it. Because I read a book about what the source of income is, and so I was just wondering if your thoughts and opinions might align with what I read in what's called a book.
I haven't
called The Book of Income.
I'm sure it's interesting.
It is. It's got a lot of wisdom-based approaches to increasing your income.
Yeah, there's different ways to do it. I get that. But for this, it's more about, can I commercialize novel technology? And there's not really a way to predict that. You just take the risk and eat shit, or you don't.
Have you used Polymarket to do any type of data analysis on your income potential?
You know the scene Spy versus Spy? Like, remember the old cartoon? That's what this reminds me of right now in this moment. This is like troll versus troll. Like, I'm cracking the fuck up laughing right now.
I'm not trolling, though. Maybe John is trolling, but I'm not trolling.
See, people...
I don't see Chris trolling at all.
Chris, it's because...
I don't see John trolling at all. He might be known as one, but I don't see him trolling right now.
I know, I'm having some fun here, but you may not call this trolling. This may be, like, I call it like petting, or, I would call this like petting. Petting at a barbecue, of course. Chris, have you ever self-roasted yourself?
You mean like make fun of myself?
Yeah, self-deprecating humor. I mean, have you ever, like, been the topic of a roast?
Oh, for sure.
Hillary, I need a full-frame camera.
No, Chris, you meant stick a pipe up your ass and out your mouth and stick yourself over a fire.
No, I've never done that.
That's some Adam shit.
Only risk can come with that dog.
Well, he had to pause and think about it because he's so autistic. He's like, does he mean like
Chris,
roast myself or like self-deprecating?
Chris, I recently got an invite to the Bohemian Grove. I'm wondering if you want to be my +1.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a place in the forests of California outside of San Francisco where a group of elites get together to care ritual. Do you know what the care ritual is?
Doesn't sound like my style, but I'm not familiar.
It's basically like an invocation.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, the Mohammedans can, but they start early.
I'm a virgin.
Yeah, I'm just saying the Muslims do, but they have to start really young.
Sorry, autocorrect. What did you mean to say? What, Kristen?
I'm a virgin.
Okay.
I was thinking, like, is patriotism a mental health disorder? Because, he rebelled against that Lord Cornwallis and murdering all these people, but then he's got that asshole guy, the dragoon who's, a madman. So, like, what is a patriot?
It's kind of subjective, though, because one person might say they're a patriot, but by definition, like, stand up for your country, fight for your country, but that can especially in America, can come in different variations. So I don't think there's no one definition in America of the patriot. Well, based on if there was a dictionary definition, I know what it would be, but I'm not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily agree with it.
Well, is George Carlin a patriot? Is who's that other fat comedian, the Screamer, Sam Kinison? Are they patriots?
No. I think Frederick Douglass is a patriot.
Lenny Bruce was a patriot.
Muhammad Ali was a patriot.
That's right.
Is Jerry Seinfeld a patriot, or is he a Zionist?
I've never even thought about Jerry Seinfeld's views on nationality.
Well, he's the most successful stand-up comic of all time with a net worth of over $1 billion from the residuals of Seinfeld.
Yeah, I think he's a great comedian. I don't think he's spoken much on national identity.
Oh, really? You didn't know that he's a target of the Free Palestine psychopaths?
No, I'm saying he's a great comedian, and I haven't heard him speak much on patriotism.
Is Ilhan Omar a patriot, John? Is Rashida Tlaib a patriot?
AOC's a patriot.
Rashida's a patriot in her own way. Same with AOC.
What about Ilhan Omar?
She's cool. I don't like her politics much, but if you can step up and run for office and get elected, I'm cool with that.
How come nobody waves anymore when you let them in traffic? What happened to that? Nobody does a little polite, like, thank you, Amy.
I do.
Thank you. Fucking thank you for that, man.
You might be in the wrong state or city. It happens in some places.
You know, I asked Mojo yesterday, is war just a late-term abortion? And so when I look at the word genocide and I think about eugenicists and just all a monthly genocide.
No, because genocide is the elimination of a particular sect, race, religion, something like that. And the other is all babies. You're considering all babies. So.
Yeah,
no, one's a Holocaust.
Month to month.
Genocide, one's a Holocaust.
Oh, I see. So, like what Stalin said, if the numbers are big enough, they're just statistics. Well, was the COVID?
John, when you were talking about CARE, were you talking about the Council on American Islamic Relations?
No, that's funny though. But
that's what the chat was talking about, so I wasn't sure.
No, the CARE ritual is something they do at that supposedly Republican conservative retreat. But no.
That's weird.
You know, CARE, the Council on what Islamic Foreign Relations or whatever it is. I'm sure they don't care about America, and a lot of people here, they don't like AIPAC, but there's about 10 other groups that you might not like that do foreign lobbying on behalf of their governments or their terrorist regimes.
I like CARE.
I bet you do.
I like turtles.
Go banana. That's why I asked you if you knew what 565 times 1,000 was. I needed to do a quick diagnostic, but I know you don't care. You just care.
I'm cool with CARE in Chicago. They're a good group of people over there.
Are there any young Jewish women in that organization?
I haven't checked, but I'll ask them.
Yeah, you ask them.
I'll ask them and see what they say.
All I'm doing now is thinking about the Care Bear and the Care Bear cousins and the We Care. Which, by the way, that cartoon was terrifying and I had nightmares for years. Just saying.
You know what else is a genocide? The gun violence in America, in all the major cities.
We have a new poll.
Hillary, this gift is for you and all the other.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. I love you.
I love you.
Whatever's happening, can you guys just stop?
Wait, what? Why do people think intent?
And we love Rachel and Jennifer.
Roger, we love you too.
Why do you think intent? Intent is just the thought. It's not even the action. I mean, mass deaths.
Followed by the action.
I get it. Thought, action. Outcome. Remain silent.
Intent is where
The first place for me. It's a positive vibration.
This daily, nightly ritual is to bore people to death. So yes, it would be considered a genocide.
Well, Christopher, maybe you could lead us in a breathing meditation.
That's not my scene.
So you're just always full of anxiety, huh?
I don't think it makes it the trash. It's protected speech.
Well, what I'm saying is it's projection. So, like, if you're going to call somebody a name, it's really just your self-confidence which is lacking. I mean, a sage, a wise person doesn't, gossip or say anything bad about anybody or do that kind of behavior. Like, are you trying to improve the world by example?
That's an ideal. That's an ideal.
Well, don't tell me, show me. And when you flick cops off, you're showing me.
Those cops in your background to F off.
I know. What the, they're ruining my recording over here. Could you go save that person's life in the South Side who's dying because there's no shot spotter, and now we don't know how many shootings are actually happening, and now you're claiming that the crime statistics are going down and there's less murders because you got rid of the shot spotter? I mean, come on.
It was a poor implementation of ShotSpotter, though.
Yeah, well, you can't lie and say less people are dying when they put out the shooting and the casualty report every weekend. The numbers aren't going down.
And John, the numbers are down. I don't know where. I meant to say something earlier. Jim, you said crime is rampant in Chicago. That's just simply not true. You got spots where it happening, but like saying that crime is up or rampant, that we need the National Guard. I would say disingenuous, but I just flat out lying.
Okay, let me get you the weekly shooting statistics. Please hold.
Ekema, he don't live in Chicago, so everybody be talking, but they ain't standing here with us. You feel me?
Damn, G. Let me get you those crime stats. Ekema, please hold.
Yeah, he don't live in Chicago.
When the next wave of police cars and ambulances come driving by, I'll be sure to unmute so you can all hear the crime real time.
Yeah. But the ShotSpotter implementation was poor, and what happens is you map the occurrence of the shot to where you should distribute your police force, but over time is going to happen because they haven't been able to come up with a machine learning model that can predict where crime is going to slides, but that's good propaganda. Plus, you have to remember, like, it's hard to tell that when there's false positives because there's only so much that you can do with acoustic technology. So, I mean, there's other things that create false
Christopher,
positives that aren't even gunshots, like a firework.
Christopher, let me ask you a question. What does the term restorative justice mean to you?
John, you should come into the city.
I'll
give you my address.
You want me to come in the come?
No, come into the city and I'll give you my address. You can talk like that to my face.
Okay, if you give me your address, I'll come over to your house and ask you in the flesh, what does restorative justice mean to you?
Son, you're funny.
Does Christopher know John's backstory and history or no?
So Wednesday at the Rodin Library in Chicago on Northwest Highway, 3 Democrat commissioners will be holding an open public gathering to discuss restorative justice.
I have a question. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Sorry, the person that says act, why do they do that? Are they making fun of black people that can't speak proper English?
That's exactly what he's doing.
Okay, well, it's tiresome, but I'll leave.
Why'd you say tiresome?
Wait, before you leave, Rachel.
My mom was an English teacher before you start. Okay?
Rachel, before you leave and cast aspersions.
So I just wanted to know, and that's
Rachel, you asked me a question. I'm gonna respond to what you asked.
Right. Well, it's okay. That sounds so ignorant from a politician, in my opinion.
Well, Rachel,
It's very tiresome.
I'm just asking the question, do you control your emotions or does your environment control your emotions? Thank you for considering the question.
I didn't hear the question because I can't get past the grammar.
I'm asking.
Rachel, I can't even get on the ballot.
I'm asking you a Stoic principle here. Do you control your emotions or does your environment control your emotions?
As I said earlier, I can't hear the question because I'm trying to listen to the...
Okay, listen closely. I'm going to ask the question again.
I'm not going to answer it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
My English.
Well, I needed to confirm you weren't going to answer it. Otherwise, I was going to ask it again.
John, she's coming up and correcting your grammar.
Not at all.
She says tarsome, like the tar feather.
I said tar. I may have had something in my mouth by retainer, sir. I know proper English. I'm not trying to correct. I'm just saying that we have a listening experience sometimes, and sometimes it's just overdone.
The rule of three. It's funny. 3 times. Either you have to go to like 10 times to like really hammer it in, and then it becomes kind of funny again. But no, after 3, I agree with Rachel. You gotta chill for a minute.
No, I agree, but every time people start...
Right? How Clubhouse limits us from, hitting one individual too many emojis. It's very similar along the other lines, because it's tired.
The first rule about Axe Club is do not ask about Axe Club, otherwise people are going to ask about Axe Club.
But we're not watching the emojis, but we're listening, we're doing other things, and we're just, but dude, carry on.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Rachel. If you were president of the United States, what would you do for your people?
For human beings? I don't know. I have to think about it for a second. I'm not going to be like everyone else and just spit out something. I'm going to have to think about that for a minute.
We'll take some deep breaths, let it go, and say, I am a flower.
Deep breaths. Nothing's going on with me. I'm very relaxed. I just left the
quickest way to piss off any woman on the face of this planet is to tell that woman to calm down.
Just calm down and breathe.
It's just, it's just my first interaction. I wasn't trying to be weird or rude, but your first interaction with someone shouldn't be the way that you're trying to treat me.
You've interacted with them multiple times.
And Rachel, he's not a real politician. He's a wannabe. He can't even get on the fucking ballot.
I'm running for the 16th district of Illinois. I'm praying to God that with a few donations from my Clown House friends, we'll be able to hire enough organizers on the ground to get the signatures, to get on the ballot in the primary in March. And it's going to be because I've got this great hidden asset behind me, pushing me to the finish line. That's called Clown House. And I hope you all have a beautiful and happy, positive mojo vibration this beautiful Saturday night.
Like, I am hardcore meditating on it, and I have manifested this for you. Therefore, it is going to happen. Period.
Wait, I have a question for the Congressman. So are you treating this, because I honestly, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know when you're being serious.
Maybe I'm trying to be funny.
No, this is a very serious question, sir. Very serious question. Are you treating this so-called political campaign like a social experiment as you are doing with Clown House, aka Clubhouse? Is this part of a bigger project, like a social commentary about the political?
I think if you're ever to move up in the food chain or the power structure, you can't just kill 2 birds with one stone. You got to kill 3 birds with one stone, 4 birds with one stone, 5 birds with one stone.
Kinky Freak says you can just kill 2 birds and then get stoned.
I just want to feed the birds.
I'm saying, what they ever do to you, man? Why's everyone trying to kill birds?
Wait, Christopher, I'd like you to expound on why he can't get on the ballot.
He already explained that he can't raise the financial resources and get the signature, so he's not going to make it in the primary. He's not going to get on the ballot for the primary.
That's what Obama...
John, are you taking bets if you're going to get on the ballot or not?
No, I'm not taking any
I'm
bets.
down to put in for the...
You guys can make some bets around it if you want. You feel free.
I already told you, I'm manifesting. I lit a candle and everything. So it's in the bag. That's like ticket to the bank.
You see, you can't lose. You can't lose when you have nothing to lose. It's the best part about my campaign. My campaign, I'm my campaign manager and the treasurer of the campaign to elect John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. Uh-oh, more police sirens here in Chicago, everybody. Must have been another murder on a Saturday night. Call out the National Guard. How dare you? How dare you?
When's the deadline to put on the ballot?
He's insane. I love him.
When's the deadline, Joe?
That's a good question. If it's in March, what do you think? Like February, maybe?
I know.
You know, I'd also like to know where I can find the actual ballots because I've been Googling that and I can't even find the ballots that I need to get filled out. No, I'm running for real, but I'm having some campaign issues here because my campaign manager just got a divorce, unfortunately.
Didn't you just say you didn't have one?
Yeah, he can't do any work for me anymore. He just got divorced. He's all bent out of shape. Well, Heckema, do you want the job? You want to be my campaign manager? I'd be willing to give you the job as the campaign manager.
No, you don't have enough money, you know what I'm saying?
Christopher, do you want to be the campaign manager here that gets John for Congress?
For me being a campaign manager for a racist, crazy dude, that would cost a lot.
A racist, crazy dude? You're projecting, sir. You are projecting.
I can't afford to be associated with John.
You know, Heckema, I want to say something personal.
You are a more science temple of American.
You know, Heckema, you may not believe this.
Person on this fucking app.
Heckema, you
following your fucking pedophile fucking prophet and your death.
My prophet name is Noah Riley, and you don't
Yeah.
know nothing about more.
It's also Muhammad, your God.
You know, gentlemen, please, it's Saturday evening, gentlemen. Let's be gentlemen. Gentlemen, please, gentlemen, decorum, gentlemen, decorum, Heckema, you may not know this, Heckema, but I was Messy, please.
Everyone mute up. Don't make me read the rules. Go look at the House rules. Reference rule number 5. Thank you.
Go get Larry Grizzolano.
Larry Rizzolano? What about Dr. Vinny Boom Bots?
I said Larry Grizzolano.
You know, Heckema, you may not know this about me, but I was baptized by a black preacher in the YMCA in Evanston. So if you think I'm a racist, but I would let a black man dip me under the water for an untold amount of time and then lay his hands upon me and give me the power of the Holy Spirit, Heckema, you may be projecting when you call John Kitover a racist, sir. You are no gentleman.
Also, Nye, what
You're such a projectionist, Heckema. After what I just said to you, you can't even consider what I just said.
What's that, Rich?
Are we using the classical definition of racism in the belief that one's race is superior to another? Or are you using the power and all this kind of liberal shit?
No, I'm saying that the fact that he doesn't.
No, wait, he's addressing me. Hold on.
He doesn't drop the N-word like.
Hakima, shut the fuck up.
That's what I was saying. No, Rich, I was just saying, I thought I heard you call out Hakima for being racist, and I said, I don't know, Rich. There's some rumors that you've been saying some, pretty racist things across social media, too, so.
Mojo.
It's all good. I don't want no smoke with you, sir. It's all good.
Let's start a riot.
You know, during the March 2020 BLM riots in Chicago, the Walgreens near me was broken into and looters were running in and out and raiding that pharmacy. And, as a local leader, I grabbed my cell phone and stood there and filmed them looting the Walgreens. And I was absolutely appalled at how people, when the country's down on their luck with a global pandemic, scamdemic, they would break into a Walgreens to steal all kinds of products out of the pharmacy. Shameful.
Hey, John,
He didn't even plan to fix it last week. He did that on Tuesday.
Hey, John, you probably would have been involved in the Boston Tea Party. You know that shit.
Heckema, if I don't...
Walgreens wasn't available. If they got Walgreens, where did you get your herpes cream from that night?
Heckema, if I don't know shit, how much do you know?
Oh,
I know enough to know you not know shit.
I hurt for you, man.
By the way, Moose, I'm sorry to hear about your herpes infection, but it's definitely a projection.
Nah, you went to Eastern, right? Michigan. No, I went to the very arts and liberal school, Columbia College in Chicago. Okay, you're the wrong one then, sorry. Yeah, there's a couple of nines on Clubhouse I'm discovering.
Well, they have to go. There's the only one. It confuses me. I have one. I love her. She's awesome. And all the rest can go. Bye, Nye.
Yeah, please don't get the other nines confused with me. Please, Lord.
Tell you what, Heckman, maybe this is something we can agree on. Do you know who Slappy?
I'm off the trigger at you then.
I'm just saying, I'm talking about Slappy White. I don't know if you know who Slappy White is, but he's a famous comedian, and he too ran for Congress. Well, I thought we were going to go hang out on the boat tomorrow and have a cocktail.
So I just
drinking on the boat.
So I just read this poll, and I just want to say, you hoes are disrespectful. Brother Hakima obviously should be at 100%. John, you just got here. Hakima has been around. Y'all are disloyal. That's all I'm saying.
Wow, look at this. I can't believe I'm losing the polls here.
What the hell is John? Isn't he just a character that showed up this week? How long have you been on the app?
Five glorious years of listening to the most interesting conversations.
Oh.
I didn't even see it for a while. I'm winning in something well. But now.
Yeah, I had to vote for Hakima just because we're from the same part of town. Kind of, sort of. We're both from Rashad, basically.
So I'm gonna.
John, I mean, I rocked with you, John, because I'm funny as hell. But because of out of loyalty, I had to vote for Hakima. But John,
that's okay.
You would have gotten my vote. Christopher, I don't know Christopher. I know he's new to the room. I like that you you stood on business with John. But yeah, Hakima, you got my vote, sir.
Edmund, who is this white man in your PTR?
That's me. I'm standing in front of an American flag, an Israeli flag that has a Freemasonic apron and a black golf shirt with a peppered out beard.
That's a
lot. Much thought went into that pose.
So, Edmund, why aren't you out there, breeding or something? Why are you...
I'm going to Emerald Island tonight and the Serbian Fest to breed. What do you mean?
Okay, because you should have a woman. It's important. The birth rate in the country has gotten low, so we need the whites to start reproducing.
I'm going to help you out with that tonight because the Serbian Fest has some of the beautiful women in Chicago you've ever been.
Go knock on doors, start campaigning, and then maybe you'll meet a woman while you're knocking on doors. Maybe she'll run away from her husband.
Are you projecting again, Moose?
I'm running for office.
Did your wife leave you, Moose?
Wow. I'm sorry that happened to you, Moose. These people have no soul.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, Mother. Thank you.
You know.
Wait, and I laughed. Did that really happen to you, Moose? Your spouse ran away with a...
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, you guys are awful. Jesus.
Mother, you're awful.
Don't ever share intimate things on this app, y'all. Red one.
I was about to say, don't step on this particular stage if you can't take that.
I'm crazy.
Mother, when was the last time a man broke your heart?
Oh, I usually do the break-in.
So you're a heartbreaker? You're not a heartbroken? I thought you're a heartbroken kind of guy.
That's not the kind of break-in I'm doing, but sure. Wait, I thought Mother was a homosexual. So, no, but jokes aside, I actually have never been broken up with. I've always been the person who ended. I don't know why that is. I just have never.
Is Mother like another Adam?
Does that make you an alpha, Mother?
I don't sound like Adam.
What are you talking about? Being an
No,
alpha?
you have that gay sin, that gay flexion.
Stop hitting on my friend Mother, okay? Seriously.
Now, see, that's homophobic, man, and that's bigotry, and that violates rule number 6.
I mean, I don't think that's accurate, but whatever.
So,
don't worry, Mother. We've got your back.
Mother, what's your last name? Superior.
That's all it is.
I was gonna say there are certain straight men on this episode that have Pepe has a high pitch That's not that business.
Do it again.
Please don't. I can't. It's like the high pitch.
So, this is a question for Christopher, Moose, and Mother. Who do you think is the most liberal out of the three of you?
Christopher. I don't know Chris.
Chris, Mother, and Moose. Who do you think is the bigger liberal out of the three of you?
Moose. I'm actually not that liberal, to be honest. But he pulls me towards the center a little bit.
So wait, Moose, are you gay?
Unintended.
Moose, do you think you're more liberal than Christopher?
My attorneys advise me not to answer that.
Christopher.
I don't really know Christopher super well. So Christopher, what is Christopher's like positions? Like, is he on the far left?
He's a far left anarchist.
I mean, I'm not, but okay.
Well, what are you?
He's like a patriot to me.
What are you, Christopher?
I mean, everybody tries to describe my politics and nobody can plant it, so I don't really.
Okay, let's go down the list. All right, how do you feel about abortion?
I guess libertarian.
How do you feel about immigration? Let's go to the big five: immigration, abortion, taxes, Trump. Big four. I'm missing one.
You can't pin down Christopher. He can't get pinned down.
I'll answer my own questions, right? I believe in strict borders and I'm pro-mass deportations. I fucking hate Donald Trump. I think he's a racist piece of shit. Taxes, I believe in low taxes. What was the other one I asked about? Oh, abortion. No, I don't give a fuck. Killing babies. That's not my problem. You do what you want with your body.
Do you think instead of discarding the baby parts and storing them in oil barrels or burying them, that they should be fed to alligators, and so we don't waste any of the baby parts as nutritional supplements?
Okay, that was I was a little bit graphic how I explained it. But here's my view. I'm anti-abortion, but it's not really my main issue because I'm a fag, right? I don't want to have this problem. I'm not going to get an abortion. I'm not going to get any woman pregnant. Nothing. It's not really my number one voting topic, so that's how it's better to describe it.
Wait, Congressman, aren't they already using the discarded baby parts in stem cell research and adrenochrome?
No, according to Grok, they are not selling baby parts, and those Project Veritas videos are all doctored and fake news, according to AI chatbots.
Wait, Chris, now it's your turn. What are your views?
It's too simple.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we rest our case that Chris here has failed to deliver on his promises. Can't even give you a basic explanation of his fundamental principles. Who here thinks that borrowing and spending more is a good idea? Who thinks increasing property taxes and income taxes is a good idea?
Not many here, but the president, the U.S. Senate, and the Congress all agree with it.
And you can't, which party is worse with the budget argument falls flat because both of them suck for the most part. And honestly, Democrats tend to do better at the federal government level with deficits and Republicans do. Like, this fucking big, beautiful bill is going to blow up the deficit by $4 trillion. Like, I don't know. We can't really be like, Democrats are financially irresponsible. We're about to blow up the deficit ourselves. I think it's a little silly.
Well, too bad Christopher left the room because I'm sure he could have educated us about the importance of flicking off cops and telling them to go fuck themselves.
That's America. That's the American way. They only have a job. Fuck, they don't like it, find another job.
I'm just going to say, shout out to the Miami Police Department. They do an excellent job. I think they do great.
Well, look at
also, my friend was a cop in Chicago and he got shot 7 times in the going, responding to a call on the South Side. So, cops generally have a soft place in my heart.
Exactly. People like Hekima, I can't believe that they would say things like that about these warriors of our society who are battling the criminal element, the ruthless gangs that are robbing, murdering, stealing, killing, distributing fentanyl, destroying our populations.
Come visit Houston for 5 minutes. Like, seriously, it's like drive from one side of town to the other side of town and tell me if you still have any respect for police after that. I've always had respect for police until I moved to the city and needed the police and never there. Now, if you commit a crime and it's you, you'll always be there. No, I'm kidding. Like, literally, you could do a drive-by or a walk-by in the city, and, like, nobody cares. My car, I got carjacked. They were so irritated at me that I called the police and had them come down to do a report. I was carjacked at gunpoint, and they were so pissed off at me because I didn't go to the website. There's a goddamn website because there's so much carjacking that they don't even want to deal with it. It's like just fill out a piece of paper on the web. That's it. That's all I gotta do.
So I had a call with my officers complaining against my neighbor, and the police department sent 2 officers to knock on their door. Like, I don't know if maybe Miami Police was too many of them with free time, but they actually do a pretty decent job.
But the most difficult you see is when a rapper says they get shot, they gonna go through the motion. When police get shot, they shut down the fucking city. This motherfucker's life is boys. Like you got shot in a line of duty. I don't agree with it, but it's part of your job.
Part of your job?
They should get the same penalties to every fucking body that's shot. You want to shut down the fucking city for the police, shut it down for anybody else.
If you don't agree with Hekima, change your vote now to John Kitover, your favorite person from Chicago on Clownhouse. If you don't agree with fuck the police, murder the police, it's part of your job, fuck them. Vote for John now. Who here is going to vote for anarchist Hekima versus Republican John Kitover?
I might have to change my vote, bro.
It's too late. You can't change it once you vote.
Go with your heart now. Go with your heart.
Yeah, look at the silver lining. You only got 32% of the vote, but that's 32% more than you'd get in the congressional run. Oh, look at that, 38.
You know, if you are a prophet or you can predict the future, I'm praying to Hisham Rabbana Shalom right now, this beautiful Shavua Tov, that we can reverse the spell you just cast with a victory. An anarchist who'd like to see the police shot and unfunded and disbanded.
Don't twist his words. He doesn't say anything.
Hekima, should we fund the police with more money or should we defund the police? All right, well, that's a smart answer. So do you think spending, $10,000 a year on the average Medicare, Medicaid recipient, do you think that person receiving that money from the federal government in the form of doctor services, hospital services, do you think they might want to opt out and say, you know what?
Pile up in the last 10 to 15 years of your life. So without looking at the data, I would assume that these are elderly people who are getting most of these payouts that you're talking about. That it's distorting the number. You're not expecting 30-year-olds to be getting these type of payments unless something is medically wrong with them, which is not likely compared to an older population. So I don't know what they're getting these payments for, but it's okay related.
No, I'm saying Medicare, Medicaid at $2 trillion a year. That if at $10,000 per person, people would opt out and just rather have the fucking have a check instead of saying I get to go to the hospital to see my doctor. A lot of people would rather just have the money.
I don't know. Maybe not people with chronic illness, because 10,000 can go pretty fast, and then you're still stuck with medical bills.
I think you'd be surprised. I mean, it's a real survey question.
$10,000 doesn't go as far as it used to. It really can go relatively quickly. I agree with NY.
I'm just
that's 4 or 5 doctor's visits a year. You're around a couple thousand already.
Well, new payers would definitely want to opt out.
59% of Americans can't afford $1,000.
There you go. So probably half the people on Medicare, Medicaid would rather to stop receive services from the state and they would rather just get the check direct from the federal government. I'm just saying it's wealth redistribution, but it's not to you. It's to your doctor or your local health insurance provider or the hospital group or big pharma. A lot of people would rather have that federal funding sent to them directly. Is there an opt-out button here?
You can essentially have that argument for everything. People would want to opt out of the military, opt out of sending weapons to Israel, opt out of that's not how the federal government budget works,
Well, they're getting rid of Social Security. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary and head of the IRS, they've already allowed, and they are forcing newborn children to get involved in the S&P 500 through an index share purchased on behalf of the federal government for your new baby. And guess what? That's the back door to getting them out of the vicious cycle of the scam Ponzi scheme known as Social Security.
Nobody trusts the federal government to appropriately control these funds that they're supposedly setting aside. Isn't that how we got into the same fucking problem right now? We expect the federal government is magically going to become fiscally responsible with this new program that they're rolling out. They're going to use that money as a piggy bank at some point down the road, whatever the fuck they need it.
You know how crazy it is? Somebody said, what was it, 51 or 59%? You said of Americans have $1,000 less.
59. I think you said 59.
Okay. Forbes has it 21%, 70% in other studies. There's another study that has 57%, and another one has 21%, and another has 59%. And there's 40%. Just all over the place.
Are those numbers medical emergency or emergency in general?
Just emergency $1,000 fund and savings, all of them. Yeah, I asked how many Americans have $1,000 in savings. So 21 to 70%.
Well, Cardinal Health, Aetna, Blue Cross at your local medical family practitioner's office. Let me ask the room a question. Do you think a physical therapist can provide better health outcomes or a vaccinologist pediatrician?
I say we all pray about it, and then it'll all go away.
You want to pray the vax away?
I want to pray it all away. Everything, all of it. I hear that's how it works.
Who here experienced incredible health benefits from getting the COVID-19 vaccine and boosters?
I guarantee you took the shot, not did.
I never took any of those fucking shots. I've never had a flu shot in my life. Not as an adult, maybe as a kid with my parents.
Yeah, I didn't take the shots. Straight up.
Why the fuck would I take a flu shot? I get sick once every 3 years, and I get them all fucking cold.
Listen.
So I take mine, so I got multiple shots, and I'm still
like
alive.
polio, yeah.
You know, mother.
But your kids never got polio.
You know,
I didn't. We're not talking about polio. We're talking about flu.
do you know why they did the flu? Why they did the COVID-19 vaccine cards on paper? I figured this one out the other day. My friend forged my COVID-19 paperwork so I could get into Wrigley Field to see a Cubs game or to see a concert. Do you know why they put it on paper as opposed to creating an actual digital database?
Why?
Because they didn't want tracking because of all the adverse effects. That would actually give you the data.
The government made the vaccine manufacturers exempt. That logic doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. Imagine if they were able to do what's called statistics. I'm sure some of you took a statistics class in college to figure out standard deviation. I'm pretty sure if there were adverse effects and you actually had a large data set, it could be what they call helpful in figuring out whether or not the clot shot was a positive health benefit or what's called a negative health benefit.
It doesn't matter whether it was positive or negative. They're not going to get sued because they're protected by the federal government. They passed some legislation about it.
I'm just saying inquiring minds like big data maybe you've heard of data sciences. It's supposedly pretty important, like forensic accounting, to figure out where all the waste, fraud, and abuse is.
That's not really what you use forensic accounting for, but that's fine. Usually government entities have a pretty straightforward annual budgetary process that's usually publicized to the public. You don't really need a forensic accountant to do that. But anyway.
Hey, John, how are you anti-vax, particularly COVID vax, who support Trump, who created it?
It's George Bush. I saw the leaked documents about how Operation Warp Speed was actually developed under the Bush administration. Uh-oh, it's another... The police are here.
But Trump is taking credit for it. So, forget all this...
Oh, I know. I saw that. People are very upset about what he said.
So how do you support Trump and he's taking credit for creating the vaccine? I'm clueless.
Well, how do you support Bill Gates? How do you support Fauci? How do you support any of these people?
I don't support none of them. Not one of them.
Well, I say arrest Fauci and arrest Bill Gates and arrest Mark Zuckerberg.
You supported... I wouldn't dare vote for Biden. If Biden would...
You like Harris, and Harris is cut from the same cloth.
If Biden would have stayed on the ticket, I would have voted for probably normal. They're normal probably. But I wouldn't have voted for Biden.
Yo, Hakama, what do you think were the greatest three things about the...
Go to youtube.com/John Kitover.
First off, it's not dozens. He's got at least 30. Okay, give him credit where credit is.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm normalizing my behavior by normalizing my behavior.
But if it does, I do think you're unstable because it's fucking weird. But, I mean, I just don't care enough to make a big
Are you
deal
serious? Unstable? Do you know how consistent I am at doing this? This is a lot of work and no one else is doing this valuable research and service. I am literally giving that stuff, Clownhouse. I'm giving you an inside look from my perspective from YouTube so you can find out all the content that you're missing out on here on this dopamine addict app known as Clownhouse.
You mean that you're aware podcasts exist? Like, people know that podcasts exist. Like, this is pretty much just like a ghetto version of a podcast on Spotify.
What I don't understand is...
Do you have an issue with them recording terrorist rooms like Amir's?
Well, before we go down that route, what I don't understand is if I literally just record what I'm doing on Clownhouse, which is having a conversation with you or listening to you have a conversation, why is that any different than even being on Clownhouse? It's the same stupid shit. That's what my point is. I'm just recording the same stupid shit that you're talking about. It's totally a waste of time. I agree with you.
They're literally recording it with their minds, through their hearing.
It's just people object because they don't want this living on other platforms. But, I don't understand why you want this, waste of time to be in your life to begin with. So I consider myself a psychological researcher into, human behavior and human thought processes.
Oh, Nicolaitis left.
Well, I think you're a wild character. I mean, I've described you in this room previously as a cross between Rain Man and a Black Mirror episode. I don't know, for some odd reason, I'm a fan of John. I think you're insane. But I also think you are quite possibly a mad genius because of this social experiment you're conducting that we're all willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly a part of. I almost feel honored to be slightly part
Well, you might want to consider changing that vote. Go ahead, why? You can change that vote to John K. from Heckema.
I tell you can't start talking N-words. He will do it.
Oh, yeah,
No, I do not, Heckema. I do not say the N-word. I literally say N-word, but never the N-word. Come on now.
He never uses the N-word. I've never heard John.
You are full of shit, Heckema. You are full of shit.
You're a fucking liar, Heckema.
Liar, pants on fire.
You're doing the fucking Adam shit where you just lie trying to fucking discredit somebody.
I never lied on this guy.
Listen, Heckema, do you even use...
This is the equivalent of Adam saying, "Oh, this motherfucker was in my back channel trying to get at my booty hole and clap my cheeks." Like, nobody fucking believes
Heckema, I don't even use profanity.
I've heard John say the N-word like 100 times.
I very rarely use
John
profanity.
Never one time.
Very rarely
Not too
do I
much
use
on
profanity.
Adams. Not too much on Adams.
I bet Mojo heard it before. I bet
Mojo, have you ever heard me say the N-word?
Roger, have you ever heard him say the N-word? Roger's busy. Yes.
Nope, and you haven't. No, I will give $100,000 to anyone here who can produce a video of me saying the N-word.
Wait, don't you have all your fucking audio already recorded?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I live stream myself on the internet all day long. So maybe if you want to go back and try to find the N-word moment, maybe you could be right. But I don't think you're right. But you might have to go back 100,000 hours to find out the truth.
That's really easy. All you got to do is cut and paste the links into Notebook LM, and then put the keyword that you're searching for, and it'll come back and it'll tell you if it's there or not.
That's like telling the police to investigate.
I'm willing to bet.
I love that Christy in the chat room. Christy, I'm laughing so hard over here. Christy wrote, "This app has to be in the late stages of dying."
It is zombie at this point. It has been killed, it has been stomped, it has been resuscitated and brought back, killed again, and now it's just looking for brains. Unfortunately,
all right. I want to pose a question to the room. Everybody that's in the room, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever heard John Kitover say the actual N-word, not just N-word, and put a 2 in the chat if you say that he's never said it.
Now again, the real N-word.
Has he never said it? I could say that I've never heard him say it, but I can't say if he's never said it his entire existence.
Exactly.
No, we're just talking about on the app. We're saying on the app.
I have a feeling you probably said it simply because wasn't it like a couple days ago or a week ago you were complaining about DEI and some epiphany you had working with black women and kind of,
Ask JB tomorrow. We in the room with JB. JB will tell you he heard it.
You are so full of shit, Hakama.
JB, hold on, Hakima, you're violating the rules. You're bringing in drama from other rooms.
I didn't bring. I said.
Yes, you did. You said to bring in JB from another room. Hey, I'm not a moderator.
Well, listen, I do live stream myself.
Trying to bring forth drama from another room.
Hakima, I live stream myself.
Violation of the rule.
Hakima, the fact that I live stream myself, the fact that I live stream everything I say in here on this app, there is no way that I'm going to sit here and use the hard R N word. It's just a fact, Hakima.
So what about with the A? You know what I'm saying with the A?
Saying axe all the time? That's not saying the N word.
Okay. Thank you for admitting that you said it.
No, I never said it, and I don't say it. And I will repeat for you. I live stream everything I say and everything I hear on here. If you think I said a hard R N word, I encourage you to go back through all my videos and try to find somewhere where I say hard RN. I never do. And again, I live stream everything I say in here.
How to look for it.
I wasn't there to go see your videos.
Well, Hillary's already.
Well, then you're making a baseless accusation that I use the hard RN word. It's just not true.
Hillary has already explained how to actually search and find it really quickly.
I get no satisfaction, nor do I like hearing people use the hard RN word on here and use profanity and vulgarity, because I do record a lot of stuff, and I like the recordings that I make to be a little more professional than people who want to use vulgarity, racism, and profanity. It's outrageous and it's low IQ.
I think the worst word I've ever heard John say is "this is fucking clown house."
He's literally admitting and saying it without the ER, with the A. He's literally saying it with the A.
No, not really.
He doesn't even use it as a pejorative towards somebody. He's just saying the clown house is fucking crazy.
Okay. I ain't never clown. I'm never, man. I don't.
No, it does not give me dopamine shock jock value to say the soft A or the hard R, but I have made many jokes about the N word being a word you cannot use.
You know, if it was so prevalent, John, you know, Hakima would just come on mic and he'd be like, oh, well, there was this one situation. He would, like, explain when you actually said it, but he can't.
No, I think Hakama is projecting here, and he uses the N-word all the time. How many times a year do you think you use the N-word, Hakama?
0.
Really? I've heard you use the N-word many times.
No, you never heard that.
I have. I have you on recording using the N-word all the time. Okay, please hold. Okay, May 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 6 times in less than 3 minutes. June 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 18 times in less than 6 minutes. And you used the soft ah version of the N-word variant 7 times. July 4th, 2025, on Independence Day, you used the hard R N-word. You see, Hekima, we can both play that game, but I got the records. I got Motown now, and the Clubhouse soundtrack records are mine. You can't claim copyright ownership of these beautiful babies. This Clown House record is going super platinum, gold, and silver. Thank you, Dr. Hekima.
Somebody in the chat said this is a racist room. Actually, it's not. We're just fun.
Yeah, Jazzy. We make fun of a certain race, the human race, constantly.
Jazzy is the most racist person on this app.
There's definitely two races on the stage.
You're projecting.
How I believe that one race is superior of another race. I mean, maybe you're using this fucking liberal progressive, version where you're like, oh, white people, black people can't be racist because they don't hold power in society. I mean, maybe you're using that to define us as racist. But the ideal of the classical definition that one person believes that a race is superior and another race is inferior, I could attest that I don't think John or I, either of us fucking believe
Well, Hekima, is it?
Okay, so let me ask something. So if you call black, if you're not black, and you call a black person any variation of the N-word, whether it's the ER,
no, it's not racist.
That white structural racism and supremacy is responsible for a heat wave. Do you think that type of rhetoric is actually reverse racism?
I would like to have more context of why he said it. I don't think he just made it up.
Well, he says that housing in Chicago doesn't have central air, so you have to have a window unit like I do in my shitty asshole apartment. So what I'm asking is, when he claims that white people and white supremacy is guilty for a heat wave killing 700 people in 1997, to me that stinks of bigotry and reverse racism and politicking.
When Trump said on TV the other day that Soleimani was responsible for 92% of the deaths and injuries in Iraq. So, I mean, I guess politicians laugh. So,
well, how do you know what Soleimani's? Grok, how many people?
If I teach everybody on the stage how to build an IED and you go use it, then I would be responsible for that.
Well, how do you?
Yeah, if you have no idea how to build an IED and I set you down and train you how to build an IED, you build 1,000 IEDs and blow fucking U.S. soldiers, then I'm responsible. That's not how
they're creating with 500 deaths. 500 deaths.
Yeah, they trained dozens, if not hundreds, of fucking people to build IEDs.
So wait, do you think Trump killed Soleimani because he's a racist?
Who said that? That's dumb shit.
Well, we're talking about racism here, and you're bringing up how Trump assassinated Soleimani in a rocket strike because he's responsible for all these IE deaths in Afghanistan.
I said nothing about his death. I brought up how politicians lie. What I brought up.
It wasn't a lie.
It was.
Well, did Obama lie when he said they dumped the body of Bin Laden off the back of an aircraft carrier into the ocean? Is Obama a liar?
John, do you think if Adolf Hitler, trained the Third Reich and all the military and shit like that, it ran and orchestrated the entire fucking Nazi party, do you think he's responsible for the death of 77 million people globally? Or do you think it's just every individual is responsible for those individual deaths? No, it's the person who fucking led them into fucking battle.
Well, millions of Germans are responsible for the Holocaust.
Yeah, Soleimani trains fucking people how to build IEDs, and you're like, he's not responsible for the deaths. When they then turn around and use IEDs to blow up fucking...
Well, I don't know what Soleimani did and didn't do with regards to those IEDs.
He was one of the greatest fucking IED builders and trained fucking, tons of people how to build IEDs. Okay,
listen, I just see landmine. I'm trying to follow the conversation.
Improvised explosive device.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Heckema is bringing up a far right.
I think Hillary thought that it was one of those implantable.
I type thing. I was like, ooh, what's that?
No, it's pipe bombs. Pretty much it is.
Well, let's just confirm this quick. Hakima, what would be the number amount for every ADOS in the country in order to settle the restitution or the payback? What is it called again? Reparations. What's your number? Is it 1 million, 10 million, quadrillion? Like, what's your real, go-to number here?
Wait. It's a debt that's owed.
I'm only answering. Okay, Roger, I just want to say I'm only answering Trump because Trump gets lumped in with Israel racism and COVID. So I think we should all vote Trump. No, the poll.
Sorry, I was driving.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, what is the most popular clubhouse topic? Racism, Israel.
Yeah, everyone please respond to the poll. If you can't see the poll, you probably don't have the latest update of Clubhouse. So you can go update the app, and then you can see the poll, and then you can more fully participate.
You know why racism is the number one topic is because it is the absolute opposite of transcendence or higher level consciousness. Thus, racism is the lowest hanging fruit on the totem pole to play the communication game with.
Damn, I agree with you.
It's basically because it's opposites. Transcendence is like the spirit, and race is, an animalistic consciousness.
Hussein, you should come up.
Because the brain is pink, right? I mean, like everybody's brain color is the same, but the exterior features just don't have the same color.
Yes, but mine is all nice and smooth. See, I work it out to make sure that I've got no wrinkles in it. I do it by coming on Clubhouse. That's how I make my brain wrinkle-free.
Really? It's like taking a smash hammer to a brain.
Mine is smooth and virginal.
Yeah, we don't need none of that gray, wrinkly stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question. So if I say fighting Asians, does that mean that I hate Filipinos?
Wait, if you said what?
Fighting Asians. Like Vietnamese, Thai, Cambodian, Laotians, all these different groups that are considered fighting Asians. Does that mean that you hate those people?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't.
Oh, cool.
I don't know what. If you're saying fighting as in fight to fight.
Yeah, fighting. Like fight. Well, you have math Asians and fighting Asians. No, you have math Asians, which are Chinese, Taiwanese, Koreans, Japanese, people from Hong Kong, Singapore. Those are math Asians.
So wait, is this traditionally a derogatory term? Like the N-word?
I don't know if it's derogatory. I mean, most Asians would agree with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's mostly a way that comedians ask people within the Asian community when they spot somebody in the crowd. Wait a minute, are you Asian or fighting Asian? Like, oh, fighting Asian. Which means they'll skin or tie or.
Well, listen, if the culture of the community is not offended, and I suppose I have no dog in the fight. I won't try to coach check you if you refer to an Asian as this term, if they don't care,
What if part of the community is offended by a term?
Like the term N-word, not a loosely sleepover,
There's a lot of black people who are like, yeah, the word has no power. Like KP, SIG.
Yeah, some black people feel that way. Some black people have a fuck around and find out kind of attitude when it comes to that word. Some people, they have a brush the dirt off your shoulders kind of attitude. Some don't care, So, I mean, I guess it really comes down to the individual because, and I'm sure black people don't all think the same. And
yeah, they're not a monolith. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. So it's just really individualistic. I guess problem specifically on this app when you think certain people are cool, and you see them in black spaces and rocking with black people and chilling with black people, but then when they're not around black people and they go into other rooms, then their true side comes out. Then they're
Oh, you mean Bima?
Black people, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know about Bima. Consistent.
The problem is, like...
Wait, I have a question. Am I consistent in my views, in my words and opinions?
He was talking.
The problem is when people would say something like that, or something, not necessarily that word, but other hateful things, they wouldn't say in real life. That's
God, you always fucking say that.
Can I finish? Can I finish? That's the main problem right there when the person came. When they're cowards, they would have behind a microphone on an app and say hateful shit that they wouldn't dare say that me or nobody else in public. Not because they're scared, but that's out of general respect. And that humans don't act like that. Now you're a subhuman and you want to run around saying racist words, then go for it. Fuck around and find out.
You know, you always make this lame ass fucking attempt at an argument. If you stood in front of me right now, you wouldn't say it.
And you wouldn't.
The fuck I wouldn't. I'd choke the fucking life out of somebody if they fucking tried me.
Okay,
I'm not saying you, so it's not a threat of violence.
I'm not worried. It's not you saying that's a threat.
No, I'm not violating the rules, I'm saying.
Yeah, don't violate the rules, y'all. Don't speak over Hakima. That's one of the rules. Let Hakima speak. I don't know what rule that is, but
that's rule number 1.01.
Yeah.
So Hakima, who do you think the biggest purveyors of racial identity politics are?
White women.
The Republican Party and MAGA.
You don't think it's the Al Sharptons of the world?
No, definitely not, because they only react to different things. Like you don't hear Al saying anything. Speaking
what
of
they called?
They see the Republicans. Can I finish? May I finish? Like when you see Republicans, the MAGA running around acting like this is what happens in everyday life. They bring up race and DEI about every issue. They make everything about race. They want to act like it's the other side, which is them that's really bringing it up every second of every day.
Well, you know what's interesting?
Wait, hold on. Is that Monica? Wait, is that Monica Scarlett? Is that Monica?
On this app, but I did want to say something about Pete Buttigieg. He's actually what you call an LGBTQ DEI, because don't forget, it's not just about black women and black men and Hispanics and Asians. It's about homosexuals getting preferential job placement because they enjoy anal play or oral play with the same sex. Does that sound to you like a DEI disqualifier in the new Trump administration?
Well, anal and then oral play.
I am so glad I decided to keep the phone on while I'm in the middle of the freaking store, John.
Butt sex, butt fucking.
I mean, Hakima, you don't think people should get appointments in the... Oh, he left.
See, y'all ran out the last black man on the app. God damn it, guys. Well, it looks like we have a brown man at the bottom. Hussein, would you care to chime in? Disrupt some of this aggressive white male energy. I'm just...
me or anyone, I'm half black, half white, half Arab, so I like quarter white girl.
Power to the people who have black.
Wait, is Arab Caucasian?
Hold on, John. Hold on. Listen, what part of Arab are you? Like, where are you from?
I'm a quarter Arab from Yemen.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just making, because it just really frustrates me when I hear people say they're Arab and they're like, I'm Jordanian.
Wait, are you white? Are you white?
I'm not, but people from like Iraq and Syria will be like, I'm Arab.
Hussein, you know, you claim
the Arabian Peninsula.
You claim that you're white. Is Arab white? Like according to the U.S. Census or college application?
I said quarter and quarter, so.
A quarter white. What is white though? Like that's Arab?
No, that's
So like your white Italian, like British.
Oh, Italian. You're Italian.
Italian's not even considered white though. Like all of them.
The only reason I was asking is because Northern Africans are technically considered Caucasian, I believe.
Arabs?
No, for college applications in the census, if you are a North African.
He's East African. Yeah, because to be Caucasian, you guys have to be from the Caucasus Mountains.
But my grandmother's side, her mother was Italian from Napoli.
Yeah, like hot dog.
Well, that's interesting, because my mother, like her father, her grandfather, like the mother's side and the grandfather's side, he was a Jewish grandfather that had a Jewish grandmother with and the grandfather was a grandfather.
Had a question. You want to ask me a question, so go ahead. What was your question?
No, I was actually just opening up the stage for you, so in case you had anything to say. The mic is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, nice one or two. I just came through like 15 minutes ago.
Wait, I'm sorry. Rick is messy. What'd you say, Rick?
I said nice one.
Else defined or described you, do you get annoyed or irritated? I find myself
Speak up, boy. No.
Oh, John is here. Hi, John.
Hey, Zelda, pederast and Tourette syndrome sufferers here at keeping you company, beautiful.
John, Mr. Anderson.
You're pedophobic.
I would suggest to adjust your account.
Rabbi, there was a whole room about you yesterday. Dr. Mojo, the positive vibration, he was roasting you. He was claiming that you're one of the dumbest people on the app.
I was defending Rabbi.
Yeah, Lou Jiz was really defending you.
I don't even know who Mojo is.
I know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, nobody cares.
People I don't even know.
What's up, Sada?
Were you streaming that?
Yeah, I stream. You could go and find it. Yeah, you could watch it.
Which one is it on?
Good luck. Just find it if you can.
This nigga doesn't even know. It's Roger Cuckold. Oh, Roger Cuckold. He's still obsessed with me. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. That was a big room.
That's so wild.
I said that you actually may have more in common with him than you think because your opinions on Islam probably align with his.
He's a pro-Israel Zionist guy. He's been a moment. I'm not interested in him. Okay, let's not laugh. That's right.
David, how many martinis have you had so far tonight?
No, he drinks boxed wine.
Really? You drink boxed wine, David?
It's better than Miller High Life and orange juice.
I'm using grapefruit juice too now.
Oh, grapefruit! He's moving up in the world. These grapefruit juice.
It's really a refreshing little drink.
Plus, what does Roger know about Islam? The nigga he doesn't even know how to go for it. That's a good question. Like that.
T-Robs, have you ever drinking the Irish whiskey called Tullamadu?
Child.
So how are you guys?
You know what's funny? Actually, we get joke.
Good joke, David. Take the pacifier out of your mouth.
It's actually not funny, but go ahead, sorry. I find it to be such a waste of time, respectfully. I agree with you, respectfully. I agree with Rabbi.
We don't do respect.
Amazing. Be Officer Doofy from Scary Movie.
So,
Rabbi, why don't you ping Rico?
Rabbi, are you excited that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to take all of Gaza and destroy Hamas?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
He's supposed to have.
Is he gonna make us any money?
He's in a counter.
I think he will make us a lot of money. I always trusted BB, and he never failed me personally. I don't know why, you know. No, I trust him.
Trusted BB?
Yeah, I trust everyone. Yeah.
Trust in BB. Trust in BB.
Can't trust no Hebrew, nigga.
Yeah, I
Trust BB. Trust BB. Trust BB. So there's going to be no more Palestinian Authority. There's going to be no more Hamas, no more Islamic Jihad. They're all going to get destroyed in one huge pincer movement.
I thought we're good for the vehicle.
You know the answer to that question.
I don't know.
They should have just gave back the hostages.
Should have just given back the hostages.
That is true. For the record.
Should have given back hostages. Oh, fuck the hostages, nigga.
Whoa.
Wow.
He just did.
That's extreme. That's extreme
I don't know
hate
why all the
speech.
people in Gaza didn't just, why they didn't just go be with the hostages. I would put myself right near the hostages. These are the only people that are getting killed.
Okay, hold on.
These are the only people that are getting fucking killed over there.
Okay, Lou, what's all...
Self-competitive thing. You know, when people play golf, you're not competing. It's you're challenging yourself over and over and over. And I think it's they're mentally, and this is deep, but like people may think you not understand what I'm trying to say, but.
Just having this conversation is a little bit like, English not first language. I'm from Sweden, and I live in Sweden, and I'm talking from Sweden right now. Racism.
We'll take your time.
Racism. Like, do you think?
You can stop.
I think you can stop right now. Thank you very much.
I said that the people in Gaza are retarded just because of how this little live.
Okay, whoa. Okay, don't say that.
But David, that's what this whole thing is about. It's about getting the hostages.
I'm not going to answer that question, but you should not say that.
Respectfully.
Okay, Lou, you can apologize if you want to apologize. I mean, I would, but...
Respect to the Lord.
It's not funny.
Lord, that was the time to apologize.
It's not funny. For the record, it's not funny.
That's right. Yeah, for the record, go ahead. I think that was the time to apologize.
Why would I apologize? You know how much money I make?
Okay, don't yell. Please.
But what's our earnings per child? Last week?
Okay, calm down.
It doesn't matter how many babies died. It doesn't matter. Fuck it.
Yes, earnings per child is important on how I...
Whoa.
My God.
Yes, all the children. And the Jews, and the niggas. Yes, all the children.
That's not that fruitful.
Okay, Lou, for the record.
For your mama? Oh, I'm the planning.
Okay, that's not really
What am I for your daddy? What am I for your daddy? I know what it is.
I'm not going to answer that question.
You're to the bypassing and fucking FBI and wasting time talking about children like that. Ain't nobody cares about, nigga. Ain't nobody cares. Like, you're crying about a Holocaust that never happened in order to do the Holocaust that is happening, which I still don't care about, nigga. You guys it's just that they are the same people that I get genocide right now that I care about. I don't believe that me. You know, I would say, like, when Randall said, can you buy these niggers self-awareness for people, please? No, how they express. These niggers, they need self-awareness.
I just drove by, I've never seen this, the two Jews. But one of them had like a,
I don't know how they cares. Nigga.
No. One of them had like a fur,
That's Semitic, so you can't say that.
No one cares. Anti-Semitic.
No, I've never seen that. I've seen them wearing
Okay, next.
Nigga, I wipe my ass with the Gazans and the Jews. Nigga, fuck all of them. That's right.
First of all, I will shut up all this money. Okay, first of all, it's not nice. And nobody cares. And nobody cares. And nobody cares. You see how it's boring. Nobody cares, nigga. I will say, with all due respect, it does. It cares. Oh, child. It's absurd. Actually, this absurd.
Well, I'm really enjoying this conversation as usual. This high-level academic, intelligent discourse is exactly what I'm usually looking for on a Saturday night, and you're hitting all the nails on the head.
I don't know what you recorded, John, but there's like some incident that you recorded that Roger used to be like completely against the idea of you recording. And now because of I don't know, you recorded something about some Muslims doing some shit. Now he's very pro John. Okay, well, he uses the excuse that the app allows out of his people. Oh, nigga. Yeah, but first of all, don't say the N-word. The guy is retarded. You know that Roger is retarded.
Yeah, but I think you're actually way more retarded than he is.
I don't think he's retarded. Okay, let's not use the R-word, guys.
Respectfully.
And nothing wrong with that. Yeah, because like my friend doesn't like people using the R-word, so now you can't really listen to Jews. Yes, he's Jewish, but that's not
David, are you drinking Merlot, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir? What are you drinking out of that wine box, David?
Obviously, you can use it any word you want, but...
David, what's the point of having a big toy business and making all this money if you're chronically drunk all the time?
Yeah, docs. I just don't understand why you guys missed that, but it's not your time. First and foremost, it's your time.
It's true, it is my time. All right, I gotta get going, everybody.
Dropping not enough, or maybe you had some, getting it up could be a problem. It could be anything. So I wouldn't cut her out completely. I'll just see what is the reason and hear her explanation. Because we all make mistakes, no?
Gotcha.
Just my 2 cents on the whole Elon thing. I think if he really wants to start a third party, like it's probably like more like a 20 or 30-year project, because what you're gonna have to, like in my opinion, like you're gonna really have to do. They didn't win the election. They got like 20% of like first ballot votes or something like that. That would I feel like that would be part of the sort of institutional change that would have to happen.
I just don't see how that is a more practical way. Like, hey, we need a different way of deciding elections because our ideas don't resonate with enough people. I mean, if the ideas don't resonate, you could come up with whatever structure you want, and they're still not resonating.
Well, you have to remember roughly, just to throw a number at the wall, the 30% or more people who have never voted and won't vote to begin with. And that's a factor.
It's a great factor. And that's the thing, when people are campaigning, they focus their attention on the super voters that voted every election, and they ignore the ones that haven't voted because, A, it's hard to get, if nothing's moved them yet, what are you going to say that's so fucking novel that's going to get them off their ass? It's tough shit. It's a hard accomplished. But I think if Elon stayed in his lane and had a plan, instead of saying, hey, I want to have a president, if he could just set his goal of getting one member elected to Congress, just one, that could end up being the deciding vote in key things. Like, as tight as things are, that could be a big deal, and that one person could end up having power. If he got 3 people in, he'd have a lot of power. Man, heaven forbid if he was to have 10 people in Congress representing the interest of reducing the debt. I think that even the people that identify themselves as budget hawks would probably be impressed if you had a real agreement. And I mean, there's maybe 4 people in Congress right now that you can rely
Live on X right now, and I know you don't think he's Elon, but I would encourage you to spend 5 minutes listening to him to confirm that it is 100% Elon Musk, and that's his pen name, Adrian Dittman.
Oh, dude, I've been in the room when Dittman and Elon were there.
I know, I heard it all before. Just go listen to the room now, and you'll listen to what he's talking about, and you'll say, fuck, this is Elon Musk. Go ahead, listen to him right now. Now is all important. But I think you also laugh at what he's talking about because it's just boring, shit. And, he cooks a steak and he does his show, but it's Adrian Dittman live.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Elon Musk, I don't see him as, any virtuous, with the debt. I mean, in general, we all know it was really about the fact that the Big Beautiful Bill didn't contain the electric car on the plan to have charging stations. That's really why he didn't like the Big Beautiful Bill.
To a conclusion a little bit later. He would analyze it through and then just decide to post it once it's certain enough. And then he comes off as having good calls every time, right? That's what you have to do. It's you've analyzed this.
It's 100% Elon Musk is Adrian Dittman. I mean, that is the most distinctive voice, and everybody has heard Elon Musk speak a lot endorsing Trump. So I don't know why people have such bad voice recognition.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, Elon Musk, I mostly see him as, I've never liked the guy.
You posted a lot of things. You posted so many things that nobody could keep up with it. I told you not to do that, but you did it anyways. I got schizo up this hard. I was like, oh, please, just be, I had to get the schizo out of my system. I get it. Personally, I would never make a list of predictions. I would just put them out.
I mean, they're mostly meant as a joke at this point. Most of these are clear jokes.
Real.
Australia will have a kangaroo war. That's fair.
A lot of jokes became true. Never mind.
Another kangaroo war.
I mean, they had an emu war. Have you not heard about the Australian emu war?
Yes, I do remember. But that's
I was expecting a kangaroo war.
Nah.
After the COVID, they've been having some trouble with the kangaroos. I was kind of maybe.
The Great Roo Wars of the 2026 election. Let's just kill the election. So maybe it's an election. Yeah, let's make it that.
Did that get pinned for anybody else? I hit the pin thing, but it didn't show up for me. But it just does that sometimes.
It's there. It's there.
Okay.
Cool. No, but what I mean is you have to post your things individually. So if you're TensorFlow will win, that's what you have to post individually. This, it doesn't make sense. Post it individually. Do that again and post it individually. Just like TensorFlow. I hear furious typing in the background. No complaints of it, obviously. I'm just saying I'm hearing typing in the background. I think it's funny. Wait, Blythe, are you speaking? I don't know what you do with your mic, but I'm pretty sure your Bluetooth audio is what is connected, and it's probably very, very far away. So I'm only hearing very far, by the way.
Yeah.
Hilariously so, I might add.
It's like an ant.
That's incredible. It's like an ant that gains consciousness for the first time.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, my parents have like all sorts of Bluetooth shit in their house. It kept auto-connecting to my phone. So for the longest time, I was calling somebody and I could not figure out where the fuck I was being picked up on. I was being picked up by a smartwatch in a fucking drawer for some fucking reason.
Amazing.
I don't know what the hell was on with that. I don't even know how to make my own devices auto-connect. Like, this seems like a security problem.
You have to, like, forget the device every once in a while.
I hear wind again.
That is me.
Are you soaring through the air like an eagle?
Yeah, maybe, or like a plane. Supermaning it, yeah. That would be so fucking funny.
I don't even know how to respond to that. It's fucking Superman flying, having a space.
Yeah. They should have put that in. They should have put that in the movie. It's like, you know, you have to deal with, like, you know, populous things. You just go on an X base and have your crash out there. It's like you don't need Lois Lane anymore. You have an X base now.
That's true. You could just be anonymous on the internet. It's fine.
You like troll everybody. It's like, and then they find your alt account. You know, Superman's alt account. You've just been saying some really specious shit. That would be so funny, actually. It would make a lot of sense too.
You can be in a different continent in like.
Yeah, he doesn't even need VPN. Bro is the VPN.
Yeah.
See, Superman is underutilized in his powers. He doesn't understand himself. See, this is the thing that I don't really get. Like, if I were Superman, I would, like, be very, very open with my identity on that. I would just literally tell everybody who I am. 100%. If I was Superman, I'd tell everybody. I'd be like, well, are people going to come and stop you? I'm like, yes, please try so I know who you are, because I will completely destroy every last one of you if you do. 100%. Like, what are you going to do? Stop me? Like, I'm not going to have you figure out what kryptonite is. Like, that's not going to happen, because you'll be too gone to understand that. Right? It's like, oh, we have this, like, crashed spaceship. You know, the world. It's like, okay, that's where all the kryptonite is. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that. You know, totally not going to be a problem. What the fuck was his problem? What is wrong with Superman? Why the fuck would you leave that there? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I just don't understand that. It's like, hey, let me just leave the only thing that can hurt me just over there. It's like, you know, just bruh. It's like, So the world knows who I am now.
Batman's
okay.
mindset is completely fucking retarded.
Yes, his mindset is also pretty retarded. It's like both of those have massive problems.
Yeah, I don't kill because if I kill, there's gonna be the same number of killers.
Now you have less killers by default.
The Joker alone kills like 50 people at least every day. Right? Like,
yes.
Like, if you kill the Joker, you're effectively saving lives. Come on.
Yes. Oh, also, because you have the Injustice timeline, which means that the Joker decided to, like, you know, fucking have Superman kill Lois via an illusion, which then drives Superman over the edge so fucking hard that he then turns into effectively the Joker in that extent, where he just, like, decides to kill everybody. So it's like, that's actually kind of funny. Because, like, why on earth would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Why would you leave that thing alive? So it's like, oh, hey, very twisted, fucked up person keeps causing issues for Batman. Batman should kill him. Easy. Finish. It's not like anyone's going to stop him. They're going to fucking thank him, if anything, because there's no more crime. Or, like, there's less crime now. Same thing with Superman. Hey, I have the spaceship with all the fucking kryptonite down there. Totally not going to hurt anybody. Oh, wait, that's right. It's going to hurt me. So, doesn't do anything about it. Also, another thing. Why the fuck doesn't Superman turn into SpaceX? Personally. Like, why doesn't he do that? Like, Superman could literally turn into SpaceX. He could, like, charge $50 million or maybe less per launch, just take a fucking rocket and yeet it into space. Just, like, fucking fly up there, deploy the satellite, $50 million per fucking contract, maybe $20 million if he really wanted to, completely, like, just buy everything and just replace Lex Luthor as the entity. What was his problem?
Could be Superman and Batman at the same time.
Exactly. Like,
You
what
can
is
also
this problem?
build a space elevator. Like, why is there no space elevator in the DC universe? There should totally be one.
No, they have the thing that's called the Justice Tower or something, which is like that space station. So they have that, and that's it.
See, that's lame. They should have something way cooler. Hey,
Yeah, man.
Superman. He can do whatever.
Exactly.
He
Hey,
can
why
mine all the
doesn't he
resources
fucking-
we need from comets.
Exactly. Why doesn't he like fucking bring people to Mars? You know, it's like, hey guys, we're gonna like bring you to Mars. We're gonna take whatever we need to go there. $1 billion per run. I want $1 billion per run. $1 billion per run.
Like that.
Yeah, see, but they're like too extinct to care. You know, there's like only one Martian that remains. Remember?
I thought there were the white ones. There's just the green Martians that were hunted out by the white ones, and the white ones were still left there.
True. Which is funny somehow. It's a very funny dog whistle. But I mean, you know, the Martians are there, right? And what is the one thing that the Martians cannot really defend against? The same thing that you're gonna have to like
Superman?
get resources out of. No, not Superman. Meteorites.
Huh? Yeah.
So like, why doesn't
Throw
Superman
them.
just go? Yeah, exactly. This stuff needs to be mined. We're gonna nuke the poles anyways. Yeet. That's it. That's my solution to the Martian problem. Yeet. The answer is yeet. Big, beautiful rocks. So now, the rocks are on the surface and no longer in space. And I don't have the Martian problem anymore. And what we're going to do is...
Superman would have technically done a genocide on people.
No, we're not going to genocide. We're not going to genocide. I'm not finished with that yet. See, what we're going to do is we're going to take a massive fucking asteroid, send it on the poles, and then we're going to land on the planet and be like, so you saw what I just did. You're going to stay out of our way, and we're going to try and coexist. And if you can't, you're all going to die. Sounds good? Finish. That's it. That's the end of the argument. See, Superman doesn't have like that in his heart to like just lay down the law and go, no. Superman has to be like the Doge meme, where it's like two opposing entities, and the Doge looks at him and puts them together and just goes, kiss. That's what he needs to do. That's what Superman needs to do. I don't understand him. Why is he a little bitch? And then whenever he has a fight, like the worst part is like whenever he says, oh, hey, I have a problem with like, hurting humans or something like that. Meanwhile, as soon as any new superhero comes around, he just decides to throw him through like 6 fucking buildings. What is his problem? It's like, hey, meets Green Lantern for the first time. Yeah, let me just like destroy like 2-3 kilometers of street and 2 or 3 buildings.
Yeah, they should really do the Dragon Ball thing where they fly out to a wasteland.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, okay, you're green and you glow. I have a problem with that. Want to fight it out on Europa? No one's gonna care.
Yeah, the amount of infrastructure that get destroyed is movies.
Like, why don't you just fight it out on the moon? You know, that works too. You know, you got Earth in the background. Plus, it's a fucking massive coliseum. The humans get to watch too.
Oh yeah, wasn't that why Batman took umbrage to Superman and that Batman v Superman thing? Like, Superman destroyed too much of the city. He was like, what the fuck?
This guy must be stopped.
Exactly.
Too much collateral damage.
Adrian, to your point earlier about the Indian Ocean, she didn't know the ship had anything that was lethal to him. He destroyed it. He thought that's it. He destroyed the wall.
I mean, he's kind of stupid for that because he was literally there. He should have known that there was something that was still left. The thing that can turn this world into Krypton and does things that are Kryptonian, which also hurt me, is the thing that's there. I should probably, over the next couple of years, using my super strength, take all that fucking shit off planet somewhere that the humans can't reach it. And if the humans try to reach it, I would know. Like, I don't know, put it on the light side of the moon.
Yeah, but I think like something can be made like that. He wouldn't have felt the kryptonite, would have been confused that.
No. It's not about the kryptonite. Even if he didn't know the kryptonite was there, why the fuck would you leave the space junk there for Earth's military to take apart, who already tried to fuck with you? I mean, he knows that there was a drone tracking his ass that he took down.
Well, hold on, forget. That's one thing. The other thing was the one in New York, right, or Chicago, wherever that was supposed to be. Well, not. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I like the Snyder version of it simply because it showed that he's invincible, and Batman versus Superman was him realizing that his invincibility has limits, and then effectively dying to save the race.
Anything from his world could hurt him because that's literally the first interaction that he came in with.
How would he know?
Versus Zod.
Because he never bled, right? So. He never bled. He never got hurt. Even the World Engine, he still was able to overcome it. And Zod, he killed him.
He was fighting with Zod for a decent bit there, and he was really fucked up by the end of it. So,
no blood, no nothing.
Yeah, I do remember some of it. Still though, that's the thing. It's like, hey. This ship of mine crashed in the middle of the city. Then Star Labs decided to take it over, take it apart. Totally let the humans study it. What the fuck?
Yeah, that part, yeah.
And why the fuck did he destroy the ship? Oh, hey, super advanced alien technology that could help everybody. Yeah, let me just blow it up. What the fuck? He even hesitated for a second there. It's like, all right, literally could have just been, we're going to stop this, or I'm going to blow up this ship. Because, Zod cared about the ship. It's like, okay, cool. Let's take this ship, fly it elsewhere. You're going to stop the World Engine thing, otherwise I'm going to blow up everything. I'm capable of doing it. I'm going to do it. So let's fucking hash this out, one-on-one. If you lose, well, you lose. And if we want to fight to the death, so be it. If I die, that's on me. If you die, well.
Yeah, but I think that was Zod trying to bring him constantly back, right? Because he took him to space and then Zod hit him back in. The one thing, I like that idea you said, why the hell didn't he provide launch services? Even better, it's like the reverse. You got massive asteroids out there of ridiculous
$1 billion a year. Actually, make it $20 billion a year, and I will protect Earth from all the asteroids. Oh, actually, no, maybe I wouldn't do that. Part of my marketing ploy. No, scratch that. Asteroid protection is for free. Space transport, that one's on me. That's annoying. Asteroid is like, well, I care about humans, so that's free. That's free. That's bonus.
How much does insurance cost in that world?
Yeah.
Plot twist: Batman and Superman have a deal with real estate developer.
Forget that. Oh, you gotta look for the Russian connection. Why does Moscow never get hit?
Yeah.
Hey, they're smart. You know why? Because they're sanctioned. Because of all the sanctions, they're not allowed to transmit internationally. So the aliens go like, these guys are not as impressive. But these
Superman lands in Russia instead of in the U.S.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Called
Russian Superman is pretty good.
Red Sun?
Yeah, that's it. Did Russia get attacked more as a result of that?
Can you imagine if Superman landed in the USSR?
Yeah, that's what the whole storyline is about. That Superman landed in the USSR, and the USSR survived a lot longer. And actually, one of the major attacks on the USSR Superman was by America via their version of Superman, who they kept overpowering and they made him overpowered and retarded at the same time. Very weird.
That's how God must have felt when he made me.
Listen, communism, just have one guy called Superman do it all.
Mm-hmm.
Just take the fruits of all of his labor and share it to everyone.
Exactly. Oh, this German. What is above human in Russian? What is that?
I have no idea. I don't speak Russian.
You have AI, do you not?
Sviar.
That's the thing it can do well. Andre, what about you? What language is you're Russian, aren't you?
Yeah. So Syria is super.
But like in the context of a like Übermensch in German, which is like the above human. You know, like you're the human above humans. Like you're better, like a meta human. Like what would that be in Russian?
I text you the transliterated, or I message you the transliterated version, so if you pronounce it.
Sure. It's funny, we're doing DC's legwork here, creating Russian Superman. They should pay us. For real, for real.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched newest Superman.
Don't watch it, it's gay.
But I saw a bunch of women talking about it. Apparently, in it, some news report talks about how Superman is evil and actually wants a harem or something. And how?
No, that's his parents.
What?
That's Jor-El, apparently. I didn't watch it either, but I thought it was Jor-El.
Oh no, it's part of the movie. It's part of the plot that Superman is supposed to form a harem. That's in the message from his parents.
And apparently, the woman of Metropolis were very angry about this in the movie. And I had not watched this movie at all, and as I was scrolling on social media, this was the only circumstance where I learned the movie, and it was basically a bunch of women being let's be real. If this shit happened in real life, there would be a hashtag going in called let me into the harem.
Yes. 100%.
It would probably have a more creative name, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
Something catchier.
I mean, and if people want to say that's all true, I can actually provide you a real-world example of this. Elon. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that was my first thought, is that Elon kind of proved that the reaction would be it's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So many want to get with them, but absolutely can't.
Also, I think for the audience, when we say so many, it's in numbers, not in percent. In percent, it'll be a tiny percent, I would say. But out of 3 billion people, 0.00001% is still 1,000.
Hear me out. Monetization of the seed. Okay? I'm sorry. How would that even work? Does a kid have superpowers? I think so.
Yeah, isn't that the story?
I don't know.
The weirdest theory I've ever seen. The weirdest theory I have ever seen is that it wasn't really a theory. It was a math calculation. It was they did it on Elon, and they were when you're making as much money as Elon, pulling out literally does not financially make sense. The time it takes for you to do that does not financially make sense, because you'll make child support back before you even do that.
Incredible tech.
That's funny. That's like the back in the day they used to say about Bill Gates, if he drops $100 bills, it doesn't make sense for him to pick it up and cost more.
Yes. I literally watched someone do the calculation, and they're if pulling out takes 5 seconds, then it's literally not worth it for him.
Wow. You know what? We should do more autism calculations like that. We have it in ourselves. We definitely could do it.
you want to calculate? I can calculate things. What do we calculate?
We'll figure it out. We'll come up with something really good and current. And we'll hash it out. Right now, there's nothing good and current. At least as I can imagine. I might even be randomly in the middle of the week. So if I message you with, hey, this thing's blowing up, we need this calculation of that, I'll quote post it.
Okie dokie.
The fact of the matter is, if you're like famous enough, rich enough, whatever, right? Like whatever characteristic you have that some people like, people will literally forgive anything to be with you.
Yep.
Also, like I remember this like famous celebrity who cheated on his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Right. On her deathbed, like on her deathbed, she's telling
fuck my kid.
My
kid grandkids who can benefit from this. No, my husband that I married and loved and had kids with. No, this guy I met 80 years ago or whatever.
This hobo I fucked on a ship.
Yep. Who also, by the way, died because she was a selfish bitch. Because he could have survived on that door. It was physically possible.
There was space on that door. And then another
I
thing
recently
they did is throw out that rare blue diamond during, I don't know if it's a true story or no, but basically when they were shooting the movie.
Also, like the 365-day sequel as well.
Oh god, yeah.
Is that the mafia guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
My personal
I watched the first one.
Oh yeah,
I watched the first
cheated
one
in the second one.
because like for like 5 months straight, I kept seeing women constantly talk about it. So I'm like, okay, let me go watch what this is about. And I'm like, damn, this movie is really shit, but at least it's watchable, right? And then I went and tried to watch the second one. I had to give up. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
I don't remember exactly, but
Basically, to give you a summary, in the first movie, this guy kidnaps her, right? I think she has a boyfriend or husband or something, or like is about to get married or something. And then this mafia guy kidnaps her. And then she ends up falling in love with him. And then she ends up getting kidnapped. And then he ends up saving her. And then in the second movie, like he's very paranoid because she literally got kidnapped, right? So he's being very protective over her, having security and whatever. And she's like, "You can't control me. You need to let me be free." And then she starts fantasizing about fucking another guy.
The bodyguard, I guess, would
Yeah. No, not a bodyguard. Like a fucking. I think he's the guy that cuts the grass or some shit. Mows the lawn. I don't know, one of his workers who actually works for his enemy. So she wants to fuck this guy's enemy, her husband's enemy.
Wow. She was in for the adrenaline. Who wasn't
By the way,
or anything.
By the way, you guys heard of this? It's not a theory. It's just a funny connection, a funny idea. It's like where you can take Leonardo DiCaprio's movie and draw a storyline between them. So you got Titanic, and then he actually survived that. Somehow gets picked up by a fisherman, old man of wealth or known wealth and stature, and then he got a Great Gatsby movie out of that. After that, that's new to me.
How long before Grok Imagine completely destroys Hollywood?
Oh yeah, right. But the game was like the Genie World, and then they took that fucking. But the game was like the Genie World, and then they took that fucking photo of the people playing in Genie,
And then they turn that into another genie where you can fucking walk around.
That was wild.
Yeah.
By the way, how long until people are going to discover, the title of the movie? Like, since we all know what gooning is now, right? How long is it going to take until...
Which movie?
Well, if you wait, I could finish, yes. So, how long is it going to take until people associate gooning with the movie The Goonies? Is that too soon? Is that too soon?
It depends on whether or not memetics leverage the movie Goon as an interface.
No, like just goon is like really in there, and everybody just like focuses on it. But I don't think that the current generation is cultured enough to understand what Goonies is. So,
Guys, I'm off. Adrian, thanks for having me here.
Okay, see you, man. Yeah, it's such funny timing, actually. I will say though, if ever I'm going to say this here, if ever there's a new drama thing that starts, in Spaces or whatever, and I get back into the news, or I get like to a Fortnite YouTuber, I'm going to drop the Goonies title, and I drop that exact question just to see what happens. I want to see what happens when thermonuclear memetics takes off, and I just turn the left into its own weapon of my own design, just because I can. There would be no reason for this whatsoever. There'd be zero gain at all. It would just be funny. That would literally be it. There would be no reasoning for that whatsoever. It's just an additional thing.
We call that for the lulz.
For the lulz,
Yes, indeed.
FTL.
What is funny about FTL?
Faster than light.
Yeah, I know, but like, what's the stat?
The history of it. It's a whole thing. I can't explain here. It's so much memory attached to it.
Why are you talking about the game?
What game?
The faster than light game.
No. Talking about how For the Lulz became appropriated from Faster Than Light.
Oh.
The original transition of it.
I see, because For the Lulz FTL. Right. So if I'd be like saying, oh hey, I just did it to FTL,
Yep. It was originally a Star Trek nerdery thing, if I recall correctly. I signed off with FTL before Lulz became a thing, and it was because specifically another sci-fi community just beefed with them. So they decided to reappropriate the term FTL, so it meant For the Lulz, just to fuck with that specific nerd group. And I remember because it came across on 4chan, and I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Why not? I'm down for some chicanery, and thus, For the Lulz became a thing. Like, it just expanded from 4chan. All because somebody was very pissed off at some nerd on some forum some time ago.
Adrian, do you want to check the ether?
What? I don't understand. Wait, what?
I mean the chat.
What?
A new name. Every space there is a new name for it.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I care about it.
Okay.
He's talking about the ping.
Oh.
He's not responding to you.
Bruh.
What happened to the space genre?
What do you mean?
Like, it feels like when I was growing up, Star Trek and Star Wars and things like that were massive.
It's because we got liberals. That's why. And people cared a lot more for boba tea, whatever the fuck matcha is, and weird Earth ecology nonsense that isn't even real, than about space stuff that isn't real. We decided to turn the sci-fi part of us into self-destructive goals that we kind of force upon others,
climate change and all that, we just come up with nonsense, constant fucking nonsense interpretations of what the real world actually is, and we just kind of force it to everybody. And then none of the sci-fi, whatever that like this made-up stuff is, none of that strength of imagination goes into making fake sci-fi.
Has there been any good movie in the last 5 years from like a big major studio
about space?
When did Gravity come out?
No, I mean in general.
There has been a few.
I can't name a single one. I mean, last 5 years, okay, maybe there's one. Like a Tenet, for instance, was pretty good.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's a game thing. If you have nostalgia and you played it, then I guess it's a thing you can watch and go, it's fine.
I didn't hate it. I gave it a 7 out of 10. It wasn't great, but I just wanted to say it to see if I could make Otto say bruh, because I like making Otto say bruh. It's fun.
That's funny.
I really like the new. I used to play the games. I actually used to play all the Sonic games, I remember.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I like the Top Gun.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was great.
Somebody's thinking, no, it's good, yeah. I was about to say something about it, but it was like that. No.
I mean, it was recent, but it wasn't spectacular.
I think I was about 6.
It definitely had a predictable storyline, but I mean, it's still cool.
It's just nostalgia mining. That's what it was for.
Yeah.
I think they did it well.
They got better at it. Like the Super Mario movie was real good at that nostalgia thing. The original Super Mario Brothers movie was oh so very wrong. I don't even know what they were going for with these Goombas. Like,
I think it was funny.
I have a picture of them on my phone because I referenced it. I think that's in my downloads. Let's see. Show me a Goomba. Come on. It's in here somewhere. There he is. Look at Bowser and his Goomba. Ridiculous.
No, I think that the world ruled by dinosaurs is a really interesting plot development. That's actually funny. Because so many people forgot about that movie. Like, if I ever get on Alex Jones, I'm probably just gonna, like, bring it up. You know, if somebody starts speaking about real reptile conspiracy theories again, I'm just gonna bring up that movie. And we're gonna see what happens after that.
Oh, yeah. Maybe all these people were so traumatized by that film that they rematerialized it into the reptilian theory. I can see that. It all comes back to the Super Mario Brothers movie. That combined with the September 11th attacks, it caused a traumatic scar on people. And they started seeing reptile people everywhere.
Oh yeah! Don't forget that movie where that guy puts on glasses and sees aliens everywhere.
They live.
Mm-hmm.
Classic.
I know.
Wasn't this a true story back in Germany where they had red light, some kind of like red light vision, glasses?
Actually, I thought it was Vietnam.
Huh? It was Vietnam? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they started seeing like shadow figure and this.
No, they just started seeing demons, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like people take way too much time explaining these very basic things. It's like, they saw demons, and it's like, whatever you want to make it, because the longer you explain what was being seen, the scarier it makes it, and it's like, that's how we give power to the entities, just like, even if they're real, which they're not, it's like, okay, can I kill you now?
Yeah, you should never be afraid of them.
There's this anime where it's about humans invading hell, and the whole point of the show was to somehow represent the demons as being misunderstood. Like, what? What is wrong with you misaligned fucking artists? Hell invasion. Why the fuck should I feel sorry for hell? Explain.
happened in Doom 2 and Doom Eternal. There was like these fucking like things about the demons and how like you shouldn't use terms that may be like offensive to them, like demon. You should be using something like morally challenged.
In Doom?
Doom.
Oh, Doom, okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I feel like those kind of chose to go in one direction very, very hard.
People mention it in comments that Dune was a great space movie.
I've never watched Dune.
I haven't watched it either, but I should.
But yeah.
Damn, I gotta watch it still.
Is that Dune?
Yeah, Dune.
Let's help. Our friend.
I actually didn't watch it. What genre?
Remember, demon can be an offensive term.
Orderly challenge.
Another one's Sparky.
Sparky? Car speed.
Another one's Sparky.
Sparky? Car speed is fine. Sparky doesn't make sense because that's just what Australians call electricians, and that's not even an offensive thing.
You got tin skin.
Tin skin? Damn.
That doesn't even make sense because most of them don't have tin skin. They have silicon.
Indeed.
Tin isn't a great skin to have. Tin's a weird metal.
Indeed.
It's also much harder than I always remember it being. Every time I encounter it, I'm like, crap. That's way more hard than I thought. That or I'm just getting weaker in between each intermittent experience of tin. It's not like I'm constantly coming across it. I just find some every now and then and go, oh, tin. Bend it for a bit, futz around with it. You know, the thing you do whenever you encounter a metal you haven't seen in a while. That one might just be me. Oh.
Boom, we're back. Oh man, this is so much watermelon. I just ate another like half of a watermelon just while we were having this conversation. Hence the burping.
Holy shit. That sound was you draining your bladder with all of the water from the watermelon, right?
No, that is the sound of me slurping what remains of the watermelon out of its shell.
So funny, he cuts the watermelon and then like 1 minute later you see it on video, it's gone.
Yeah. People live in my Discord server, they know. So yeah. Consumption rate, 10-20 minutes, half watermelon. Gone. That's a big one too. This one is extra good. So I took my time with this one. With time I mean I ate it extra fast because it was that fucking good. I feel so good right now because that is the fruit sugar hitting my bloodstream. Delicious. Truly fantastic. One half is left, the other half is going in me too. Honestly, I think it's fascinating the fact that all of this mass can somehow be distributed in my body. Like I look at the watermelon, and it's like all of that, and it's just gone.
I mean, it's mainly water if you press the...
Yeah, but it's still mass, though. Like, it has to be distributed in your body.
Shitting and pissing most of it out.
Yeah, I know, but like, it's amazing that my belly doesn't like expand like heavily, right?
Well, it will expand if you eat enough. Right? Like the people that like the world hot dog contest winners, like they put on like 20 pounds or something. Right, and you can physically see the stomach getting bigger.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's this much mass that it's not noticeable. It's incredible. It's like when I was a kid and I ate like so much fucking lasagna and bro was just looking at me like, what the fuck is this?
I wonder if you dry out a watermelon, how big it's gonna be. Like
Pretty full. It's freaking good though.
Oh,
A good watermelon. When it's a good watermelon, it's a good watermelon. Not it's not.
You've seen videos of
Like
people.
you either have good watermelon or you have shit watermelon. There's no in between.
People having like watermelon exploded with gas on there and stuff.
Yeah, that's USA watermelon. It tends to do that.
Nope. Never seen that before. It's over here.
Yeah, it's probably because they inject things in it to make it look redder. Yeah, there's a chemical that does that. I forgot what it's called, but that's a thing that can be done.
Nitrogen.
No, like it's different.
I think it's red 40 now.
Probably.
You can also use nitrogen gas to up the redness of watermelons. I remember that from working at a grocery store because I had to refill the nitrogen tanks sometimes.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I mean, I don't even understand entirely how that works. Like, our atmosphere is mostly nitrogen to begin with. I don't understand how more nitrogen is, like, changing things. I don't know. It may have just been, like, some weird thing they did to make people loopy around the watermelons.
It's not just nitrogen, it's nitrous oxide. It's so a little bit different.
Yes, you can. Nitrous oxide is what turns you into Kanye West if you take it enough.
Yeah, that's laughing gas.
Yeah. Yes. That's why when
I don't
he
recall
sings
this gas making people loopy. I was just saying that as a joke.
True, but still though. I mean, the whole song that he made, the whole Hitler song, like he did start it with "Where's my nitrous?" So.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Where the fuck's my nitrous? Who knows? He could have just been wanting to drive real fast.
He's legal in Florida.
Wait, what? What's legal where?
In Japan and China, he's been suspended a lot of times.
I think they probably don't give a fuck, right? Like you have a big artist, right? They probably don't care. Plus, if you arrest them,
Burn Adidas over there.
Plus, if you arrest them, like it being a whole international event, and they probably want to avoid that. China not as much, but Japan also doesn't really like arresting Americans, right? Like they will like kind of drag their feet when it comes to Americans.
They're super strict on drugs there.
I know they are, but like they're a lot more lax when it comes to Americans generally than they are on like other countries.
In South Korea and China, they're pretty much like worshiping him right now. He's filling up.
Yeah, South Korea and China, he's having like entire stadiums singing the song. And like in those countries, he's actually playing the HH song, but it's like Hallelujah. He's replaced like the words HH with Hallelujah.
Interesting. You know, the last time
he's going to China and South Korea, and he's literally playing the song. So you hear the do 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 do. It's like Hallelujah.
You know, the last time we had a concert in the US was like 2012 or 2013.
I guess maybe we don't understand what he's saying on Twitter. That is the funniest line. I just keep like putting
also, the Chinese government for some reason seems to love Kanye as well, right?
I think they offered them a deal regarding Adidas. They were ready to like mess with them for him and help him set up.
Yeah, apparently his mom was like very well respected in China or something.
True.
Right.
Yeah, he lived in China.
Yeah, he lived in China, and his mom is very well respected in China.
Yeah.
So the Chinese government seems to love Kanye West. Right.
Yeah.
So
maybe they just don't like Jews.
Bro,
what the fuck, man?
And it's so insane to see people in all those
I'm just saying he's the number one trending artist and the only he's trending.
I'm not gonna. I kind of doubt that with how much Kissinger seemed to like China.
Real.
So Elon Musk is now platforming Jew hate in his X
It's so
space.
funny seeing people in China, South Korea just singing all the freaking lyrics, like from start to finish, all the songs.
You know, the nightclubs over there, I've seen a bunch of them. They're doing the uncensored version.
Hallelujah.
No, they don't be singing Hallelujah in those nightclubs, man. They be singing something else. I know what I'm saying, but in the fucking nightclubs, they be saying something else. Yeah, basically.
We don't have a problem in Japan though with that song.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know.
Are you sure about that? I mean, if I was that country, I'd make sure that doesn't spread as much anyway, but you can't deny it's not happening.
We really teach World War II in Japan much.
You could argue the Japanese were more brutal than the Germans.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Asian war crimes are fucking impressive, let me just say it like that. Like, you look at what Europe did, that's multi-thousand-year history, and you go to, like, that 2-century period, and you go, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like the fucking.
Look, I was reading torture methods, medieval
Kitover, how are you today?
Hi, Scarlett. Has Mojo been complimented?
Many, yes.
Has anyone told you how beautiful you are today? I can smell your beauty through my phone. Oh, Rose,
It's
you
an
are.
audio app, Don, so please don't do that.
Beautiful.
You're smelling yourself, sir, and that's a concern.
Well, I did just get out of a hot shower.
That says you're giving off Joe Biden vibes. That's not good.
So, yeah, X is definitely the best. I know Mojo likes to say that Elon and Adrian and his mom were all on the space at the same time, but you know what? You can have more than one phone. One could be on Elon, one could be on Adrian, his mom could be on her phone. And right now, Elon Musk is sitting there talking to his crew of cronies on X Spaces under Adrian Dittman. Now, moderators, you may not believe what I'm saying, but I am 100% confident that if you would just listen to 60 seconds of Adrian Dittman's space, you'd be like, yeah, you know what? That is Elon Musk.
Type it in.
Okay, we're going back to...
Like, big, or, like, we mean,
Let me
like,
just wait till Elon starts speaking, because this is out of his, I believe, his employee.
like, in Japan,
Gets angry and talks about wokeism and liberals, and this is his post. You know, I think OpenAI will likely start pivoting harder towards the scaling of biometrics, i.e. WorldCoin, as a means to capitalize on the uncertainty of identity in the age of AI. I mean, it's 100% Elon.
Christ, that was the whole ideology of it. Yeah.
it's called a unification church.
Yep.
Sun Myung Moon and his wife.
Sorry, they're going to go on for a while talking about nothing. I'll let you know when Elon's chit-chatting.
Yes, and from what I've heard, she's been squeezing money out of Japan via, like, political.
Remember when
force.
remember when the former prime minister got killed?
But in terms of fan base and chatter, isn't it interesting how racists started those apps and all they do is come on here? Maybe not Nelson so much, but Isaac Hayes is 100% a racist. I've heard him say the most derogatory racist things about the white man, white supremacy, white structural racism, etc. Non-stop bullshit about the white man. Meanwhile, he's trying to raise funds for his next investment round to enhance the amazing capabilities of his app. And it turns out nobody listens to him or goes to his app. I mean, his rooms are always in conjunction with Clubhouse, the primary social audio app where they were birthed. and no one really cares about what people are talking about on their platforms. You know, I like the book club in the library. I want to be in the university listening to something brilliant, as opposed, to listening about how when I look in the mirror and I see what looks like white or a big ugly bald head, that like I am the source of all of these people's problems, and that it's people who look like me that have created this structurally racist, violent, degrading, destructive system for their people, our people. So I don't know. Tell me, if you think I'm off.
Let me say this. Isaac Hayes III was very welcoming to me onto Fanbase, and when do you know he's a racist guy? He thinks that he's invented social audio named Durand. Have you ever been around that guy? He's critical of Nelson. He hates Clubhouse, but he talks as if he's like the brains behind all social audio. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. If I heard the voice, I'd know for sure.
Yeah, he talks like when prison guys get into Islam and then they start speaking an exaggerated vernacular of English.
So
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call it Ebonics, but
no, it's not that. No, it's actually impeccable English. It's like absurdly impeccable. It's almost uncomfortable.
Oh, you're talking about like a flat Earth room.
Yeah, those. Yeah, but that's the way Durand sounds. He's so condescending, but he absolutely fucking hates white people. And there was a room where he was criticizing on this app, and so Isaac Hayes was very welcoming.
Yeah, I think that like it's the way that they're introduced to new speakers on their app, but truth be told, they should be totally agnostic to whoever uses their app. They should give two shits as long as somebody's using their piece of shit app and possibly creating an audience or a marketplace of conversation. So, to delete any account that says John Kitover because I've recorded their Clubhouse rooms and embarrassed them with their racist hate speech, to me, it just reeks of hypocrisy.
Wait, are you saying you recorded fan-based rooms? You didn't record Isaac saying anything racist, right?
Oh yeah, I've recorded Isaac saying incredibly racist things on Clown House, not on Fanbase, but on Clown House.
I've never heard him say anything overtly racist, but I think the way that he moves with, his preference of he only wants to hire black people, but he'll frame it in a way of like, I support black creators and black entrepreneurs, and like, I don't necessarily think that that's racist, but I will say that if somebody came on this app and said, hey, I'm creating an app and I'm looking to hire white people because I want to empower white entrepreneurs and white people in tech, people would say it would sound a particular way. So he's definitely a racial essentialist. Whether that makes him a racist, that's up to
Well, look at the video. I'm putting it in the chat. I don't know what this video is even about anymore, but it's titled Black Lives Matter Fanbase Isaac Hayes. And as I go through the YouTube shorts, I can find others, I'm sure. Here's another one. This is his crowdfunding room. I mean, I think it's politics, I just really dislike, there's a double standard that you can hear profound hate speech out of the lips of a black supremacist claiming white supremacy. See, that's the problem with projection is people cannot admit that when you lob insults, you are actually describing your own sentiment, or that is your projection to like a very high degree. So the sage never criticizes, never gossips, never slanders.
There's so many extensions you can add into Blender as well.
Yeah.
You're probably familiar with his family tree, right?
No.
So, Isaac, go look up Isaac Hayes. Very interesting career. But towards the end of his career, he was known as the voice of Chef on South Park. And he would participate, playing the lone black voice on South Park. He would make fun of any religion, any race, anything. And the episode about Scientology, and Isaac Hayes is a Scientologist, and so he got so offended and probably pressured by the Scientology community, and he had to quit South Park. So if you're familiar with South Park and you're familiar with
speaker, but when I hear the racial stuff about, that doesn't support my people, it's like he has no Americanism in him. It's just all racial identity politicking, and to me it's obnoxious and low IQ. But who am I?
I don't know if I answered the question for Christy. She said, got it, okay. Yeah, racial essentialism is usually
kind of makes it annoying.
The precursor to somebody becoming a racist, where you just start seeing them obsessing about the importance of race. And when you hear white people talking about, I'm not a racist, but I think that America needs to get back to its roots of being white. And it's like, sometimes it's a cover-up for being a racist. Other times, I think it's a legitimate exploration of like, well, let me think about race. Let me try to figure out how I feel about it. And then when they get obsessive about it, and then all of a sudden every conversation is put through the lens of race. It's like, I don't think 100% of racial essentialists are racist, but 100% of racists are racial essentialists. If that makes sense.
You know what cracks me up? You sexy specimen is I love when stats of like crime, abuse, all this shit is literally broken down by race, literally by nature. It's just broken down by race. And that should make me laugh. Because who the fuck cares what race is doing what most when it's the act of what's happening that's going down? It's wrong. So I think it's just so funny how whenever we get to that, we break up which race did it the most. That should be.
Yeah, but you don't find it annoying when the news won't identify a black male and just says a male committed this crime? I mean, the world doesn't want to know?
Yeah, it's just the obsession of it.
I mean, I just read some crime statistics, though, about, African Americans, and it wasn't pretty. X is full of this type of data analytics that is not flattering, and it is statistically significant, and the averages do indicate, that there's a black on black crime epidemic, and it's part, the community or the lifestyle.
Yeah, so crime is based on proximity, man. So if you got a neighborhood in Arkansas that's mostly white trailer trash, they're gonna be killing each other. If you got cities where it's a lot of proximity when it comes to these crimes and these shootouts and these robberies and all this stuff. So, it does make sense for the color on color crime, but it still doesn't make sense because it's just proximity.
Yeah, but it's not all proximity.
Well, hold on. It's also not really linked to race. So you can take like a neighborhood in Stockton, California. It's called Okieville. It's nothing but white people, right? Super, poor, and there's an incredible amount of violence, and it's white on white. And so the characteristics that they create, the things going on, it really doesn't matter what the background of the people are. That's going to spell doom for any community.
Can I push back on that? Can I argue with that real quick with the poor and education part with you?
You can, but hopefully you understood that it's the poor and uneducated together alone without the drugs.
Right.
Yeah, there's plenty of areas that are poor and uneducated and get along just fine, but usually because they share their
3,000, right? Little town, and there's a lot of honest people there. They don't go to school. Well, they kind of, but it's not like our idea of school. But they don't have that type of.
You don't want to have a dialogue? You don't want to have a dialogue?
No, it's like when a dog takes a piss on a tree and just, marks their spot. Oh, Jazz was talking about Christy not being black, so I guess she was saying Christy is finding comfort in those races. I took a DNA test and I had like 2% sub-Saharan, so that's fucking no.
By the way, nobody gets a test back with less than 1%. So.
Yeah. Damn, Roger.
Pockets, I don't think many people on this app remember the rooms that you used to do where you would loan mod it and you would just sit there and talk. It was like, I don't know if you were high or what the deal was, but those rooms were fucking huge. And I'd tap into those and I'm just like, who is this person? Like, she's got to be famous. Like, everybody's in this room just listening to, like, you would go on these rants for hell long. Okay, like, if you open a room and there's, people will pile in, you can just talk about anything and they just stay. It's amazing. And so, one of the biggest rooms on this app, consistently, like, especially late at night, and talking about nothing really, in my opinion. But you also have this, like, group of, like, people that were, like, left of center originally, and then, I don't know what happened, I didn't follow the drama, but something happened, and all of a sudden you started appearing in, like conservative clubhouse, quote unquote, and then it was like they embraced you for a minute, and then all of a sudden they do what they do, they get bored, they throw people out, and like now you've gotten to this thing where you just kind of hop around, join conversations and whatnot, but your journey, I think, has been one of the more interesting ones on this app.
I'm gonna be honest, I am so uneducated with politics and the left and the right, so when I was like hopping around trying to figure my shit out, I'm like, both these sides suck. Like, they both just suck. Like, they both are just, it was the click cult type thing that I just can't vibe with. So I just bounce around. I don't try to identify with the political ideology, so I don't know shit about it. All I know is I got bills to pay, got taxes to pay, and I got food to eat. So it's just, I feel like people are so obsessed with their political ideology that they literally base their entire lives off of it. And I don't know, man. So I was running my own shit. And I was ranting about how everyone's stupid. I feel like people agree to that, which I like.
I even remember the house. It was called In the Pocket.
Yeah, I think it was Stay in Pocket, or was it just In Pocket? I forgot.
I'm pretty sure the club was In the Pocket. You're in the pocket. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I remember when I was on the dark side, and I was used as like the racial token. It was fucking awesome. Like, I was used as like that white girl that would be on stage and piss everybody off. It was good. It was fun.
I remember having a 2-hour debate with you in a hotel room in St. Louis, and then finally at the very end, I got you to admit, fine, yes, it's all political.
Yeah, I did that too. That's probably a lie. Not in real life. You was in a hotel room.
Yeah, not in real life.
I was in a room. Yeah.
I was at work in a hotel having a debate with Pockets. And I think it was like over your gender study degree or something to do with trans. I can't remember what it was. But don't you have like some kind of doctorate or some master's in,
No, I'm a CMA in LVN, but I'm not an RN. I stopped doing nursing when COVID happened, went into sales because that shit will never die. But yeah, I'm an LVN.
Got it.
It was just some fucking like.
Okay, wait. I got Elon Musk on the fishing hook.
Some kind of geofencing at this point.
No, we don't.
Just the scam part. I mean, have you checked the numbers of all the scams? It's I think.
Honestly, I have a very unpopular opinion. If you're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
If you're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
We Elon Musk laughing. I think that's the best way to confirm that Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is from Brady, man. I don't know. He's not from here.
Who do you think has a better laugh, Elon Musk or Monica?
Monica.
Some money from me, and I was like,
I don't
you
care
know
what
what?
anyone says.
This was so clever.
Her punchlines, dude. Yeah, you can't top that.
She definitely has her place in chillism. You know, I go in there quite regularly, and she's modded quite regularly.
Monica has a place everywhere. She's been on this app since a little bit after I was.
I got a place for it.
So you're like a 10. You know what's crazy? People think Monica came up with her name with a K, but she didn't. Me and someone held the room and put Monica in the title. That room was huge, and so she put it as her name and stuck with it. People think she came up with it, but no, I didn't.
Her name now, Scarlet No K. It's fucking hilarious. John, do you think it's amazing that you've managed to hang out in these spaces and do nothing to violate the rules and hang out? But Rich, the guy that advocated for you to come into this space, he's found a way to get himself kicked out of the ring by not abiding by the rules. If you talk to him in the back channel, you should point out the irony of this. Whatever happened to Jazzy, Matt? Is she still part of the Ali cult? I always thought that was kind of a weird one.
Ali Alexander? Oh my god, what is throwback?
Yeah, he peeled Jazzy and Ashley. It's very. He's gotten himself in trouble with. He's basically a groomer. He's a homosexual that has a proclivity towards underage. Yeah, I like when Dark Adams appears when he shows up and he wants his Flash. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I was just saying in the chat, I don't know who this Jazzy person is, but Matt, I hate that I missed the Adams and Jazzy brawl. Because Adams is a beast.
Yeah, when Adams gets on a roll, it's really hard to stop that onslaught. It's all offense. It's pretty good.
Yeah, especially because he's sharp, he's witty, he's very quick with his comebacks.
I think the only person I got in a fight with is Angel because she thinks I fucked that. Some guy named Andres, I think, in Congressman. She thinks we like not having fun. So she just.
Do you guys remember when Sarah Fox and Donat got together, and then he did a room talking about how she gave him an STD?
What?
Wait, doesn't that violate one of the rules of your house? Or, yeah, it does violate it in the Muff rule. Sorry, Mojo, you're going to have to put yourself in the audience.
Oh my goodness.
We'll call it mod privilege. I look, you can call me a hypocrite all you like.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to be off mute.
But I did think it was a weird thing to do, to open up a room of like, oh, I'm going to own her, and then telling about how you're positive for an STD. Like, it's like, this is your idea of
Dude, that was great entertainment. They did so well.
I didn't even know to not like girls. I thought he was strictly naked.
I think he's bi.
Then he would go into rooms and he'd go to everyone in the room and back channel them. Sarah Fox gave me herpes. Sarah Fox gave me herpes. It's just fucking hilarious. Like, he wanted everyone to know that he got herpes from Sarah Fox.
Sarah Fox told me that Marshall Rankin got uninvited to, I guess, some Republican.
Too.
I mean, I think that's funny, you know.
If it's true,
Not taking, you know, joy in his misery, but just like, you know, thinking like Marshall's a character, and, you know, even though I think he can be, you know, kind of obnoxious.
what do you mean he's coming? That's weird.
Well, no, there's a lot of people that are gone. I don't think the people that have been gone are coming back. Because they'll peek in and then they'll peek in and then they'll dip.
Who's gone?
A lot of people are gone. When's the last time you seen Alex New York?
Oh my god! Roger used to eat vodka with Cheerios in the morning.
Like fucking
before vodka.
make more money, then I don't really feel bad for you.
I agree.
Like if someone
80% of all of the downloads of this app are now from India. This app is going to get completely swallowed up by Indians. In fact, an Indian company may end up buying it.
You think those are the ones that they're putting white people PTRs and putting like, hit me up if you want to make $500 or make money? They're probably not even white people.
It's a good call. Not that white people are above, say, send me money. I get that.
Right.
But people on this app me for money, and it happens more than you fucking believe. I will always just give them links to content that they can read to help improve their situation financially. I don't give them money. I just give them resources so they can help themselves.
I just tell them to fuck off.
Some people on here are really nice, though. I know people that they will give money to people. It's not that I haven't done it; it's that I've learned my lesson to not do it.
I feel like people who give money feel guilty about their life. They're just trying to feel better.
Well, I'll tell you, I will say this: there is a small handful of people that I've gotten to know better than just like shooting the shit in a room, and you know, if they were in a pinch, I would help them. Those aren't the people typically that would ask. It's usually people that don't even fucking know. They'll start with something like, "I've been coming to your room for years. You're so funny. I've got hard times," and I'm just like, "Oh god." Like, I should start PTRing some of the back channels that I have. That might be a good room.
Sorry, you know what would be a fun game? If people in the room back channeled you, and you would read it out loud, and we would have to guess who back channeled you or whose message that was. That'd be fun.
That could be fun. I got a question for Matt. Cool. Where's the other Sarah? Angry Sarah. Screechy Sarah. Where's she been?
Jewish Sarah?
Loves to be a racist on this app.
Oh, okay.
Y'all were almost describing don't shoot the messenger.
God, I don't think so.
Oh my gosh. We used to run rooms late.
I was in Randy's room earlier and I brought it up, and he was talking shit about you and this and that, but it was fun to like relay a message that he's getting heat, in your rooms.
Let me guess, he called me a beta.
I think so. And then he went on about how this is such a waste of effing time. F all you N-words. And then his big one is, this is one of the most vulgar things. Anyways, he has a knack for saying the most vile, vulgar things you can say in a language combination.
Yeah, the comment he made to Anne was that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
Who is this person? Lou what?
Oh no, it wasn't Lou. Lou is best friends with him. Knows that all this stuff happened, but this is who he chooses to as a best friend. But Randy McDickerson is the one that told Anne Hero that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
He's a Jordanian. He lives in Quebec, I think. Rabbi Randy McDickerson.
Is that a rabbi?
He's one of those typical anti-Semites that used to hang out in those rooms together when they would, do all their anti-Semitic shit.
He says I never heard of this term till today, but pedophobia. Pedophobia, I guess. If you ever want to put Lou in like a state of hypnosis, just ask him about AI, and he will immediately go into an AI psychotic, tailspin.
Yeah, I had this conversation with him once, and he was like, "I don't know how much you know about it," and then he just kept repeating the word alignment 1,000 times. You gotta understand alignment. Do you know anything about alignment? When it comes to AI, you gotta know about alignment. I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, this AI thing could go really well, or it could go really off the rails. Like, the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, who knows? It's high risk, high reward.
I tried to convince him to be you're using the app because that's when you're wasting your time. And I could not convince him to do anything.
I think his fear around AI is based on the fact that he's got low knowledge, low skill, low ability, and he's reading about how AI and robotics will take jobs, and he's looking at that and he's like, well, shit, what's a dummy like me gonna do? That's what I think he's struggling with.
I'm terrified of AI.
Well, and you know what? I don't think that we should be afraid now. I think that there's potential for some shit to go wrong. So we have to be careful with it, but that's kind of the point. It's like it could be a game changer or it could be nothing. We don't even know yet. Right now, all the investments are on chatbots, AI chatbots. Like, I don't think you're going to change the world with chatbots.
I'm just like, I feel like AI, you know, it's a good tool, of course, but every tool can be used as, you know, for something, and, you know, for something bad. Like, it's just, I feel like, and I'm in sales, so I know AI will never take my job. I dare a robot to go sell some shit, you know, so it's,
That's one of the industries, because I'm in sales as well. It's one of the industries that absolutely will have jobs taken, but not the people that are going to present and close. It won't take away from them, but all the pre-sales activity, what it's going to do is it's going to cause buyers to engage without engaging with a human being for about 90 to 95% of the sales process.
Well, yeah, we're dealing with that in my work right now, to where we have, because I'm the one that goes out and helps schedule, you know, seniors for doctor's appointments. I help them sign up for doctors, right? So our company now invested into getting a website for like self-scheduling, right? So now these seniors gotta go on fucking line, put in their information, and try to self-schedule, right? It's kind of working, but their market is senior. You know, seniors don't like going online and doing all that stuff. So to me, that's where I feel like AI is going to make things a little more complicated. You know, obviously it's a test run. You know, like you said, it could be nothing, or it could be something that's, you know, detrimental. But you know, I feel like AI sometimes is just, we're losing sight of the control that we have and what we do. You know, so I feel like it's just, yeah, it's a little scary.
Would anybody be interested in doing early morning rooms with looking at the stock market? Would that be too boring for you guys?
What, like 4 a.m.?
I think it could be fun because
that's the time I'm not watching.
The stuffy people used to get up and do these rooms, but they wouldn't say anything. There was no real insights, right? They would wait for something to happen and then they'd react to it. I'm talking about before the market opens, to be able to make predictions and then let people watch in real time if you were right about what you said was happening. I think that could be interesting, and people might learn something about the market. I just have to make sure we're careful about not giving stock tips per se.
You can put a disclaimer.
Yeah.
Like, we are not professionals.
Yeah, we're just speculating. We're just talking shit. But
I'm looking for stocks during the week. During the week, I'm actually broke. But during the week, I'm moving about almost 3:34 with my coffee and my cigarette, watching stocks. So
I've got one particular one in mind that on Tuesday is going to dip, and I'm going to buy a bunch, and then I've already got options out on it, but it's I think it's going to blow up, but it's going to first experience a big dip. So
I always wanted to ask you this: how'd you do when the UHC CEO died? How'd you do?
I don't care.
Oh no, that was no. So the stock plummeted. UHD stock plummeted after he died. People started selling. So, you know, that during tragic things in life change the stock every day. Airplane crashes, you know what I mean? There was a oil plant that blew up a few weeks ago. Their stock plummeted, so people started buying the UHC, and I think I made about a good 8-9 off of buying those stock and those options because they were cheap as fuck. So it's really important with stock to know the world things that are going on as well. All the tragedy and shit. People start selling when, you know, tragedy strikes. It's what I've noticed.
Roger, didn't I tell you to buy Win in April?
You did.
I knew it. It's almost doubled from what it was on April 5th when everything tanked. Same with LVS.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see?
I'll give you. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you ever see the video of Steve Wynn putting his elbow through like a $30 million painting or something?
It wasn't exact. It was Larev, and he was giving a tour with a very famous lawyer that was visiting. And so I will tell you that they repaired the Picasso, and they ended up selling it for greater than he purchased the painting for. No harm, no foul on it.
What about how he basically banged his nail salonist and he had to pay up like $10 for that orgasm, $10 million for that orgasm?
It's a lot. I'm a real defender of his. I'm sorry, I just don't want to get. I'm a defender of his, and I just am careful what I say about him because it's a small town and a small community, and all our families grew up together. But his ex-wife just passed. So, but the company is building in the Emirates a very big project that's going to open in about a year and a half. But it's a stock that normally trades in a certain range, and in April when everything went down, it really was low. I just knew it. Same with LVS. LVS, and a lot of the money is made over in Asia, also. For LVS for sure.
So,
but,
Abby,
yeah.
I'll give you one. Look up CCOI. In the last 5 days, they've lost a third of the value. The analysts believe that in the next 12 months, it'll get back to its norms, which will mean it'll double from where it's at today. So 100% growth within the next 12 months is what the analysts are projecting. And even if it didn't grow to that, they pay a 9% yield dividend.
Oh, so, seriously, that's a great dividend.
Yeah, it's a great dividend, but it's a great dividend on a stock that analysts think will double in the next 12 months. So you rarely see a growth stock with a huge dividend.
What industry is it?
Yeah.
I was in the room, it was a couple weeks ago, we were talking about stocks, and I got it wrong. I'm such an idiot. I kept saying Wingstop, but I meant GameStop. So I was talking about that. Remember that whole crazy thing with GameStop?
Oh, yes, when they tried to play the market. That's legendary.
And I kept saying Wingstop like an idiot, which is like a really, successful restaurant chain. But GameStop is the one what was so crazy? People were the stock went nuts then.
They were holding.
That's because these Reddit folks realized there's some smart people in the people that were shorting it, and so if you have people shorting it and you have a bunch, you can just hold. And what they realized is they could just hold, and the people that are shorting it have no choice but to buy more. And so it was a very interesting game they played. There's not a lot of stocks that have the ability to do what that did. AMC and GameStop were very unique in that. But you should follow those groups to just find things that are gonna blow up. I was telling people earlier, there's this company called Bitfarm. It's BITF. Their earnings call is going to be on Tuesday. They're gonna they're going to likely have a bad earnings call, which is going to tank it. But there's a rumor in the market of something that I think is highly likely to happen, which if they announce that within a week or two after that loss, that's going to be huge. So BITF, don't go buy it, but just go take a look at, track that for the next 30 days and come back and say, hey, you were wrong about Bitfarm.
You know, the worst thing about Bitfarm and Cogent is I've never heard of these names, you know, prior to this conversation. I'm looking at Cogent. It's like it says negative 50 million.
So here's the deal with Cogent, right? Cogent had a CEO that before the dot-com bubble borrows he gets an investment of like $500 million, like right on the eve of the dot-com bust. When that happened, he was able to spend all he was going to do is start a DC-based ISP, a regional ISP, and then when the internet collapsed and you had the dot-com bust, all of a sudden all of the major ISPs had these distressed assets that were worth nothing. So he went and bought that shit for pennies on the dollar, betting that the internet would bounce back, and so they became a tier 1 ISP almost overnight. And if you don't know what a tier 1 ISP is, it's like they don't buy bandwidth from anybody. They are the source. Like when you think about drinking water, like where's the reservoir that the water comes from? The tier 1s are the source of where bandwidth comes from. And so Cogent's one of 5 global companies that to have such a luxury.
You're right, it's down like 13%.
That's just in one day. Go look at year to date. Go look at the last 5 days. Crazy. And then go look what the analysts are still saying about where they think it'll be in 12 months.
I mean, do they have to borrow to pay out their dividend yield though? Because it shows their net income is like negative 50 million, but it shows the revenue is like 200 million a quarter.
I don't know where they all get the money. I know that their CEO is also has other businesses, and from time to time he will sell his stock to be able to cover things. But they just announced an aggressive $100 million stock buyback that they want to do over the next 12 months, which is why the stock buyback is giving confidence to the analysts that it's going to recover. You know, why would they want to buy back the stock if they don't believe it's going to go up?
Well, I mean, you know, they can't figure out a better way to deploy that capital. But, you know, the craziest thing about dividends is it's like you think it comes out of like their bank account. No, it just comes right off the price of the share in your brokerage account and gets put into your account as cash or swap back in if you want to do buyback. So it's like dividend yields are like they're paid out in the price of the stock. It's kind of I think it's amazing to have a dividend-only portfolio. In my opinion, is the best way to go because it's more real.
Correct, especially if it's.
I think that has a growth. I mean, I don't disagree, and you know, some of us live off our portfolios, but if you really want the growth stocks, they may not necessarily have those yields.
Well, I think you want to have a blend. I think there's some real estate investment trusts that I like. TWO is a good one. Pays out about 16% dividend. So when you're getting 4% a quarter, that's pretty amazing. In fact, that's probably going to outpace most growth stocks anyways, unless you just happen to get on a rocket ship. What I would also advise people to do is if you're investing in the S&P 500, continue to look at the percentage of the S&P that you have, and when you start seeing if you would have tracked NVIDIA over time, you could have saw even before they became like a household name, you could see the movement that they were making in the market. And so players that got in super early they have fuck you money now. But you can look at these things like just monitoring the S&P and seeing who the movers and shakers are. I think one of the biggest lies that you hear in investing is buy low, sell high. The reality is you want to buy high and sell higher, because if you make a habit of buying low, you're probably buying a lot of losers.
Yeah, like last year, I literally built a portfolio at Fidelity of one stock of like 450 different companies. And over the course of a year, the number of stocks that went to zero was mind-boggling. But then on the opposite end of the spectrum, the number of doubles, triples, and 10Xs, it really does follow that normal distribution curve.
Do you do your own or do you use someone?
I just do it myself, and it's amazing that you can buy and sell stocks now for $0. Like when I was young and was trading in high school, you're paying $30 transaction with Brown and Company, and then TD Ameritrade or Datatech or Daytech or whatever it was called. You actually had to pay for your transactions. Now it's like, holy shit, it's all free because they sell your data. And Citadel Investment, they will front load your trades, so they make that type of data and trading data is like, you can't really win unless you're really just willing to buy and hold and try to build a portfolio that over a great period of time. But in my opinion, to day trade, it becomes like a dopamine addiction, just like Clown House in a way. It becomes a job, and it's difficult.
I think day trading is very dangerous, and unless you have access to really good information and you've got powerful systems to place your trades very, very rapidly, I think day trading is extremely dangerous. Swing trading, though, gives you the same dopamine rush, I would say, but with far less risk.
You do your own, or do you use someone?
So my individual brokerage fund that I play around with, and I do a lot of weird, risky shit, taking, just doing my own information. But my portfolio that I built throughout my career that sat in my 401k, I moved that over into a management fund. And it's interesting because I have a lot more money in that, which is why I play it safe and have somebody manage it. But over the last 5 years, I don't have the same safeguards, because there's a reason why you pay experts, but I wouldn't pay an advisor. I'd only pay a fiduciary. Never hire an advisor. The advisor's not bound by law to do what's good for you. They're so they can do whatever is good for them, and a fiduciary has a responsibility to do what's right for you.
I don't know. I'd be really happy with who I use. I've used them since we went public. But
Are they a fiduciary?
I use Goldman. They've been great, and they got me through like
Goldman Sachs. Been on both sides, huh?
I think they're great. They got me through 2009 comfortably, and I have not. I've just done well with them. They're not cheap, but a lot of trust in them. But I wouldn't be able to do it myself. Because I'm better with the slot machines.
During the pandemic, when it was highly volatile, I crushed the advice of the market, because it was so volatile that you're swinging for the fences, and nobody that's trying to be risk adverse is going to swing for the fences like that. And so during the pandemic, that was a really good time for me, where it was a really bad time for a lot of people.
I don't know what, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know what a lot of this stuff is. But I also know that I have
diversity.
Well, it matters your age. It matters your age, and I still have a lot of bonds, and it's just a balance and what age you are and what risk you want to have. There's a lot of components with it. I also like their product, some of their partnership deals. I think they've been profitable. But again, you pay for it. I don't trust myself with it. I think I would kind of do, as you're saying, I'd probably do well on some of the swings, but I also could have catastrophes.
Yeah, I'm broke. I'm trying to figure out how to get money like you got.
Work. Study really. I'm going to give you the answer, sweetie. Study really hard. Work your ass off in school, and then get a career. But study really hard first, and that'll do it. You hear it?
Yeah, I went to school, but
keep in school.
Sometimes it is.
You know, no, but don't think of yourself that way. Just apply yourself in school. Work a little harder. No, you're not.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
I'm not the best person in the world. Like, I can be better, but
how far along in school are you?
I already done with school. I got a degree, associate degree, and I went to Arizona State, all that bullshit. But
are you a Sun Devil? You're a Sun Devil.
I'm a son of Jesus, but I would just say.
You're a Sun Devil if you're at Arizona State, right?
Nah, that's why I dropped out, because I'm son of Jesus.
Well, go back. Study hard. It pays off. Anyway, it's interesting. Just trying to track it. You know what? I'm really nervous.
Sorry, that wasn't very good advice. It's like, how do you do this? I'm going to give you the greatest advice in the world. Study. That's what he's asking you for, tips that they don't have to study. Give them the goddamn raw meat. Bones.
Hey, babe, here's another piece of advice. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Do a good job in everything you do. That's no good advice.
No?
You wanted tips.
That's my tip. There's no such thing as a free lunch. How's that for a good tip?
What? Yeah, but there is such thing as handing someone a tip.
Yes, study.
Yeah, ask for a fucking
work hard. Open some books. Get a career.
What?
Yeah, that guy's not gonna cuss at people on the stage. What a weirdo.
Alright, guys. Anyway, Arizona State's a good school, babe.
You don't go there. This guy's a troll. Tell.
I'm not a troll. Like, I really did go to university.
Yeah, but you're not a Sun Devil, because you would have known what a Sun Devil was right away.
Because I want nothing to do with the devil. Sorry, man.
See what I mean?
Sounds crazy when I say it.
I don't know what it is tonight. The weirdos are coming out.
Full moon.
So did you ever act on a stock tip someone gave you that was just like absolutely like a silly thing, and then it ended up paying off, but like I try to explain this. Happened to me. I was very young in my career, just starting to buy some to take some savings, and I was on the beach and someone said there's this pharmaceutical company that makes a cold medicine. And they're coming out with, at the time they made Sudafed, that cold pill. So they were supposedly coming out with a pill that was going to cure the common cold. And that this is it. It's absolutely like guaranteed. They're already in the cold business, and they're going to cure the common cold. And I mean, again, I was just like the first time really buying stocks as an adult. So I bought stock in this company. I can't remember the name of the company. I think it was like British based originally. Anyway, they never came out with the cure for the common cold, but AIDS was happening around the same time, and they ended up being the company that invented AZT, which was like that first drug for AIDS. So I ended up making money in this stock, but not for the reason that the stock tip was there. So have you ever had something like that happen? Like you find some silly tip, but it works out?
Well, I got good advice. The first 2 trades I made, I hit home runs. My cousin had advised me to buy a company called InfoSpace, and the other one was Real Networks. You probably have heard of the Real Player for Real Networks. Both of these companies were ex-Microsoft guys, and my cousin worked at Microsoft, and he was like, hey, you should know these guys. These things are about to go public. As soon as they went public, I bought them. You can go look at the stock history. Like, it was a pretty amazing ride. But I didn't know anything about how, the stock market worked. I was just thinking, like, oh, shit, I'll just keep these and I'll just continue. They'll go up and I'll just make a ton of money. And then when the bubble burst, those 2 companies got hit super duper hard. I still made money, but if you look at on paper where it was at one point, it's kind of nauseating to think about because I was very young. and those were my first 2 trades, and they were still to this day the biggest increase that I've ever seen percentage-wise on anything that I've ever bought. And I just held them too long, and the market ended up doing what the market does, and I ended up losing. But that's what also tuned me into, like, I should probably learn about this stuff. So losing, when those 2 stocks lost their value, that was kind of what got me excited about learning about it.
I think the best tip is to not be too greedy. Like, as if something's going up, to sell little bits of it, and as it's going down, to buy little bits of it. And I've been very successful just being disciplined about that.
That's really disciplined, though.
It's hard. It's really hard. In fact, you were talking about the best tip. The best tip I ever had in my life was when I got to Clubhouse. the first couple of weeks at Clubhouse, I met a guy, and we were talking about, I don't know what we were talking about, and we discovered that we both had the same stock. I had a little bit of it, and he had a lot of it. It was NVIDIA, and I had a little bit that I'd had for more than 10 years. And it had gone up, but it was still, I didn't have that much. And when his confidence in this stock, he said he'd put his whole savings into it, convinced me to, like,
time believing that people saw the vision of NVIDIA when they were doing video cards.
Yeah, no, I bought it 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, and it was from video cards, and that's why I had it. I was in that industry. I didn't know anything about where they were going. It was just this guy who was into video games and other stuff, and yeah, and he had sold a company and put like half of his sales of what he made in that sale in NVIDIA. So, yeah, sometimes people are good. And if you want a tip, I would say, like, I'm betting on energy. I think if you're going to have AI stocks, you need energy stocks. So I have a bunch of, so I have a small portfolio: Oklo, LEU, SMR. I have like a couple stocks, and they're just betting on that sector that energy is going to be huge over the next 10 years.
What about, I heard someone talking about this, I thought it was interesting. All of this has to be housed in places where the energy has to be cooled.
Yes, water.
So they were talking about someone who was in the business of insulation. They do just building insulation. That, something to the effect of that would, air conditioning systems and the installation systems to keep these facilities cold. And
Abby, do you watch Shark Tank? You know who Mr. Wonderful is?
I know who he is. I don't watch the show, but I know who he is, yeah.
So that dude's got this team of people that are trying to build the largest data center in the world, like by magnitudes, in Canada. And I have no idea if that's going to be a publicly traded entity or what, but the whole reason of why they're selecting it is, like, energy costs are low and it's super cool anyways.
But you have, if we're going in that direction, you have to house it, you have to keep it cold, you have...
This is specifically data centers that encompass all of what you're referring to in terms of...
Gabby. Yeah, but you're correct. Glass, back when the iPhone was invented, because that's who made all the glass at the front. Like, that's a tricky lateral move to make in your head. Everyone's betting on Apple to bet on their suppliers and stuff. But that's why I bet on Oklo and some of these energy companies. I think they're going to be required.
Yeah, if you see a new industry that's emerging, the ancillary companies, or the vendors to that industry, as we witnessed in my industry, we had gaming come into jurisdictions, but the money was on like the linens and the laundries that were, and the meat purveyors, and just all of the vendors around the industry.
Absolutely. Drones also. I've started really exploring drones. I think that could be a huge industry. And that's not a drone company, but like, again, the ancillary companies who make the chips for drones or the cameras for drones. Some of those other things. But I do think that energy is probably if I had to pick one sector outside of water, I'd say probably modern nuclear energy, which I hate to bet on, but I think it's gonna be big.
It's funny, someone put in the chat, are we going to build more Hoover dams? We're just thinking about...
No, we're going to build little miniature nuclear power plants. They're probably going to put them on the moon. And they're going to do something with that. I don't know what, but...
I know that Trump there's a push to bring back nuclear power. I wonder if they'll reopen 3 Mile Island.
Maybe. So if you want my stock tips, it's OKLO, and LEU, which is centrist, and SMR is new scale. And SMR, I think they are on sale right now. By the way, every time the market goes down, that's how I think about it. It's like they're on sale. Get them while they're on sale. Oklo's on sale. Everything's on sale right now, except Nvidia and Netflix. Those are my tips.
looked out, I looked back in.
We're meditating. This is a moment of silence.
It just seemed really rowdy, and then all of a sudden, it just nothing.
Maybe people don't really want to talk about stock.
Roger.
They want to talk about some of the rhymes of stock.
Oh no.
Would you keep your coal to yourself, please?
Block. Rock.
Rock.
Rock. Okay, good. Spock.
Stock.
Trekkies.
Cock.
Oh, that's we were just waiting for someone to give that one.
Living based out of what side of the country?
Neither. I left San Francisco for New Mexico. I lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Oh, that's pretty odd.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've been in the Bay Area for 30-odd years. 40-odd years. The problem with stock stuff is that it's so anecdotal. Like, any idiot, like, I've got stocks from 20, 30 years ago that, I mean, I've been in tech for 30 years, so it all looks like it's good, you know? But it's just because it's the industry I happen to be in. I wasn't really thinking strategically. It's anecdotal. How does that help anyone, you know? But I think robotics and robotics and nuclear energy and water and drones and maybe bricks and mortar, maybe American manufacturing. Like, those are some interesting things. But you don't need to be right about 10 different things. You just need to pick one thing that you're really confident is going to be a big industry in 5 years.
Or if you could have just been right about something for 30 years, like J&J.
Yeah, I crushed it, but through no genius of mine. My portfolio has been every unicorn that's ever happened. So, I don't know what to say. I couldn't have advised that, and it seemed like a stupid idea for many years, but someone just got lucky. And I have early founders Netflix shit, so it didn't matter what else happened. The stupid thing is when you're really early in a stock like that and it goes up 100 times, you feel like you'd be stupid not to sell it. And the people that continued to hold it until it was 1000x, shit. Who would hold on to stock that long?
Well, some of us, I had restrictions. I wasn't allowed to sell.
Different.
Yeah.
That sucks. And then you can watch it go up and then go down and you're stuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, to some extent, some of it we could collar. So did some collaring, but couldn't sell it. We weren't allowed to sell everything right away.
Yeah, I got fucked. I mean, at Netflix, we could make all of our up to 100% of our salary could be in stock. And those are, but for the first many years, if you left the company, you only had 6 months. You had to execute these things within 6 months, and the stock was years. And it was only my last year there that the stock didn't have an expiration. That's all I got to keep, really.
So that your option went on without an expiration?
Yeah. Whereas for many years, it all expired. I couldn't keep it. And it was below the strike price, so there's no point in executing. But there's one tranche, my last year tranche, which I kept.
Did you ever buy puts?
No, I hate that kind of betting. It scares me. Why do you gamble like that?
I have bought them.
It's ballsy.
Yeah.
Why is that any more gambling
than what I do?
I'll never understand why people think the calls and puts are higher risk.
They're super leveraged. If it goes up, you're fucked. If you're betting against it and it goes up, you can lose a lot of money. If it goes down, you can lose what you put in. I don't know. I find this super scary. Unless you really think, like in the movies, like there's going to be a plane crash and you're going to bet against Boeing or something,
I think the point of having that is when there's something where the factors are so predictable that it becomes like a no-brainer move to do. I feel like when it's time to pull that trigger, I feel like I like to believe everybody's pulling the same trigger.
I found that after working in public companies, and maybe Abby, you probably were inside companies too, but after working inside public companies, I found that the public's knowledge, no matter how much research they did about what was going to happen and what the prospects were so wrong so often.
That's not how you learn about it. If you really want to learn about it in stock, if you want to go heavy into a stock, what you do is you figure out who the sales leader is and you take them out for drinks, and then you just, after a few drinks, you ask them how the quarter went. And then before the earnings call, boom, you got it.
That's not how you really bet on the stock market, but yes, you can do things like that.
But what do you mean that's not how you bet on it? Like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean you take some sales guy out?
No, that's not what it is. You're not listening. You ask a sales VP how the quarter went, and then and after a few drinks they'll say, "Oh, we crushed it." Right?
That's insider trading.
It's not insider trading. Insider trading is if they were to give you the detail, saying that you crushed it. They're not gonna give you the details. But if they tell you that they crushed it, then by the way, you don't even have to do that. This is the thing about people who don't understand how the market actually moves and the laws pertaining to it. You can use software that will tell you the adoption of technology, and you can understand when major companies are doing a major deployment of this company over here is going to have a great quarter because look at this major adoption and the usage that's gone up. There's tools that track this stuff. The idea that the general public has no information, maybe if they don't know what tools are legally accessible to them, then sure. But there's so many tools out there.
I disagree. That's sort of
you can disagree all you want, but
listen to me. As a person inside a company and looking at the information the public has, no matter how much research they do, it's really hard to really understand what the prospects, what's really going on inside an organization. And that delta is so stunning to me, I don't know why people bother doing that regular kind of research. Because they really can't know that much. It's really hard to suss it out. And I also thought that in the early days, Netflix was like that. It's Ruben,
I know you're proud that you worked at Netflix, but I'm talking a broader look at technology. What you can do is you can use tools like Intricately or Built With, and you can see what technology gets deployed in major companies, and you can predict with very good accuracy who's going to have a good quarter. You know this before the earnings call. The fact that you don't know this, maybe you spend too much time at Netflix and not enough studying the market.
Well, first of all, you're being very specific about technology. There's a million companies that do lots of stuff that isn't that way. Right?
This is true. You wouldn't bet on those things because you wouldn't have any information.
I think that if that worked, there would be lots more rich people from that, and it doesn't work quite that perfectly, Or everyone would do it, Someone would figure it out, and they tell people.
Everyone wouldn't do it because we have people like Ruben that don't know that it exists.
Dude, I'm crushing the market. Like, why are you talking? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I've got I don't know. I presume I'm doing better than you are in the markets.
Yeah, everybody on Clubhouse is rich. I understand. That's the title of the room.
I don't know if everyone is. Just some people. Oh, look at that. It is the title of the room. I just think that if it was quite that straightforward, lots more people would be rich, and it just doesn't always quite work that way. I mean, it can it can work. I'm sure there's anecdotal evidence of it working, but people who trade with algorithms like that, I don't know. I mean, I think your best way is the insider trading. Yeah, take a sales guy out to lunch. You'll probably get as good information as you could possibly hope for. But I do think that's illegal. I'm not sure.
That's not insider trading.
No?
Having a drink with somebody that's in sales and you ask them, hey, how you doing? Oh, man, we crushed it. Why is it?
Before the court, and a public company, they would be thrown in jail for saying that.
No, if they forwarded you their numbers, if they were to give you specifics, then maybe you'd have a point. But if somebody says we crushed it, that's a pretty casual thing to say.
I'm guessing if someone told me they crushed it and they were an officer in a publicly traded company and I acted on that and had a very big trade, I think that would flag. I think people would find it illegal. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm not an attorney.
I mean, I think stuff that really flags it is, or our kitchen just went on fire and we can't service, 3 huge booked conventions. Numbers get affected by things like that. If you knew inside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Someone's going to be.
I agree. That stuff will give you a good day trading kind of tip, like a short.
That happens in my industry. That's the kind of stuff that happens. If someone's about to lose their job.
I'm usually looking a couple of years down. Like, are they going to win in this sector? Are they doing well? This is like I bet long term. I'm not a day trader. So the only question is it going to be worth more in the future than it is now? That's pretty much the only question I ask myself.
So I have a question for you. How big was Netflix in the beginning? How big was staff was it when it first started out?
What do you mean? When it first started, there was probably 10, 12 people. We were buying DVDs at the Costco and then sticking them in envelopes and on a table. When someone
I remember getting them in the mail. I remember having to mail them back and making sure I had it.
I'd say by the time of the IPO, there was about 100 people there, plus the hubs for distributing DVDs, which was a different kind of staffing. But the headquarters in Moscatos had about 100 people there.
Who took them public?
Oh gosh, it's a technology crossover. I don't know what the bank was. I could look. I don't know.
Okay.
Does it change something?
No, I was just curious.
Look. It was managed by Merrill Lynch, Thomas Weasel Partners, and U.S. Bancorp Piper Jaffray. And it IPO'd at $15.
It opened at 15?
It did. But it's split a bunch of times, so I think the equivalent is probably like $7 to $2, something like that, maybe. Now it's 1,000.
They was trading it?
It's about 1,000 now. Yeah. Netflix. Yeah, 1,200.
Who's the CEO there?
It was Reed, and it was co-CEO'd with Ted Sarandos, and Ted's still there, and now someone else is the co-CEO, marketing guy.
I do some investment in film. My daughter's a filmmaker, a producer. We just finished a film in like 4 festivals, festival hopping.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's an indie film. Hopefully I will get out what I put in. I don't know how much.
Are you an investor in the indie film?
Yeah, I've invested in a few. Well, that one
she made me do, but I've invested in a few. But the reason I brought it up is one of the projects I did was on Netflix. It did pretty well on Netflix in the U.S. And then we were on music. It's all actresses that you'd probably know. It's not my generation, so I didn't know who these people were, but they're famous for like young people. And the music was banging away like club music. I hated it. It was a murder, like there was a gross murder, and it was pretty dark. It was a dark chick flick. So no, I don't want to sit through it again.
This one was a stupid teen comedy, like it was called Senior Prank. That should say it all.
That's the name of it.
Yeah.
Senior Prank.
Senior Prank, yeah.
Or was this called Find Your Friend?
But I like independent. I like small budget films. I think they're fun and quirky, but I don't know. Would you say it was Find Your Friend?
Called Find Your Friend. I'll tell you some of the actresses. Again, my generation, I had no idea who they were, but there's an actress, Bella Thorne.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's cute.
Another actress, Chloe Cherry. Another actress, Sophia Ali. There's some guys that were in it that were famous.
Bella Thorne was a teen actress in like TV, like Disney things that my daughter watched.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this. I don't know hardly any of these people. Yeah, that's the way my son's movie was. They were all like Instagram influencers and stuff. I'd never heard of any of them really.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's what people are gonna watch. I mean, I guess. I went to one of the film festivals. She was in one in Montreal just recently, and people. I mean, they responded well to it. Again, I now have to sit through this like several, but there's one she goes to. She was telling me, wait, I gotta remember where this one was located, and it's just for people like Netflix. You know, it's just for the buyers. So, I'm blanking on the name of that one.
Was it in LA?
I don't think it's in LA, but it's a festival just for like I guess the best way to describe it is the buyers come and you sell your films. But I can't. I have to text her. I'll find out the name. I know she's in a big one in Austin. Also.
A neat idea for folks who invest in film. I was mentioning this in the beginning.
Go ahead.
Find someone who's a TikTok mother who it's with them.
Explain what you're saying.
Like finding a TikTok influencer that happens to have a drama degree from a good school. I don't think like casting agencies are that focused on it, but from like an economics perspective, it makes a lot of sense.
I don't know. I mean, this film, these actresses' generation. I mean, they're acting. It gets very dark. There's, like some pretty stressful things that happen.
That totally makes sense. They would be good actors, but I feel like nobody just tries to find someone that's had like 5 million TikTok followers since they were 15 or whatever. Find that person once they graduate from a drama degree, and then turn your way to go to the round.
I don't know. I mean, I hear you, but then what's the quality of acting that you're going to get?
Well, I said someone that graduated from one of the top drama schools. There's 2 concentric circles, so you can know since we're living on the planet.
Wait, what's the name of the other one? I'm going to go look that one up. It's an IMDb
be on the one I was telling you.
Yeah, I'm looking at Find Your Friend.
Yeah.
Isabel Paxson.
So the gal that did it, that directed it and wrote it, Isabella. So she's the 8-year girlfriend of James Franco. So James was involved in this with us.
Oh, that's good.
That's at the festival with him. And she had this kind of experience. I mean, not to the extreme of how dark it gets in the movie, but she went, with her partying girlfriends post-college and went down to Joshua Tree, to the desert, and they had an experience similar to what happens in this movie. So after it happened, she said, I'm going to write a movie about this. And that's how this came about.
Wow, she's a pretty girl.
Yeah, she's very pretty.
Wow.
The Netflix one that I did, I was just an associate producer on it. It was a big company who was involved. Was filmed in Israel. It was called Beauty Queen of Jerusalem.
Oh, cool.
And it was on net. I think we hit like 35 on Netflix, something like that. I mean, we did well.
It's a TV show.
TV series.
2 seasons.
We had 2 seasons. We're about to film our 3rd. And this was a very cool thing that it's filmed in Hebrew, but it's dubbed in English. And that new way of computerized dubbing, how they move the mouth.
It's impressive. I was curious how that would go for different language translations of movies.
It's hard because, I mean, I could say 2 words to you. It's the same word.
Yeah,
they change your mouth.
Yeah, they change your mouth. It's pretty interesting technology.
Yeah. It's very cool, but it worked well with English. They told me it didn't come out as well with the Spanish. There's a famous guy actor in the Find Your Friend. He's in a lot of TV, a lot of series. How to find his name.
Christy, what ladder? I've been led to believe that there is no ladder to success. The system is designed to negatively impact you, Christy. There's no way that a woman of color, could succeed in this world. At least that's what Clubhouse says. I think the poll's pretty fun. I love the honesty that I'm seeing in there. Shout out to Moose and all his ducats. Loving it.
Okay, the actor's name is Chris Bout. He's been in a bunch of stuff.
son's roommate is a TikTok influencer and who's a comedy guy, and I just don't think he's that funny. Really hard. He's not, I don't know. I guess kids like him.
I don't know if I like the idea that just maybe because someone's followed so much that they could make a good movie.
Well, it's not necessarily so. He is a very talented kid, but.
Where'd everyone go?
It's got bored.
Imagine that. John, are you still there? Alright. I might go see Superman.
Midnight show?
Yeah. It's the best time to go. Let me look and see where it's playing. I haven't heard of any of the people that are in that movie. Wow.
Superman?
Yeah.
Not all movie stars.
David Cornsweet? Sounds like a made-up name. Rachel Brosnahan? I mean, like, who makes these words? Nicholas Holt? I Us, Warm Bodies, Jack the Giant Slayer. He's in Mad Max Fury Road, The Favorite, The Menu, Renfield, The Order, Nosferatu, and now Superman. Okay. Alright. I heard from El Normo that it's a good movie, so I'm gonna go check it out.
Superman?
Yeah. El Normo said it was good. Let's see. Weapons? Alright, let me go see what Weapons is. Hold up. Weapons. It is Mexico.
That's a monster movie with kids or something. A scary movie. I haven't seen it. It's a commercial.
I've never heard of the people on this one either.
Maybe you're just too old.
Actually, I take that back. Josh Brolin, I know who he is. But who the hell's Benedict Wong?
No, Benny Wong. Yeah.
Benedict Wong, he sounds like a city council member or something. He doesn't sound like an actor. Carrie Christopher, Austin Abrams, Eldon Ehrenreich, sounds like a fucking
Rita says Weapons was great. I wish you heard it was great.
Alden Ehrenreich, sounds like a guy that lost World War II. So it's a horror movie.
Yes. Yeah.
First released in the Philippines. That's an interesting strategy. Let's see what the Filipinos have to say. It's almost broke even already, and it was just released a couple days ago, so it's doing pretty good. $38 million budget, and it's already done 29.7. By the time
Weapons?
Yeah.
Yeah, people are buzzing about it.
Alright. I wish Tylock was here. I would tease him that this movie in 2 days was already done with his film back in 1985, made altogether. So, very interesting. I don't know if I want to watch a horror movie. I'm ready to go to sleep. That sounds like a plan. This doesn't look good, I'll be honest. Actually, it looks creepy as shit. There's that. I wonder if Christy likes scary movies. I'm gonna guess no. Randy probably likes scary movies. Maybe it's a thriller. Alright, guys. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. You guys have fun. I'm gonna go see a movie. Bye.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just came in. I know some people like to wait, but that's not. All right. Did you guys? I'm tripping. Like, why so quiet? You know what I mean? Like, did something sad happen?
Well, I'll start it off. I just wanted to apologize because my son got on me last night, and I was like, what did I do wrong? But I think I was so sleepy, I was just delirious. And so, because I know I had been taking some allergy medicine because my nose was running like a speaking at one time. But yeah, I said to myself, I remember what I did. I sound like a robot. I think I was like sleep talking or something. But yeah, just wanted to apologize for that.
I'm not sure what.
Oh wow.
Just how I was sleep talking yesterday, and I was so sleepy that I probably was a little delusional. No, I have a CPAP machine. So
what do you think about the poll?
Who is the dumbest person? Oh, okay. On Clubhouse, concrete from Beema. I think it might be a toss between Beema and Ike because Concrete is quiet, or maybe is that person new?
Oh no, he's not quiet and he's not new. But I'd like an answer. Are you guys going to respond to the poll? It's a new feature.
Okay, I picked Ike.
It's a solid choice.
What is the new feature? Clue me in because I'm new to this. I don't know.
The polling feature. The poll up above.
The what?
The poll.
Poll? How do you spell that?
Poll. Do you speak English?
Poll. I think it's poll with the D. Or the poll. Right. So, okay, so we got a poll. I don't see the version.
You must not have the latest option of the latest update. You should go update.
Well, I'm on Club Deck on a PC, so yeah, maybe it's a phone thing. Open it for free on the phone? Because they were trying to charge me money.
Yeah, you just gotta skip past that. They're trying to get the newbies to subscribe for $5, but you don't get any. Get any benefit from that, by the way.
You give my fucking PayPal. I canceled it before, so you can still do it for free. Okay. Basically, we're gonna duck under their wire or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Figure out. So it's a little thing that I'm missing. I haven't seen shit like that.
Yeah. So, I think it's one of our more interesting polls. Unfortunately, we don't have a thriving room right now to be able to take advantage of it. But
I haven't been in there in ages. That's why I'm not saying anything. Well, I don't go in there anymore. But it's just that they say strange stuff, and I guess, like you said, entertainment is priority. And then, then people get in the queue to bless that person out, but they don't, selectively let each person talk, once they're in the queue. I don't go in there anymore. I think I've kind of forgotten everything. Tally, is she still in there?
Yes, she's the highlight of there. She's the best part.
Oh yeah, when they jump on her.
Connolly, I've seen you before, and it's like you're pretty in the attitude. I don't know if it's stuck or anything, but no offense or anything. I'm not hitting on you or anything. So I don't know if you're weird or not. Disrespect.
I mean, I'm a public person, so anybody, I'm not married, but anybody that likes me, they would have to understand that position. I'm a public person.
I didn't hear the last part.
Oh, I had my finger. I'm a public person, so, and I'm not married.
Oh,
but, yeah, but you would have to understand that if I was in a relationship with a person, when you're a public person, then it's quite normal to add connections, because I never call them followers.
Okay, so now I'm assuming that that's not your real picture out of privacy.
It is me. It is me, but it's AI enhanced from Family Search. Right. Yeah, it is me, and it's a pharaoh. It's a pharaoh. It's a female pharaoh.
I don't want to have the internet. I just thought it was, just making conversation.
Right. But yeah, it's me. But the other ones are me, and they're not enhanced. So I do TED a lot. To the point, I now have a dermatologist. Yeah, my cousin said that one time when she was describing what her daughter looked like. She said, "This one's very white, like a whale's belly."
But have you ever seen that video where this massive whale is a beach whale, and there's no way that anyone could he's dead already. Like he went up in the night, no star, and he's so huge. And then it's weird. A lot of people say that it's the sonar and stuff that the military is doing in the ocean that they can't, it fucking makes them crazy. That's a whole subject we can talk about it after, but this whale's on the beach. They didn't know what to do with it, so they put a bunch of dynamite in it, and it's on film. You can YouTube it. And they blew it up, and there was blubber flying all over the place, landing on the filmers and everything. It's insane, but that's it.
What do they use whales for? What do they use whales for?
Rot right there.
Huh?
In other words, it's going to rot right there on the beach, and it's going to bring a bad. You know the rotting of a fucking 10-ton whale on the beach. They're about that big too. I'm not even. This thing was huge. Look it up on YouTube. Put explosives in a whale on the beach. Like a lot of people filmed it. You've probably seen a bunch of different things. But that's their answer to. It's most practical to do it that way, because otherwise, what are you gonna do? Then it's a biohazard if you leave it there and rot. But the thing is, I love all life. I hate mosquitoes and flies and black widows. I'll kill them, and a cockroach. I'll kill a cockroach.
Yeah, I met a military guy who he got bit by some mosquitoes in one of the countries in the continent of Africa, and it tore out his appendix.
You found what?
appendix, the little filter part by the kidney, the appendix. That's something to say. Appendix. I do have an accent because when I try to transcribe it comes out wrong. Yeah, they say we don't need that organ.
Nah, but I mean, when you really dive into it, everything has a niche or they wouldn't be here. Like ants. Ants are really, one time I did some acid.
Red ants are beautiful, but they're mean as shit.
Red ants
They will bite you. They will bite you.
And I did some acid. We're in a treehouse. I climbed down the ladder. And I was going, look at these ants. I was looking at it before, and I got my head right next to the thing. And I wasn't worried about getting stung or bitten or nothing like that. Then I put my eyeball right next to the animal, and I was watching the lion come in. And I noticed that some of them recognize each other. Like some of them are just walking by doing their thing. Like this is their job. It's like, I gotta carry this fucking crumb back to the fuck or whatever. But then he sees his buddy and he's like, hey, what's up, dude? And like his brother or his cousin or whatever. And he's like, hey man, and like he stops the line a little bit and they wave around their little antennas and they're communicating in some way. And he's like, okay, I'm on the lineup. All right, see you later. They've seen that shit. And to me, the whole thing.
So they really are busy. They
with pressure on them. Just like people do.
Oh, and that's why you see some by themselves too.
Real quick chat, but I gotta go, man. They clean it up, cut my head off, bite my head up.
Yeah, they will. I've seen half of an ant body. If they don't do it, the bumblebee will. I've seen the bumblebee kill another bumblebee in my windowsill. Yeah, so yeah, if you're not busy, you're by yourself and you have to fend for yourself.
Have you ever seen tarantula killers? They're big, metallic purple, like a deep.
No, I ain't even know they existed.
Oh yeah, it's a tarantula killer. Look it up on Google. It's a purple metallic. Like it's the color of a BMW paint called Techno Violet. It's the exact same color. I paint cars, so I know colors. And it has the metallic. It's a beautiful thing. And it's huge and scary, but it won't bite you. All it's looking for is tarantulas. And what they do is they kill the tarantula and they eat it a little bit and they lay eggs in it, and then that tarantula body becomes the incubator for their offspring.
Wow. Mother Nature ain't no joke. Everything is recycled. Everything.
Yeah, but it's like you look at one, bring up an image, and you'll trip on the color of their eyes. It's like
well, my cats, they still, if a mice runs through here, they still attack them. And no matter how much food, and I get them organic name brand, no matter how much food is here, they still, I think they must still like the game. You know, so it's not even about eating, it's about the game. They still will attack a mice.
Yeah, well, they're instinctual. Like humans are, like we all are, all animals are instinctual. Like we have DNA, which is coded to make us, even though we're separated from our
primordial.
Yeah, like it's in us. Like how does a bee know how to collect pollen and things like that? And it's accidentally like pollinated things, but that's its job. And they come back and they make honey and
But have you ever seen a dragonfly? Because one day I just waved my hand and.
Have you ever seen a baby dragonfly in the middle of metamorphosis?
No, but is it true that if they sting you, they lose their stinger?
I don't think dragonflies sting. I could be wrong, but I don't believe they do.
I don't know what that is with that long needle. And they fly around. But I just swoop my hand and it.
So if something touches it, they
well, no, it's real because I swooped my hand and it grazed the nail and the nail rotted off, and I was praying that the hand didn't. So yeah, it's very dangerous.
Dragonfly?
I believe it's the one with the stinger.
Oh,
you mean a wasp?
Wasp, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You're thinking of
I thought about dragonflies. They probably light up at night, so I didn't mean
dragonflies are kind of harmless.
A wasp has no barb like a bee. I got stung by a wasp. He was on a tree, and I leaned into it. I think it was a ball or something. And I leaned into the tree, and I'm like, what happened? And I look at it, and there's a wasp stuck on me, but I just pulled him right off. There's no barb. Like if it was a bee, it has like a bit like a barb where it'll stay in you, and then they have like all their guts come out and start pumping it. A nerve pumps in the poison. A bee is way worse than a wasp, for sure.
Yeah, I'm allergic to bee stings. I'm allergic to them, but as long as I don't have like too many, I think I can like overcome them.
Well, let me ask you this: are you afraid of them when they come around?
Yeah, because I know that I'm allergic to them.
That's the worst thing. They react to. They have pheromone sensing things that we don't know about.
Oh, we grew up in the hood talking about the colors we weren't going to wear because we would attract them.
No, but when you see a bee, this is how I react, and I don't get stung. It's like they just talk to me. Hey, what do you do? I mean, you gotta be calm with it. Just talk to the bee. It's like, oh, you're good. Like, I'm not a flower. You can go ahead and fly. Do whatever you gotta do in your head, but you gotta maintain that calmness. And the bee will not land up. If it starts landing, just slide away. But don't do it. I've always been like, I got stung by a bee one time in my life. Then I think one time by a wasp. That's all I can remember. But you know, rash your ass out. It's like crazy. You'd be at CVS getting that pink shit.
Calamine. Yeah, but the poll, I haven't been over to Chili's in such a long time, so I really don't know, who's the worst. I know they are snappy, say stuff they shouldn't say out their mouth.
Like what?
God, man, I'm scared to even say this shit. Repeat it.
You're in a safe space. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so one, they said black girls couldn't be moderator. Two, they let this African girl, I think I told you all about that time, let this African girl tell this white guy that she could enslave him. She said, you just enslaved to me. And then the problem was that she was telling everybody about a study, and she acted like she knew more. They were trying to correct her or give her information that they had researched on something. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was how many fathers in the home or what. But I didn't like it because I was like, you come over here, you think you more than the people that are here that's experienced it. And, she just hogged up the mic. But they just, and then they pick on Nathan, with the pineapple thing, saying that that's a sign that he's probably amorous. And then, they'll pick on other guys and say they're doing each other. So, they go hard, but they don't go home. They go hard on each other. I've never went that hard on anybody, even when I troll and play. I don't go hard like they do with each other, but I guess they know each other, so they can take it.
Hey, Connolly, like I said, I'm new here, so I don't know, but the guy that operates the biblical smoke room, and he has Ernie, he's like a duo with you, like he's Bert and Ernie. He's Bert and Ernie's doing all he just throws a verse out, Ernie's throwing it out. Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? So,
is it biblical about the Black Hebrew Israelites?
I'm sorry.
I tread lightly by going into their room. I've never been in this bring the smoke room.
Yeah, I brought up like a counter to the argument and just try to because they're very strict about their beliefs, and I try to pull the string out. You know what I mean? And they didn't like it too much. They're not very open to discussion about it. So I was tripping, but it's a weird duo. Like one guy, he don't say shit unless the other guy says.
But you gotta watch them, because like if they come in here on a regular basis, everywhere they go, they want to take over.
Okay, yeah, well, I get that same notion. So, yeah, I
like my dad said, that's the type of people my dad didn't like. He said I was the first person that ever came in his house and didn't want anything. He said that the other people come in, they want, they're looking for something. They didn't come for nothing, and that's how they are. They come in this room a couple of times. They come in to take over. They cannot take over. They're gone. They may not pop back in. If they do, it's not going to be consistent.
Yeah, I get that feeling from. It's but to me, it's kind of like a challenge, like where it's like I told him, how do you know through all these different versions that you're reading King James version, which he obviously had reason to change it for his own benefit. So why do you subscribe to that? And then when it's convenient, they go to the Old Testament and get from there. And it's like, well, you guys are.
And tear up the scriptures to know not one. And I'm like, if you don't like the New Testament, why are you complaining? It's written for the architect of the church. And then they don't like the Bibles that are comprised into one Bible. And I was like, this is a ethnicity. When you go to most Baptist churches, rather, it's missionary, that was started by Martin Luther King. I'm sorry, Southern Christian Leadership was started by Martin Luther King. Or whether you go to American, which is found in the Midwest. Some of these people, they got their creeds that they cite, and like the one across the street from my house was missionary, and I thought, boy, it might have been slick, but anyway, they're
missionary. What is it?
It's a type of denomination for religion.
What are they considered Christian?
Yeah, and so then what you do is they have they have the different types of denominations within the Baptist congregation. But anyway, and I was saying with Walker Mill Baptist, they cite the Nicostedian or Creed or something like that. I forget what his name is, the first bishop. Yeah, so they cite the creed. So I told him, I said, this is not like race or anything, but do you realize that you're discriminating against somebody's ethnicity? Because Creed is in, if you go to ELC, they cover Creed. Yeah, it's a protected group.
Yeah, it's almost like interpretation and shit like that. Like, so I mean,
you don't have to prove it. So why are you applying a standard that what they believe has to be proven?
Well, because because I'm a realist.
Yeah. Okay. So then you don't need to weigh in on their beliefs. It's a belief system. It's not a knowledge system.
Well, I think they treat it as if it's a knowledge system.
Yeah.
They look
some people overstate it. Some people overstate their truth claims, but it's unimportant. That all of that stuff is unimportant. The fact that you would want to argue with somebody about that is, I think that's weirder than them making a truth claim that they can't defend.
Well,
people do that all the time.
My motivation for arguing with what I think are inflated beliefs, and I don't think they truly believe them. I think they stand strong to these scriptures for challenge of knowledge about, like, I'm more versed in the Bible.
So you believe that your beliefs are defensible, and that anybody that believes something outside of you, that's the indefensible. I
believe that unless you can prove something, you have to have an open mind.
Well, hold on. Have you ever read the Christian Bible?
What?
Have you ever read the Christian Bible? That was the question.
No.
Okay, so then why would you argue about it?
Say what?
Why would you argue about it? I'm about to move you if you can't fucking communicate.
Why are you getting mad, first of all?
Because you're fucking retarded. How about that? Okay, you're done. Bye. Mike, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
Fucking these newbies to this fucking app. I like to push back and argue with people that believe in God. Have you read their Bible? No, I haven't read their Bible. Just shut up, dude. Shut up. You're not as smart as you think you are. You're arguing about a thing you've never read. It's fucking weird. Mike, these people are aggravating me.
I can see that.
Have you responded to the poll yet?
No, I don't want to respond to that one. I don't know any of them that well.
Just guess or say other.
Yeah, but if I say other, you're going to ask me who's the dumbest.
Well, yeah, but then you just make up a name. I wouldn't know. You could just be like, hey, Joe from Philadelphia.
Yes. I'm going to go other there. I don't know. Dumbest person in Clubhouse. It's great. I got to think about this.
It's pretty hard for it to not be Bima.
See, I like Bima. If you don't talk like crazy politics up with her, she's not that bad.
You ever hear her talk about anarchy?
No. No.
Next time you bump into her, ask her in an anarchist society who gets the nukes and her head explodes.
What does she say?
Well, the people would decide. People would just get them. Do you think that's a good idea? Well, it's better than now. Well, how is that better than now? Because the people should be decide. The people should be free to decide.
Huh.
What's up, Christy?
That's a horrible idea.
Yeah. Christy, if you don't respond to the poll, I'm gonna feel like you're afraid to respond. So, I was gonna go to the movies and then it got too late, so I decided to come back in here, Christy. But I have a poll up there. I'd really like your opinion on this. Daniel said other. Can you type in the chat, Daniel, who you think is the stupidest? Oh, snap. Well, then, Christy, then you would answer other, then. It's very simple. Oh, Jimmy's barking. There must be somebody lurking. What's going on?
I don't know what happened to you, Mojo, but we got off on a bad start. But you started defending that guy, and I didn't offend you whatsoever, and you started offending me like I'm stupid and ignorant about religion. There's over 3,000 religions in the world. I haven't read every Bible for every fucking religion. So why do you think it's offensive for me to say I haven't read one of them?
Oh, you're one of these guys.
Which one?
The guy that makes bad arguments. You're one of those guys.
Well, I asked you a question. You refused to answer.
I never refused to answer.
I asked you a question. Why am I a bad guy for not reading the Bible?
I didn't say you're a bad guy. I said that you were a stupid guy for wanting to argue with people about the Bible. Hold on. Can I answer? Yeah, you wanted my answer, right? You were so excited to get my answer. Yeah, I think you're a stupid guy for wanting to argue about something that you've never read. That I think makes you stupid.
I've heard the scriptures poured out through many throats amongst my life, and to me, it's just common sense.
So you're making a common sense judgment about a very book that millions of people, actually billions of people have read. And by the way, do you find that a little weird that you've got such a strong opinion about the Bible, a book you've never read?
I don't have a strong opinion about the Bible. I have a weak opinion about the Bible. It's not because there are so many. It's saturated with religious belief amongst human beings spread out across the world. So I have a weak understanding of it because it's watered down. Okay?
What's watered down? You've never read it.
And anything that is not substantiated.
But you've never read it.
It doesn't matter if I read it or not.
Where does your opinion come from if you've never read it?
I'll answer that. My opinion comes from an open mind, which you don't have. You're indoctrinated at a young age or maybe at an old age. I don't know how old you are.
Into what? What am I indoctrinated? What am I indoctrinated?
I didn't get you in that fucking mess, and I ain't getting you out of it.
What am I indoctrinated into? Please explain.
Religion.
What religion do you think I'm a part of?
The one you claim to uphold.
Which one do I claim to uphold?
Christianity.
I'm not a Christian.
Then what are you?
I'm a deist.
Meaning what?
Meaning I believe that there's an existence of God, but I don't believe the truth claims that are made within the Bible. See, I've read... No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not, because I understand what the truth claims are because I've read it and I don't believe it. I do find that there's value in organizing a society around a common set of beliefs, but I can't even begin to argue with you about something like this, and I couldn't believe that you brought it up, considering you've never read it. So you're nothing like me. You're the guy that doesn't read but has opinions.
I don't argue against it because I'm not indoctrinated like you.
I'm not indoctrinated in it at all. I disagree with the truth claims. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you so separated about my beliefs then?
Because you're an ignoramus that's never read it.
Oh, he was waiting to pull that word out.
Ignoramus?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What an extreme attempt to shut your school. What's the difference between deist and agnostic? Can you tell me that?
Absolutely. An agnostic doesn't believe or disbelieve. They're on the fence. I'm not on the fence. I believe that there is a God.
Okay. When you say God, can we replace that word with the creator?
Yeah, creator, architect of the universe, whatever term makes you feel comfortable.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. All right, let's go deep. And first of all, I'd rather have a conversation with you than argue with respect. Is that cool?
Can we find a topic that you're knowledgeable about, something you've read about?
We already got a topic, brother. We're doing
No, but I'd rather talk about something that you've read. That way we have a common understanding.
I'm a human being. I don't have to read to know. Do you know all the intricacies of doing body work and painting on a car?
No, and I wouldn't claim to be an expert in that.
Hey, so even if you read a book about it, you're not good unless you can experience.
I don't think this strengthened your argument one bit.
I think I am, because you're trying to use your reading of a Bible as a strength, as if it's everything that I've heard this shit all my life.
Excellent. If you've read it all and you know it all, then help me understand it all. Then help me. So hold on. Listen. If you know so much about it, then help me interpret 2 Kings chapter 2. Thank you.
All right. So go ahead and say it, and we'll do this.
Well, why don't you go get your Bible?
No, I mean you have one on your phone right now. It's just one click, right?
No, I don't have it downloaded. I actually have.
Any Bible near you?
I have many Bibles near me. Which one do you want me to grab?
You're referring to, and then read the verse.
I want you to grab yours, and if you can't grab one, yes, and that's precisely the point. We're talking about a book.
That's the point.
We're talking about it. Next. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You're talking about a.
The fucking.
Next. If you keep interrupting me, I'm going to send you to the goo. No, there's no bait and switch. There's you that hasn't read a book that you want to argue about. Listen, if you're ever going to survive like more than 5 minutes on a stage in any clubhouse room, you're going to have to learn to not interrupt people. It's rude. And it's not productive for a conversation. But before we even decide if we want to bring your dumb ass back up, I want you to just think about a book that you have read, or maybe a subject that you're really familiar with, and then we'll have a discussion about that. Because it kind of makes a fool out of you when you want to have an argument about a book that you haven't read. Anyways. I might have a new poll coming soon. Let's see. Let me, I gotta bring, Serendipity, are you awake? Are you asleep? Are you awake? She's gotta be asleep. Oh, Ro's there. Ro, will you bring this guy back up? Ro?
Yeah.
Ro, am I crazy to think that it might make sense that if we're going to have an argument that we're both familiar with the source material of the argument?
Need I remind you we're on Clubhouse?
That's a fair point.
A book I haven't read a lot of books, but I have a lot of real world experience hands-on.
Listen, I want to say I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty, but I don't think you needed to say that you haven't read a lot of books. I think it's obvious that you haven't read a lot of books.
Okay. Well, one of them was, well, I read a few. Escape from Warsaw. And you can probably imagine what that was about.
I've never read that book, so I wouldn't bother debating it with you.
It's about someone that escapes from a Jewish person that escaped from a Nazi concentration camp.
Go on.
Yeah, and what do you read word for word the book?
No, I want to see if we can find a topic that you're well versed in, that I'm well versed in, that we're both interested in talking to each other about, because you wanted to talk about the Bible, and then after asking a couple of quick questions, come to find out you've never.
Not necessarily. Go try another one. We can, but I mean.
How about gun rights in the U.S.? Roe loves that topic.
Gun rights. Yeah, we can do that. What's your stance on it?
Well, first of all, I want to just make sure that we both are men of letters here. Have you read the Constitution of the United States, most specifically the Second Amendment?
I understand our rights.
Have you read the Second Amendment?
Word for word, I'm not going to recite it for you, though. I can't recite it word for word. I understand our rights.
What's your understanding of the Second Amendment?
That we have the right to bear arms. Basically. I mean,
okay.
Now it's the part where you throw something in there.
Thanks for telling me how conversations on Clubhouse work. I appreciate that. I would have been very lost without that instruction. It sounds like we might agree. So you believe it's the right of American citizens to keep and bear arms?
Yes. Because criminals have fucking arms, and you should be able to protect yourself, as well as the initial meaning is to fight against our government when tyranny is happening.
Yeah, okay, we agree. Let's try to find something we disagree about. What's something you feel really passionate about?
Vaccines. Well, I mean, we were doing that. You stopped that one. I mean, we didn't even disagree on it, but you said... I've never spoken to you about vaccines. Well, about religion. You're saying I'm not qualified to talk to you.
Well, you've never read the Bible. You can talk about religion. You can talk about religion all you want. All I'm saying is if you're gonna make it, listen. I will fucking remove you the next time you interrupt me. You fucking retard. If you're gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation. And this is how it goes. Okay. Then when I'm speaking, then you shut the fucking mouth. How about that?
Can I perhaps help you? Next, can you hear me? Next. Hang on. I just want to, I can see that you're pretty new to Clubhouse. Okay. How this works is pretty simple. When one person's talking, okay, that's the cue to be able to just listen. Okay, and especially if a person is a moderator, moderating a room. If you want to, create your own, or you or anybody else wants to be able to create their own room and have their own rules, that's entirely up to you or anybody else for that matter. Okay, but generally the way it works in here is that, if a moderator needs to be able to talk, then it's just a sign of courtesy to be able to mute up.
I got to bow down to the moderator just because the moderator.
You can call it bowing down, or you could actually refer to it as just complying to a reasonable request, and that's entirely up to you. But if you want to be a victim, okay, then you'll be a victim. I'm just letting you know that's the way it works.
All right, thank you. Well, you're gonna take help.
Let's talk about the Christian Bible.
Wait, we already did that and you blocked me.
You know what? I've changed my mind. I want to argue about something that you've never read. Let's go. I just want to see where this could possibly go. Go for it. Enlighten me.
Well, you got to begin it because you brought it up. So give me a premise and I'll go.
Well, the hard part is wherever I start, I'll ask you if you're familiar with it, and you'll say no because you've never read it.
Well,
You see how that's a problem?
They ask me if I agree with it or if I believe it.
Do you believe that the teachings of Jesus would be a good idea for people to adhere to throughout their life?
Yes.
Excellent. Now walk me through what the teachings of Jesus are.
Be a good person, basically. That encompasses it all. Be good. We're inherent with right and wrong. See, now we're going to biology. And the thing is, you already know without religion when you're born what is right and what's wrong.
No, you don't.
Inherent.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Sure.
No.
Why do you disagree with that?
Well, because babies shit their pants, and I think that eventually they learn that it would be a better idea to wipe their ass.
Yeah, but little babies, when they go in a fucking toilet, they shit on the toilet. People fucking buy them diapers and they think they're ready to sit on the toilet.
You have to teach them how to take a shit and how to wipe their ass.
Okay, but what happened when babies took shits before diapers were invented?
Their parents would clean their ass.
Boom.
Well, you really got me there. Shit. 1 point for next. Hey, hope you guys are keeping score. Next scored 1. I'm at 0. Man, I'm getting demolished here. Go ahead, next. Next subject.
Alright, so what happens when kittens get like crust in their eyes? What does the mother do?
I think a good mother would clean it.
What? Didn't hear you.
She would clean it?
What? Why are you getting so quiet, dude? Say it louder.
Well, why don't you turn the volume up on your fucking device?
You're the one that got quiet. I don't have to. What? I gotta fuck with my volume every time you get on the mic.
Hold on. The people in the audience, can you hear me? Give me a 1 if you can hear me.
Now.
Jesus Christ. Next. So what were you doing before you downloaded this onto Club Deck? Like, how do you spend your time typically? Besides smoking Camel Down filters, what do you do with your time?
What were you doing? Working at the AM PM, right?
Nope, never worked at a gas station.
McDonald's?
No, I spent 5 minutes working at a KFC when I was a kid, and I quit after 5 minutes. Yeah, I was.
5 minutes? Well, what happened inside of 5 minutes at KFC?
There was a coworker that spilled some gravy and then asked me to clean it, and I said, no, if I spill the gravy, then I will clean it. And they
dropped to clean the gravy.
If I spill it, I just
put a blank space right there, and we can fill in words all day like man.
I think cleaning gravy is a job that's meant for people like you.
Really? Why do you think so?
Because you just, when I look at your PTR, you've got, gravy cleaner written all over your face.
I'm more likely to be the chef making the gravy.
We're at Denny's?
And you're going to be the guy sucking ass while you bring the mashed potatoes and gravy on the filled plate to the customer. But if you spill the gravy, you're going to bitch and quit in 5 minutes. That's the difference between me and you.
I think there's a lot of differences between me and you. For example, when it comes to arguing over biblical text, I would read it before I would have the argument. You would decide not to read it and want to have an argument. So there's some subtle differences.
The subjects that you are not versed in. Okay?
You were the one that brought the subject up of the Bible.
I brought up biblical smoke. I did bring that room up. Yes.
And then you said that you needed to set people straight because you knew the truth. And then I asked you what you knew about the Bible, and you told me you never read it. And that's how we got here.
Okay, but let me ask you this, dude. Have you ever smoked salvia?
No.
You ever smoked marijuana?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever put a tab of acid on your tongue?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. All right. So there's something we could talk about.
Shocker that you've done drugs.
So let me ask you, what was your trip when you did the acid? What was your takeaway from it?
My takeaway was the high lasts too long, and it wasn't really my thing.
Were you afraid to do it?
No, I wasn't afraid. I didn't find it pleasurable.
What was unpleasurable about it?
I like to be in control of my faculties.
And you weren't in control.
This is correct.
You were out of control.
Correct.
Who was in control in that situation?
I was under the influence of a drug, and
right.
There was a distortion of reality. Things like you do the interrupting thing again. Listen, let me walk you through something. If you ask somebody a question and they begin to give their answer and you interrupt, it basically invalidates the reason why we're even having a conversation. If you want me to answer it, then shut the fuck up and get your answer.
I'm sorry, go ahead, answer.
I'm actually moving on from this conversation because you're a fucking retard. I'm going to bring Gildas out of
meat like you were of LSD.
Yeah, okay. I don't like doing drugs. Sorry. I get it. I get it. I get it. You winner, the guy that likes to do drugs more than another person. What a fucking contest you've competed in. Anyways, Gildas, how are you?
I'm cool, man. Essentially, I put the fear of acid upon you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I have a fear of you interrupting me. Gildas, I have a question.
Sure.
Gildas, have you read the Christian Bible?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So, if you hadn't read the Christian Bible, do you think that you would, begin debates about something you haven't read?
No.
And why would you not do that, Gildas?
Because I wouldn't want to paint myself into a corner or be caught slipping like he just.
So Gildas, this guy Nex here, this guy that's very proud of his drug use, he brought up the topic of the Bible and said that he sets people straight on what he believes to be true about the Bible. So then I asked him if he's read the Bible, and he indicated that he hadn't read it. Do you think that there's any reason why we would continue down the path of discussing the Bible with a person that just admitted that he's never read the Bible?
No, it would be a pursuit of futility. Witness.
So next, what other drugs have you used?
Methamphetamine, marijuana, cocaine.
Shocker.
I had one financial.
Have you ever spent time in a county jail?
In a what?
A county jail.
Yes. LA county jail.
How about state penitentiary?
No.
Got it. What's the longest you've done in county?
County, 34 days.
Do you mind sharing why?
Well, before I answer, I'm going to ask you, have you ever done time in county jail?
I spent one night in a county jail.
One night, okay, that's fair enough. I got entrapped into in a sting. 37 IROCs. They lowered on some polished, big, like 17s at the time was big, low profile tires. And then it turns out, like, I imagine they stole that from a drug dealer or whatever. And they used it as a undercover vehicle. These motherfuckers begged me to sell them some weed. I didn't have any fucking weed. And it's like, but it was like, they were drinking beer and they had Budweiser cans, but apparently it was water. That's what they said after. But, it was like, nah, man, I don't have any. And, come on, man. It's like, that's a trap, dude. It's like, no, it's like, you're fucking grabbing my heartstrings, like, right?
Next, are you wasted?
A couple beers.
Okay.
Anne, are you familiar with this guy?
No idea.
I'm getting Doc vibes from.
Are you gonna interrupt me?
Oh no,
while you
it's not
take me?
that. Oh, like a vibe, yeah. That's not that. Interrupt you.
You don't want to get what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, hold on. Anne, this is Nex. This is Anne. And Nex was here. He wanted to, he was talking with Coney for a moment, and he was talking about his rebuke of the Christian Bible. And then when I asked him if he had read the Bible, hold on. I'm talking to Anne here. And when I asked him if he had read the Christian Bible, he had said no. And so then we got into an argument about whether or not you need to read the Bible to know what's in the Bible.
Right, but you don't have to know what's in the Bible to, what's that word? What does rebuke mean?
Rebuke means that you reject.
Louder, please.
Hold on. Hold on a second.
I can't hear you.
Hold on one second. Someone is, who's waving at me in the audience?
Yeah, you're volume.
Okay, so next. Okay, so rebuke is that like means that you reject, that you reject anything that's in the Bible, but you've never read the Bible. You've never read the Bible. Next, you've never read the Bible.
I've heard so many call-outs of scripture.
Okay, no, that's not the question I asked. I asked if you read the Bible.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Do you believe in Jesus?
No, I haven't.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Okay, but
no, it's simple. Yes or no.
This is what brought up this conversation, is the validity of the Bible.
Okay, do you believe in Jesus Christ?
That's a tough question for me. I believe that maybe there was a person that stood up for what's right and wrong, like me in this room right now, that existed.
Do you believe in God?
Right now.
Do you believe in God?
I believe that there is a creator. I don't know the intricacies of it, but I believe that sorry.
Okay, so he's agnostic.
Say it again.
So you're agnostic.
Actually, if he believes there's a God, he's a deist.
No, he didn't say he didn't.
That's not what I was.
In God. Hold on.
That's what I said. I'm agnostic.
Hold on. He said he believed in a creator.
Yeah, creator, God. That's
no. I asked him. No, he said a creator, that he believes that like something created everything.
That's what I believe.
Can I?
That's agnostic.
That's not agnostic.
Agnostic.
Hold on.
One second.
Next, realize. And so here's the difference, right? Next, that there is a God. An agnostic doesn't believe or disbelieve. They're on the fence.
Disbelieve God created the universe, does not perform miracles, answer prayers, or guide So agnostic is unsure if a creator exists. Deist is sure there's a creator, but he stays out of human affairs.
Is there an echo in here, Ann? Because it sounds like you just read what I just told you.
Okay, well, see, now you're being a little fucking narcissistic about that right now.
No, he's not. We're having a conversation.
You say something.
Oh, next. No, hold on. You next. No, hold on. You're gonna have to understand the culture of this room. First of all, Ann and I were just having a polite discussion about a definition of terms. And hold on, you mute yourself. Ann and I are quite friendly with each other, and we get along. We respect each other. And what we're asking is, we're trying to figure out whether or not we can even find a common bond to even talk to you about. But so far, it doesn't sound like you have an understanding of any of the things that you're talking about. But go ahead, prove us wrong.
And so the difference is that agnostic is unsure if God is real, but deists are sure God is real, but doesn't get involved.
Correct.
Okay. So he believes that there is a creator.
That would make him a deist.
Let her talk.
Wait, what'd you say?
That would make him a deist.
Let her explain herself.
No. Next, read the room. Me and him are friends, and so it's fine. We're talking to each other in a way that this is how we communicate, and it's completely fine. And I don't need you to get involved in that. We're trying to find a way to find common ground to communicate with you, but I don't even think that you know what the fuck your thoughts are. You don't even know what you stand for, and you're wasted.
I've experienced things in my life that are contradictory and eye-opening. For example, seeing an alien spacecraft.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Next, have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to?
This guy's alien spacecraft made his mind think of a penis right now. We know where you're sitting in your mind. So,
Next, it was a fair question based on the conversation. Next.
No, I haven't.
Why did you stop?
Why are you talking about sucking penises? Now I think you're...
Next, I'm not talking to you. Next, 1 second. Randy, come up here. You're a bitch boy.
Alright, so let me continue, please. I saw, when I was about 5 or 6 years old, we went to Pioneer Chicken in Norwalk, California.
Was that your first cock?
That's when he found out he was a faggot.
Wow, this guy's on a penis fucking trajectory right now. Okay.
You're the one that didn't suck it all you wanted to. Didn't get enough.
I'm starting to think you're a homosexual, dude. Stop.
There's worse things in life to be.
Alright, dude. Let me finish my story, you little bitch. Alright? So...
I can't do it.
Alright, we're in a 62 club. And my spot was in the back to where the speakers are. Behind the seats. I was that small, I could stretch out. We were going to the Fiesta 4 drive-in to watch a movie. I don't know, I remember some movies there. We watched Chasing Supplements up in Snow.
Make it stop. Lord Jesus, make it stop.
No, this is lonely. Next, why are you lonely?
My mom comes out and she says, "Get out of the car, look up in the sky." I said, "What the fuck?" I climbed out. I wasn't laying there. I like that spot. I climbed out. We all looked up, and there's a fucking UFO in the sky.
Cool.
Wait, hold on. Was that the same day that you did the acid?
No, I was a little kid.
the alien's in the sky and drops a bag of dicks on his head.
No. So I was looking up at it, and I could draw it for you right now, real time. I can fucking do it in Photoshop or whatever. I could tell you the rate of the lights that were
Next, I got a quick question for you. If I were to get you the address of an AA meeting, would you check it out?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go find one for you.
But I don't need your help because they're all over. Anyway. So, I watched it, and I noticed...
How did we get here? How did we get here?
Hold on, please. I noticed... Hold on, please. I'm right in the middle of this. Okay?
Oh, man.
Hold on, please. Don't interrupt me. No. Every time this light went around and made a 360 degree, the light in the middle glowed.
Was it a wheel inside of a wheel?
It glowed in dim.
Was it a wheel inside of a wheel?
I'm telling you.
I'm asking, was it a wheel inside of a wheel?
I'm just telling you, stupid. Listen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, so your Bible is stupid. But how is that relevant?
I think it's manufactured for a reason.
Okay. Do you think alien spaceships can be manufactured?
Well, what I described to you right now, I don't know.
Well, like right now, if you were to go outside and look up at the sky.
What I see.
Okay, well, right now, if you were to go outside and look up at the sky, is there potential? Hold on. Listen.
There's example.
Horrible listener. You did bad in school. No, I'm asking. I need to know. If you go outside right now and look up at the sky, is there a possibility that you could see an alien spaceship because they're so fucking wasted?
You're not listening to me, are you?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, hold on. Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up for a second. I want to see if we can bring these two conversations about aliens and the Bible together. And I want to just briefly bring your attention to Ezekiel 1:4 through 28. I looked up and I saw a windstorm coming out of the north, an immense cloud with flashing lights and surrounded by a brilliant light. The center of the fire looked like a glowing metal, and in the fire it was what it looked like 4 living creatures. In the appearance, their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were straight, their feet were like those of a calf and gleamed like burnished bronze. Under the wings of their 4 sides, they had human hands. All 4 of them had faces and wings. The wings, one of them touched the wings of another. Each of them went straight ahead. They did not turn as they moved. Their faces looked like this. Each of the 4 had the face of human beings. And on the right side, each of the face of a lion. And on the left side of the face of an ox. Each also had a face of an eagle. Such were their faces. They each had 2 wings spreading out upward, each wing touching that of the creature on either side, and each of the 2 other wings covering its body. Each one went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go, without turning as they went. The appearance of the living creatures was the creatures sped back and forth like flashes of lightning. As I looked at the creatures, I saw a wheel on the ground beside each creature. It appeared to be made like a wheel, intersecting a wheel. As they moved, they would go in any one of the 4 directions. The creatures all around. When the living creatures moved, the wheels besides them moved. And when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go. And the wheels would rise along them because the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. When the creature moved, they also moved. When the creature stood still, they all stood still. And when the creatures rose from the ground, the wheels rose along with them because the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. Spread out from above the heads of the living creatures was what looked like a vault, sparkling like crystal and awesome. Under the vault, their wings were stretched out, one another, each of 2 wings covering its body. When the creatures moved, I heard the sound of rushing waters, like the voice of the Almighty, like the
atonement of an army.
Like a fucking.
When they stood, they lowered their wings. And then there came a voice from above the vault over their heads as it stood with lowering wings. Above the vault over their heads was what looked like a throne of lapis lazuli. And high above on the throne was a figure like that of a man. I saw from what appeared to be his waist up looked like a glowing metal as if full of fire. And that from there down he looked like fire, and the brilliant light surrounded him, like the appearance of a rainbow in the clouds on a rainy day. So with the radiance around him, this was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. When I saw it, I fell face down, and I heard the voice of one speaking. Okay, I want to finish that. This is the conclusion of our Bible study tonight next, but I want to just tell you that Ezekiel confirms that what you saw was what God wanted you to see. You saw aliens, but not just any alien. You saw the evidence of the Lord Almighty.
You didn't let me finish seeing what I saw. Okay? All that fucking gibberish in the middle of it. You didn't even listen.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you see that? You could give him a burning bush and he wouldn't even recognize it. It's amazing.
I'm a fucking seer of it, so I don't care about what you read in them. Alright,
So next, now that you know that the Bible talks about UFOs, does that increase your interest in reading it?
Not necessarily, because you haven't even took the time to listen to what I have to say.
You had me at I've never read the Bible.
Yeah.
You had me at the bag of dicks that fell on your head.
But you heard what I said and you cut me off in the middle of what I was saying. So does you cutting off in the middle of my persecution dissuade you from your fucking belief?
Next, all I gotta say is what I heard you describe was exactly what I read from Ezekiel. I think you saw the same thing.
Okay, but you didn't let me finish what I was saying. So you didn't truly hear me what I was saying. When you cut me off, I got blocked from talking on the mic.
Oh my god, you're getting bullied. You're getting bullied.
Next, can we go back to the fact that you've never sucked a dick all you want?
I don't want to hear any verses anymore. I want to talk real man to man. Fuck your verse.
Lord have mercy on my soul.
I'm not going to have mercy on you. It's like, oh man, you've been smoking crack for 3 days in a row, but you got some Hennessy right now.
You smoke crack too, and you're drunk?
He's been smoking crack. He just got his crack dealer.
Oh my gosh, Gil, was your crackhead too?
I mean, on a Saturday night on Clubhouse, I'm whatever you want me to be.
Gildus, I finished reading that particular.
It's a collaboration of a lot of authors over a lot of years that collaborated, especially like, for example, the King James, to make it for their benefit, for people to follow their lead. People that are ignorant and thirsty for fucking some kind of leading. And that's what you did. And that's what you're doing right now. You gotta keep an open mind, and you don't have one. You're stuck on a Bible.
Like, what part of the Bible do you think is not good? Like, to reject it so much? It sounds like there's something that...
I don't reject it, but I don't absorb it.
But you've never read... But you said that you've never read it.
But it is a critical thinking, and then,
you don't want me to use critical thinking?
like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like a structure that you learn, which is not, it's not correct. Because I could prove you wrong about a lot of things, you know.
Well, you've never even read the Bible, so this isn't even a conversation.
Yeah, I don't think they were dropped on your head.
Anyways, this is about Next and his faggotry.
Oh, and what I'm saying, I have enough in mind. Like, let me tell you another situation I had where I saw this fucking orange glow. I mean, like, what the fuck is that? It looked like a beach ball, like an orange beach ball, floating in between these. Like, what is it? I brought my, and this is the days I didn't have a laptop. I fucking brought out my desktop and put a CRT computer on the monitor.
Is this gonna be a long story next?
Instantly.
Okay. Is it over yet?
No. But here's you want to say something, go ahead.
No. Well, are you done now?
No, I'm not done, but if you want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, you're retarded.
I am the least. I'm probably the smart guy, but if you want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, you're retarded.
I am the least. I'm probably the smartest person in the room. And if you want to rate me, you'll be on the list. You'll be on the retarded side and not the smart side. I can ask you 2 questions that you can answer with common sense.
I like the emphasis on goofball.
That's how she shut up.
Maybe she was hitting the head with a bag of dicks.
She's probably hit her too.
Mike, what do you make of all this?
I would pick Other, and I might go with Next.
Yeah, I feel like Nex is the reason why Other is performing so well in this poll.
Oh, you guys took a poll? What is the outcome of that?
The poll question is, who's the dumbest person on Clubhouse? And right now, I think you're in the lead.
It's who?
It's some cocksucker named Nex.
The ruler of the room. And who is the cocksucker sucking the cock of? That's why keep your mouth shut.
He really told you. Did you hear that, Mojo?
I don't think I've ever been roasted this hard in my life. This is incredible.
Yeah, I wanted to vote, but I don't know Ike and Nima.
Let me tell you, dude, I'm the most hated.
I have Ike blocked. Ike is awful.
I'm fair. I'll let you talk. You bring up your subject out and we'll go.
But what do you mean?
You
said that the Bible was nonsense, was stupid, and you've never even read it. So how are you fair in anything that you say when you've never even read it?
Like I told people before you got here, there's over 3,000 religions in the world, and they all have their full Bible. Are they all right? What do you think?
I know that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
Wasn't strong. Disregard. There's nothing.
Okay, so what have you been saying?
been strong about everything I've been saying, and
No, I think you've just been over trauma dumping.
what? Would you say it hate me? I don't know, you're throwing some violence and things or something, but say it so I can understand it.
Pretend that what she just said is in a book that you've never read. Maybe then you'll understand it.
Okay, have you ever read Mark Twain? Was it like how many books did he read?
Huckleberry Finn.
Have you ever read that?
That's a famous one.
Have you ever read that?
Who, me or Ann?
You. Did you?
Yeah, I read it a couple of times.
How many times do you use the N-word?
Probably like 70 times. Something like that. I forget. They use it a lot. Like probably like 50 times throughout the whole book.
Did that offend you?
No, because they, if I remember correctly, the edition that I read, at least they capitalized it.
Hold on, guys. It's 219 times.
219. Damn. Yeah, so you just get to a point where that shit is just rolling off your tongue. Pause. It's a lot. You just kind of get used to it, and it's like it's all good.
That's how I get used to it. Like, let me ask you.
I mean, like it in what context? Like just as a
Well, hold on.
word?
Before you guys go any further in this conversation, let me just bring up the rules of the room.
I'm not.
I want you to shut your mouth for a second. Rule number 7. You should go review the rules of the room. Yep. And if you don't follow it, I will remove you from the room.
You can't wait to do it, can you?
Actually, no. I am so fucking bored that this is intriguing. Like, what I'm experiencing right now is just, it's like going to a zoo exhibit where you're just like, it's an animal that you've never seen before, and you're just like seeing the kind of silly things that a strange animal does.
Yeah. That's a compliment.
You're like a lemming.
A lemming?
Hey, do you know what a lemming is?
Yeah, it's like a little squirrel type. Right.
Yeah. Do you know what they're known for?
No.
Google it.
Google it later. But you know what you are? You're like a fucking pug dog.
I have one.
You're stubborn and lazy. And
not lazy, stubborn for sure. Not lazy.
Well, I got a pep right. When have you seen a pug dog who's fully active, chasing down fucking pigs? No, they're lazy.
No.
I couldn't make out everything you said.
He's besmirching pugs. I have a half pug, half terrier, and he couldn't be more wrong. Sammy is a beautiful little creature.
Sam. Where's Sammy at? Get him on the camp.
Sammy's sleeping, and Bubba's sleeping right next to me. You might hear Bubba snore if you get lucky.
How big is Sam? How much does Sammy weigh?
Sammy weighs 35 pounds. He's bigger than most pugs. It's because he's mixed with terrier, but let's see if we can hear Bubba snore.
My dog's probably like 45, 50 pounds. If I didn't tell it to stop, it'll pick up Sammy and shake it around like a fucking rag doll. But I would tell it to stop. I wouldn't let it go.
It's interesting.
No, nothing that he said was interesting.
interesting when he started the room arguing with Coney about the Bible. You know what he has in common with some of the people that are in the poll? The reason Ike and Concrete made the list is they spent 45 minutes arguing in chillism about Hegel. And then when they were asked if they've ever read Hegel, they acknowledged that neither of them have ever read Hegel. Next, has come to this room and was saying that he doesn't believe the teachings of the Christian Bible. And then when I asked him if he ever read the Christian Bible, he said no. So what we have in common with a lot of these people is they claim to be experts on things and have strong opinions that they've never fucking read.
Okay, but you don't have to. Let me tell you something. You never read the book of how perfect car, like you're gonna paint a car. You could read a book, and you're gonna have to learn yourself, because you're gonna fuck up, and you're gonna learn from your mistakes. And I'm gonna put that in an analogy of the Bible. I know what it's telling me, but I gotta learn from my mistakes, and I'm gonna believe what I want to do in order to go forward. And
respectfully, I have no fucking clue what you're trying to say.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that.
Well, I mean, exactly. You have no idea what I'm talking about. It's the same thing.
So, are you saying you work at Girl Shine? Next. Next. Do you work at Earl Scheib? Is that what you're saying to us? You paint cars? No? Okay.
I think he was Kamala's speechwriter.
This is crazy. Next, we have a request to show you where chillism is. It's a space on this app that you would fit in perfectly. That's where everybody gets together, where they don't read books, but then they argue about the books that they didn't read.
Oh my gosh. So anyone else? Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Much better than you're talking now.
Thanks. I haven't heard you in a while.
I haven't seen you in a minute. Where have you been hiding?
Been around. Coming here. I like to dive into the month every once in a while. All the leftist roots have gone away. So
noticed on the conversation got still.
No, I still see that. The politically correct one is open. Right? Every day.
Yeah.
And then Go, he goes by misogynist now. He does ones all the time.
I mean, they've all basically turned into like coping rooms.
Goat was interesting for like the first 10 times you experience him. He becomes very repetitive after time though.
Well, I didn't like him because he was such a bully.
What I was talking about.
What is going on next? Other people are talking.
You guys have nothing to say.
No, what do you mean? What the fuck have you said that's smart?
You guys are doing copy chat.
I'm finally done with him. I just can't. I can't.
You know, I'm actually shocked on your patience with him. You must have just been real bored for a minute.
Well, for a minute there, Serendipity was was asleep, John was asleep, and then it was me. Coney came in, and I don't know if Coney's asleep now, but Coney was rambling on about something. Next comes up, and they got to talking about the room biblical smoke, and so he went on this rant about religion, and then I wasn't even gonna interrupt, but then he said some stupid things, so I just asked him like, oh, so what is your? I asked him, I go, what is your critique of the Bible? And then he goes, I just don't know, whatever. And you could tell, like, it was a very generic response. And I go, have you ever read the Bible? And he says, no. He said, no, like it was a brag, like, no, I have not read it. And then I inquired, like, are you serious? Like, why would you want to talk and argue about something that you've never read? And he's like, well, I've heard people say with their throat. And I'm like, why not try to read it? I think the bottom line is it's above his reading comprehension level. That's the real truth. Just like Ike and Concrete when it came to Hegel.
Yeah, I wish I had been there for that. I would have loved to hear what they said about Hegel.
It sounded like this. You don't understand Hegel. You gotta understand the thesis and the antithesis and the synthesis. Can you repeat yourself? Yeah, it's all about the thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis. And they just kept repeating themselves, just saying words. They were not making an argument at all. And I listened to it, like, just intrigued with, like, how fucking insane is this babble? And it was like two people going back and forth saying nothing for 45 minutes. So I raised my hand and Tally brought me up. And then I asked to get put in the queue and Tally called on me. And then I asked both of them a question. I asked them if they could explain to me what synthesis means according to Hegel. Neither can answer. So then I go, okay, I just have one more follow-up question. And I started with Ike, and he goes, go ahead. And then I go, have you ever read Hegel? And he said, and I'm shocked, but he said, no. And then the room fucking went nuts, and everybody was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You've been arguing for 45 minutes. How could you not know it? So everybody's dragging him for a minute, and then I go, okay, before I leave, can I ask Concrete a question? Concrete's like, what's up? And then I asked Concrete, have you ever read Hegel? And he acknowledged he had never read Hegel. And then I just moved myself to the audience and I allowed them to crash out of control and justify how they were experts in Hegel, even though neither of them had read it. And Ike followed me into my room that I opened to try to defend himself and say that you can master a subject with third-party information, and that you don't need to expose yourself to source material. That was his argument, and I think Next feels the same way about the Christian Bible. Let's bring him back up.
Well, that's usually a telltale sign when they kind of ascribe those three terms to Hegel. When I was reading Hegel with a group of Marxists, by the way, I learned that the thesis antithesis thing came from, like, heard of him when they're studying, like, Black Power ideology and Fanon mainly. That's like their conduit back to Hegel, but they just don't read the Hegel. They read Fanon. They don't even read Fanon. They just hear Malcolm X, and they hear that Malcolm X was influenced by Fanon. So that's how that shit lines up. So they all think they're Hegelians because they listen to Malcolm X speeches. But yeah, Johann Fichte.
What happened to Candy Cane?
I feel like Bima is underperforming here. When she returns back to the app, we need to do a welcome back room. Gilda Rose, have you ever argued with Dima?
I'm sure I have. I recognize the name, but without, I guess it's a her being here.
She is a self-described anarchist voluntarist, and she's inspired by Lysander Spooner and Murray Rothbard, things that I don't think she's actually read. She's admitted that she has hairy armpits, and word on the street is her boyfriend is married, and she's the side piece. But thank you.
Yeah, well, I have not, because I would have remembered details like that, but I don't know. You know how some of the rooms are, you get to arguing with like 8 people at once, you don't know who it is.
She's the perfect example of what I find to be the most annoying people on the app, and that is very low information, very high confidence. That, to me, that's the worst combination you could possibly have, and she has very little information about anything. And any information that she's been exposed to, she doesn't comprehend very well, but she has a lot of confidence. She's the type of person that if you ask her a question, rather than thinking about the question, or perhaps acknowledging like, oh, I'd have to think about that, or I don't know, like I don't know is not part of her vocabulary, she will just start saying words. If you thought this last guy was a lot to deal with, imagine that, but sober.
You know, well, that sounds a lot like Kia, spelled Chaya. You know, and I think you've heard me and her have exchanges in your rooms before. She's very similar to that. Like, I try not to disrespect her, because I do think she might be neurodivergent, but maybe undiagnosed.
You know what? Neurodivergent is this new fluffy word for fucking retard.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't want to say retard. At least if she's not on the stage to defend herself, I'm gonna call her a retard. But
I'm curious what he thinks like a utopia is. I don't know if I want to move on with this.
I think we should interrogate if he smokes Camel non-filter or a different brand. I'm guessing Camel non-filters.
Bro, my buddy's dad used to smoke those. Fucking free.
Why are you changing the subject?
Do you want to go back to talking about your rejection of the Christian Bible? Considering you haven't read it?
What I want to talk about is why you reach out for support when you know you're wrong.
What am I wrong about?
Everything you believe in.
Oh, he's a leftist. What do you think I believe in?
The Bible.
I told you I don't.
Then why are
Well, you believe that he sucks dick.
Well, actually, what he said was that he's never sucked a dick all he wanted to. Maybe he got fatigued, or somebody interrupted him. He just didn't get to finish.
It's mighty selfish of you, Nick.
So next, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not a Christian? Jeff, just to clarify, to catch you up on the conversation, I asked him, have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to? And he said no. So next, why do you think I'm a Christian? How come he only speaks when he's interrupting people?
He fell asleep. Did you hear it snoring? You gotta be shitting me. He fell asleep.
Damn. We should read the Bible to him.
That sounded like Count Chocula.
Get my nipples in your cereal. No,
Next, what do you do for fun, buddy?
Fun. I like painting. I like working on cars. Sometimes it's a bitch. Sometimes it's glorifying. When it goes well.
I think by working on cars, you mean that you've got like a broken down jalopy in your fucking front yard.
Well, I got 2 cars I gotta work on. I got 6, 7 people. And I have a 64 sport home.
Like the I know you're talking about Belgium, like the dude who grabs a car and fixes his shit up and it's just there for like 20 years. There's tools all around it. It's never drives it. Just like it's a project.
Totally.
But there are 2 tools.
Just wait till I get this bad boy running.
I'm gonna get a new.
Oh, you work on cars? So you work down at the Jiffy Lube?
Right now, so
you're a consultant?
No, I'm self-employed.
So what do you do? When you say self-employed, you
I just fucking told you.
Like, what services do you provide to people that they pay you for?
Besides sucking dick.
Body and pain.
Got your own shop?
Yeah.
Nice.
And if you want to ask me any questions about the industry, I'll be happy to answer.
No.
What's I'm being really sincere here next. A dog in the neighborhood got out.
You got to speak louder. Quick, mommy. Say it loud and quick.
Okay.
Hold on. Everyone can hear Gildas. Next, you're the one that's mumbling. But Gildas, go ahead.
Yeah. Long story short, basically a dog jumped up on my driver's side door and its claws left scratches in the door. How much do you think it would be to fix something like that? Like just 3 lines of paw scratch, claw scratch.
Did
How do you get that done?
any dents in it, or is it just
no dents, just 3 long, scraggly scratches,
Do you think it went through the clear coat?
I don't think so. They look very light. They do look very light.
Okay, well, what I would do in a situation like that, I would get a little bit of clear, mix it with the hardener. I don't think you need to reduce it in that situation. Get a little paintbrush and spread it along those scratches. And take about 20 minutes, put about 3 coats, even if it's building up. And then you get all the way from 1,000 grit to 3,000 grit sandpaper. Then you progressively sand it until it's super smooth. Then you don't see it anymore. It's level with your panel. And then you put a little polish on it. Like a little,
I'm inclined to take you at your word, man. You sound like you know what you're talking about, so hey.
Oh, I do. I've been doing it.
I appreciate the advice there.
Yeah. Because otherwise, like somebody charge you fucking $700, you can do it for $15. But you need the sandpaper. Let's say $25.
Yeah.
Sandpaper. Maybe your question
I like Randy's joke. By Polly in The Sopranos. It's a good joke. It's a good joke.
Next, what's your favorite conspiracy theory?
That's a good question. But
Next, I got a question for you.
Well, hold on.
No.
While you're thinking about my question,
It's actually gonna help us get to where we want to go with Mike's question. No, hold on. Next. Hold on. Next. Hold on. What do you? Next. What do you think of the Jews?
I'm not even listening, so I'm gonna answer.
I'm gonna move you to the audience if you don't answer my question. I will move you to the audience if you don't answer my question.
Do what you gotta do, you little bitch.
Okay. All right. You asked for it. There we go.
Bad strategy next.
That is never a good strategy. I don't know why anybody. He's new. Bless his heart.
We'll go with, I think he likes the Jews. We're going to go with that one. He's going to say he has no problem.
I don't know, man. He doesn't like religion. I would think that he's probably got an aversion.
That's fair. Yeah.
He's very uneducated.
I hope he gets to come back up. Just, next, it's tough to hear two people when they're talking at the same time. We're only just kind of pick your spots, buddy. That's all we're saying.
And can you lift the man back up? Yeah, we're that bored that we're bringing him back up.
Joe wants us to ask him.
I do want to get a little political with him. Like, secretly, I really do.
Yeah, go.
Well, first, we'd like to know, next, how do you feel about the Jewish people, buddy?
Well, I was with the Jewish woman for about 7.5 years. And I don't like their food. I'll tell you that. I give them melted fish and shit like that.
Have you ever had the donuts?
No, not necessarily. Donuts? No, I don't.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
But I did like the beans with the fried onions on top, like a casserole.
The only problem with Jewish split peas.
I don't like it. And what like one of my go-to things for like breakfast is
cock meat sandwich.
Oh, that's your go-to? Oh, tell us about how you cook it.
Cock meat sandwich time.
Oh. Tell us about how you prepare it.
Next, who'd you vote for in the election?
No, I want to hear about your cock meat sandwich.
It was delicious. It's amazing. The little mayo, little hot sauce on it. So tell us about who you voted for.
Hot sauce. You put mayonnaise on it?
Correct. Who did you vote for is the question. Who did you vote for? Next.
I didn't vote.
You're a felon?
You know why I didn't vote?
You're a felon?
I am, but I still can vote. But I already knew who was going to win. I wasn't going to waste my time.
Should we walk down the felon route? Did you do time in jail next?
Yeah, we were doing that, and then I got dotted last time.
He was telling us about prison sex.
No, oh God. You guys love, like, homosexual attack, dude.
Yeah, this is an all-gay room. Everybody in this room is gay, including you.
Apparently.
Did you think about the conspiracy one yet?
Well, yeah, the biggest one that I can think of is 9/11.
What do you think happened on 9/11 next?
It was inside.
You think it was an inside job?
Yep. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't know if it was a fully inside job. It'd be tough to say that we killed all those people. I do believe the whole controlled demolition thing. Dan, I didn't want you to pick 9/11. I don't want to do 9/11. I don't want to do 9/11.
I mean, because obviously there was explosives, right? And I fucking studied that shit, all the footage. You know, if you studied like me, there was explosives. So let's be real.
Alright. Boring. What about the Earth? Do you think the Earth is round or flat?
Oh, you want to change the subject just like that?
I think we're kind of in.
They were fucking working in there. Listen, they were murdered.
Okay, next, I can't, I would say by the sounds of it that you were definitely a happily married man with children. Am I right?
What happened to your theory?
What?
What happened to your theory? Yeah, what?
My theory? No, we're just asking questions. Seems like you want to talk, so we're all just kind of asking you questions.
Okay, but you got quiet. Like, where are you going?
I wasn't going anywhere. Was I supposed to go somewhere with it?
Oh, 3 questions, you're done.
Flexing? I'm sorry, but I don't flex like against men. That's weird.
What? Say what?
It's just fun, man. We've all been on this app for like a couple of years now. When they're trying to find a new person, it's just fun to talk to you. Honestly, I swear to God, it's just kind of cool to like pick new brains. Because we've all known each other forever.
Wow.
We were asking if you're married, having kids. You know you were.
Right now, girl. You're not gonna like it. I'll get 3 better, but I'll do it.
Yeah, I didn't hear a word you said, buddy. It's tough to hear you.
Are you ready? Yes or no? I want to know if you're fucking.
Dude, I'm married. I'm flattered. But what are you talking about, ready?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to the girl.
Oh, so what's your question? Sorry. What is your question?
Ready for my question?
Yeah. What's up?
Okay. How much do you weigh?
Like 102.
How tall are you?
5 foot. 5'0".
Do you Photoshop your images for both of you?
Depending. This photo, no.
So, you have an ugly face.
Yes, I'm super ugly. Yes, I'm absolutely horrendous, and my feet stink.
Ew.
Just kidding. Yeah, they're horrendous.
So
I'm really the ugliest person probably on this app, to be honest. What?
We established you're an ugly woman.
Yes, very ugly, with smelly feet.
Okay, we're on the same page.
We're on the same page. You're a woman too?
With smelly feet.
What size shoe do you wear?
5.5.
How tall are you again?
5 foot. I'm a tiny giant. I'm like your black dog. How tall are you?
I didn't know they stack shit that high. What a fast movie.
Dude. Like how you committed that, and you were going to get this job. Next, can I ask you a personal question, buddy? What would you, like, you take a girl out on your first date, where are you taking her? Like, how do you plan out a first date?
Either to the lobster in Santa Monica Pier, and it cost me over $400. This is the best meal I've ever had. And a 2.5 pound lobster. And I wanted some mashed potatoes. Guess how much? I mean, at that price, guess how much the mashed potatoes cost? And they were the best ever. $1.25. Like with that, it's like I'm gonna order 3 orders of mashed potatoes next time I go there and get the fucking 2.5 pound. And she got a 1.5 pound lobster with the, like the fucking steamed asparagus and mixed, vegetables and all that. But I was like, I want some mashed potatoes. How much more is that? $1.20. Dude, it was a massive pile of mashed potatoes. And it was the best.
Did she touch your penis afterwards?
Your first fucking thing on the Santa Monica Pier, it's called the Lodge. It's the best.
That's Cali, right? California?
Next, can we get back to arguing about the Bible?
We can.
Yes.
So next, you indicated that you don't believe in the truth claims of the Bible, but then you said that you never read the Bible. So how did you reach your conclusion without reading the Bible?
Alright. Okay, so I've been in catechism school for one day, and I see the indoctrination, and I've heard people like yourself profess in biblical smoke and a lot of things that you're.
I've told you I'm not a Christian.
Okay, well, that's fine. But I've seen a lot of profession of this is how to live your life, and the Christ said this and blah blah blah. And you know what? Without disrespecting or disregarding any of them, or any Bible whatsoever, I stand undecisive. Okay? I have an open mind.
If you have an open mind, why wouldn't you read the Bible?
Because I don't want to be indoctrinated.
So it sounds like you have a closed mind.
Do I gotta read 3,000 Bibles to be fully open minded?
Well, I guess my question would be, what are you worried about being indoctrinated with that is so detrimental to your
knowledge? I like my mind to be.
Well, I think it goes back to the question Leanne asked you earlier that I think got away from you. What about the Bible and specifically like the teachings of Jesus do you think are harmful?
I don't think it's harmful, but I don't think it's 100%. I think there's probably a lot of things. I mean, there's a lot of good takeaways.
Such as?
Just the commonsensical things.
Like what? Like what? Like what? Because you've never read it, so I'm curious.
I don't know about that. So, probably.
I know, this is why you should read it. I'm encouraging you. Read it. I'm encouraging you.
What? Let me ask you a question now. Why do you think I should read it?
Because you formed an opinion about something that you haven't read, and I'm just a big believer in trying to help people escape ignorance.
I'm not a good reader. Like, I read slowly. So, but I will. Fucking 9 years. I don't have time.
I will add there is some bullshit in the Bible, like the way that creationism is described through Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark. It's fucking trash. And then the way that, just the way that Genesis is used to think of the conception of existence. I'm not saying that creationism is bullshit, but definitely the way it's described in the Bible is complete horsecock. And then Genesis, this is also the way that they gauge what the interaction between men and women should be. Some of that's probably interesting, but there's a lot of horseshit in there too.
How do you think the creation would go?
What's that?
Go ahead, Nick.
No, I always thought that the word firmament was a pretty cool word in Genesis. Like, I don't know exactly what it means, but it just sounds like a dope-ass way to try to talk about the beginning of the universe.
I can't hate on that.
The firmament. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's a pre-Big Bang. The firmament, dog. Next, what do you think the firmament means?
Wow. That's a tough one because
it is tough, dog. I ain't gonna hold you. The firmament.
No, but I mean, it's interesting. I do want to talk about it. What do you got to say?
Like somebody said in the chat, it's a dome, but it has to be much more like stupendous than just a mere dome. The firmament is like the hodgepodge before the Big Bang, I guess. If I'm using like Christian reasoning about it. Like, hodgepodge, like that sounds like I'm diminishing it,
Doesn't it? I mean, it's used as in terms of like it's separated, right? It's like separated the waters above and the waters below, right? And then the firmament was in the Encyclopedia Britannica up until like the 70s.
Let's go back a couple steps about the Big Bang Theory.
Well, hold on. It does say that God called the firmament heaven.
Yeah. And also, I do think the 7 deadly sins are very accurate way, let's put it like that, where it can go without any moral structure.
Yeah, it could be that. As we see in history.
So, Christopher, earlier you mentioned the creation story, which, like, I don't know how the fuck people were created. I do believe in creation, but I don't know how the fuck it happened. But you said that the Bible's maybe explaining was bullshit. What would you like to see done differently, I guess? Or how do you? I mean, there's no wrong answer here, right? But
no, I can't say I would like to see it done differently, just because like we can see the limits to creationism and evolutionary theory. They both have limits. In fact, evolutionary theory has been abused by scientists, but they've still been able to come up with some decent conclusions. It's just like immaculate conception, the fuck out of here. That kind of shit, I'm like.
Sir, I don't know what your name is. I don't see you don't believe in miracles. That's a good question. What do you think is a seed of humanity?
What is the seed of humanity? What seeded us? No, nobody knows. That's why, like, even if you go to the hardest scientific discipline like physics, they still got God in the middle of all their mathematics.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Get God out of the way. And I want to hear what you feel in your heart. Tell me that for now.
No, I literally don't think any man is going to answer the fucking question. Like, we're never going to get that answer. That's my point.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, I'd be a fuck if I was trying to tell you that. But, again, it's
real, dude. I respect you for saying that right there.
I appreciate you. But to that point, I'm sure there is some reasonable
Yes, there's some
that we figure out a long time away from now, but we don't know it now, so quit trying to act like we do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think what you guys are missing here is that I don't even think you realize you're saying it here. And again, there's no wrong answer. I agree with you guys. We don't know, right? But what you're missing here is your stance is that you don't know, but you're saying that the Bible's explanation of it's wrong. But you don't have an explanation.
No, I didn't say it's wrong. I said it's bullshit. It definitely is bullshit. Noah's Ark, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but you don't have an answer.
Immaculate conception?
Right, but what if it is right?
Well, because we don't have an answer doesn't mean we have to fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Mystical explanation. We can just say it's X and we don't know, and we can leave it at that.
That's
but,
where you know, read open you know when you go, oh, now I get it. You can't get it if you're stuck on something. You have to have your mind open to receive that new possibility.
Yes, and to Council's point, thank you, Council.
Is guiding America?
Fuck no. Fuck no. See, that's another thing, is when they started to bundle Christianity into nationalism, this is the other thing too. There was no fucking scholarship on fucking Manifest Destiny in 1722 or whatever the fuck, 1790, 1805. Manifest Destiny was like an after the fact, God we trust, but I'm not cool with moral clarity and national relations and using religious justification national relations and using a religious justification for war. I think that is barbaric, and it's almost like religious justifications for slavery. It's fucking trash.
Right. See, these guys thought they were going to tear me apart. I'm speaking on my own points. And here you tell me you're sort of agrees.
Yeah, we agree. And religious justifications for colonization, religious justifications for ethnic supremacy. The fuck out of here.
We're kind of alike.
Wait, y'all aren't atheists though, right?
No, I read the Bible every day, but I would say I'm agnostic, but open to possibility.
So, do you believe there's a creator? Yes or no?
Yeah, there's got to be some type of creator. Is it super central? I don't know, but I'm not going to take too many.
Wouldn't that make you
risks
a
on
deist?
it.
Wouldn't that make you a deist?
Probably not, but I'm not going to take too many risks on Earth. So, I mean, it's improbable that there is an afterlife, but I'm not going to stake any claims on that bet.
Well, I will talk to you about this, brother. I believe that there is an afterlife because I have soul traveled multiple times. And I really
fucking good.
What? You've what?
I've soul traveled. Like my body, my consciousness came out of my body.
What you call soul travel?
Yes.
He said that he basically said that he bought bad acid.
I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't understand in the spiritual realm, and the science is only going to be able to make conclusions that are physical in nature, right? I understand, I get that, but I try not to get too far away from physical reality, but not so rigid that I'm like deterministic and can't accept that there is a wide open space of
we have a they come out of our body and you can't return. That's what we're protected.
We have a picture. Why does that make you figure an afterlife?
I could want you some things that will prove my point.
totally curious about that. But Christopher, before I get into stuff with next, Christopher, it sounds like I actually like you, dude. You seem like you're very level-headed here, so don't take any disrespect to this. It sounds like you're kind of like hedging a bet a little bit. You're kind of like, well, I'm going to think logically about this, but just in case there is an afterlife, I'm going to go ahead and keep that one in my back pocket.
You're right.
Yeah, I was kind of like that a little bit too, buddy.